There you go.
There you go.
The Polish team.
Hey, oh, there you go. Now they're gonna put through. Yeah.
And there's a smoke as well coming in. Oh my god. They're not. No. It's fine.
Go.
No way.
Oh, VP, they need to spam him down. Lake provides the cover, and M80 steal it.
Over towards B they go, rotating away, leaving the play towards Sandbag. Swisher activates, bonk, Fame, and Flit fall. And there's more coming his way.
I love it. Let's see if Swisher can finish off the job cleanly. Oh, he can! Bonks on him! Get bonked!
That was on the A ramp, and now 3 of them pushing through the middle. And honestly, with weaponry here, they probably will just go really fast at it into Insani as the power of the AK. Great spray down, and Tech or Sensu here probably going to be dead as well. Oh, yeah, the timing is close though. The real weaponry hasn't really even shown up. Oh, he's trying with that. He stabs Breno. Gonna get the 1 kill. Hooksy hiding in the corner. Snow trying to check it, but no rifle out for Rix, and that's gonna get him killed. He couldn't get the instant refrag there. 1 versus 1. I like the Molotov from Davideus. Just trying to make sure. It's Yabby on the other side. And a must-win clutch coming in here for the Pain side. Davideus not sure. Oh, he comes back right in time.
Another kill. NQZ is here.
Finally goes down. If Rix doesn't get the kill here, there is a bomb plant available. Snow goes down. Oh, he misses a shot. He's gonna die as well. He's gonna run and pick up a couple of more grenades as he wraps around, but they will have heard this already. Down with a straight headshot, a quad kill.
Oh
my God,
he did this.
Seems cognizant, the QB floating around the connector. Oh, wonderful! On his way to this clutch. Height left to beat and knife pull. He's moving all the way in with the knife out, closing the gap. Wonderful. The timing's really good. That was the best chance for Height, and that might have got the needful. This is wild for wonderful, but he makes it work. JDC dead off the 1. It's just Tabson flying solo. Oh, and he's looking to do it. That's beautiful from Tabson, and he knows where JL's coming from. Tabson, the mastermind, tries to outbrain him, but now he's going to out-aim him. Tabson makes it look easy. That is a sick 1v3.
This is such an important round for Aurora, and they're in a 2v3. The Turkish Terminator needs to step up for his squad. They're going to play double rifle and push in towards him. Zantara's on the other side. Going into the open. There's the first. Now it's just a 1v1, and Zantara saves him.
Yeah.
Ready to close him out. He's even going to go for the knife. Oh my god, Jason. He's actually done him. Yeah, I was pretty sad about that too. Oh my god, Kato. Nice shot from Yuka, and Zantaris gets caught instead by Kato, who has killed everybody in this round. Really think about every position they're playing from. And missing the molly, getting onto the defuse, the knives come out.
Here we go, Wrinkly. Oh, God. He just has to pick a right timing to check the window. Luckily enough, they will make noise before they play in, and so Shush able to reposition. It's going to come down to this 1v1, but Shiro, he's not having a quiet series. This guy has been lights out. Trapped in, but they've given him a second chance. Shiro's not the guy you want to give second chances to, and that's why. Nips Wrinkle. He's going to get shot or stabbed. Actually, it's kind of a, yeah.
That's so BM.
Yeah.
That's so BM.
Jackson arrow start. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, not an eagle. Bloody hell.
Fury gets one though. Fury still gets his.
Comms were bad.
Swings open the door, nades the smoke. Maybe there's something to be done here. Towson, what can you do? There's 3 players going to go for this. He has the HG, can elect to spam. Does remove Fallen off with a bomb. High pressure now. You can just get a swing. Towson track. Towson transfers. It's a Towson round.
There's a quick call here. It's straight through the temple smoke into the fight. Snake with the double case slots forward. And he just melts them. Hunts them down with the Glock, and Hades, goodbye.
Now spots out a second, or at least hears the cue of the AK-47 fire. Hades goes down.
He's around the secret smoke. Doesn't seem to have the cross with him. I think this is the play to make. Oh, he could have got that too.
It was just too perfect. It was just too perfect.
Oh, what? He's looking for the ace. This will be all 5. And a stylish ace, it would be at that. Nade around the back, and he's got the headshot.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to amazing Astana as the PGL Global Tour continues. Super happy to be here. I am, of course, your host, Richard Lewis. Been doing that for a while now, and also veterans of the scene on the desk. 2 of the finest experts in the world of Counter-Strike. We've got Blair, we've got Dus Murray. How are you guys doing today?
Fantastic, Rich. I'm feeling great. My knees are feeling well. My joints are feeling
Loving
great.
the stairs in the building.
Loving the stairs, loving life. How about you, Dust?
Just appreciating the hot bars that Richard's been spitting. You know,
mostly
on and
off stream,
camera.
it's got to be said.
But you did drop one just there, so that was pretty
I
good.
did. I always think if it rhymes, it's better. That's just how I've always approached hosting work. So keep an eye out for that at home. But for now, why don't we talk about what happened yesterday and put it within the context of what's been going on in the tournament. Some fantastic results. We had some surprises and shocks on day one. This is what's happened on the mainstream. Team Spirit overcame NIP. There was an overtime map in there, by the way, so, you know, that's not the full story. Na'Vi over Big. Turns out their Big's T-side's not so great. Astralis overcame Pain. They're 2-0 overall in the competition, and the MongolZ looking more like their old selves on day 2. They overcame MIBR. So anything that jumps off the page to you there, guys?
Nothing too crazy. I think this is a result we all expected. But what I would be a little bit surprised as to how lopsided, I guess, the series were. Right? Apart from that one overtime we saw for the Spirit game, then Dawn came alive, just chewed their opposition up. And after that, every other matchup kind of played out the way we expected. But it's good to see the favorites playing, favorites of those matchups playing like the way they're supposed to as opposed to day one.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I really thought NIP was going to win that train game. I mean, they should have.
They
had a
probably
lead.
should
They
have,
were
yeah.
playing the rounds really well. They just kind of coughed up some advantages, and they went into OT, and eventually that's when Spirit shined. And Second map was nothing. I mean, that was just a speed run. Meanwhile, you kind of look at some of the other results. Here's what we expected. I mean, I think Astralis has gotten a little bit lucky with the schedule so far. They played ODDIK and they played Pain with the stand-in. So I'm not going to give them too much credit yet for going 2-0.
Today's the day.
But today's the day to prove themselves, indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at the results from the mainstream. Here we go. Sorry, the other stream. We looked at the mainstream. I'm still a bit struggling. I've only had 5 cups of coffee today.
You need some.
G2 Esports lost again. We're going to talk about that, guys, for sure. Aurora overcame HOTU, but they did drop a map. They're not looking like their old selves. GamerLegion as well. You're meant to be the favorites in this one. The international FURIA doing work. We're going to be talking about those in a moment, of course. And Virtus.pro, they dropped a map to M80, but they did overcome. So what I love about what happened there was a ton of kind of more surprising results, because even in the games where there were clear favorites, maps were dropped and exchanged and everything else.
I mean, you look at Aurora. Listen, I don't know when they're going to wake up. They need to kind of like, someone needs to just smack them in the backside and be like, guys, vacation's done with. You know, you got to wake up there. They're not just dropping the map. Their best map, Anubis, was an elite team on that very map, losing to a team where no one expected them to even take a map off them or anyone else in this tournament. I'm talking about HOTU, obviously. But then in the final map, Rich, it was 12-11. And if Vox hadn't pulled off the 1 versus 3, it could have gone to OT. It could have easily been HOTU getting the win over Aurora. So a team coming in as maybe not the favorites, but at least a shoo-in for the playoffs, and they're looking shaky as hell. And I'm not feeling good looking at them. It's
been absolutely embarrassing so far from Aurora at this tournament. You've had a month off since their last LAN. You were a team that was consistently placing within the top 5 when the year started. We were talking about how Johto was one of the best moves of the offseason, and they did really look sharp throughout the first few months of this year, but the backslide is very evident right now, and they need to course correct because they're supposed to be one of the contenders to win this tournament.
And just before we do move on, can I get my single? There it is, right? Yep, hello, right, okay. This isn't PGL talking. This is just Richard Lewis talking. G2, right, their management. What is going on? Like, it is actually blowing my mind, guys, because you've set yourself up with this whole Hunter thing not being here. By the way, I think the thought process is if they can somehow get through the playoffs, rather the group stage, he comes back for playoffs. But here's the problem. You have essentially told your coach, who is now a stand-in, he might be gone. He might be getting shit canned like after the major, and yet he's playing well. Like, by the way, this guy's 38 years old. What is happening there,
bro?
And then
it's insane.
He's the one rallying the troops. He literally put a tweet out. He was saying, or an X out, or whatever you call him now, Elon. He said, like, oh, listen, you have to embrace adversity. I've been here many times before. Yeah. You know, this is what defines you as a person. I feel so sorry for Taz.
You mean G2 would grossly mismanage a situation in Counter-Strike 2?
I know it's surprising, but it's getting this bad right now that Astralis are over there going, woo. At least no one's talking about it.
But then NIP meme, I was like, hey, we actually have a roster we're can be proud of. So like, there's a couple of teams dodging bullets right now.
I mean, if you look at his team, this is a team that beat Spirit bad, like at a best of 5, like a few months ago. Look at what's happening right here. I would say this for Taz, though, right? I think he's doing a great job, kind of redeeming himself, considering he's a veteran. He's like, all right, this is a shit show, and I'm going to try and make the best I can of this scenario. For me, the question's going to arise as to what the youngsters are doing in the team. I think Heavy God's doing a pretty solid job. Is still carrying, but Mobs, buddy, your team needs you. They're not completely out of the team yet, but I feel like he's just trying to do a little too much. Maybe the frustration seeping him. Again, look, he's a very young player in the team, but this is a time where you really step up, pull yourself up, and be like, all right, one more game, couple more games, just wait, bide your time, wait, hold the line for Hunter to arrive. Because if you don't do this, Malbs, man, it's going to be so disappointing.
Well, if you don't do it, Malbs, this standings are going to look even worse. You're down there with HOTU already, my friend. It's time, yeah, exactly. It's time to step it up. At the top, obviously, MongolZ, Astralis, Team Spirit, Na'Vi, teams you would expect. We can go through my favorite graphic. Is there anybody that you think's in deep trouble, gentlemen?
I mean, GamerLegion being O2 is really shocking to me. I'll put that one up for grabs. I mean, this is a team that just placed 5th, 6th at Melbourne. They just had their first stage playoff appearance. You got guys like PR and Rez playing out of their minds. They even played pretty well in some of the other events we've seen throughout the course of this year as well. In fact, I've seen a pretty steady progression up until these last couple of days where all of a sudden things have really kind of hit the fan. And granted, their first match of the tournament was a tough one. They were up against one of the best teams in the world. I can give them sort of a pass on that one, but there's no way you should be losing to FURIA yesterday. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I think FURIA played great overall, but
I had 7 days of practice.
I echo your sentiments.
You get my point.
No, you're right. Yeah.
I echo your sentiments, but I feel like GamerLegion is going to pull it off. I think they're going to bring it all the way back from 0-2 to 3-2 and make it all the way through.
They've done it before.
I'm worried about Aurora, man. Like, even though they're 1-1 right now, it's looking miserable for them.
Here's the thing that we need to talk about. Look at these top 5 players, guys, right?
Love it.
There's names on there that you would expect. Look, we're in a group stage, so Stone's going to be in the top 5. Let's see what happens in the playoffs.
If it's a group stage, it sounds like time for me to frag out. Donk ain't got no chance.
Yeah, Donk, of course. It's the man in the middle that is absolutely blowing my mind right now. Shush. I think I'm calling him that with a little accent there instead of just shush. Like, shush.
I like it. Okay.
He has been lights out for an IP. Like, I mean, people kind of forgot about him. I seem to recall there was a time when we were doing this big like roster shuffle, and it might have been when Astralis got put together actually for the first time, and Pimp said, "You can't make a Danish super team without this guy."
It's always a Shush and Tessa's combo where the most underrated combo, right? You know, obviously everyone's talking about Yabi and Ston and Cadian, but it's kind of crazy if you look at the state of Astralis, at least a few days ago, they're looking much better right now. And look at what Shush is putting up with his NIP team, Tessus and what he's doing in Falcons over there. And I think Shush is finally, I would say finally, I think he's been getting his laurels consistently, but it's good to see him shine in an NIP who seems to be finally having a resurgence.
Yeah, he's been doing it all year for them as well. I mean, he's done it for them in all the online tournaments they've played. He's been their second best player overall for the year, and he's doing it in a different way. You know, on Heroic, he was more of a supportive element. Now he's like an extremity playmaker who can go for openings, and he is pretty successful at it, as we'll talk about later. So he's been great. And also, I want to tip my hat to Shiro, who was in the top 5. He's playing a way more aggressive style of opping than I'm used to seeing.
Even Yanko has had to like sort of walk back some of his opinions.
I mean, I'm kind of in that boat too, because I really, in my mind, I had Torsey ranked above him in my op rankings because of the impact that he's had for.
I think you were right.
But Shiro, like between Blast Rivals and this tournament, the level of aggression he is going for, it's like that perfect mix now, and it adds a whole new dynamic to that spirit.
I'm not going to touch upon Senzu yet because we're not in the playoffs yet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Him and Stauner.
I'm just going to wait. But both the two double S's. You know?
We'll see who makes it to the playoffs. Let's see. Anyway, why don't we talk about the schedule? It's a PGL event. You get 2 streams. You can pick what game you like. It's amazing. It's the future. MAT versus G2 Esports for tournament survival. That one's going to be kind of spicy. I think if G2 lose there, I mean, even with stand-ins, there really is no excuses. But anyway, whatever. We're not covering that. GamerLegion versus HOTU. I'm hoping GamerLegion can course correct. They're a team I admire immensely. Pain versus ODDIK. And, of course, Big versus Virtus.pro. Any quick thoughts?
MAT going up against Malves is just, it's just.
I mean, yeah, it's poetry. It rhymes, as George Lucas.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. I was about to say cinema as the kids do, but Rich, you're a smarter man.
And hopefully GamerLegion can spit on that thing and themselves back into a position where they can stay alive in this tournament.
I have to deal with it.
It's HOTU.
It's sort of a 10 a.m.
I know, like keep it down.
10 more minutes.
Yeah, 10 more minutes.
Fair
Keep it down. Why don't we look at the mainstream and just pretend none of that ever happened? We'll just muddle through. Yeah. Flabbergasted. Astralis versus Team Spirit. That is the 2-0.
That's a real test.
Game. Yeah,
that's a real test for Astralis.
This is where we judge the HOOXI protocol and whether it's real or not. We got MongolZ versus Na'Vi. That's going to be a banger.
First test for Na'Vi.
NIP versus Aurora in the middle of the pack. And what we're going to be turning our immediate attention to is FURIA versus MIBR. Just quickly before we get into FURIA, MIBR, do you want to say anything about those other fixtures?
I feel the MIBR, the MongolZ Na'Vi matchup for me personally is the game of the day. I think it's going to be very interesting to see because MongolZ yesterday really ramped up. We know how dangerous it can be to group stage, merchant, so to speak. And Na'Vi, as you pointed out, is going to be a real test for them. Yep. I think it's going to be a barn burner, the best game of the day.
I agree.
Any saliva-related analysis you want to bring to the table for the?
Well, we have been seeing Na'Vi slip and slide the wrong direction the last few tournaments. Let's be honest; they've kind of watched teams like Spirit, Mousesports, and Falcons blow right by them. They were the team of the year last year for many people. Let's talk about that. And they even started this year pretty strong at Katowice with a good top 4 finish, but they missed the playoffs in Melbourne. They've really been progressing. Now they've they're 2-0, but they haven't played anyone big yet. This is their first big test, and the same thing can be said for Astralis.
He missed the beat by saying they went deep in the playoffs.
Listen,
Well.
you guys are children. Right, FURIA versus MIBR.
Okay, Daddy.
Let's get serious. Jeepers. Let's get serious for a moment. FURIA, don't
Listen,
go under the
I
table.
was
That
ruining
makes it worse.
All
FURIA versus
All right,
MIBR.
Counter-Strike. Brazilian
let's get it. Let's
Counter-Strike.
get it.
This would have been a Brazilian derby, but it isn't anymore because FURIA are now an international team. And it's got to be said, an international team that are showing a lot of progress. And let's just talk right out the gate about MongolZ, the local guy, the Kazakh player.
Yeah.
Me and Blair, we went out shopping. This is a true story. I always bring great anecdotes to the desk.
You do.
We were shopping. It's the first time we got recognized. And a group of fans came over and they asked our opinion on MongolZ. And this was after the first day. He was literally playing the second game as we were being asked. And I said, listen, he looked a bit nervous. I can't lie. Remember, he's filling in for Fallen. Well, it turns out yesterday, the kid was a monster, man. He looks legit.
Yeah. Their best player, they took down a GamerLegion team that's looked pretty strong this year, and he was one of the leading men in that movement. So you definitely have to throw it up to MongolZ, who's taking a huge step up in level of competition at this tournament, and he's been playing very well with the op.
And it's not just about the way, playing very well, Rich. What I'm really liking for this kid is, sure, on day one, they went up against the Mongols, where it can be a little perturbing as a new player going up against a force like that. But he's not afraid to take fights. He's not a sort of player where, a Fallen's like, all right, MongolZ, I need you to just hold this angle, play this, micromanage him. He seems to be taking agency, a lot of agency, and just can be a bit more free-flowing. And yes, there will be a few missed shots, but I'm okay with that because having the freedom and confidence to play at this level, if in such a young age in a debut tournament as in an S-tier event with people like Fallen alongside you and having that confidence, man, that's a great sign for a kid like this.
And I mean, I'm just going to say straight out the gate, I thought this was BS. I thought this entire thing was, they hadn't really scouted these players. It was like they just picked up a bunch of names. We all know Kindar was out there in free agency. Nobody knew who this MongolZ kid was. I guess, like, there is no bigger endorsement than Fallen giving up the AWP for you. Handed you the golden stick, go out and kill people. And like I say, they took a map on day one, even though they lost. They won over GamerLegion. GamerLegion were meant to be clear favorites for that.
Yep.
And here they are now, and I think they'll beat MIBR today.
And here's the flip side of that you were kind of discussing about handing over the golden op. He's actually rifling pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to say it way better than I would have thought. And actually, when you compare him to other in-game leaders, his entry stats are actually much better than most of the other guys out there. Like, he's actually converting on some of these opening duels in a big way, which has been huge because Kindar's kind of struggled to be able to do that so far on the T entry. So they somehow, in this short amount of time, have crafted together a very scrappy, fast-paced playstyle that's getting them results.
And Yekino just mentioned in an interview early on as well, Rich, that maybe Fallen should have, they've been joking that Fallen should have switched roles to this like 8 years ago. And honestly, even though it's a joke, I can see it. I can actually see how good he is.
Maybe
in this
not
role.
8, but certainly
8 months at least.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So let's talk about MIBR. It's been a bit of a tough one for them. It's got to be said. Obviously, I think their results here haven't looked all that great, even though they are, of course, in this 1-1 game. But, I mean, Exit had a rough one yesterday. Me and Yanko were a little bit critical. They just didn't look good at all against Astralis.
Look, here's the problem with this MIBR team, right? If you look at the 3 Brazilian teams who are the top 3 teams from that part of the world coming to this event, I'm looking at Pain. They have a standing situation. Completely understandable why they're struggling a little bit right now. I'm looking at FURIA with 2 new players coming in, with a kid we just spoke about having his debut real tournament ever. MIBR here with the full 5-man lineup. They have everyone going for them, and they look like just a distorted reflection of what they were supposed to be. It's ugly, it's miserable, it is sad, because I look at the players, look at the names on a team, and they shouldn't be playing at such a low level.
It's a tough one because, I mean, this team has had so many moving parts between the Shanghai Major, and now you have drop in and out of the team. You have Breno in and out of the team.
Yep.
You brought in Lukosi to try to be a secondary star next to Insani. That has not panned out, by the way. He's been a complete bust as a roster pickup, in my opinion. And the bottom line is the results just aren't there. And in some situations, I can give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt. They had a tough schedule at EPL playing Vitality and Aurora. But in some of these other tournaments, they have played people who are totally beatable, and they haven't been able to do them. And look, while Insani has still entried very well, like his entry stats on T-side are still pretty good, his overall performance has certainly shrunk this year in comparison to last year.
He was meant to be the future of Brazilian CS like just 6 months ago.
I still think he is. I still think he is.
Same.
It's just that everything is kind of... The Lukosi angle is something which I wanted to touch upon as well, right? Just because he comes in, obviously it's going to be role clash and whatnot, but we were all like It's fine. You know, pick him up at the right time, right before the major. It didn't quite pan out, but I'm expecting him to improve a little bit. He's not even a secondary fragger. He's a star in the team. He's like at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, that's my problem.
Like absolute bottom.
Here's my problem. There are too many teams I have seen over the last year or so prove that it is possible to have two aggressors on the team at the same time. Look at what Falcons is doing with Tessus and Nico. Look at what
Mobs and Nico back in G2.
Exactly. You know, there are ways to make this happen. And in fact, I think that it's great. You know, Na'Vi built themselves with the fact that they had everybody who could play as an aggressor last year. So I don't buy the fact that you can't have Lukosi adapt. They even put him in more active positions on certain maps. Like he is their B entry on Ancient. He is a guy who's going to be doing a lot of that type of stuff. So to see him not be able to transition the skills we saw him have on Fluxo into this lineup, he's had enough time by this point. He's been there for quite a while.
I think it's leadership. I genuinely think it's leadership because again, you know, you can't look at this in isolation. It's not Lukosi really struggling and everyone else popping off, right? Everyone's struggling on this team right now, and it's just this, you know, playing this, you know, catch the ball scenario with the IGLs. I think Yanko brought this up yesterday as well. Exit IGLing right now. I won't lie, Dust. I don't think it's it. I don't think that's it. I feel like
no, if that's how he's going to play, like yesterday was horrible.
No, it's about you have enough stars, potential stars in a team where even if you bottom frags miserably, it's okay. It's just that it's not clicking as a team holistically.
There's limits.
The limits.
We've got the veto coming in now,
Permaban's in, so no surprises here.
Yeah, exactly.
Just waiting to see the picks. FURIA has been picking Anubis so far.
Anubis is cider, has to be, right? Because MIBR love playing Anubis. It makes no sense.
I just haven't seen FURIA pick anything else yet, but they decide to...
Nuke and Mirage just makes sense. Anubis pick from
No, that's
FURIA.
yeah, Anubis pick from FURIA, which is expected a train pick coming out from Made in Brazil, so that's interesting.
Trains, yeah, there's a bit of a curveball. The thing with FURIA is they're very confident in Anubis, and even the MIBR love playing it. We saw how they got manhandled by MongolZ yesterday, right? So maybe that's why they've gone for this.
Kind of bold to pick Train when you haven't won the map yet. Like the both times they've played it, they've lost. Granted, one of those was the Vitality, but still.
Why didn't they go with Mirage if you're these guys, MIBR? Like Mirage has been a struggle city for this new FURIA lineup. You might be praising FURIA for their nuke, for their Anubis, but Mirage at B bomb side was getting exploited time and time again by GamerLegion, by MongolZ, Fallen Yakin playing towards the B bomb side, and I don't think they've really found a solution yet. So.
It's also the mystery box. We haven't seen FURIA play Train yet with this international lineup, so there's really no telling.
And remember what happens when you pick Train? You wind up losing it.
I mean, sometimes, yeah. Well,
literally 80% of the time. So it's kind of crazy.
Sure, but I'll say this. You know, I'm inclined to lean in Dust's direction in the sense that this new international FURIA lineup, I think all bets are off. Like what we thought we knew about FURIA, it's very different right now. Yakindar seems to be, you know, yeah, he had a couple of, you know, not so great performances, but he also had a couple of like, hey, I'm back performances. So that's great. That's all he needs to do. The Molodoy's the X factor. If Fallen can keep putting up like decent numbers on the rifle, this is a transformative move that they've made, and this will include the map pool. They're going to be able to do different things on different maps.
I'm going to channel my inner Twitter demon and just say that FURIA are the best Brazilian team right now. Yeah, just based on very small sample size. It's a completely unreasonable statement for me to make.
And all it took was having less Brazilians on the lineup.
Well, you said it, not me.
I'm being real.
They look the most promising. Even in the loss they had to the Mongols, for example, right? The fight they put up on Inferno, they were really clawing their way back. If not for a 2v5, the Mongols managed to steal away from them. They're looking really solid. There's a pep in their step in real life and in the server as well, which is completely missing from Pain and MIBR.
It's a combination of Molodoy showing up and passing the test he's been given so far. K-Serrato has maintained his position as one of the star rifles of the team. Yuri, who's kind of made some sacrifices for this lineup, he's kind of taken over some of Skull's like kind of bitch rolls or whatever you want to call it. He's actually playing pretty good in those positions. And so, yeah, everything so far so good. But this is, you know, a new map. They haven't played it yet. We'll see how they handle it.
Yeah, well, we will. We're going to bring in our commentators. Made in Britain, Harry and Hugo.
Regrettably so.
Made in Britain.
I like that.
Yeah, it does work.
Yeah.
Should be MIB.
We are.
Dude, this is kind of a cool little matchup, right? Right now, Molodoy seeming like he's thriving in this environment.
I thought you were going to call him the real deal, Harry.
Yeah, he kind of looks.
How long until he's the real deal?
I don't know.
He's played well.
He has played good.
He's had a couple of nice games.
I think you got to give a bit more mileage on it.
Okay.
But like right now, looking good. There's no denying it. Yeah, I'm kind of excited for this. I've wanted to get to catch more of this this crazy new FURIA experiment.
It's out there. I mean, if he was made in Britain, he would be the meal deal. But for now, looking for the real deal. Molodoy on Train. That's an exciting prospect. MIBR picking in to a map they've never won. Interesting. Last time FURIA played this map, they got 13-1. That was off the T side, though. with one single round. FURIA on defense, Yakinda getting aggressive, and it's a bit of a throwback as him and Yuri just shred this push. My God, forget your strat exit, it is out the window. Guys, I've got grenades. And MongolZ, yeah, that was a step too far, as he's learned, but this one should just be fine.
Sometimes you don't know you've lost a 4v1 until you lose the 4v1.
True, yeah. If you lose now, you really feel a bit silly for making that push.
100%.
But they're not going to lose, Harry, because they got dual
No,
bullets.
and they are triple creeping.
Oh, look at him go. Back to T-spawn.
Made guys be like...
What's he looking for, USP? Oh, there it is. See, I would go with the Glock here. Up close.
I guess he wants to clear far.
Yeah, that's fair. Here we go, Yuri looking to finish what he started. Exits. Oh! It's a clean headshot. FURIA with a pistol, like that aggressive push. I think this is going to be a pretty crazy game on Train. It's already a map that we've seen a lot of aggression on yesterday from NIP and Spirit, especially NIP CT side. We saw those pop crunches combined with B pushes, some set spawn moves. This could be a lot of fun to watch Yakinda on this map.
I've enjoyed the little friendship brewing between Yakinda and Fallen.
Oh, I thought you were going to say MongolZ, but yeah, Fallen as well. Teaching each other things, both very complimentary about the other. Bumped into Yakinda and MongolZ in the lift, and I was like, oh, look at you boys, look at you guys. How you doing? And Yakinda was like, yeah, this guy's very cocky. You know, this guy's very confident. I'm like, oh, you get along fine then. So the vibes are good, Harry. Vibes do a lot of heavy lifting, you know, with a new roster. People feeling good.
Yeah. That, and you don't have like the history together yet for things to be bad from the get-go. It's like, don't.
You haven't lost that 13-0 game, you know? So yeah, Blair says FURIA are the best Brazilian team. And I'd say right now there's not much competition. Can MIBR prove to be that competition today?
Yeah, even that's a wild one, because like you think back to last year and how the Brazilian squads had like a good showing all the way back in Copenhagen. It felt like you were going to start to see a bit of an uptick from the region again, but it has hit a plateau.
It's always felt like we can never make our dream Brazilian mix, right? Because of these buyouts. This is like probably the worst region for buyouts, and I think it's evidence of that FURIA have gone in an international direction. And I like it. And like Richard said on the desk as well, the fact that Fallen has given up Orb now for MongolZ, well, he must be seeing something. Let's have a look at that today. For now, it's the bonus round for FURIA. MIBR spread thin. Oh, I like that flash. Pops down below the stairs so you can peek with it. They've played it twice, they've lost it twice, but they've picked it today. What have MIBR been cooking? Oh, whoa.
It's a sick catch. Now you find yourself in this 5v4 with the rest of the gang creeping B. Info cut off on the A side. Yuri's going to hunker down and try and hold this site solo. His teammates starting to spill through the connector, but it's these MP9s. So for now, Yuri still alone, but making it happen. 2 kills from him as the anchor man. Lukowski's path past Keserato, but because this is heard, everyone's looking at Lukowski. They want to try and find him, and he will come through on his flank, Fallen bested. And MIBR, it gets a little chaotic, but in the chaos of that 3-on-3, they handle it well.
Yeah, I don't know how Keserato lets him slip by. Maybe it was by purpose. Lukowski could have snuck in, but then didn't even get the backstab. Good awareness from Lukowski. He was being flanked.
Yeah. I think like not only was it nice from Lukowski, but a great reaction from the rest of his team, right? Spotting that like they're all homed in on the flank. Everyone was looking at connector, trying to capitalize on what was essentially a 3v1, and it's the 2 site players that kind of get wrecked in that crossfire, right? So good reaction from MIBR. And it's going to get them on the board early here.
Yeah, strange mid-round, they'll take it. Here's that new meta smoke we're seeing that doesn't just block sandwich, it blocks hell as well. Cuts off multiple sight lines. Lots of instas being thrown for this. And so, FURIA rather, pushed through it. Playing Olaf, playing close main. Some nice util for MIBR right now. Good flash on Ivy again. MongolZ, mollied. Oh dear, okay. We'll write it off. I have seen a couple of awkward misses, but I've also seen some great moments on Mirage yesterday from MongolZ as well. Good pop flash play. Yakindar set up. Gun was ready, but Insani hits the headshot. 4v4. Okay, Serato lucky to be alive.
I also think we're a bit cursed. I feel like a lot of the times whenever we get to watch these hot prospects that are meant to be, you know, the up-and-comers, they'll have, like, the worst game. So I'm hoping MongolZ is going to hit the ground running here with that AWP.
This would be the place to do it.
Mark my words, Hugo. First time we see Kaiosuke, we're going to cast him going, like, 2-18.
The first time ever.
MongolZ holding on to upper. He is in the right place to put this AWP to work.
Hit it.
And he nails Insani. That's some serious opening power removed from MIBR. Yuri now able to play in tandem, who's been looking real good at this B site. Might be another multi-kill hold from him. He's still not in a position to deal with Yuri, and so he's applying a lot of pressure being out here at Oil, and he will catch the second. Yuri is looking very comfortable in the B site.
Yes. Team play is looking really nice here for FURIA. They're doing a lot of flash plays together. They're doing double pushes. Fallen. We know he's sacrificial. I love what he just did. Jumped out connector so K-Serato could peek off of it. It put off that top B player's aim, and K-Serato just nails the kill. So great work for Fallen. Yakinder and K-Serato playing side by side is actually a threatening duo if they can perform at their peak. I'm buying in early, Harry. Look, it's a better FURIA than the one we've been seeing for the past year or so. Can it keep up? 3-1. Nice retake. Don't lose a man in the post plant. MIBR may have a couple of tricks, but it's not gone to plan yet. First timeout called. Bosh.
So it's an eco round, but you'll notice like one intriguing addition.
The Glock?
It is an eco with the exception of one guy. Safe has been given an AWP.
Yeah, he didn't blind fire it there. You don't want to give this away. You want this to catch an opening kill. Considering there's a bunch of pistols in this round. Pressure's on Safe. Been seeing run boosts on this position. MongolZ is AWPing. Oh, run boost to Glock.
Yeah, bait the shot.
Yeah.
Orb takes the line, but MongolZ ain't peeking.
Did he see? Oh, no, you...
Insani took the bullet for him. That could have been the opening. Now they know about the AWP.
Oh, Insani, why? MongolZ 3 HP. Lucky bugger.
And now he's saying, like, they have AWP?
Yeah. Sure, I guess. I heard a Glock, I swear. Okay, well, Ivy's been given because of the damage. Smoke provides a lot of room. Good grenade, though. Fallen. What you got? Oh, no.
That AWP trying to take the angle, but Fallen, aware that the AWP was last seen here, doesn't have to go swinging into this. Pistols will close the gap on him, but there's K-Serato to trade this out. And this kind of expensive, risky solo AWP round that you feel like hinged so heavily on that opening connecting falls on deaf ears for MIBR. It's rough. It's clear they had a little gimmicky game plan for how they wanted to play around that solo warp. If the bullet wasn't intercepted, who knows how that round could have looked.
Yeah, I mean, either way, MongolZ completely repositioned, right? He went to play B after he took the tag, knowing that, okay, maybe they are going to commit Ivy, but I don't want anything to do with this. It's anti-eco. My team can clean it up. I may as well keep my money, keep my orb. So just get out of there. Yakinda, Kazakhstan, hold it together. The pre-smoke to stop that ramp molly. You can see it's put out immediately, allowing FURIA to push. It's the A site where there's a ruckus, though. Oh, double peek. Didn't hit either. Get out of there. Slow start for MongolZ here. MIBR utilizing Ivy a lot, though, which I like. Even just trying to force a kill there is nice. Gonna go back to T main. Brutal grenade. Insani on his own. Oh, that almost was horrific timing. Fallen's given it away. And Insani goes hunting. Are they ready?
Yuri's often in a very stable pair of hands here, but he dies first up in the B hall, so it's going to have to be the rest of FURIA. Fallen low on health, can't hold it down. Two more players make it in through the ramp, and MIBR have this plant.
Should save, but temptation.
1v3. He feels something calling him forward.
No. Grenade was nice, but no kill means no chance in this 3-on-1. Even Lukowski's already hunting on that A site, realizes this one's not happening. And might even hear the pitter-patter of this AWP runaway. MIBR onto a second. Nice contact play. I think they completely catch FURIA off guard by just walking down the ramp there. So onto a second.
Terrorists win.
And FURIA are in a weird money position where a couple of players... Actually, MongolZ can drop, and Yuri can...
Yeah, you have all but one M4, you're fine.
Yuri gave SMG to Fallen, and MongolZ gives him a gun. So Fallen better get used to playing with the worst guns. But I think he can handle it.
This is nice. Different start for MongolZ. Takes the AWP over towards upper and tries to fight here. Will get away with a kill. Safe hangs around and MongolZ re-peaks.
Oh, hello. Oh, that was the chance. Yakinda holds it down.
I was hoping we were going to see a MongolZ kind of position change. Oh my. Brenner's in the future and past simultaneously.
It's all gone wrong here. It's all gone right.
But Insani's pretty darn good. It's a lot of damage. However, he is mollied out from the E-box, forced to swing, and nearly gets away with it. If it wasn't for Fallen and that damn AK, maybe he would have.
Bit of a messy round for MIBR. No one gets it going. Breno caught by a flash on Ivy that he thought he saw coming. Safe getting stuck upper. Exit unable to kill Yakinda. I mean, there was nothing here for MIBR until it was already over. FURIA looking pretty comfortable with these setups right now, and we haven't really seen too much.
Yeah, I think it was all
fairly passive.
The thing that was awkward there as well is like they get the info, the AWP started B. That's like Brenner's supposed to have a bit more space over in Ivy as a result. That's what makes like the weird incident that happened with him down there feel that much rougher. Like the reaction was in position to come through from MIBR to try and capitalize at least on the information that they get from Safe's death over towards B. But they flubbed their lines. And so MIBR now broken. This is FURIA's CT side continuing to build up.
Yeah, and Sunny bought a Hero AK and then sold it for Deagle. And to be honest, I think it's a really hard map to win with one gun because of how far the rifles are going to be when you get killed.
Yeah, you're not like
you're not picking them up, right?
Not to mention, like, you get a kill over towards A, the odds are there's like 3, 4 players there ready to cover, and it's those long ranges.
And what, you have no smoke, so like they're just going to fight you.
Yeah, no, it's fair.
So stick with the Deagle. MIBR probing the B bomb site, but 2 players here.
Besides, Deagle's like the best gun in the game anyway.
That's true, one shot, Harry. Not at every range. This map has some ranges. MIBR gonna go shooting.
This little colourful edition.
We didn't see any, but they're all here. Oh dear. Oh! They're out!
Yeah, FURIA did peel Yakindar away as well, and Fallen now at least gets to the spot. Yakindar's going to get back in time. Fallen collects, and with Yuri alongside him, he feels emboldened. That's nice stuff from Fallen. Climb up to the top of the charts.
Oh, that made me nervous.
Saw that, I think it was the Yakindar interview again, where he said, like, we've been joking that Fallen's been playing the wrong role.
I mean, maybe in the last couple of years, but like,
yeah. I mean, dude, I even
he's
remember
one of the goats.
Last few years, we liked some of his rifling moments.
Yeah, I agree. He's actually been a very capable rifler. I think he, throw him on a second orb, man.
Yeah. Plus, it's like also, if you have a mid-game as a rifler, there's a bunch of other guys in your team doing that who can hopefully collect and fill the void. When you're the one with the $5 gun.
Oh my god, dude. This Yakinda Cesarato A-hold is a rock right now. Playing off each other very well. We won't talk about that, Fallen.
Like we said, great rifler.
It's awkward. It's a little awkward, but it's fine. There's still an AWP on Ivy. MIBR know that. They don't even care about this position. The bomb is in A. So, good luck. Yeah. Whoa, man, it's floating. And they're saving. Dude, Yakinda Cesarato? I don't know, I didn't believe. But now I believe, Harry. All it took was 8 rounds against MIBR.
I have missed seeing Yakinda's seat. I mean, you couldn't pick 2 players with like more opposite vibes in terms of how they sit.
Look at yeah, true. Look at him, man. Look at him. Didn't he say he changed his res? Didn't he go to...
He wouldn't know. It all looks kind of the same when you're that close.
You can only see the crosshair.
Crosshair in middle. And now let's go to Cesarato. Let's see the difference. He's like low in the seat. The desk kind of approaching, you know, like above elbow height, certainly.
I think Cesarato has the best seating position.
Certainly the comfiest.
Because like, look at Yuri. Like his neck is craned, right? He's like leaning in. It kind of looks painful. Cesarato, his arms are high up. His body is low down. I think that's probably ergonomically quite good for you, Harry. Yakinda's going to be blind at 35.
I think it's like the evolution of lounging.
Yeah?
Yeah, because it's like, you know, he kind of creates like a little gamer zone for himself to exist in. And it's like the seat of like a sci-fi.
It's like he's playing a sim race.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
I'm in the gamer zone.
Look out, Cesarato has entered the gamer zone.
Interesting, yeah. 2 very different positions, but playing in tandem, Harry. Strapped to each other.
Go through smoke, but the smoke never ends. You've just gone through the gamer zone.
I don't know what you're saying.
It's a Twilight Zone reference.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Yikes. Here we are. It's a bit of a walk through the B-holes.
Woladoy with another miss, but these aren't costing FURIA anything. Oh, that one will connect.
Yeah, he hit one.
And now they're 4B, so... FURIA have been double B most of this game. They haven't had a reason to play heavy outside. The rushes have been shut down. beating the molly with the Glock, but Yuri's also here, and they both find a kill apiece. Easy for Exit. Oh, he gets a double. Is there a world?
He's very, very low, and there are still nades in play here. 1 HE would get rid of Exit and bring this down to a 3v1. Oh, Fallen!
Well.
Naughty man! Jumped up, checked him, got the info, nade comes in, Exit dead. It's just Lukowski, and that AK does not last long.
Hey, MongolZ hits him when it matters right now. Shuts out that round. Good grenade from Fallen. And all in all, a decent B hold as well. Getting Exit very low. DK, Serato, and Yuri, a kill apiece. It's not a bad hold by any means. 8-2. This is a dominant game right now. MIBR stuck in the typical mud of picking this map, getting T-side, and getting a schlap. Not seeing a lot for MIBR. Like, these A rounds are getting petering out as well. They're not even getting out main. It's FURIA just having every part of the map under their control. Oh, and now we have a pop push. Even with the HE, it's not going to stop them. Go for it, FURIA, with Yuri ready to push B stairs as well. I got bad news, MIBR. I'm surprised they get one. Perfect crunch here for FURIA. Round, again, over, it feels like. That's how so many of these rounds have started. MIBR just lose a really important part of the map. Oh, God. Oh, my. Okay.
I feel like K-Serata is just playing a lot more aggressive with Yakindar in tow as well.
Yeah, true.
Out through Ivy,
Okay,
Save has delivered something here for MIBR. Even trying his hand at the wallbang.
Respect.
You'd be remiss to have not have gone for it.
He's very split. Are his team going to go B? Because this is a crazy flank to make.
Also, if he dies, like suddenly FURIA are giga interested in trying this round. Oh, it's a good line. Shadow. Every advantage for Safe. He couldn't mess that up.
Big triple kill. That was just a running, gunning entry in a 3-on-4 for MIBR to get this round. Very impressive. I would like to see Yakinda have gone for it. They have so much money. The only benefit is saving the AK. He could die and they could buy everything they want. So he's too far away now. This one is going to come up trumps for MIBR. Looking for just enough at the end of the half. 4 would be fine.
It's a nice round for Safe, and I hope that this kind of gets his game going a little bit. He's someone who can like dominate these games on the AWP. And I mean, you know, you're up against not just a former team, but guys who have ventured out of your region now to find their orb. This is kind of your time to put some respect back on the Brazilian AWP.
Yeah. So really a quiet game from kind of everyone here on MIBR. Like Breno had a crazy match against G2 with the 2 maps they won. He went 1.5 and 1.6 rating, destroyed G2 on the rifle. This is the old AWPer for the team, right? The academy player back on this roster after Drop's departure. Would be nice to see him try and channel some of that. Insani as well had a couple of like exit kills, but not one around here for MIBR.
Exit's also only got a couple of kills.
Yeah, exactly. A bold push for MongolZ. Safe's holding this from spawn.
Okay, this, I would be cringing so hard. If I'm MongolZ and I swing this and I die to Safe in spawn with an orb.
He ain't going.
I don't know, is that call to adventure, Hugo?
There's always a call, but you don't have to answer it, Harry. It's on Do Not Disturb. And so disturb he shall not.
Honestly, respect. I think when you're
the
that
whole
far
map
up,
is so quiet.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, you have to be ready for this.
He'll back out. That now leaves him actually here to help out for this A hit.
Yeah, Ivy sucks just because you have that annoying timer in the back of your head going, they could be Ivy, they could be Ivy, they could be Ivy. So
I mean, even with where he crept down to, it's like there's so many angles close, even by that like truck.
Oof, block
you can look to hide in.
Oh,
Got to run through this smoke. MongolZ realizes they're coming.
He's going to get himself onto the bomb train. You still have your Kindar up close, ready to fight for this control in main, but LukowZ finds him. MongolZ now in the spotlight. How will he fare? Tucked in at the back of the site, the spam starts to find him. Fallen here acting as a bodyguard, dead after one, and so MongolZ has to do this. There's 8 seconds. They're closing the gap and they will get in, but that bomb's going to go down. Someone's going to plant it. Exit just plugging in those numbers as Yuri's throwing into this clutch, arriving later from the B site. Having a phenomenal game, but this ain't the B site no more. Gonna come through for the A side retake. Yuri is all the info. Bomb is not for save. He gives it a tap, hoping that this draws the fight out, and he will catch safe up on top of the trade. Yuri is looking lights out. He's having a phenomenal time, whether it's anchoring down B, stopping these quick hits that MIBR have attempted, now clutching up in a 1v3 to retake this A site. Yuri ain't missing a beat.
Everyone feel like they have gotten better in this team right now, and Yuri's been a player who has really struggled in the past year in this FURIA downturn. Felt like he was maybe even on the chopping block at a time. But we know what this guy can do when he's on, and he is showing it right now. Excellent game out of FURIA, looking to cement this new roster as still the best in Brazil, even with imports. And that was a beautiful display from Yuri. Didn't even stick the bomb. He could have. He probably would have won it. Game on right now. FURIA with a 9-3 CT half on train. Their debut on train with this new roster. There's still questions about the T side, Harry. As I said earlier, they got 1 round against Complexity in the first half last time they played this map. That is Cole, who do mainstay train. No strangers to it. But let's be real, FURIA have had a rough few months. While a pistol could negate any problems here in this map at least, I still want to see what FURIA have up their sleeve.
Oh my god. Insani just deleted MongolZ. LukowZ also going to find one on the smoke spam, so chance being a fine thing here for MIBR. Only Yakindar left from this Ivy push. He does have Kazakhstan moving around to join him. And watching these two in their little buddy system was very entertaining in that first half. So let's see if Kazakhstan and Yakindar can try carve out a path here late on the Ivy side. You also have Yuri still roaming over towards the tunnels and pop. That swing from LukowZ feels weird.
He got flashed.
Given this 3-on-3 over though. And it's, you know, with a minute left, it's not like that info is super useful.
Yeah, I love this patience for FURIA. They just have so much space. They know that MIBR are panicking a little bit. Now the bomb's been seen, 2 players, and MIBR still don't know, like, where's this going to go? They try to get info again. They see the bomb in the same position. So the call for MIBR has to be, don't give away this kill. Find the 3rd player who is lurking around those B halls. Yuri unwilling to give anything over. They start moving in. Brenner with patience. He's got a 1-kill game right now. Could save this pistol here with his position, but he gives it up. The worst possible moment to do so. And Yuri might just pinch him as well. 15 seconds. Gotta go.
Big tag found. Backstab for exit. He's missed. Oh my god. They're going to get him with the pod. There's 5 seconds. Put that bomb down, Yakindar. And he will start to plug it in. They lose Kazakhstan on that first fight, but here's Yuri, this guy on the B side all first half long, couldn't be stopped. And it will continue in this T-side pistol. 2 kills from Yuri. He keeps pressing the advantage all the way through the connector. Dear. Another awkward whiff for exit. Oh, clean on Yakindar. That one comes from nowhere. Yuri's made it past him. Exit just can't kill Yuri. He can't land the bullet, but finally comes through.
I don't know.
It's going to be real close.
Should have it. But also it's might not.
Really, really close. Oh, exit. If only you got it. Just a second earlier, many times over, he could have found Yuri.
Dude, that felt so reserved for MIBR in the 3v3. They're all there, Harry. They can brawl, they can scrap, they can just go for it, pushing together. It's high risk, but they know they just need to stop that bomb plant. And no one even tries it. They let FURIA cross in. So much damage done. And no one comes out connected. There were 2 players there. That felt way too reserved for MIBR. Oh dear. Now a pistol on top of the 9-round half. We might not even get to see a game here on Train. Nades completely avoided by Yakinda. FURIA. All right. Would be a great round to be exec. MIBR know that too. But FURIA don't look interested. 5 USPs on the B-bomb site to be avoided.
Yeah, I mean, this is just heads up from FURIA, right? They're expecting a stack, trying to kind of feel out where that is, if there's any early moves made.
Triple nades A off the top, and then the 5B. Maybe too predictable. And slow and steady here for FURIA. I don't think that was meant to land there.
Weird way for this one to start.
There's just no threats. It's planting open for camera.
Oh, that's another ding. It's fine. It is fine.
It's fine.
No, but like, actually, it's fine. Like, this isn't our little bit where like we're saying it's fine and secretly it's not fine.
Oh. It's fine though.
No, it is. Like, there isn't enough time.
I know.
Come on, Lucalzi. Been waiting here forever. Yeah, gets out with 1. Good stuff. Obviously not that good.
No.
Because you are 3-11 down on your map pick, so... But nice, nonetheless. It's very funny that that's Breno's second kill of the game.
Oh.
Crazy USP, pixel angle, jiggle. Okay, this is it. The last chance for MIBR in this map. And it starts off good. Insani on the board early. Kindar found for once, trying to be a bit aggressive through main. And now there's a lot of eyeballs looking here at Ivy. Smokes and Util come out for MIBR and they've stopped the Ivy play. So back to the drawing board here for FURIA.
Oh my god. It's a bit scary. Insani low. FURIA 4v5. What are they going to do here? There's 2 blocks left for MIBR. FURIA are kind of constricted to main and Ivy. MongolZ playing late alone. And a resmoke as well. MIBR with a lot of info off this position from Lucalzi. Allows them to play 4 outside. That smoke puts pressure on, but no one's panicking here for MIBR. What's the bomb going to go be? No. They're committing. MongolZ comes back. At least there are eyes wasted on this Ivy side. 30 seconds as they try get out.
And Sani still low, is very pushed up here. But he's got safe to play off of him. Also his players over towards Pop Dog ready to swing. And there's no dent made by FURIA in this limp attempt at the 4-on-5.
Just would love a kill to open up this round. Now they're trying to get out. You ain't going to survive this. Yeah, you know, write it off. Got 4v5'd early through the smoke. And Safe holds down the line very well, just constantly trading peaks for MIBR.
It's awkward. I think, you know, the whole idea there is like they've made so much noise over towards Ivy. They know that MIBR are going to be holding it. I think that's why MongolZ comes back, because it's like, if you get the reaction you want, you're expecting eyeballs Ivy. Their biggest problem there was just they never really had info what was happening on B, and obviously MIBR had taken away all that control through Pop. The Pop player was never even required, but like that's a great safety net to have, one of your B players ready to swing on the contact of the guys in A. Yeah, that round felt very unlosable for MIBR with how they'd set it up.
Yeah.
And FURIA never had the presence at any moment to be aware of that. They were
no smokes.
Yeah, kind of constantly trying to make the best out of a very cooked situation.
Yeah, 4A and no smokes. There's crossfires.
Yeah.
You're not getting through.
No, that's fair.
Timeout early for FURIA, though, getting ahead of it. FURIA 17-8. Fallen 13-8. He's had a great game. Under the radar. Nice grenades, but Kazakhstan just shoots through him. He finds 1-for-1. Yakinda with a B entry. Go, go, go.
They are going to come sprinting in on this. Blistering pace from FURIA now. What? Real quick on the backstab, but MongolZ's holding it.
Yakinda's so short. They don't even see him. He's hiding under the monitor.
One back for Safe. He went pretty big mode in that last round.
No.
MIBR.
You can't save this. Go for it.
If they save, they get guns out in the next, but it still feels rough. Like, 2v3 might unironically be the best chance you have to...
Yeah. I don't like that save. I think Exit should have been playing for it. Like, the time wasn't great, but they had the kit smoke. We used to call this the easiest site to retake in the game. Not sure if that remains to be the case, but I'd say it's up there.
Yeah, especially like with the util they have, as you say, the fact they have the kit. I would like to have seen them at least like go fishing for the kill in the 2-on-3, right? Like you don't have to, I'm not saying you smoke ramp, sprint in, go for the round 100%, but like Safe had already found one to turn a 2v4 into a 2v3.
I can't believe that angle though, where a player's peeking from back B, and because Yakinda's crouched on the ramp, they can't even see him. Like, that's crazy. That would have been a kill to actually open up the round before MongolZ got the cover behind that smoke. So, yeah, it's a shame for MIBR, but this whole map has been, hasn't it? Third time out called, 12-4. They're looking done. Here's that full buy, Harry, that they manage.
I think it also just feels worse. Like, it's clear that Brenner's not having a good day right now. He's 2-10. One of his kills was an inconsequential USP kill in a lost round. And so, you know, whatever game plan you had, it's very, very hard to execute upon that when one of your guys is completely absent. Lukowski with some main aggression, tries to take this away, trades the util so as to not allow FURIA to play through with their util and take main back straight away. Still, he's caught further afield from his aggression, and Kazakhstan gets that opener for FURIA. Insani is trying to make a difference, trying to be the difference maker, but Fallen's going to turn on a dime and deal with him. MIBR, it's come crumbling down. This is a FURIA victory teed up, and a dominant one at that. Safe has no choice to watch as his former squad lock in a dominant train. 13-4, it is super clean from FURIA. It starts with a lights-out CT half with Yuri and Fallen firing on all cylinders, and then they follow through with that momentum on their T side.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Since you're a pair of British casters, we can all do a football chant, can't we? Fallen is a rifler. Fallen is a rifler. La, la. You not joining in for me on the panel?
I don't watch
You forgot that they're on the casting desk and not here on this desk.
Yeah, true.
Fine, I'll join in if you want.
Sorry.
Fallen is a rifler. Fallen is a rifler.
Really good, really
there
good. If I called it soccer, would it helped us?
It is your word.
Okay, well, all right, fine. Do you want
He
to talk
got
about
you
the
there.
game?
We
then?
use it. Yeah, we can do
Giving me
that.
nothing, just cold, stony, horrible.
Sorry.
Listen, that was a beatdown, and while I expected Furia to get the win, we both expected Furia to get the win here. I think we didn't expect the fashion in which.
I'll tell you what I will do then. I'll put it in terms you can understand, Dust. Picking Train was a Hail Mary. We all love a good Hail Mary throw in a game of football, right? But they threw that into triple coverage, and then it was picked, and they took it to the house the other end.
Is that hand egg?
I did. That was actually pretty good. Yeah, that's the hand egg shaped object. In case you're curious. Yeah, I mean, look, I actually think this is a horrible pick by Made in Brazil, in my opinion. They have never shown the ability to have success on Train. They've lost both games they played it. And sure, it was against Vitality and Wildcard and overtimes. They had some moments that looked good. But you're basically taking a huge dice roll against a team that's just getting started. You've never seen them play Train. You don't know what to expect from them. And again, this is one of those maps where Made in Brazil doesn't have a positive win rate on T-Son on any other map than Anubis. So it's like, I just think it was an unnecessary gamble.
They just should have gone with Mirage. I think this new Furia lineup, Rich, as much as I've been kind of filleting them thus far, as the best Brazilian team, so to speak, they have struggled in Mirage. The CD side has been, especially on the B-bomb side, it's been Yakinder and Fallen, that's been founded by the Mongols. They struggle against GamerLegion as well at the same time. And that should have been the obvious pick coming from MIBR, because Mirage is a map that they do have a little bit of a semblance of success on. And this Train, this T side was just horrendous. It's a textbook example of how not to approach this map. We have a couple of rounds we're going to talk about later on, but just a struggle today. But we got to talk about Yuri, man. He came alive in this map.
Yeah, well, you have to talk about Yuri, so we'll do it here where it's appropriate with what's on your screen. For me, what actually was more important is Fallen. That's why I was singing his name, because like he should be getting bullied on the rifle right now, and he's holding his own. But this is one of the things that helps. Like Yuri has been up and down, you know, of late in Furia, particularly in the old Brazilian lineup. Great performance from him today.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yuri's done a really good job on this Furia lineup, kind of being the one to take the sacrifices. You know, he's kind of the one that's moved roles around to really make room for Yakindar and Fallen with the rifles. And, you know, he's taking these anchor positions, he's taking these extremity positions, and he's doing well with them. Like, he's performing at a pretty high level this tournament, so I've been impressed. But to go back to what you were talking about, Richard, yeah, I mean, Fallen the rifle was one of the biggest concerns we had. We just watched a failed project at attempting to do that with Katie and over at Astralis.
Sure.
And with that makes it even crazier because Fallen's probably been opping longer than he has, right? So it is a very big transition to make this late in your career.
33 years old.
Exactly. And yet, somehow, some way, he's working it. And he's doing it against good teams too. Like, obviously, this was kind of a wash, but even against like MongolZ and some of the other teams they played in this tournament, he's actually done good in those maps as well. So far, lightning in a bottle. I'm not sure if it's going to hold.
He has absolutely not been a liability at all. I would have to disagree a little bit with Yuri, though, Dust. Like, I feel like even though, yes, you know, he's had to sacrifice a lot with the rolls and everything, but I've seen what this guy could do in just taking straight-up duels, right? And I felt like he's kind of went a little bit missing the past couple of days. But the performance he had on Train over here, that's signs of the old Yuri. And I'm just hoping that's going to kind of bolster his confidence going through to the rest of the tournament.
It's a fair criticism. I mean, like, it used to be that was a dynamic duo of Furia for a while.
He was the second best player for a long time.
Yeah, it was him and Caserado were like the 1-2 punch of Furia, you know, back in the art days, basically. So you make a valid point that while Caserado has maintained star level status, Yuri in many ways has not. He's kind of faded into the background. It's kind of like your third best player, probably, you know, somewhere along those lines. But really good performance today, you know, particularly holding it down at Inner.
So there's some rounds to look at.
Yeah, we can take a look at one particular round, which just highlights how MIBR just looked completely flummoxed on this map, right? They're playing so fast. Look at the time. 30 seconds on the clock. Furia have so much utility to keep the T's at bay, and they explode out with 25 seconds on the clock. No control of even T main, mind you. They have just rush on in. Fortunately for them, running out of time, they're able to get the crucial kills. Comes down to a 1v2, and you think, all right, there's a Hail Mary play for them working out, and Yuri says, nah, dog, watch me pop off. The 1v2 clutch, beautifully done. But that is what Furia did to MIBR that entire first half. They just kept poking and prodding. I think Hugo made a very good point on the cast as to so many opening kills going the way of the CTs, in which the T's weren't taking the fight. So the CTs just pushing in, K-Starter pushing in, being aggressive in your face, Molodoi with the AWP opening frags out. And it kind of made them cower. Come that final round, they're just scared. All right, where's the push coming in from? They wait for a minute. None of the CTs push in, and then they go for a panic exact with 25 seconds on the clock, where Yuri, again, you know, it saves the day for Furia. Just goes to show they were getting schooled by a team. But sorry, they were getting schooled on their own map pick by a team, by an iteration of Furia that's never played this map. So MIBR, I ask you, what are you doing, son?
It's a tough question. I mean, I think you're right. I mean, even in rounds like that one where they actually did somehow find an edge in the end, despite looking very sloppy to get to that point, they still weren't able to convert. And, you know, credit where credit's due. We talked about it, FURIA playing forward, playing aggressive. I think the other big factor we have to talk about that we haven't mentioned yet is MongolZ's mobile opping. I mean, this guy was finding picks wherever he went, whether he was pushing upper side of inner, whether he was pushing out Ivy, whether he was just holding it down inside the yard. Yeah, there was a couple times he got caught scrambling. That's whenever you get, you know, put in a close range situation, you're getting overwhelmed by numbers. You are going to fail in those situations sometimes, and I'm not going to blame him for that. Point is this, like, that was a complete backfire, and FURIA are looking really sharp.
I also want to give extra credit to Fallen. We've been praising his individual prowess and all of that, but just the fact that he's giving so much of faith and agency to this player, to this young gun coming in, saying like, listen, I'm Fallen. All right, I'm giving you my AWP, but I'm not going to be that little angel on your shoulder telling you, guiding you what to do. So I believe in you. I have that faith, and I feel like that's a sort of mentorship you need to give to someone so young, saying, I brought you in because I really believe in you. Go fly, son. And that's what he saw from him.
I think it's a good point because I think probably what he needed prior to this, he just needed more players on the roster that were at absolute rock bottom in terms of self-belief, either because they were a rookie or because they were Yakindar and, you know, they've just been through the ringer. Because, like, everything he's said in the media, everything he's done with his actions in terms of handing over the op, this is huge confidence boosters for these guys. This is like, let's get at it. I believe in you. And whatever you want to say about Fallen the player, Fallen the man, Fallen the leader, he is one of the most inspirational figures we've ever had in Counter-Strike at all. You know, if you can't get inspired to play a game of Counter-Strike, listening to that guy give you a team talk, just go home, uninstall, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I want to just touch upon Anubis right now, right? Obviously, that's
we
map
got a little
coming
bit of
up.
time.
That's a map that FURIA picked. I disagree, Dust. I feel like they should have gone with Nuke. I feel they would have had a better chance. But this is also MIBR's best map, right, coming into this. But what we saw yesterday was MIBR's CT side. You know what they like to do a lot? They like to play a heavy extremity. They like to play two players towards an A main position. They want to keep Breno and safe in that place. And guess what MongolZ did yesterday? They abused it again and again and again. And they had no answer. They didn't adapt even once in that CT side half. My question is FURIA going to do the same thing to them here today?
Yeah, I mean, Made in Brazil, this is the only map that they've had a really good record on. This is the only map that they have a positive win rate on the T side on. So they're going to have to get work done there. I think they have, at times, good theories, but you're right. They struggle with the adjustment. They also struggle with execution. Like, I need to see entries from Luka and Insani, and I haven't been getting them on a regular basis yet. Meanwhile, you look at FURIA, they've won both games they've played so far in Anubis against MongolZ and GamerLegion, so quality opponents as well, we must add. And look, Yuri's made the sacrifice. He's playing B side of the map now on both sides, doing very well at that. They let Fallen and Yakindar play positions that make sense for their roles. And look, I'm not going to lie to you. They're not doing anything special. They're keeping it very simple. They're keeping it very fast. They're just bringing pace to the table, and they're just bulldozing, mostly because Fallen's actually entering pretty well. And when you get Caserado into open space, he's a good trade fragger, and they're really, really building off of that.
And I think
that's what I love about this, though. It's what I love about this pick. Sorry to cut you off there, Blair. It's that it shows a new level of self-confidence. FURIA have been, in terms of their vetoes, they've just been going through the motions. They just play like, oh, this is our best map, so we picked that. And then maybe we can meet in the middle. And they just lose series. What they're doing now is they're saying Anubis is our home map. This is the one we have. It was our best map in the old iteration, but now we're not just picking it to go through the motions. We're picking it against teams that also have a winning record on that map, and we'll just beat you up on it.
And that's a confidence pick. That's also the confident mentality, so to speak. And even though, yes, I said, you know, maybe to go with Nuke, I can completely see the other side of the argument where, look, again, brand new team, you want to get reps in. This is your best map clearly right now. You want to get as many reps as possible in official. Scrims are a whole different ball game altogether. But one player we need to point out and highlight for FURIA on this very map has been Yakindar on the CT side. He's a rotate player. He's the one running from B to A to mid, and he's doing a lot of the calming as well, right? So this is the one map where Fallen said Yakindar is going to be picking up a lot of the slack when it comes to CT side comms and calling and all of that. You get to see it here. You get to see him working in tandem with Yuri, working in tandem with MongolZ, right? He's also the translator, by the way, for MongolZ. So just doing so much work on the CT side, which is why Mongol struggled against them. You could see they'd give up mid. MongolZ comes in. What did it do? Just immediate pincers, just swarming them. Mid-round aggressions. Great CT side protocols. And even though, look, almost any team who plays this map knows how to approach a T side. It's how they approach the CT side that impresses me the most. Just well-timed pops, well-timed aggression, catching the opponent off guard.
I've been happy to see Ikendar perform well and be connector on the CT side. I'll say that. I think that his CT side has so far looked its best. I don't think he's entering quite at the level that we want him to, but what he does do is create space, and whenever he's able to trade behind Fallen, he has had some impact there as well on the T side. So, yeah, so far, so good for FURIA has been the story. Will it continue? We'll find out.
Yeah, we will find out. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll find out after that break when Harry and Hugo will resume. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
In my eyes, at least, Spirit are one of the favorites for this whole tournament. So I needed to grab Magix and see what he thinks is going to be the top 4 teams coming into PGL Astana. But first of all, Magix, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good to hear. Now, give me the team that you think is going to be 4th, losing in the 3rd place decider.
Oh, well, that might be, it might be Astralis.
Oh. HOOXi Magic's going to work.
Might be. Maybe not surprised, but Virtus.pro.
Virtus.pro?
Yeah.
Why Virtus.pro over maybe like Aurora?
Because I just saw they lost first game, and then maybe, I don't know, I just put VP.
I guess I have to put Navi. I mean, they're not in a good shape right now, but they're still pretty dangerous team and a good team.
I would say between Aurora and MongolZ.
Okay, who you choosing? Who's going to get it?
I would say Aurora.
Yeah, let me see. Maybe Navi.
Navi?
Yeah.
Okay. Navi in 4th place. So who would beat them and take 3rd place?
3rd place, maybe MongolZ.
MongolZ?
Oh,
yeah, because they're pretty solid.
3rd place, I think MongolZ, because they play very good. MongolZ?
MongolZ? Okay, that's a respectable one.
Actually, I'm gonna put Navi.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're gonna step up this tournament. So yeah, Navi. And 2nd place, I had to put us in 1st, so I'll put Spirit in 2nd.
Okay, yeah.
On 2nd place, I'll put Spirit, because they're favorites of this tournament.
Yep.
And then there'll be a banger final, it's gonna be Spirit.
Oh, okay. 2nd place?
I think can be us.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. You didn't put yourself as a winner, you put yourself 2nd?
Yeah, a 2nd place for the 2nd tournament with half DDG and half Ricks. I think it's a great spot.
We'll take that as a win. Snow's laughing down here as well.
Yeah.
2nd place?
Aurora.
Oh, Aurora. And then 1st place?
Navi.
Sorry?
Navi.
Where's Spirit?
Out 3 in Swiss groups.
Oh no. You want to just go home early today?
No.
No? You're just trying to curse everything again? You're trying to play reverse psychology on me?
No, but, you know, you have to be real.
He is always real, but for all the Spirit fans out there, I don't think they want that to be real at all. Maybe he's just trying to play a bit of reverse psychology. We'll have to see how it goes.
Obviously, I'll put ourselves first.
And then us in first place, hopefully.
I mean, I have to say NAP first.
I would agree. You have to do that.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty sure in our skill and in our game.
And then first place, who's beating you in this grand final?
I think it's Spirit.
Okay, you think it's Spirit?
Yeah.
How many maps will you take from Spirit?
One.
One?
Yeah, one it's good. Yeah, our map pick, the first one.
And
Nuke. Yeah,
there we go.
I'm telling them my pick right now.
He already knows. He's telling what the veto is going to be as well. I like what we're seeing for PGL. Let's see if it comes true.
Yeah, good.
Everybody, man. Thank you very much.
We're on the runaway train, and right now, FURIA are the ones a map up. They succinctly put a stop to MIBR's surprising train pick to open up this series. Now, though, we get to, I think, a far more interesting map between these two squads. It's going to be a little bit of an Ubis. This is the pick of the FURIA squad. But it's interesting because when I think about MIBR, and I think about the maps I used to really enjoy watching this team on, Anubis was probably the front runner. So I think this is going to be a far closer game.
Yeah, they beat Vitality this year on this map. They beat Na'Vi at Melbourne. They beat Vitality at Pro League. Like, they've got a couple of legit wins in their pocket at MIBR.
I mean, you could definitely say the wins they have are better than the wins FURIA have.
The difference is FURIA, since making this roster change, have picked this map twice, and they've won it both times, over the MongolZ, over GamerLegion. So I actually think that FURIA clearly trying to make it a mainstay of their pool, which is an exciting prospect. So yeah, I'm in agreement here. I think this should be a more exciting game. Breno seems to think so.
He's
matching his frags from the first half.
He's 1 kill away from outdoing his last map performance.
Wow.
I think you finished.
Oh, you know, he had
right?
2, yeah. Yeah, he'd be matching it. Oh, no, he got 3, sorry.
Damn, all right.
Respect this game.
Expectations are high, Brent.
He's matching his first half already, so it started a lot better. MongolZ on the A push dead. But it's all a bit of a bait. They want MIBR to run into this double setup that's just sitting back and relaxing. How does Fallen play with that charm? How do you do that? It's so annoying.
2 different types of play.
It's horrible.
No,
charm.
it's in the best position.
Move your mouse and it goes shakes around. It's horrible.
No, when it's there, it like is pretty.
I hope Fallen gets headshot now.
Dude, no, it's sick.
Yeah.
Dead.
They got him.
Kindar as well.
Yeah,
Fallen's still in this.
Wait, okay, yeah. Yuri with the Julies.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Yes. Well, a charming round for MIBR as they get the pistol.
Bro, these are the stained Berettas.
Looks like it.
My guy using the stained Berettas.
Ball out, Yuri. You're probably a millionaire. You can do better than that. Oh, he got them dropped. They're not his.
Whose are they, Hugo?
I'm finding out. I'm on.
They're Fallen.
Well, even less excuse.
He does
really.
have even less of an excuse for sure.
We'd kind of expect more from the Ghost. Fallen's got bigger things to worry about. Nice from MIBR. Don't rush into the A site after that entry kill. They get their ducks in a row and do it together. Harry's looking up Julie skins. There are a couple of nice ones. I have the Emerald.
Okay, he's got to get the duelists. I didn't even know these existed, but they look sick.
All right,
they're also the most expensive by a
that's
significant
why.
margin.
That's why. Yeah, there's a little gap. Nothing's perfect.
No, also with a good charm placement.
It's horrible.
I like it. The charm meta is fully in play for FURIA. MIBR though, this is their anti-force fight. They do trade evenly down through Dark, trying to get into this B site. There's two more. They do walk into this stack.
Oh, no.
MongolZ and Yakindar. Quick work made over exit and safe. It's left to Breno, struggled back on train. But are the training weights off, and can Breno save this 1v2? Okay, Serato's up close with those dual Berettas. Oh, but it's Yakindar's Deagle wrapping around from behind that will end it. Breno never gets a chance to play.
Dear, oh dear, the little B stack that could. FURIA hitting their Deagle shots, hitting their scouts, and MIBR just stuck in the mud. All those smokes down, don't do them any favors. Breno really gets stalled out in that 1v2 by that con smoke. Nice work for Yakindar. I thought he was whiffing at the start, but he recovered it really well. Oh, hearing FURIA shout, "Let's go" in English. Something new. It's a huge pickup, right? You take every round you can get on CT side of Anubis, so winning the force buy like that, breaking MIBR's money early, has put FURIA in a powerful position to run away with this game. Or at least the first half, the harder half.
To celebrate English is so accommodating of the rest of the guys. Like, the one thing I think you can understand, no matter which language it's in, is like happiness and celebration.
It's been nice. They've been learning each other's languages. I've seen clips. Oh, God. He was full blind there, in fairness. He couldn't get out. So getting a single kill, not too bad. The rifles are what remain here for FURIA. Quick drop into B.
It's only a Yakindar here. Only caught out in the open, and they're already ahead of that Molotov. They're in the site. He's aware of this, though, backing all the way up. FURIA need to start scrambling rotates, but MongolZ still in A main here. Going to take a while for this retake to come through. You can play a little slower. You have that kit on Yuri. So not the end of the world. Good that they haven't jumped the gun and thrown themselves into a 3-on-4. It's just MongolZ is going to really struggle to be a huge part of this straight away. Yakindar moves in. Serato falls first. It's Yakindar trying to wrestle this one back, but they get picked apart by the Tech-9s. And MongolZ locked out through this dark position, did a lot of damage on a Lukowski, wasn't able to convert. Will get silenced as MIBR bounce back with a force buy win of their own.
Right now, seeing FURIA play 2A, and it's not really doing them favors as MIBR just quick drop off that entry in middle and go into B. It's just Yakindar there. And even though he, I guess, played it right, gave it up, gave them the space, play together, the Tech-9s just at brutal kills as FURIA come in as a pack through CT spawn. And straight back to the drawing board. I rescind everything I said last round. FURIA are once again in the hole.
This feels like a 7-round back and forth force by war.
You think? I don't know. These are so hard. Like, FURIA did well last round. Oh my God.
You can't ignore though. That's a good start.
Yeah, to get to, you know, they got B hit when they had a stack. I think MIBR should be fine. They learned their lesson. Safe play, middle. Oh, they're going into the B stack. Well, they've
kind of similar feeling round to the last one.
Yeah. Yeah.
3B
main is nice.
Dripped out Deagle. MongolZ scout here again.
They can get kills from B main instead of just being like crossfired in E-box. MongolZ going through. Oh dear.
Out on an island here. Oh, just leaves right as they come out through dark. They're going to explode, but
God.
Fallen and Yuri kills a piece. This stack once again well-founded. trying to stick the landing for FURIA. Only 2 players left from that initial stack now, though they're going to lend a bit of time to Keserato. Yuri's caught pulling back through the spawn.
It's winnable.
That bomb still has to make its way across.
Could just throw it in if you want. You don't need to cross necessarily. There it is, given to Insani. Wall bang. Oh, close, really close. And Keserato dead, should be the end of it. Could have killed Insani if he landed the first. And even though it's another blind B hit into a stack, MIBR this time do convert. Whew, that's a relief. Could be an AK on the way out. Oh, he's running though. Oh, so much damage here. MIBR now get to reap the rewards and get a full eco from FURIA.
Brenno on a great recovery arc as well.
True.
I'm here for that. 6-4. Sure, wasn't able to win out that 1v2 clutch attempt in their anti-eco. But it's done everything that's been required of him past that point. Oh, once more into the stack. MIBR. They're able to find it every time. And Safe makes a lot of money. He's on for the ace. Go get it, Safe. Screw it, man. Fresh mag in the Mac 10. MongolZ on that scout. And you want AWP money, baby. Go get it. Oh, you never see aces anymore, and this one's going to happen. So let's just enjoy that. Come on. Yes. Yes. Excellent. Go on. No. Oh, thank goodness. There it is. The ace for Safe. You love that. 4 of those kills coming off the Mac 10 too. He just made himself $2,700 in that one round.
Sheesh.
And so, yes, that means the AWP is coming out straight away for Safe.
You would hope so. Set the precedent. Start stomping on this T side. As we said coming in, this is a map MIBR have beaten the best in the world on. Took down Vitality this year on this very map. So you certainly hope they have it in them to take down a new FURIA, who albeit are undefeated on Anubis. 2 out of 2 games here. Confident win over the Mongols as well. And I'm pretty sure that was off the back of a really strong CT side for FURIA. Oh, sorry, no, 10... Wait. No. Yeah, 9 rounds CT.
Dark swing when you can anticipate the AWP is a scary prospect. So Yukinda playing on the outside of it. That AWP's presence has allowed Exit to creep up through Dark early, and oh well, Safe has just won them the round, which must be nice.
They both
doubled
solo
the pain.
pushed. Through a smoke.
Yeah.
That's a move. 1 by 1. Pack it up.
I think, you know, it's admirable that FURIA have a lot of faith in their Anubis, but I do just think MIBR are very, very good at this map. I feel like you've given them a great matchup here for the second map of this series. After how Train was so one-sided, this one might have felt a bit unrecoverable. You come into this very cold if you're MIBR, but feeling at home on the map. They have come into this one swinging, and so FURIA are going to get tested. 5-1 down. That strong CT side, which was a backbone of their Mongols victory, will struggle to come through.
Yeah. This is going to get worse before it gets better, isn't it?
You know, I think, though, if you are going to you know, if you're looking to make Anubis kind of your mainstay if you're FURIA, you have to acknowledge that this is how a lot of the games go. The CT side is very, very rough and can feel very restrictive. It's a comeback map for teams that pick it. Safe is on one.
It's a nice clear.
Prince Charming.
Oh, this is still hard. Yeah, they clear him. That's super well read by Exit. No reason to know about that move, but MIBR can just walk the walk into the A site right now. It's only pistols. See, I prefer the molly that they can play behind because at least it traps them, whereas this one goes deep and they can sit in front of it, and I feel like that catches players off more often. Thinking the molly is respected. Oof.
The thing, dude, the thing that's feeling like really, really awkward for FURIA is when they finally got to play their first gun round after these like back and forth force buys to start off the map here. Like, they lost it all on a real dud play, the push through A main, and like, look at what that's done to the round count now, right? The last rifle round you got to play, you kind of just opted out of. And so it's left them in such a bad shape in this first half. Is the return to the rifles. MIBR just steamrolling. But providing there's no, I'm going to use the word abstract smoke push from FURIA this time. They should have a bit more to battle with. MongolZ takes his AWP into mid. Tries his hand at the pick down the line, but doesn't want to hang around there forever. It's really just a chance to fight right at the top of the round. And when he's not given that engagement, he'll fall back on the AWP.
Yeah, you must feel a bit constricted if you're FURIA. Like, you can't make plays. This AWP has been a dominant piece of this T side.
I think it's even worse because you're like scarred by the last play you made, right? So this is one where you're just saying, okay, no one die in the early stages of the round.
Oof. MIBR closing the net on FURIA again. E-box control. Taking B main, bomb. Breno's still outside A. The snake could be good onto MongolZ. Feels a bit short. It's got to be the trigger man here for FURIA. And that's it. Can't control for FURIA. Although they don't know. And MIBR looking really undecided on this play. Breno's still holding the A main. Trying to fake something out right now, but FURIA aren't buying it. They have full control with two players. No way. Oh yeah, Yukinda, go back. It's just fine. FURIA can fast flank here. A couple of kills to the site would be nice.
Oh, MongolZ low on HP from the util earlier. Couldn't swing through that molly. Still, here's the support from Yuri, and MongolZ's AWP will keep holding it down.
10.
Good for one more. That plant has to come in now for MIBR. They'll get it down with a second to spare. Breno trying to cover. Insani now off that bomb. FURIA all lining up on CT side, but Insani can't set a foot right. So boxed in, so pinned in where MIBR around that plant. And FURIA just swarm them.
Yeah, shocked they don't even flank as well, but it at least allows them to trade out really nicely. It's a triple pack towards CT side. Good round for MongolZ on defense. Almost hits that no-scope too. And he was all on his own after Yukinda got flashed. And MIBR, these rounds are pretty basic.
Yeah, I like that they didn't commit to like the flank through war. I know you usually would, but it feels like in rounds gone by, whenever FURIA have had a player there, they haven't been able to contribute much. They're not getting fought until they're actually like in Dark itself, right?
Yeah.
And as a result of just the long rotate, the fact you kind of want to do it quietly, it feels like they never get the room to play. It's not like MIBR have kept a player in dark in every one of these rounds and had like that chance to find the kill to propel you into a retake. Bit of a change here as well as FURIA move away from the AA main starts. It's going to be this kind of shared responsibility for mid and A between Kazakhstan and MongolZ. Fallen going to be the one roaming. He'll link back up with MongolZ in mid.
Nice kill, saves patience, pays off, and that's the AWP out. MIBR speed up.
Read on this round. It was a 3-strong A-hold. Fallen made his way over at around about the minute mark. And so they repelled the A-hit for now. MIBR stuck in the no man's land of mid. While this is happening, Kindar's doing a great job. Keeping pressure on. He's pushed all the way through B main and is now in a super powerful flank.
Just containing. He knows he has them all boxed in. They can't go anywhere. As long as Yuri doesn't die, there's no problem in this round. So Yuri pulls back. Lots of damage done. Orb has to be swapped. And Lukau's going to go try clear it on his own. Yuri hits his. Bomb coming in. One more would be lovely. He can't do it. Now Yakinda's lost to the wind. He's got to run back.
So he's able to run a lot of the way because of where that death comes in. And so he's closed the gap very, very quickly. Were ready for a second B player. They were looking for Yakindar. They've learnt about him now. And similar to last time, Exit's just pinned in on the bomb site. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run. Fallen comes knocking.
Dude, bad Fallen's out right now. 9 and 7. Sharp on the rifle. As said, top fragging for FURIA and stops that clutch from ever getting going. I like how Yakinda plays to contain there. He could have flanked mid, but it gives him both options, right? Not only is he not giving away a kill and providing an exit path in that round, he can still get back to B in time, finds his impact.
Yeah, and for a guy who, you know, sadly towards the end of his, you know, like time in Liquid, you think like he was known a lot for sometimes going too aggressive, taking things too far.
Yeah, especially
That's a
early.
nice deal of restraint and like just a good read. He kept so many options open. He could change the play depending on like the results of Yuri and where that hit was ending up. If they go B like super fast, say Yuri doesn't get one, he could even drop dark for the faster rotate. There were a lot of options open to Yakindar in that position.
Yeah, this team certainly doesn't feel like a title contender, right? But it does feel like a better FURIA and a resurgence of Yakinda and a new young AWPer taking, you know, reins in an experienced team. So I actually think the more I watch FURIA play, the more interested I get as to what the future's going to be of this squad. It's just a very unique project. Oh, it doesn't spread. That's just lucky. No smoke needed.
That's because he had a nice little like smug grin on his face. He kind of couldn't believe his luck there.
You want to talk about weird monitor setups? Look at Lukowski right there.
Oh, dude, he is like the YouTuber setup. That's what it feels like. Like he's doing a.
Let's go his back turn to his team, bro. Put him on the other side of the table.
I like it, dude. It feels like he's doing like he's making a tutorial right now.
Yeah. Hey guys, so you just aim here and then you hide behind the Molotov. Oh, Yakinda's ahead of the molly. And he gets the kill. I thought he was a dead man walking. And he is eventually. 4 on 4. 40 seconds here. MIBR don't have a lot of space. And A main, as I said, has been double A most of these rounds. FURIA have not been playing mid, taking a leaf out of the Aurora book. Okay, Serato needs something here. It's going to be a dry entry.
Could trade back. Are they ready for the AWP? Awkward miss for MongolZ, but he can make up for it here and now. They're trying to bait the shot out of him, hoping they catch him feeling nervous.
Go back. Wait.
Safe has opened up the back line, though.
Time.
This is very, very close for MIBR. They try to run it in. Fallen will get here ahead of schedule. Chance to stop this. And
5, 4,
the bomb.
3. They missed it. I think they missed it.
Yeah, the bomb didn't get there in time anyway.
That was half a second.
Oh, yeah, that is rough. They were very, very close to it.
I mean, yeah, there wasn't time, was there? That just comes down to that. Nice try. I mean, half a second's difference. You can see why they made the call. Maybe better than running into the AWP. I think they probably die there. MongolZ was holding his own. He wasn't biting the fake jiggles. That's a painful round to lose, considering it's a 2-on-2. But the alternative of running into A, you're running into both players. So pick your poison there. Hurts to lose around like that for sure, but...
And I mean, I think now FURIA start to get really dangerous. They might be behind, but they're calling the play like they're in the lead. They've had better success in these rifle rounds with one misstep. They got MIBR on the board early. And so here's the swarm over middle. MIBR will get a foothold over mid. Kazakhstan's tried to slow their roll with blocking util, but he's low on health, and there's still this Breno lurk in A main. Bomb's gonna start to tiptoe back.
That's naughty.
It's a cool idea to give Yuri this vision. He's at least been able to confirm that no one's close. From what he could see, no one slinked in through camera. And so Kazakhstan is actually left A.
There was the opportunity there. Safe can still smoke him off. There's no boost in play now. FURIA are gambling B, and so Kinder, unless he goes through this smoke, I think they're going to lose the round here just off of position. The bomb's making its way in. They might be cautious. They don't know it's clear. They're about to find out. And FURIA's gamble might leave them saving for the last round of the half. Awkward way for it to go. But patience pays off for MIBR. And they at least win out on this T side. That's kind of the bare minimum I'd expect for MIBR on this map. Feels like Yukunda is hanging around for that AWP. Someone is. Kazakhstan got to care about that bomb.
He is getting closer to the bomb.
It's not a big radius, but he is 8 health,
No.
so I would err on the side of caution.
Come on, surely.
Yeah, he's fine now. This is when he was getting close. I was getting a bit scared. 7 rounds is a good half. Safe's playing a great game. He had that one awkward miss, but it didn't even cost them. They just walk in A.
I mean, this one, it doesn't feel very uncommon to see Safe have games like this on Anubis. He does look very at home here with his AWP. CT side, he does some wild stuff with it as well, like the deeper smoke in mid, swing window to try fight guys at the stairs. Safe has been a joy to watch here in this game. No question who's been the more impactful AWPer here on Anubis.
Yeah.
Kind of add to the awkwardness. It was MongolZ's missed chance in his last round. Another miss for MongolZ.
Seen a lot of misses today from MongolZ. He's won a couple of rounds solo. He either hits them all or he hits none of them, it feels like. Oh, that's just through. Fallen comes Temple and just gets smoke shot immediately.
When Lukowski's even lurking through this. Yakindar was holding for it, he just looked away.
They're done. Gonna get backstabbed here. Lukowski. Oh my god, Yakindar holds him down. MongolZ follows up. A 3-on-5 goes 3-on-2. How did that happen? I thought Lukowski had the round.
There was a moment of Lukowski, you know, second-guessing the play
if
to
he just
come through, and it's such a shame. You don't realize just how close you were to winning that round. Now it's left hanging in the balance. MongolZ with some awkward misses, but at least well,
he was fine in the corner. Like, he didn't need to move.
And he had Kazakhstan coming window, who could have just bailed him out.
He didn't need to move.
This is weird as well. Safe has walked past Yakindar, who collects his free kill, and now he hears the bomb coming. That could have been the round right there, but it's Insani versus Kazakhstan.
All right,
the two heavy-hitting Brazilian riflers. Let's see who can take it. Insani topping the charts for MIBR, and he makes it look easy, deleting Kazakhstan in that 1v1 to salvage the round for his squad.
Oh, he does indeed. Insani on the game right now, 14-5 or 6, say 14-7. We have the stars of MIBR shining bright, and with a 4K from Insani to end the half, MIBR win out a very strong T-side on Anubis. Enough for FURIA to still remain in this map, but MIBR, without a doubt, on their comfort map. FURIA picked this, by the way, feeling success in Astana so far, but this is MIBR's go-to. They would have picked it if not for Train. Some strange rounds in there. That's also a 2v5. Oh, sorry, 3v5. Back the other way. Closed by MIBR. Yeah, that was weird. Like, did he feel like he was open? Maybe if Insani moves up wards, he can catch him, but could have just stayed in that position. Fast pistol.
Straight in the mid they go. Insani. Force back, but down to Cloud. He will tap Yakindar out of play. Going all the way back into the spawn here. This is good angle management from Insani as they're doing everything they can to chase him down. He's still going, still running. And Insani's looking to add even more to the tally before it's said and done.
Monstrous game from him right now.
Okay, Serato 1v4. And the bomb, it's even further than CT spawn. It's in beach. So what's he going to do here? Bad start. Maybe there was something going there, but just gets deleted by Lukowski. And so now MIBR move on in 9 rounds. That's a pistol secured as well. This was how they started that first half. Then we had FURIA win with a force buy, only to have MIBR immediately win a force of their own. Well, this time they won't have a force to go up against. It's just the eco from FURIA. They don't have the rounds to play with, don't have the money. They take a full eco, so MIBR 10 rounds as good as guaranteed.
Yeah, it feels like we are going to a third map here unless FURIA pull. Just an unbelievable comeback on the T side. One Deagle. Trying to entry. And succeeding.
He ain't trying. He doing. Oh, God.
Blooded.
Who's this round, MIBR? This is Glocks and one Deagle. Even more damage put down range from Kazakhstan's Dig. Insani is super wounded.
Oh, no.
Is this Kazakhstan revenge arc coming through on the eco round? This was meant to be free for MIBR. Kazakhstan
hit this.
Keeps the pressure on, but doesn't actually need to fight this. The bomb ticking away. MIBR are the ones on the clock, and they're the ones low on health, low on HP. They try and battle in the dark, but the Glocks, the Dig, it's too much.
Wow.
Insani don't want the smoke. He's out of there. FURIA with one Deagle keep themselves in this game. They deny MIBR double digits, and that will give you a serious second wind if you're FURIA.
Shows how hard it is to hold this B bomb site right now. Why CT struggles so much. Just one entry, and they have no space. The M4 and Dog, I mean, an SMG would have been better in that position, sadly, because he just gets run down by a bunch of Glocks, chipping away. You can't stand still in this game, man. You're just going to get smoked.
I think it's also a testament to Kazakhstan's prowess. Certainly,
crazy shot, yeah.
could feel his read for exactly when and where those fights would be coming from. He was hard pre-aiming exit in that position. That was perfect from Kazakhstan.
Yeah. Is that going to give life to FURIA? Will that give them a chance? It certainly makes the road shorter to this win, to this 2-0.
I mean, yeah, that's such a serious leg up. It's crazy. Like, usually when you win the pistol on the CT side, you're very, very happy because that's like the bulk of the legwork done for your CT half. And for MIBR, it would have literally put them 3 rounds away from victory.
Yeah, it's not just that you get the pistol, you get that anti-eco free conversion. It's that you have a bonus round. You have enough to buy another round as long as you keep that clean.
Whereas now, like, it's not even just about what it does to FURIA. Now you're on the harder half, playing from the back foot with weird loss bonus, having a force buy here. Like, that gap is going to start closing. Unless, while we're celebrating Kazakhstan and what he was able to do to make that last round happen, if you remember, there is another Brazilian talent very much at play. But Kazakhstan is going to best him in that head-to-head. He wants revenge after that 1v1 clutch to close out the half. Doesn't like that we're sitting here talking about Insani. He wants to be the one in the limelight.
The bomb is on its own. What do you... Just kill him. I hate this. Yeah, okay. It took way too long. Oh. Bomb control. Big problem. Molotov with a backstab. Where did he come from? Outside A at the start of the round.
Was safe on a jump check as well, like just for the info.
Still not done. Might be a Molotov moment because Kazakhstan's getting hounded down. Exit puts that FAMAS to use. AK's picked up. 2 low players. The AWP will not save you now. All he has is the bomb. Not even the element of surprise. Steps heard as he rotates mid. Ollie is good. Love to thin the herd. Oh, both players, you say. I'll take that every day. Molodoi onto the 3K. Pistol out to close the round. Exits just a shot from death, and Molodoi goes for the stick. Causes bluff. Gets it down. Exit gains the space, but Molodoi gains the round.
That is very, very well handled for a guy, you know, trying to move into these upper echelons of Counter-Strike. He plays that one perfectly. Baits the reaction out the first time. And then, you kind of have that freedom. The exit's low. That was clearly calmed. He pulled the pistol straight away. And so you're not expecting him to run you down on the plant, especially when you've shown already that you want to fight here. You want to stay gun on. You did that already to find the first kill in the 1v2. It's also where for Exit, not super familiar with how someone like MongolZ wants to play those situations.
Oh dear.
Now he's got hot hands. That's a great tag from MongolZ in mid on another jump check from Safe. I would just say stop the jump checks at this point.
Learn his lesson. I mean, Safe was finding all these mid entries, all these opening kills on T side towards con, towards mid, and even stopping the A pushes. He was everywhere. Let's pair that up against MongolZ and see what he can pull out on this T side. Having the AWP very early in the half, saving FURIA from a 5-7 armor buy.
I mean, when Safe finally gets his AWP in the next round, he does have a lot of cool ideas for how to put that to work in these CT halves. MongolZ's kind of got to relish in the fact that he's the only one with the big green at the start of this second half, getting to bring that out very, very early after they won the full eco.
True. It's always risky, but came through for him. FURIA converts just fine this time.
Fallen Mac 10 ace? Surely not.
Not an ace, but get a couple.
Yeah, you say not an ace. I don't believe you. Ah, damn it, Fallen! That was really good, though.
Yeah, that was nice. 4 kills, they line up. I haven't seen Fallen second AWPing at all. Not that you're going to do it on T-side Anubis, you're not MongolZ, but...
Wild time for him to pull it.
No, just throwing it out there. When's a Fallen second AWP going to come through? Or is he just, is he a bank account for his new Kazakh AWPer? An angle we haven't talked about, but MongolZ from Astana, Harry, from this very city, would love to play in the playoffs Would love to have that home crowd advantage. Undeniable. It's not just him, it's Yakinda as well. I think people would be all for this team.
It would also be sick for FURIA to have a crowd on their side, but not have it like weighing so heavily like in the past, like when they've played in Brazil.
Oh my god, that was a disaster. FURIA gets naded in the air, picked out of the sky. But yeah, that's a good point. It's not a home crowd, but it is a crowd on your side. Oh, fallen through the smoke. No respect for the young and Insani.
Dude, he had such a good read on this round. It's kind of absurd. He was knife out through the mid smoke and ready for that exact fight in middle.
Oh, safe
Though. Here is that CTAWP.
Look
Got
at the
his
bomb.
hands on it as fast as he could.
Look at them. They have to go B. They can't go A. This is too crazy. Oh, he fell off the boost. Can they make it to B? I don't even know how you do.
Yeah, this round gets really strung out for FURIA right now because of where the bomb is.
And Safe's holding this. K-Srot feels like he has to take space. And oh my god.
Timing for Safe.
He scoped again.
It's such a good game, but right as he leaves that line, happens to the best of us.
They're saying we're getting no challenge at A. Maybe just bring the bomb here. Screw it at this point. And okay, it's a good mid-round move. MongolZ gives that bomb over. Fallen has a re-Molotov for Heaven. He's a little bit cautious. Okay, yeah, that will work.
Very cautious.
MongolZ's still in a great position here.
If he can cut down this first man in, yeah, now the strength of FURIA's post-plant can't be ignored. MIBR don't want to look into this.
Safe got 2 kills. He got the opener with the AWP at B, he got the pick on A, and now has to save. It's out of his hands. His team get melted. FURIA piecing together a T side.
I do wonder how Fallen's finding having a mini-map. Like...
Yeah, it's true. Been so tunneled in on the scope. He is playing great in these games.
He's playing really good, and like, dude, just some of his reads in these rounds have been phenomenal.
I mean, it's their map pick, right? Like, FURIA feeling pretty confident on it, even though they were down 8-4. MongolZ giving them a clutch.
I can't get over the mid-knife out smoke wall.
Yeah.
Didn't even clear close, like beeline straight for
prep or just realization. Like, a lot of teams aren't fighting mid-bridge, right? Everyone's pulling back, playing heavy sights. Still crazy catching Insani, like, doing that, but it might be a final tack at 9-8. That's not a good sign. It's very early. This could come back to bite them later in the game, but they want to get on this ASAP because FURIA just have 2 guns to deal with in this round. Safe feeling the burden of responsibility, perhaps. But even 2 was not enough. And MongolZ's like doubled his kills in just a few rounds.
There were times in the past with MIBR, like when Drop was in the squad, where it felt like they didn't use the pauses enough. And so, if anything, I'm at least here for them getting in early to try and problem solve this.
This means they need to start now. I like this play. You good, guys? Oh, he was on a brick. Up they go.
It's all bricked up.
Yeah. And A execute. Nice call. There's a weak buy. It's only Breno here.
5-7 up close, though.
Gotta break this smoke. Yeah. Oh my god, full blind. Doesn't matter. In they go. The Kinder 1Gs, but it might just be fine. Maybe.
Yeah, it's all good. You don't want to risk this.
Oh dear. How did Yakinda do? Where did his volley go? He died on Fountain, but he's barely past the pillar. It's kind of a crazy self-immolate. He must have missed his Molotov for it to get that.
They were like giga blind as well. I think he
true.
holding W runs into Molotov.
Hey, he's been there before. W mashed and W FURIA back. 9 rounds. Dude, and we were talking about Fallen's rifling when he was in Liquid. Like,
yeah.
It's so nice seeing him play well on the rifle. But I'm sure we're going to see really bad games where he's having to micro. And
well, like, the other thing is,
I think CT sides as well, anchoring, it's really hard. You're going to have hard games.
No, 100%.
But generally, like T side, entering, calling the shots. He's had some nice reads. He's top of the server. Second in the server, top of the team. That's incredible. You've got a bunch of young stars in this team, and it's Fallen carrying his team over the line.
I mean, also, I think, you know, Fallen's had good calls in FURIA for a while. It's just, like, very inconsistent pieces. And in a way, he was his own worst enemy in that regard, also being their main AWPer and having these, like, wildly fluctuating games.
Yeah, like you said earlier, he kind of joked about how he's been playing the wrong role the whole time. Right now, it's kind of... I'm not going to say it's vindicated over a win over MIBR, but the pieces are there. It's looking like a better FURIA than we've seen in a while. This whole year has been abysmal for FURIA. Been dropping out.
Yeah, I mean,
almost last
like,
place.
Seeing kind of signs of promise early on in like such a wild experiment to take the FURIA team international, to look abroad.
Compare it
after,
to,
you know, staying with Brazilian talent for the longest time is sick for a team that have been on like a real downward spiral for the longest time now.
Compare it to Bucharest. Liquid come through with a new in-game leader, a new look, and they go 0-3. FURIA looking to maybe go 2-1 today over MIBR with a completely new project, an even vaster change. Sure, maybe not a new in-game leader, but a new style, a new AWPer, a new language. In terms of debuts, certainly better. This is a strong B hold, though. MIBR, it's time to put up. It's been a bit quiet on the CT side. 5 rounds in a row. Can they hold strong?
Fallen, the GOAT rifler, literally unstoppable.
Oh, my.
Will get stopped, of course, but he has teammates there to help him out. So in a way, the spirit of Fallen lives on here.
Life of an entry. You'll take one and done. And it's another save. So many of these rounds, MIBR just locked out early. That's 3 saves in a row. As FURIA just sweep this game. This was 8-4 up. MIBR won the pistol, and FURIA haven't dropped a round since. Very impressive game.
I'm living for when we get Fallen on rifle versus Donk.
All right,
just
buddy.
to see. That's like the
spirit test.
Yeah. That is the, yeah, wow, that's a nice one, bro.
Yeah. It's right there. Double digits.
Hell of a comeback, needless to say, right? We were saying, if you're looking to make Anubis your main map, you have to have the resilience, the ability to come back. You will be forever kind of a second half team for the most part, right? Yeah. And sure, sometimes you're going to come through with a strong CT side, but those games will feel few and far between. And FURIA are aware of that. Since getting onto this T-half, they dropped just 1 round, and that was the pistol. Keserato won with a deagle and Glocks around him. And since that point, FURIA have not let up.
Yeah, Insani and Safe haven't had any meaningful kills in the last 6 rounds, and that is felt in a huge way. As MIBR have not really had a shot to compete for this half. Can someone do something? Anyone, anything. Doors molly. Very deep. Fallen's going to get this space. And we have Insani and Safe on the same bomb site. Kinder's avoided so many nades today. Did it on train as well, like dodged the triple nade on the eco. They're wrapping around this B-bomb site, 30 seconds, MIBR in hot water.
I mean, that kill could have just sent FURIA in for a dominant site win, but the shot of MongolZ sailing past, he's going to look to make amends now. Has to juggle that bomb in, and that nearly costs him his life. It will the second time around. Still, FURIA have found a post plant. Yuri's even got his hands on the AWP. Brings us back into a 3-on-3. It's the dark push from Breno that feels like it might have to open things up. Insani creeping out through the spawn, gets deleted. And sadly, it's feeling like MIBR might have to save. Breno still gives this one a glance, and all of a sudden, this retake's back on. Very little time left in it, and the Yuri AWP still bears down upon them. Safe in a lot of these rounds now, just relegated to saving his AWP.
Yeah, I
doesn't even get to fire off in this round.
Haven't seen him force anything in this entire half, and Furia's default has been punishing until the final 30-40 seconds, but we're reaching the point where we have to just let Safe off the leash and have him go for a play, because he's sitting in A site. Furia are not coming to him. They're not giving him any entries. He's going to have to force them. The MIBR have anything up their pocket, like a flash play, a way to start Safe off, let him go for a con peek perhaps with supporting nades. This has just been sad. Safe's done nothing on this CT side after a great first half where he forced every opening kill. Furia are stealing this map. Safe is 4-0 in openers, Harry. I guarantee they were all first half. We see MIBR making a play. Finally, it works out.
Yeah, that is the two top performers, Insani and Safe, saying, okay, we've had enough of sitting around, let's get involved. MIBR, they do have some cool ideas with the mid drop down there from Insani. Getting past the mid hold, playing around the Safe AWP, providing cover from Dark. Now Furia try to reclaim mid. Are they ready for exit up close? Usually there's been no one here. And so yeah, it's a little bit lazy on that swing round the corner. Exit just farms. MIBR finally break this streak from Furia.
That hurts for Furia because they've used so many Molotovs to take middle every single round, and now they don't, and they just get lined up by an off-angle exit. Great opening play for MIBR. I mean, I'm surprised it took so long for them to want to make a move like that, but it works out so well. Double kill on the top. They get one trade back, but they leave with a 4-on-3, and exit remains in middle. Can they springboard off of that one round?
Well, very importantly as well, they kept that round nice and clean. And so, you know, like the worst way you could have won that is a one-man surviving.
Yeah, true.
Now they have some staying power in the series as well.
Double AWP too.
Safe and Lukowski donning them.
Fair enough. Lukowski's 8-14. He's on B. K-Stars is just 1-deking him. It's a good change. Might not be expected.
I also think where possible, Furia want to try and avoid this AWP. If they hear Lukowski firing off and he's not in the kill feed, that might send them away. Still, it's a strong line for Lukowski. Boy walks right into it.
He does walk into a lot of AWP angles, doesn't he? Okay, double AWP. It was the answer after all.
Kindar does walk into a lot of AWP angles there. Yuri gonna try and creep through main. How will he fare? Lukowski on the line at the right time, laid out, he's going to blow that open, collects himself a third. Fallen and Keserato doing what they can to turn this one around for Furia. This was a 2v5. Lukowski found the hat trick. It's Exit that's not known about. It's Exit that has to clean this round up, and it's just Fallen left to beat. Exit makes it look easy, goes undetected, hidden at the back of the site. He's never stressed, remains composed, and locks in a tie game for MIBR.
If MIBR just win this map now, I don't even know what to think. Like, why it just took them so long to even move, to wake up. And now they're looking like they might just steal it all away at the final hour. Two very decisive rounds for MIBR, where the individuals actually step up. Two of the quieter players. Exit with back-to-back multi-kills. Captain, team on his back. And Furia have to go back to the drawing board. What a strange game. All this comeback, maybe for nothing.
I do feel like the Exit ebb and flow career path needs to be studied, man, because you know, he was good, then he started IGLing and was bad, then Drop took over, it felt like Exit was going to get cut.
Oh God.
Wow. Molotov, I mean, Sometimes he misses the sitters, but then he'll open up around like that.
The thing that's sad about that is I actually think that's a great play for Safe. It would have caught FURIA off guard, peeking the window.
It's one of his like signature moves here as well. He likes doing it.
But the smoke wasn't up in time, and MongolZ just swings in. And he wasn't ready for that, but connects the shot. And hey, Safe has looked like the arguably better AWPer in this game because of his CT side, because of his T side rather, and his entries. Yes, MongolZ won a clutch, but that's the head-to-head at 11-11 that might just take the cake, that could win the map. Breno has other ideas. Can FURIA find their way to A?
It's a lot of damage from Insani, but Breno's got to be the one to put a stamp on it. Does deal with Yakinda. Follow up on a Yuri. Great stuff from Breno. Quiet to open up this series, but loud when it matters. 3 kills to repel the A play. And looking to take MIBR onto map point. MongolZ is all that stands between them and that goal. Exit's just backed up, no longer vulnerable to this drop down, and he's holding the line. MIBR, after a 7-round hiatus, put together 3 in a row to move on to map point.
Crushing way to lose for FURIA if this is how it's going to go. They pulled it all the way back. They had some unbelievable clutches in there, some really clean rounds as well on these B splits. And then MIBR just wake up out of nowhere, no tack timeouts left, and set themselves up to close this map, take us to a third. It's been a back and forth series. Inferno is our decider if we need it. A map both teams have really struggled on this year. So it's going to be a bit of a mess. But MIBR doing everything in their power to drag us there. 4v5 after MongolZ's pick does not stop them. And look at this buy for FURIA, or should I say lack of. 3 Tech 9s, a Galil, and an AK on the AWPer. It might be out of FURIA's hands here. You feel like a fast B split is the most, the safest option at this point. It's been the site that's done them well. Especially with Insani and Safe, so often leaning on that A side. Once again they do. Insani doubled up with Breno. Safe in middle, able to rotate Temple. Better 3B, considering FURIA's tendency to end there, but they go mid.
All fires off.
Ollie's not going to stop him.
Insani and Breno waiting here all round long, but that flash is just wrecked. Insani, still he's going to get out with 1 before all is said and done. Will that be enough from the multi-kill man of MIBR? Safe around the corner, an unfortunate miss, but able to capitalize. God, it's a round of second chances. He goes back in for it. Fallen needs to don an old friend. The AWP picked up.
He cleared it though.
Exit's gonna catch this timing, and Fallen will be bested. It's Yuri in this 1v3. Can he keep FURIA in this? MIBR get the spot off. They know that Yuri's here, and Breno will silence him. From a disaster class on map 1 for Breno, he has a resurgence here on Anubis, and down the stretch in those few final rounds, cooks up some very critical kills to keep MIBR in this series. The battle rages on. The score will be settled on Inferno.
The battle rages on. What's crazy with that one is FURIA, they started rolling on that T side. They had everything going their way. Fallen top of the scoreboard. You couldn't even believe it. And somehow MIBR squeaked through. Thanks to a powerhouse performance from Insani, really.
Yeah, absolutely. But for me, more importantly, was they finally unleashed Safe, right? They had this tendency on the CT side, Dust. We saw this in a previous couple of times they played Anubis so far. They love this set with Breno and Safe towards an A main position. But mate, he's killing everyone. He's the only one in the team who's actually popping off. And half the time he's just having to save his AWP, unleash him. It felt like it was a little too late, but it wasn't. Just in the nick of time, they said, Safe, go kill. And I feel that was a difference maker here in this game.
He was also a difference maker in the first half for them. I mean, he had a lot of T-side entries that actually helped them out. Also, credit where credit's due. And Sana, we talked about how he's been kind of quiet. He was big on this map. You know, it's one of those things where maybe Brazil played very slow, very standard the majority of the half, just kind of patiently. got themselves in the sights and made things happen. A couple rounds, they almost, one round, they actually did lose to the clock. So there was a couple little mishaps here and there, but when we flip sides, I think the biggest issue that I see is that FURIA should have won this map in the sense that their comeback was fully on, momentum was fully in their favor. They were looking like the sharper team in the second half the whole way through, and then for whatever reason, these last few rounds, they just kept feeding Made in Brazil. Like they were just kind of peeking one by one without flashes. You know, they didn't have correct smokes on places. Whenever they would try to swing one area, they get shot in the back. It was just very weird, and it just seemed like they fell apart at the end.
It also feels like I think the penultimate round where they had a final buy, MongolZ getting the pick on towards safe at mid, right?
Yep.
And just running mid, taking the fights, mate, you have so much utility to work with, right? Get the map control instead. They just fed the beast, multi-kills from Breno as well, Insani getting, I think, a couple of kills there too. So it felt like they did everything right, but at the very end, it felt like they maybe forced the matter a little too much.
Yeah, the Insani mid defense as well as Breno just playing very smart inside the A site. I definitely will give credit where credit's due in that regard, but it's also just like, look, like Lukosi picks you with an op inside B con. What do? You just keep feeding him more players with no flashes. Like, you know he's there now. He's already gotten one kill. It's not a surprise anymore. Or rounds where, you know, they would run by camera like they were trying to backstab B, but with only Amali as cover, and so they just get shot through it very easily by Insani. So it's just like little mishaps like that, but I guess to be expected with a new team.
Yeah, for sure. Again, you did allude to how they kind of fumbled a couple of rounds, right? One when they ran out of time, another round where they lost to just, I believe, just Glocks and one Deagle from a fallen side. So all in all, it should have been actually MIBR running away with it, but I'm glad they woke up, Rich, because this is something we saw yesterday against the Mongols, where they're getting bullied on the CT side again and again and again, and they never really adapted. They just stuck to what they knew. They didn't switch it up at all. Even here, I'm like, are you guys actually going to stick with the same setup 2 maps in a row where you're getting bullied by your opposition? Finally, calmer or rather smarter head prevailed.
I mean, look, this is one of these things where it's kind of like I'm a little bit disappointed for FURIA, not necessarily in FURIA, because right at the start there of the map, that was when they could have just stamped their authority, picked up you know, a run of CT rounds. You don't need too many on Anubis. That's what they're staking is their whole map. I agree with you guys. I think they absolutely should have had this one. We should be talking about a FURIA victory. And look, early teething problems in betting in a new team, but I mean, there was some horrifying, to use Taz's word, inexplicable rounds of Counter-Strike in this game.
They ran one of the worst T-side pistols I've ever seen.
Do we have it?
We should have that, right?
I think we do have it banked. But it was one of the worst things I've ever seen, where Fallen just pushes middle, will not let up for whatever reason, and Sonny plays smart. He's just backpedaling, knowing what they're trying to do. He's trying to just stay alive. He gets one with the fadeaway, but because Fallen is just so primed on trying to run him down, and never gets it done, by the way.
He doesn't even get the kill.
So when Sonny survives, keeps Fallen busy for the entire round after they already had a one-man advantage, and the other two just get mopped up, like, that's atrocious. Like, I'm not sure, like, whoever designed that needs to go back to the drawing board and workshop that.
I don't even know if it's design. Like, I
that's true.
They just got lost in the sauce in the moment, right? Yeah.
We can even, like, this goes to show how messy it was on both sides, in all honesty, right? We have a round which was actually won by FURIA. We can just play that as well. And this is going to be just the Glocks. In case Serrato, I believe, with the Deagle, I believe this is round number 14, immediately after this pistol round where they lost. And look at the setup from the side of MIBR. You're 9-4 up. You know they have only the pistols, and you're just playing these default positions, getting swarmed. By the way, great shot by K Serrato, but also you gotta know, you know, when in a CT side, when you know they might just have a Deagle or a pistol, you can't be static. You gotta jiggle, pay for info, have the incendiary in hand, stop the rush from happening. Instead they get swarmed, and it was a messy 3v3 retake. They're able to win it out. This should never have happened, honestly. And that, I felt, was the first domino that allowed FURIA to mount this comeback.
What's crazy is the adjustment that helped Made in Brazil win the game was Lukosi picking up a second op. Who saw that coming?
Yeah,
I've hardly ever seen him use a secondary op on this team, especially on a map like Anubis on the CT side. Maybe you see it on Train. Maybe you see it on Dust too. Anubis, I hardly ever
saw Mongols running it on T side.
They had 3 ops, actually. They actually saw 3 ops, and they're like, guys, this is a little too crazy. But listen, if Lukausen needs to pick up an AWP to find any impact in a server, so be it,
I mean,
man.
look,
like,
I mean, he was missing so
nothing.
bad before he got the op that I'm surprised he didn't miss the desk when he tried to hammer fist it. Like, it's one of those things where it just came out of nowhere, but he had such impact, so I want to give him credit where credit's due. Like, he had like a big triple kill one round that kind of helped hold off the FURIA comeback. He had a couple other good holds on the B side as well. So, I mean, if he can kick it into gear, which we haven't seen yet this year, he could be a really big factor for them.
I mean, I'll say now that the problem they've got is we're going on to Inferno. We'll talk a little bit about that. We got about 2 minutes before break. I think I still feel good for FURIA on this one. I guess they're going to be that kind of team. Like Yanko said, they are going to be in the playoffs. I think he felt like it was FURIA and Astralis might be the 2 ones in the Twilight Zone that get through. And I mean, look, I think with this new international lineup, I think they've got players that are very good on this map. I think this can be one of those, like, as a handshake map, I think this is better for FURIA than MIBR.
Oh, absolutely. It's a handshake map where FURIA is going to crush the fingers of MIBR. And the reason I say this is because they got tested against MongolZ in their debut game. And it was, I believe, a 9-3 scoreline for the MongolZ. It felt like MongolZ had this one in the bag. But FURIA, that T side was looking really, really good. And the one thing which is looking particularly nice for the side of FURIA was Yakindar towards Banana.
Yeah, exactly.
He was just cracking open the B bomb set against the MongolZ, by the way, Richard. So they have a very good idea as how to approach this T side. We've only seen one map from them. The CD side a little bit rough here and there, losing a 5v2, for example. But apart from that, I can really see FURIA running away on this map.
Here's the thing with Main Brazil on their T side here. What they need to do, like they play standard very well, and they have good theory, but it's just about execution. And the issue has been is that LuCozy, as their second aggressor on middle, has not really been able to help them find the openings they need on that A side of the map. And then even Asani has at times been tempered on the B side. So what's normally been a potential split pressure situation for them, they haven't been able to convert it. When you flip sides, though, I think what's really been interesting about FURIA is, you know, Yuri has once again kind of sacrificed himself as the apartments player to kind of give room to Yakindar and Fallen. And when they combo up together on banana pushes and mid pushes, they've actually been very successful. And then Case Rider can just slot in the open space and trade behind it. They just play a very up-tempo, in-your-face Counter-Strike, which makes sense. They've had limited time together, so they're just going to play simple and with pace and try to use that aggression to their advantage. And so far, even though they lost the Mongols, I saw some bright spots.
I think the pivotal player here we're going to have to watch is, and it's kind of not fair of me to say, but it's going to be MongolZ. The reason being, you can see the amount of impact it's finding on the maps that they are winning, right? On the matches they are pulling off. Great combat opping, but the problem is, Richard, we saw this on Anubis as well, when it comes to some of the most simple shots, just, you know, hold the angle, left click, you don't have to move the mouse around. He's missing some sitters, right? And again, I don't want to be too critical, but an Inferno, but when he's hitting all those crazy shots and just not missing at all, it's making life so much easier for FURIA. But I feel like on Inferno, CD side with the AWP, with especially how mobile he's being, he is going to be the key difference maker here for the FURIA side.
All right, then. Well, thanks for your thoughts, guys. We're going to a quick break. When we come out, we've got a decider out of nowhere, Inferno, which will be brought to you by Hugo and Harry in a few moments.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
You might have to look twice when you see this. I do have in front of me Yakindar in a FURIA shirt right now. A bit of Brazilian in you as well. We're just adding to your nationalities.
Yeah, salve galera Brazil. Imagine I just started talking Portuguese, but yeah, I'm honestly like I'm quite shocked. It's the same way as you are, and yeah.
So talk to me. How did this conversation take part? Like, what was this whole process like of you being sat here right now?
Yeah, honestly, there was a possible project that I wanted to kind of create with some certain people, and then the project got kind of delayed with some certain things, and at that time FURIA came in. I think there was a little bit backseam work maybe with my agent contacting them or whatever, seeing the opportunity. And
agent doing his job well. That's always good.
That's always good. Shout out Sammy. Yeah, so basically they kind of came in. They're like, yo, are you interested? Loan. And for me, that's kind of like the perfect opportunity because that's not something long term. Because I also didn't know like how it's gonna be like with. I know Kazakhstan and Yuri and Fallen for some time, but I never really knew how much do they actually like know about CS or how good is their English like in game or whatever. But I'm actually pleasantly surprised.
Okay. Now, I got to ask you this as well. You've got another teammate that is not Brazilian. MongolZ comes in from Kazakhstan. Yeah. Did you know him before? Had you ever played him, spoke to him, anything?
No, the thing is, I've not heard about him because like his career kind of flew up in the span of like a year, basically. And during that year, I had my worst year in the game, and I was like kind of not focusing on other players, upcoming players, and whatever. And but when I heard it, I kind of understood the reasoning behind like FURIA also being interested in me because they needed an aggressive rifler, but I also speak Russian, so this would be kind of, and it shows up even now in practice that many times MongolZ is like, Mary, can you translate? Like, and I'm the translator basically in between the two sides. But it's been pretty cool. I think MongolZ is super talented. He definitely flew up for a reason. And he's super talented. The only thing I'm maybe concerned is about talking English maybe kind of takes a little bit of the percentage out of him.
Take the focus away, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like there hasn't been a problem yet, at least in scrims, but this is our first event and let's see how it goes.
So tell me this then, right? You are on a loan for this period, but say everything goes really well.
Yeah.
Would this be somewhere you want to stay? Like, I know it's hard for you to say now, you're not even done your first event, but like, would you be like to be back on this level, or is your mind set on this other thing you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm surprised by the level of this team. I think honestly, like the biggest surprise was for me the Fallen going from op to rifling.
Yes, yeah.
And the thing, first thing I noticed in practice is how reactive as a rifler he is, and obviously that comes from years and years of IGLing.
Yeah.
Probably teaching other players how to play their positions because somebody's lazy or whatever, and
showing them the ropes.
And legitimately, like any position he's put in, he kind of understands like at least to a bare minimum like what he needs to be done, what was his objective in this certain scenario. And honestly, his rifle has been sharp. Kazakhstan and Yuri, I think both are super amazing. Kazakhstan. There's many different ones, but I think one of the things that's funny is how much HE damage he's actually getting in a game. Like this, I call him. This is a little bit of banter like between us. I call him the rat. He's hiding all the powerful HEs.
Yeah.
Then we're like rewatching the game, and he's like HEing here, HEing this, HEing that. I'm like, bro, when you're gonna share the lineups? Like, when are you? Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry. Like, I'm gonna show you after. And Yuri, I think he's honestly born to be anchor. And of course, MongolZ is super talented opper.
Yeah.
And the best thing is kind of his confidence. That guy is confident.
That's what I expected. Yeah, that's what
Especially he's from Kazakhstan, and like when I say confident, there's a different degree to a confident when you're from Kazakhstan, you know.
Okay, I'm excited to see it.
Yeah.
And you touched on it yourself. You did have like your worst career year. It was a rough time for you. You went away from IGL, and then you had to try to fit back in. There's a lot of change going on around you. How has the rest been between when we last saw you to now? And what kind of Yakinda can we expect here in Astana? Because we all know the Yakinda we know and love.
Yeah, honestly, I switched back to Full HD. And I've never been the same since. I'm not this like 1 year slumpy Yakinda. I'm back.
You're back?
I'm back, bro. Full HD is just the superior res.
I'm happy to see you back, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do in the server again. You're looking good. You've got a big smile on your face right now. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yakinda is back, so I hear. That's what the news says, Harry. But a second map that just slips through Furia's fingers puts us on Inferno. MIBR on Inferno. I'm noticing a pattern. They've been struggling with this one. Furia, no different, but with a new roster, maybe that can reinvigorate them.
Yeah, you know, I think they won't be shy on things to try and ideas here. If you're Furia, even thinking back to Yakinda and his previous team, it was one that they played there, and he always had some interesting ideas for how to go about some of, you know, like the banana control CT side and whatnot. So curious to see how Furia look to implement that.
And they played it once against the Mongols here. It's the only time. They got 3 rounds first half CT side, ended 39 loss. So going to need a better defense here.
It was a respectable attempt at a comeback, we'll say.
Sure. Locking in. Triple B. Furia say, try me. Sorry, try B.
Serato dropped full in the dual Berettas this time.
Better skin.
Much better. All right, out towards top mid, MIBR. Nearly went into that 3-man B hold, but instead they've chose right. MongolZ and Yuri between Pit and the apartments. Oh, well, MongolZ's dead instantly, and Yuri is very much living on borrowed time down in the pit.
Kind of impossible, this one. I think you should just save your armor and try and buy more next round. It's just really out of your hands, isn't it? Nice little pop for MIBR.
You have just turned off screen.
Sorry,
only space you.
Yeah. I wanted to share your monitor, Harry.
You know, I wanted to weigh in there and give my opinions, but I couldn't really see.
Not much to say, don't worry. Oh, clean. So clean.
Woo! Now that actually was clean.
Yeah, and now
put some respect on it.
Take some more money with that one. Furia will take it. MIBR. Let's see if they can convert a pistol, because both these teams struggled. Those dastardly second rounds.
I mean, more aptly, MIBR struggled. Winning them both back on that last map, both time losing at force fires.
Yeah, but they at least recovered by forcing back in the first half. So it's kind of all over the place. How did that happen? Oh, that's crazy. From Serato, and B is clear, so once they go back for the bomb, should just be fine. They both leave. No, Serato is on A, but hoping he's rotated perhaps. Safe and secure.
Is this map like immersion breaking to you? That the postcard stands are still outside in alt mid, and the shop shutters are closed. Why would?
Because they trust people aren't going to rob them. It's a nice place, Italy.
That still feels insane to me.
They
no
open
matter
up
how
later.
much trust.
They open up later.
Like you wouldn't actually, if you were a business, like even if people don't, the wind would be an enemy.
Well, that's
here.
why it's shaken up a little bit. I don't know. I just got back from Italy. It's pretty safe, pretty nice.
People are just leaving their worldly possessions like out in the open.
It's just boats in the water. No one's even driving them. No one's stealing the boats. Nah, I think it's fine. It's not immersion breaking at all, actually, Harry.
Just something to think about. Don't know if anyone ever has.
You know how I feel, though, Harry. Law is bore. It ain't that
law. This is world building.
Yeah, law is bore. It's all the same. Don't you find don't you don't you find it pretty immersion breaking that, or whatever you're saying, that they're just blowing up boxes on every map, like a bunch of cardboard boxes, wooden boxes. Like, what are you bombing here? Nothing.
No.
In some maps, some things. Okay, I'll give you that. In most maps, nothing.
If you look.
Yeah.
There's an arsenal of explosives.
Okay, fine. Dust
that
too.
have been inside the boxes. There is weaponry.
Okay.
Aid.
I see you're just not letting me sell my piece. Unlike Dust 2, it's just boxes, man. There's nothing in there.
I think I've raised a valid point, and now in an attempt to also be intellectual on a subject you haven't considered, you're weighing in.
Oh, I'm not in the mood. Actually, I take it all back.
Forget I said anything.
I'll just cast the game.
Oh, yeah.
4v2 now.
Why don't you just cast the round?
Yeah, good one. Fallen.
Stop blowing my mind. Come on. 3-0. We can let the wheels fall off for now, but the gun round is coming for FURIA.
Inferno disaster class. Who's going to have it? Both these teams have been having a trouble. Orb for MongolZ. He's alone on A right now. Bit delayed for Yuri to throw some util. Your Kinder at Sandbags. Seen this before. What's he got? Good grenade. But so to MIBR respond.
He's really hurting.
Wow.
I don't know how he gets out with the kill. What?
Oh, Fallen says enough's enough. Oh no, it might cost them everything. Keserato burns as well. That's a team kill. I mean, I think he was dead anyway, but it doesn't help your case, does it? What's Safe looking for? He's got the sight, as far as he's concerned. Doesn't believe it. You've got triple kill at B. You don't believe it. You're not planting. He is very paranoid right now. It's not like his teammates gaining space. They're going to have to group up back on B. It's giving more time for FURIA to get set up. And they have smoke, sure. FURIA are right there.
FURIA still don't buy this.
Yes.
And in a weird way, I can't say I blame them. It took so long for this sight hit to come through. But you felt like that resmoke should have been enough for them to realize.
Oh, that's a horrible resmoke.
Blocked again. Kit dropped over here. Towards Banana. They've gone safe. But now it's kind of trapped between two FURIA players. Going to struggle to get out of this one with much to say about.
Hello.
And what? Yuri will find him.
There's no time.
But there isn't time for Breno. Or, sorry, there is plenty of time for Breno. There's no time for FURIA to win this. They will be left saving. It's a rough round, man. Yukina did so well to get out of that with a double kill. Then Bad Fallen shows up, kills his teammate, dies shortly thereafter, says, my job here is done.
Yeah.
And
after such great flashes from Fallen as well. Like the reason your kid gets those kills.
your kid does still alive at that point in the round is because of Fallen's flashes. But you know, Fallen gives, Fallen takes away.
Yeah. Like, look how blind they are. Nice. Oh, he was flashed as well, so he just shot. It's a real sad round to lose. MIBR, though, strong start to this third map.
You just realized he was flashed? Like, he had full vision.
Was he just... Did someone jiggle, or is he just pre-firing, right? Like...
Yuri and Kazakhstan have this crossfire between the two of them.
They could have played with that smoke up. It kind of blocked Kazakhstan, but they don't opt for it. Holodoy's AWP. Chance to dance in Banana alone. FURIA 4A.
It's not uncommon to leave the AWP alone to kind of play railgun over towards B like this, but the guy you're up against on the extremity here is Insani, and if there's one guy who you think could take an edge versus an AWP in that fight, it's him.
Very passive setup for FURIA with Yakinda just holding long side safely. They play the crossfire of A. Yakinda re-blocks. He says, if you want to come get it, go for that A attack. 30-second block smoke. Big problem here. And a reboost could be a good answer. They've already cleared this. Up he goes. Over the top. Dropped his Lukowski. Then MIBR stalled out.
I mean, it's a good read from Fallen over the pacing of this game thus far, right? Having the rest of the gang hold on to all their util this late in the round has caused so many problems for MIBR. And there's no way that it gets better, right? The hit just had all the momentum sucked right out of it. They didn't have util left to play around on the side of MIBR, and they just kept getting re-blocked. Even now, at the end of the round, Kazakhstan and MongolZ both still with smokes in play.
Oh my god, he got him!
That's brutal. Yuri chases down the AWP. Death after time.
Oh, through the door, Harry. Through the bloody door. The big bad wolf. And FURIA do get on the board, and they take everything with them. 5 alive. 4 AKs and an AWP. Doesn't really get much better. Nice. Oh, and then they get knifed in spawn. It's
just kind of a string of unfortunate events here for MIBR.
Wheels are falling off now. Insani's going to eat nades as well.
It's really low damage.
It's totally fine. They're dead anyway. Bears will stay on this line here, try and get one more shot off, but MongolZ has to give up the site, and they realize that as well, not triple B, and so MIBR immediately take this space. They avoid the cross on the HE. MongolZ ahead of the Molotov, and he's going to get his kill hanging around. MongolZ, big risky move here. Kazakhstan through the smoke has to win this round. He's traded places. He's done it again. This is a weird spot to be in. They jump back for the bomb. He says no thank you. And this round should be undoable. Exit is surrounded by smokes and players. And Fallen's got a rifle.
They can also just keep blocking the top of Banana so he can't get the bomb back.
Yeah.
There's kind of no... The best chance he has is to go try and fight Fallen, but it won't ever get that far. Yuri hits a blinder of a nade.
From downtown.
Yuri has been having a good series. No denying it. Started off train so strong. Was phenomenal on the B site. And certainly is not letting us down here on Inferno. FURIA is starting to grind back into this after the initial 4-0 lead for MIBR. It's about to be a one-round game. Actually, I said that last time. There was full Deags, full Glocks and one Deagle, and live to regret it.
True.
But the fact they're treating this as a bit of a timeout suggests that MIBR also don't think they're winning this round.
Let them just burn all their util. That's kind of the goal of these kind of rounds, right? Not even peaking at the moment. So FURIA have already spent a few $100 each. And there's more to go when they make contact, so... Oh, I like this. Falling has multiple HEs to set up Yakinda, who, as we know, loves to run down Banana. This was Yakinda and Liquid all over again. At times to be a detriment of Liquid CT side. But Fallen keeps him on a short leash. Pulls him back to the top of B. As MIBR just look to explode out middle with Glocks.
Yuri Keserato stat pad round. There's one. There's two. Screw it. MongolZ gets one as well. Like that. Yeah. Nice. For MIBR, a lot of this has just been talking about the round ahead. And that's where they'll see the fruits of this conversation, hopefully. As now there is just one round between them and FURIA.
They're having a fruity conversation?
It's the best kind of conversation.
Yeah, sure. MIBR, no money for this T-side orb here. Oh, good Molotov. Oh my god, they're just sitting in it. Insani a little late on that smoke. So, significant damage done to start this round, and FURIA opt to just play inside the site. App set up. MIBR 3 in Banana is quite the commitment. That's an entry though, and that smoke ain't gonna stop him. Yakinda has to do it on his own. MP9 churns through 2, and even then, you sometimes say it's not enough, because this B site has been lost in the process, and these rotates are nowhere near.
It's where Breno's lurk, though, could offer them a way back in.
Yes.
And it will. Caught in middle, rotating back. He suddenly started regretting being in that position, right? He realized the same thing we all did, which is, oh god, if I die, they're going to attempt this. So instead of just sticking to his guns, staying in the corner there, he tries to back out. And in doing so, it's made the problem worse. He now falls, and FURIA do want to attempt this 3-on-2. The time ticked off the bomb, but Yuri and MongolZ both have full util almost. It's wrecked in that peak. But Yuri still has this smoke on the bomb.
Are they trying this? There's no... He'd have to already be defusing. Now he's just running away, and Safe's going to die, but so will Yuri to that bomb. So was it worth it? FURIA get baited in by Breno's mid-rotation, and it almost costs them everything. MIBR will take it at the end of the day, breaking that streak.
I mean, what's staggering is, you know, MIBR have this lead, but the money between these teams is in wildly different positions. The rounds that FURIA have won have been super clean and contained, right? You have Keserato on 10 grand, saving at the end of that round. So you get a full buy here, and you still have another full buy in the tank, at least if you're FURIA. That's before you even take into account the savings. So MIBR, it's going to be a real... you know, streak of rounds here put together before they break through FURIA's money. And that's also a problem, what with MIBR losing everyone in the ending of that round. Their buy here is worse than their buy last time. They're running 3 Galils, limited util, Mac 10 for Insani as the banana player.
Might get ahead of the nades. We've been seeing FURIA prioritize Molotovs over HEs, but this time it's 3B, so expect a bit of a destruction here. And actually hold their nades for some time. Yuri 12 and 2 dinked through the mid smoke. Not a good start for FURIA. Considering if he's back in pits, he's very susceptible to utility. Kinder back on his BS, down B. Is he going for it? No. No. He's hoping maybe they pop through on the timing and then he's behind them, but they won't, so... Dude, this is so risky right now. He has nothing to stop this. Oh, dear.
It's out with one. They're not able to chase.
Oh,
There's the support from Fallen. Stays alive for a long while in a very compromised position. And with a bit of help from Fallen, FURIA have kept this in their favor. Regroup in the B site now. Kazakhstan joins the fray. No util to kind of help out here. It's just got to be dry fights. Kazakhstan tries to play through, but the flashes will leave him blind, meaning Fallen is the one feeling the pressure.
Oh, no.
The burden in his solo sight hold.
Oh.
And Fallen's looking real slick with it. Can't quite manage kill number 4, but Fallen did all he had to and then some.
Can't plant. There's nowhere to plant. Kazakhstan has a cover. And he goes hunting for kills for a path to survival. It will not be allowed. MongolZ trades out and FURIA holds strong. Great utility and great performance from Fallen. Puts on an absolute show at the back of the bomb site after whiffing his first chance as well. All eyes were on him. Able to find 2 more kills at quad. And this didn't go too bad at Banana either. 5v3 initially before Yakinda just gets clean traded. That's so sharp for Fallen. That's why we've been hyping up the rifling all day. Still got it.
Sani ahead of the molly, tried to play through. That was a spooky chase for Yuri, but he makes it work. 13 and 3. He wants to take all the fights. If they're willing to give them, Yuri is interested.
Like, is Fallen the best individual player of his age bracket? Like, he's 33. Rain is 30. Throw that out there. Rain in good form.
Well then, are we counting Rain as in
I mean,
his age?
you know,
If so,
okay, then no, right? But
kind of answered your own question.
I don't know. Did I? Like, right now, I don't know.
In this game, Fallen is better than
yeah,
Rain.
yeah,
yes,
sure.
I will give you that.
No,
I'm willing.
Okay. Like, Fallen and Rain. No one else touching that. Carrigan. Trying to think of other 30-year-old players. There's a few out there. Okay, Apex. recently, yeah.
32, very close to Fallen's age.
Yeah.
So
but I think I'm going off of eye test really. Like Apex impact, yes, but like eye test, I don't know. When Fallen pops off, my God, it looks good. That's just eye test though. That's
when
just...
Apex pops off, he lifts trophies.
Yeah, true.
So
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you know. Okay. Yeah. Fallen good.
Yeah.
He should AWP or something.
This round start just feels rough for MIBR. Losing LuCaoZ early. There is a huge gap right now with FURIA kind of bringing the stack over towards B. But they know this as well, so they try to re-aggro in a top banana. And that's the nice thing about having Yakinda. You can tell him, yo, I think we... And he's already going B. You don't even have to finish the call. He's already getting aggressive. He does like to push and prod.
Save.
And yeah, with MIBR kind of going out and seeking these openers, finding neither of them on both sides of the map, losing LuCaoZ and Insani as the extremity men. This one goes nowhere quickly. There's no room left to play, and so FURIA move into the lead, in with a chance now of winning out the half. That's in spite of that 0-4 start for FURIA.
Yeah, very good recovery. We've seen some nice banana takes, some risky moves for Yakinda. Yuri is 16-3. I mean, he is the reason they don't want to go A, but it's not like they've really put too much stock in that side of the map. They are trying to kind of abuse the B execute. But Fallen and Yakinda holding it very strong. And Yuri, even when he's retaking or coming back in, is still finding impact in terms of economy, doing damage. And MIBR have just been by eco for the most part. This save allows more rifles in the final round of the half. FURIA triple B, and all the right rounds, really. It hasn't been exploited or read by Exit, when to speed up and do a quicker A approach. Yakinda down bottom B again. So consistently here.
Finally get past Yuri. I mean, that has been the real stopping power of this A site. You deal with him, you do still have to worry about Serato swinging out with a double. He's also quelled. They've dealt with the two big threats. MongolZ's going to get overrun. Fast flank out of Yakinda. My God, this guy's quick. And Safe also takes one of the dome in that fast flick down. Plant in. Breno makes it into the pit, but he's lost his teammate in the sight. Dink downrange from Fallen. Both players low. One shot for either side ends this round. For MIBR, it's a chance to split the half. For FURIA, they're looking to move into that lead and recover very gracefully from how this game started. Breno bides his time. And a wide swing.
What? That's not a wide swing. That's a floating, sliding. I don't even know. He doesn't hit one bullet. Not a single bullet.
Yeah, that was mad.
Because I was looking at that, like when I saw Yakinda climb up, I just thought, oh, there's no way he wins this because of the angle. But yeah, sure, you're impossible to hit.
I mean, Fallen looked very shocked at the outcome of that round.
Dude, that doesn't even make sense.
Having a little laugh to Yakinda in the cams. He couldn't believe it.
How do you win that? Yakinda even wrote XD in the chat. Breno laughed it off. But that's pain. That's a laugh of a man in pain after losing that round. 7-5, FURIA. Like you said, 4-0 down. Took control back of this map. And I don't know, pretty uninspiring led T side. No moment of individual brilliance, and Sani disappearing again with Safe. And I don't think the calls were anything special. They couldn't even get Yakinda out of bloody banana, for crying out loud. Let alone pass Yuri in the pit.
Yeah, I think it's, a bit of a pitfall for MIBR on this map is like, Insani, very, very talented player, no doubting his mechanical skill, but I feel like I see this a lot where he just gets so bullied by the util banana side that he never really feels super involved. And the rounds are rarely pacey enough to put him ahead of that utility. Yeah. It's like they want him to have the banana space, but take it slow and in time with the rest of the team. As a result, I feel like most of his rounds, he starts off at like 20 health. And from then on in, it's like the best you're hoping for from him is a one and done. Here's a B hit out of FURIA, though, for their T-side pistol.
Smoke and flash, ready to block. Look at the util, though. Yakinda's got an HE, which screams they're just going to nade the smoke. They're going to exec. Insani will block. Yakinda will nade the smoke, and they're going to go.
The nade for the smoke is really, really nice. It lets them play on their timing. They're not at the mercy of this MIBR util, and there's a straight-up check
what a pistol.
Onto Insani. Yakinda double opener.
And that position for Insani is really good if they run through the smoke, right? It's a really hard spot to clear. It's not where you're looking. You're coming in gray screen. He has Julies. but when you get naded, you look like a sitting duck. That's a sexy pistol for FURIA. Double molly, smoke exec, and like you said, your own timing thanks to the nade. Really like what we're seeing here. 13 and 6 on Yakinda, far better map than Anubis.
I mean, we even saw that interview with him before this game, right? He's saying he's back, and it's nice to hear him speaking positively again. Definitely was a... When you think about how good Yakinda was back in like the days of VP in CSGO, and when he left that team, you know, the expectation was it's like he could join any roster and make them a top squad, and then he had a real rough fall from grace, did Yakinda. Suddenly started to feel like more of an issue than a helping hand. And so, not just nice to see him speaking positively, but it would be a very exciting player to have back in that form you know he can bring to the table. Seems complementary to this FURIA roster as well. Sometimes would lack that man who likes to go and take space, play selfless, and can open rounds up.
Well, here's your guy. Can he do it again? Oh, solo B, that. Then HE, they just win the round right there, but FURIA don't want to risk it into what could be a stack. Exit stays calm. Ready to reblock. But he's not going to be here in time. He's walking, so they could just go. Smoke might not play a factor here. Oh, it's too late. Can't do anything about this. They're coming in. I like the contact. Like, no one has a clue. I'm gonna just plant. Great awareness from FURIA here.
I wouldn't hate the unicorn round here for MIBR. Like, just save with 5 and try this again.
Yeah.
Right, they forced into this round, and you know you aren't winning this, so they will just hunker in place and run it back. Stylistically, like with how Fallen likes to play, with a lot of these, like he's really good at like the mind games, playing from the front, knowing when to like go for these sudden pace changes, but largely grounded in slower rounds where if individuals kind of get space, you try to go for like little contact moves like that and you give them the freedom. I think you could draw some parallels between, you know, his eye for the game and how someone like a Jamie used to think about it. Not to the fullest extremity of a Jamie, right? He very much was like down the other end of the spectrum, but some similarities. Timeout called in. MIBR, a second chance with this force buy.
All in all, it's a decent buy, right? Double FAMAS. They rebuy some smokes to give themselves a healthy chance. But someone's going to have to step up in a big way if MIBR stand any chance in this game. We have a very quiet map from every single player. No outlier. Meanwhile, Kazakhstan's 10-2. Under the radar. Yuri 4 KD and Yakinda non-stop impact across the first half and even in the second. with that double pistol entry, the contact play into B in the previous. It's all just going smoothly. Good round to make a gamble. MIBR 5B. Ooh la la. They're going to do the double boost. They don't even need to, really, because the smoke's not over the top. But yeah, this is cool. One player play first. Just hope that Safe doesn't just get full spammed. I think they're also hoping that FURIA do a proper smoke. I think this is the one. Middle mouse, jump forward, throw, and it's going to land on top of that bit. So they can now boost on the head. Can they? What's his vision? Okay. It'll do. Let's see.
We certainly shouldn't expect it. Molly burns out Lukowski. It might actually work to MIBR's benefit here, because it's enticed FURIA in. There's still this boost in play. The bomb's trying to escape, but Fallen can't get out of there. This was all transpiring because Yuri was out in top mid, but that one kill on Lukowski kind of baited FURIA into the commit.
They've got the bomb, but they can't run it back. There's no time. They've got to go forward, in, and both players ready on that cross. MIBR win the 4 saved. It's actually Breno at the back of the site. 2 kills off the FAMAS. The surprise from the boost. And that's a 3-on-5 win for MIBR to keep them in this map. It felt like they were disappearing, shrinking into their seats. Now they've been given a shot.
Yeah, opportunities like this don't come along often. Right, that was the saved 4-spy from the second round, and it hits the mark. They also get out with 3 players surviving, so suddenly they're feeling flush with money.
Very late spread.
And the thing that's just nice is, like, you give yourself so much more breathing room on the back of that round. Not just for the fact that, like, you're not instantly broke if you lose this. You can still cobble something together. But most importantly is just, you've closed the gap. FURIA would have been on 10 and 1 rifle round away, essentially, from winning this game. Now you got some staying power if you're MIBR. Let's see if they're able to realize the potential of that last round. He's set up to receive here on A. Safe's been forced back, but this might make them discount Lukowski. Indeed it does. He's torn through FURIA. Lukowski putting on a clinic. Once more, Lukowski bait tricks FURIA. This time it didn't cost him his life. It cost all of theirs. That is a marvelous round, and now MIBR are surely feeling good. A big 4K from a struggling Lukowski, who'd looked out of this game till that round there.
Yeah, that's a lazy clear for FURIA, though, to be honest. They even manually check it, but with nades in their hand. Look at this first player, peeking it, pulls the nades when he spots him. You're not believing in that clear. Could have killed him. Could have stopped the unfurling of that round. And now MIBR, off the back of those back-to-backs, are well and truly in control of this map. It's FURIA on the back seat, 12 and 4K Serato, Hero AK on the Eco. Good map for a hero gun, sure, but not anymore. Legged by the AWP.
Lukowski's like, screw it. I'll do it again. They don't think I will. I'll do it again. And he's actually going to start to push forward, clearing out mid, but he's not considering Boiler. Yakindar playing on the left. Ooh, they've just missed each other. So nothing to transpire in top mid. Instead, they're going to see if MongolZ can open up a route through Banana.
Heard the step out of there.
Exit even had flashes, right? Just in case they were any quicker there. Flashes were available to help out inside. That is a bit of a wild kill to have given away.
Why?
Flash through for safe. Exit gonna try and keep them at bay, and it's looking good for that right now. Missed shot on the safe ball.
Oh, God.
Oh, this is a rough round for really everyone apart from
no.
Yakindar's just glocked LuCaoZ in top mid. How's that for revenge? He checked the corner this time, didn't he? Breno and Exit, what can they do? The swing from Molodoi comes in, and that hero AK finds success for FURIA.
Sick for Molodoi, but rife with mistakes for MIBR. I don't know what Insani's doing, man. He knows he's getting run at. I thought he was going to smoke. He pinned it. He cancelled it. Then he tries to do it again. Gets caught in the open. That is a just harrowing issue. Missed shot is unfortunate. LuCaoZ. And then Molodoi lines him up. Everything about that is ugly for MIBR. I'm hearing Portuguese, I'm hearing Russian, I'm hearing English. I'm hearing a good time for FURIA. 10-7. That's the second eco, like hard eco. Sure, they have an AK, but they won that Deagle round last map. They won a hero AK round here. Molodoi puts it to use. And FURIA, robbery of a round. Bloody hell.
That's got to feel really good if you're Molodoi, especially having everyone really pump you up, like knowing the impact of the round that you've just won, the fact that you've put FURIA now on a fast track to win this game. Suddenly this round is the one that really, really matters. If MIBR fall short, they are broke, and FURIA are right there on the finish line with next to no resistance. And it's all teed up by the fresh-faced recruit in the FURIA jersey.
Money on the line now. That's the issue. MIBR, you lose this one, you're in the hole. Save 6 and 10, AWP out. I mean, we have one player on double digits for MIBR, and that's after LuCaoZ's crazy 4K. So it really speaks of the tough time MIBR have been having in this map. I don't think they could afford to lose to that eco round. And now they're in a world of hurt. LuCaoZ, can he repeat? He starts strong, but low health in the approach. Got to fall all the way back. Nowhere to go. Flash is great. 2 kills for LuCaoZ, more than he bargained for. In they go.
He's dropped up. Serato and Molodoi get the openings. MIBR, as mentioned, their whole economy rested on winning this round. And so they might have to just save these guns. They're so far removed. And Yuri's still on the extremities hunting. This AWP's got to survive. This AWP's got to make it. Safe with another unfortunate miss. It just sails past Yuri, and he can't afford to miss those.
This new
Molodoi won't.
This new FURIA plays with so much confidence, so many balls, dude. The smoke, drop a flash behind you and just W through the smoke. Like, these moves that FURIA are making are unbelievable. Feels like these 2 new players have added just an air of confidence into this FURIA roster. I've never seen the old FURIA go for a play like that. Not since Art left. Unreal rounds being won in this game. And FURIA absolutely the better team on this third map. It's not up for debate.
I love how often as well, like, Fallen likes to try and find these timings and play contact, but not like with an individual. It's not on like a feeler of, okay, like, let's send out Yakindar to Arch and see if he can get this room without making any noise. It's like, now let's walk 3 players up long through CT, never pull a pin on a nade, never smoke anything. Let's just call their bluff. And he's had a bunch of reads exactly like that across this entire series. And so in a lot of these rounds, like, you're not even getting the sort of primer to tell you the end goal, right? You're only finding out the end goal as they arrive there. MIBR just feel like they're flying blind in these rounds. Just pistols to go up against here, but FURIA looking like they will walk into the stack. Okay, the last time this happened,
you can bail.
When they lost this type of round before, they had Yuri out on A, and by the time they realized that they were going into the stack, it was too late.
Oh no.
I'm worried that something similar could happen. Now, it's far less in this round. Last time they had Famises and the likes, but it's still a stack. These pistols can be dangerous. That bomb's going to start retreating now. Linking up with Serato at the B site. FURIA have left themselves time to bail out of this one, and Yuri doesn't hang around to fight this. He's playing a delay, wasting as much time as he can. Oh, he's getting iced out, but he's maneuvering so well to keep these fights. And these 3 players from closing in on him. Yuri's handled this like a boss. That's sick. And now MongolZ just holds the sight line for him. Yuri doesn't have to worry anymore. He's got support.
In these 2 maps that FURIA have won, Discounted and Train, like, Yuri has played some incredible CS. What a resurgence. Was the B anchor on CT Train and was not letting them in. And even in this map, MIBR went B for the majority of their T side. Yuri was pit player. Like, he still did so much. On rotation, on retake. Hard positions to win rounds from. Sure, some exits in there. But he's 20-6, man. His impact is undeniable right now. Controlling Arch back-to-back rounds.
You are dead on there. There were a lot of B plays. And the reason why Yuri was still fighting a lot of kills is he was just down a peak through middle and try and fight them, which is emblematic of the game he's having, right? At 20-6,
Dude,
he's very confident.
Because he's really been having trouble this year, and it's what a time to find a resurgence. Not just these new players and new energy added in, a new look for this team, but Yuri performing like this, that's an X factor for FURIA. I want to see how far they can go here in Astana. How deep is this playbook on a new roster? They clear close to the nades, they walk through the mid-smoke. It's a fearless play yet again for FURIA. They've been doing it all day. Safe has missed so many shots, and that's a blinder hit by Fallen. Lukowski peeking in. Safe can't afford to miss now. There's the first, they're up close, so he knows. Going to hunt, finding Fallen as well. Safe may have saved the day, at least for one more round. A third connects as well. Safe looking for the ace. He got that info. He wants to finish the job. Flash dodge, Safe dies, and it's MongolZ against the world.
Oh, these jiggles for exit nearly give MongolZ the shot back in, but it will fall short, and luckily enough, it's only Safe we end up talking about. His AWP highlight, that was lovely. Safe, very good in those types of positions, able to kind of string out the fights as they're pushing up long.
You just wonder if it's too late, Harry, because he's had his chances earlier in the half to take control. He's missed some really awkward shots, let FURIA into this game, and now 12-8, 12-8. It's 4 chances for FURIA to close this map. They go for a Hail Mary there, up pushing through a long smoke. But they've got more options than that. The B abuse has been clear for FURIA. They've been pushing through the util, breaking it.
Counter-terrorists win.
I mean, there's just some like... There are, you know, some rough things that are going to have to turn around for MIBR if they want this comeback to happen. They've taken the first step to get there, but as it stands right now, Insani's sitting down bottom of the board where he is after a dismal first half showing T-site, getting bullied on Banana, now having some missteps in the CT half as well towards B. 5-14 for the star of this team is not good, and you don't see a world where they're able to recover if he continues playing like this. I'm not saying he has to suddenly shoot up the top of the board, but you need this guy because there will be a round coming where FURIA are going to test the limits of this B defense. Hell, it could even be this round right now. And in that moment, Insani will have to step up. If he gets nothing done, that could decide everything. For the side of FURIA, the floor ain't super low. And it feels like everyone's had their moments. Yuri, certainly the one in the limelight, but even this kind of K-Serato, Yakindar duo finding their footing. MongolZ with some sick rounds in there, including the hero AK. This is the one map where Fallen has kind of taken a bit of a back seat in terms of the fragging, which is already a wild enough sentiment, isn't it? But he's had a great series keeping them in it up until this point. And even when you kind of look at the board for MIBR, Lukowski sitting at the top of the charts right now, but that's helped out massively by his 4K like bait round in mid. Up until that, it had actually been a pretty rough game for Lukowski. Safe now showing some signs of life and starting to warm back into it. Like they are warming into this game, but it's this guy that has to deliver.
Gonna get tested instantly. MongolZ with the cross covered. Good jump, escapes the orb. And then Sana gets back to safety. Got a smoke, gonna get it down. Better sooner than never. And 3B for MIBR as they feared execution. FURIA pull back out of Banana. Retake utility gives MIBR that B control yet again.
And this round, MIBR and Insani have at least made all the right moves, right? Didn't fall to the AWP at the start of the round in B. Was able to get out of there in spite of FURIA pressuring it, and they've just re-cleared Banana at the minute mark. So they're going to free up this third player to rotate back over, and it is Insani that they put in this position. And so he will be here when this site hit comes. Breno in the pit, Lukowski and Insani side by side, trapped in the bomb site. Nothing but one kill from Lukowski, and that should be this one dead to rights. FURIA in such a strong position here in the post plant. There's no real world back into this for MIBR. AWP in the retake, safe, hoping, praying that something connects through this smoke, but in his heart, he knows this one is over. MongolZ will be the one to seal the deal. FURIA locking in this series. It smiles all round from Fallen for his boys as FURIA convincingly run away with Inferno.
Smiles all round indeed, as it should be. Last time we saw FURIA with the all-Brazilian lineup in Bucharest, they were pretty bad. This is a far more improved team. Very exciting times if you're a FURIA fan, I'd say. Because they're improving series to series, map to map.
The best Brazilian team at this event, Rich, as I said earlier, and you can clearly see why Inferno, that was a map we touched upon as to how good the T side looked against the Mongols. It was just unfortunate that a CT didn't have too many rounds for them to really work with here, but phenomenal work. Yuri, what a turnaround. He's been kind of quiet, really popping off the two maps they've won.
Solid series for him.
But what impressed me the most here, Dustin, it wasn't just like a one-man or a two-man show. Every single player on this FURIA side had their moments.
Couldn't agree more. I think Yuri's actually thriving in these new roles that he is taking on to make room. I think it takes a lot of pressure off of his shoulders, knowing that K-Serato and MongolZ can kind of be the main fixtures of the team. Fallen, I think what has been great about him being a rifling IGL, not only his individual performance, he's doing a great job in that regard, but I think it allows him to be more reactive. You know, he's in the heat of the moment. He's in the pocket. He's the one going for openings, and so he's the one that can kind of quickly make the follow-up call once they get that initial space, be like, hey, let's go for it.
And it also means they can bring in someone who can ult.
Yeah, that's also a big...
That's like a huge bonus.
Let's be honest, like the Brazilian scene has lacked a really true powerful opera for some time. I mean, NQC is pretty solid, but we just haven't really seen it there. So they did what all Great America's teams do, import players.
Yes.
They've learned that from us in North America, so congrats on to you that one, FURIA. But
no tariffs on MongolZ, I hope.
Yeah, definitely not. We took 25% off of that one. So here's the deal. I also just really liked the adjustment FURIA made in the first half defensively. They were kind of getting battered early on, but then they flipped the switch. This new combo of Yakindar and Fallen on the B defense has been working out so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And also what I liked a lot was, apart from couple of mistakes they made on T side. One round was when they just walked into the full stack towards B when they knew they should be more worried about that, and then not clearing out towards Cubby when they got a 4K. Despite that, despite 2 free rounds given away with MIBR, this was such a convincing scoreline coming in from FURIA. And yeah, obviously Yuri on top of the scoreboard, but you can see Yakinder finding impact in some of those lurks. He's the first guy in, sometimes lurking, seems like he's doing a lot of job. But I gotta just add on to what Natus just said right here, just the fact that Fallen's working with the pack. He has all the information at his fingertips, and just being the master of puppets right there and working wonderfully for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say while Yuri's on the screen, definitely it's great to see Fallen kind of acting as the Yakinder whisperer. We talked on, I think it was day 1 or day 2, we were talking about all of the issues he'd had, personal issues, stuff outside the server, lost all of his form, lost all of his confidence. It's just great to see him coming back because, he's still young and very talented. And then obviously for this guy on your screen, Yuri, as Dust rightly pointed out, is a player that, he's locked into FURIA. He is FURIA along with Kazakhstan. He's been one of those players that for a long time we've wondered, would it be better for him to go and play in a foreign organization? He's stuck around, and now they've imported a couple of players, and hopefully he can, add a few trophies in the cabinet and do something with a career that really should have bore fruit by now.
And look, the thing is, you can always say it's a honeymoon period for this team, right? Obviously, the vibes are good, finally something clicking their way. But I don't want to just, give it to that. I really feel like there is some real true potential in the way they're playing out right now. Yes, the mistakes are there, Dust, but you can see these are issues that can easily be fixed. These are not like deep set issues which might, just get worse over time. It's looking good thus far. And so far, look at the teams that played, right? They're talking about GamerLegion, they're talking about MongolZ, and the compatriots in the form of MIBR, where we know these domestic derbies can be a little messy. It wasn't this.
You know what I'm thinking about, Dust? I'm thinking about a world where FURIA make it to the playoffs. And as I said, when we were interacting with fans yesterday, they know about MongolZ. Obviously, they're going to get such a pop. They're going to be considered a home team. If they can get in the stadium and thrive on that, I don't know, man. Anything could happen.
Yeah, and I think the cool thing is we're already seeing really positive signs, and we also see the signs for the rooms of improvement as well. So, for example, that final round, they ran into a stack essentially, but they had such good layering of utility and spacing and trading efficiency that they could just bust through it. And there were other rounds, though, where you saw the spacing wasn't quite right, like that closet round that you were talking about, where they were unable to clear the player there, and they lose 3 and they lose the round. So it's one of those things where those are things that you can hone and sharpen. You can fix spacing and timings, but it's about the overall game plan that you have to be more concerned with. And right now, I think they're doing the best you could do in this situation with limited practices. Play simple Counter-Strike, play with pace, and just overwhelm your opposition. As right now, Payne and ODDIK are getting into it on the B stream.
Yeah, it turns out, by the way, in case you're wondering what all the noise is in the background, the players are all around us at the moment, so you are going to hear the occasional.
I think ODDIK won an important round.
It's not just Dust's fans. ODDIK are
all the fans.
Yeah, so
plenty of fans around me, mate.
And just won the 2 of us. And just to highlight what's impressed me the most is 7 days of practice, 2 days of officials. They're coming in English. Again, reminding everyone, MongolZ's not that comfortable yet, right? You're talking about Kazakhstan, Yuri having to play international. Sure, they did it in the past. Don't really talk about that. But the fact that some of the plays are pulling off, it almost feels like they're really comfortable in the language they're really coming in.
I think we have to be real honest with ourselves here. When this team got put together on paper, we all thought this Frankenstein roster was destined to fail. It was a Hail Mary. It was a desperation move before the major because things were not going well for FURIA for quite some time. And so they decided to remove Cello, who was really struggling to be an entry fragger for them. They make this move to bring in Yakinder. And while he hasn't been lighting the world on fire with his own entry stats, he's still playing good Counter-Strike defensively, and he's trading very well when he's able to follow behind Fallen. And they're playing way finer, more tuned than I thought.
I was going to say, just while I got you there, I know you wanted to talk about this guy some.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I just liked here was just seeing the shift on banana defense from FURIA in the first half. They were getting mobbed kind of early in the game, but you see this pairing, this Yakinder Fallen pairing. Yakinder obviously being a guy who loves to be assertive, who loves to get forward on bananas defensively. He struggled with that in the past on Team Liquid, but he's trying to recover that form. And there were so many rounds where he was dancing around utility, playing behind smokes, finding the perfect maneuvers to duck and weave in between what Main Brazil were throwing at him. And he had such substantial impact in the last 6 or 7 rounds of the first half alongside Fallen to really kind of turn the tides of this game and put it in their favor.
Especially considering it was 4-0, 4-1 or 5-1 up, right? Something like that for the side of MIBR. Just when this duo, they kind of said, Banana, it's not open for business, right? And that's what kind of allowed them to come back into this game. And once things died up, T-Side just ran away with it.
Yeah. Just before we go to break, I want to talk about MIBR a little bit. I mean, with your analytical eye, what do you think they need?
Exit is IGL, isn't it? Or maybe it could be the coaching department, because I'm looking at the individual. I'm looking at look how he came in, and we saw how good he was before he joined this team. We're looking at how Insani was such a star for this team, should be the star. We know how, well, Safe can be a very reliable pair of hands with the AWP. The pieces make sense, man. Even Breno, he's the only guy who's been doing all the heavy lifting for this team over here. Why isn't it clicking? And I think it's fundamentally the IGLing duties coming to Exit. And again, this is something they've been going back and forth with different players. I just feel like they have to make the switch up, because overall, it's just failed. It's not the individuals. The structure has failed for this team.
I'm going to be a little more harsh. I think Lakozi's played underneath 2 IGLs now on this team, Drop and Exit. I didn't see him play well either time. Safe, obviously, as an opera, is fading away and getting older in his career. My honest assessment is airlift Astana out of this team. Get him somewhere else. That's my final conclusion.
I mean, that's not MIBR, but I like the energy.
I just want to save Insani. Like, you got to salvage something out of that.
All right.
Well, I mean, someone might have $1 billion, maybe. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course. Anyway, thanks for your thoughts, guys. It's time for a quick break. When we come back, more action. NIP will be taking on Aurora. We'll see you in a moment.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move. All right, welcome back. As I said, NIP will be taking on Aurora. We're going to start by talking about Aurora on the desk. It's the halfway point of the year. I'm officially out on them. I'm done. I feel like every event I've hosted this year, and even when I've just been sat at home, chilling, streaming, I'm talking about how they realistically should have had a trophy in 2025. I've given up on that. I'm where Yanko was at yesterday. They flatter to deceive, and I don't have high hopes for them.
At this point, it's even worse, because we were getting disappointed that they were not making deep runs in events. Right now, I'm going to be, even if they make it to the playoffs, it's going to be Struggle City. The game we saw from them yesterday was pure pain. So painful to watch. If Woxic hadn't got the 1v3 and the final round of that map, I could totally see them being in a 1-2 in the bracket here.
Yeah, I kind of want to rewind a bit because this team is a team that gave us a lot of hope last year when they came second at that EPL season, but then they crumbled at Shanghai, and we were left to wonder what would this team be able to do. And what they did at the beginning of the year was they made what was one of the best roster moves at the time, which is when they picked up Jota. They picked up Jota to try to soup up the team a little bit, and they hit the ground running. They came second at that Blast Bounty event. They beat Vitality before they went on that 25-match series streak to be able to do it. And then you saw they even had a top 4 finish at Lisbon. They had some beautiful moments, but they've struggled at the PGL events. They've lost to teams they weren't supposed to lose to in those events to come top 8. And then you come into an event like this where you've had a month break to kind of cool down because they did play a lot this year. I'll give them that credit. You know, they had some health issues and all that jazz. They were burnt out for sure. But they took a month off. Not sure what they did with that month, but they've showed up here. And even when they have won, they have looked ugly. And when they have lost to teams that they shouldn't lose to. So it's just, and no one's playing that well. That's the other big issue.
I mean, look, I'll just say it. I think in terms of talent, you know, this roster, it really excited me coming into 2025. I said, like, you know, this is one of the most, if you're just talking about firepower, forget protocols, forget everything. If everybody is on their game, this should be one of the top teams in the world. They should absolutely be contesting every game, except maybe outside of a Vitality, maybe, you know, a Falcons and Mouse. Then this should be the next team for me.
I think the biggest problem with this team is the mentality, right? Because let's it's not a talent. We know everyone's like, I can sing praises about the individuals on this team for hours. The reason they haven't won a single game in the playoffs of any of the all the tournaments they played thus far, because they made it to playoffs of every event, right? They haven't won a single game. It's a mentality. It's crazy. They just choke when it comes to the stage. The problem now in the server is we're talking about ring rust. They haven't been able to shake it off. That month-long break they've taken is seemingly they're still in vacation mode right now. So mentally, they haven't clicked in yet. They haven't locked in yet. I'm looking at Walksick, man. Day one, first map, the frustration on his face. And I'm like, bro, you can't get tilted this early.
Tilted on day one.
Map one.
And forget not being able to win playoff matches against elite opposition. They're losing to teams they shouldn't lose to. Like, they lost to 3D Max in Complexity at the last event they played in Bucharest where they took their break. That's massive. Like, again, you're right. I think it was really meant for Aurora and MongolZ to be kind of the two teams fighting for that 5th slot when we kind of saw who the top 4 was going to be this year. And so far, MongolZ wavering a little bit, but this team has fallen flat in a big way. And the other big concern I have for them is that their map pool is in tatters. Like, outside of Anubis, I don't know what other.
I don't even know about Anubis right now.
I mean, it was one loss. I'm not going to get too hefty on that.
They lost to Tailu as well.
Okay, but their other maps look way worse, in my opinion.
Let's just quickly talk about NIP and introduce them. I mean, you're probably at home thinking, what year is this? Because NIP are back at a S-tier tournament. Look, it's been a long road back for them. Obviously, they won Philadelphia. What I loved about what this team did, they said, listen, guys, we're not going to get it done. We're not going to get to these big events unless we go out into the wilderness. They played like some local Swedish event. They played like Philadelphia, and they climbed up those VRS ranking points to make sure they could be here if other groups dropped out. And now they're here, right? And I'm hopeful. I think this is one of the best iterations in NIP they've had in a long time.
When you have Snappy at the helm, no matter what the pieces are, you can always have some beliefs, a little bit of hope, right? But the thing is, for Snappy, he's got some really good pieces, man. Shush, we've been singing praises of him this entire tournament thus far.
Well, we got to talk about that guy.
But we also have to talk about Aristosa and Ujux. They really haven't had to do anything too crazy. So it's like it's a team that hasn't really found their final form yet. They're coalescing, and they're looking good while doing it.
Yeah, I mean, Shush has been the shocker for me on this one in the sense that I knew he was a pretty good player, but he was more of a supportive element on Heroic. Let's be honest. You know, he was kind of just playing his anchor roles, his extremity roles. He wasn't really a feature of that team. That was the Tessus and Nert show when Heroic were making the runs that they did at the end of last year. But he has been a star of this team. He has been fantastic in all their online performances. Not only is he just sitting on the extremities, he's being a playmaker. He's creating openings, and he is the 3rd best player in this tournament right now. And he's also in the top 4 in almost every other metric that you really care about. So he has really been lighting the world on fire.
Yeah, and look, I think for NIP, you know, obviously they are they're evolving game to game. I like the pieces. I think I just want to introduce this to the conversation. I don't think Exist gets the respect he deserves as a coach because I think he did a pretty good job over at Heroic. Heroic were on the up under him. They didn't really talk about him then. You know, he's always just been this guy because he's so associated with, you know, NIP and the streak and all of that stuff as a player. People haven't really talked about his evolution as a coach. I think he's been doing a great job, and I don't think it's any coincidence he's associated with this project, and NIP are getting, you know, better. They're on the improvement, the come-up trail.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like, just working with Snappy, right? We've seen Snappy managing to do it with multiple coaches in the past. Obviously, Snappy.
34 years young.
Yeah, dude, he's a young guy, man. But, okay, I did touch upon Ujux and Aristosa, but I do have to point out that they have been subpar as compared to what we saw with them in the previous roster, which was Saw. Coming into this duo getting picked up, I'm like, they should really be the heavy hitters instead of Shush and Wrinkle, but they haven't done it. But once they do so, I think things are going to get interesting, and oh, what do you think about that, Dust?
Permaban's exactly how I expected. Will Nip pick Train again? I think is the big question. They've been picking it. That's been kind of their pocket pick. Anubis from Aurora, 18-3 record on that map. They've been one of the best Anubis teams, so no surprise there. Nip do exactly as I thought. They stick with the Train pick. That's been the one that they've really been. I mean, honestly, it's a good pick because a lot of teams either ban it or they just outright don't really play it very much, and they hope that they don't have to deal with it second rotation. So picking it first right away, not a lot of teams are doing that, and I think that's giving Nip, who's an underdog, an edge to kind of start shocking things. They almost shocked Spirit yesterday.
And Inferno's actually going to be favoring Nip a little bit. It's one of the maps where they've had a semblance of success when they've been playing recently as well, grinding it out. Here's the thing, man, with Anubis, even though yesterday you're like, yeah, sure, it was a close affair and all of that, they still lost to HOTU, dude. HOTU. They lost the best, elite, like one of the best teams on that map in World Counter-Strike, and they lose to a team where I bet you most of us couldn't even name 4 members in a team.
I agree, but I also just think their overall body of work for the year as a whole, I'm not going to let a couple of losses scare me off of Anubis just yet. I'm going to still allow them to have that one.
Here's my worry, though, Dust. I mean, like, yeah, certainly on Anubis, I think they're heavily favored. But
it's the rest of the pool that's the problem.
Yeah. But also just overall, like, they look like they're still on holiday, man. Like, I'm gonna just be real with you. Like it's elementary mistakes and super easy to tilt. That's like, you can't be bringing that energy to a tournament like this in Swiss.
It's not even a nice holiday. It's not even a nice holiday vacation. It's like, you're having a breakup with your wife. Like, everyone looks miserable right now. It's mentally. And listen, we all know how emotional this team could be, and we can see it's the ups and downs. Right now, it's down. They need to turn it around here, Rich.
So, look, Dust, I'll quickly ask you. We've got about a minute before we're going into the game. What can NIP do on Anubis?
So far, what I have seen them be able to do in some of their online play is just play like really basic Counter-Strike and do it very well. I mean, that's the thing. They're not reinventing the wheel, but they're just doing things well. I think the X factor for a team like NIP is they have something that many teams don't have, and that's a true hybrid in Wrinkle. So Wrinkle is a guy who, obviously, solid opera, very flashy. He's the one standing piece left behind from NIP past, and he was a very promising player last year. Here's the thing. As an opper, he's actually able to win over half his opening duels on the T side. He takes a high percentage of them. Not many oppers are doing that. And he's doing it with an AK. In fact, I think last year he had more AK kills on land than op kills. So just to give you that perspective, that means you have like a third guy who can entry for you, which is critical piece to have in a situation like this.
Well, we'll find out if you're correct. We are ready to get into the action. So I'm going to throw you back over to Harry and Hugo for this one.
Yeah, Nip versus Aurora. This one, I think, is going to be pretty darn exciting. You know, the Anubis pick coming through for the Aurora squad, that was very expected. Train as well. I like watching NIP on Train. They've been very enjoyable. They're kind of their go-to, trying to make it a mainstay. And I agree with what the desk was saying. I think it's been giving them an edge in these matchups that they are actively first picking it. But Anubis could be a different story. Aurora might have had a rather shocking loss on their home map just yesterday. But I like Dust's angle there, saying, you know, I don't think that discounts the body of work for the entire year for Aurora. This has been the mainstay of their pool and the reason behind their success.
It just, to me, it screams upset potential, right? That's what it screams, because sure, if we go off of Aurora's peak at the start of the year, then we go, yeah, this team should absolutely be winning against an unproven NIP, a new roster to Tier 1 events, but we know how hungry Nip are. We saw that yesterday. We saw them almost beat Spirit on Train. I mean, really, they should have beat Spirit on Train, if not for some 4v2s, a 5v2 to close it in overtime. And so I think Nip are really hungry to run away with a strong tournament. And, you know, losing to Spirit, we can write that off, but I think this is a very winnable game for NIP right now. Inferno is our decider. I mean, even looking at Train, which of course is second map, that's a map that Aurora, when they were in Eternal Fire, brought it straight away into their pool, right? They were winning it at the start of the year. They beat Cole on it early before Cole really had made this a staple of their map pool. But they've taken 4 losses in a row on that map. And so it's kind of disappeared for them as of late. Not really sure what to expect for Aurora there, making Anubis win all the more important to this Turkish team. It is a map 1 of this series. We do have Nip starting on the T side, and with what we saw yesterday, some cool little pops, some cool little plays for Nip on their T halves. I want to see what set ideas they have coming into this matchup now. Very important game to go 2-1 here in the Swiss stage. We already are so close to sending some teams to playoffs, and we will later on today in those 2-0 matches.
Yeah, I want to see Aurora kind of shake off the weird vibe they've come into this event with. I hope we see them firing on all cylinders, because we did see a lot of frustration. Guys like Woxic looking a bit dejected and tilted, and
it took a 1v3 from Woxic at 12-11 to close out that series against HOTU, like on the third map. Like that's kind of crazy considering how HOTU were just dismembered on day one by Pain of all teams with a stand and with a coach. So I think that did feel disappointing for Aurora, but a win nonetheless. Yeah, it's hard to know. It's really hard to know what you're going to get, because I have high expectations of Aurora. They've just not met them in the last couple of events.
I think, there's a bit of a trap you can run into where you keep making deep runs, but then you're never seemingly getting closer, to lifting the trophy. You kind of feel like you hit a bit of a ceiling, and that also starts to take a toll, because it means, you're on the road even more. You're playing right to the end of these events.
Phase effect.
Exactly, right? Like you saw that happen a phase at the dawn of CS2. And that felt like it very much caught up with them as well. You kind of get used to the disappointment and mar down in the sudden lack of progress for I nearly said Eternal Fire for Aurora.
You did.
For Aurora, it's like,
the issue is, Harry, it's just like, at least you're making playoffs there. We need that Aurora back. They're playing such good Counter-Strike at the start of the year.
They were, yeah. I mean, the big challenge for them originally, it was like, okay, now they need to get used to doing this in stages and high-pressure environments, but suddenly I think the test is actually, like, widened on what Aurora need to do. They need to... Because, you start to kind of lose a bit of faith in things, right? Like, it feels like you're not progressing anymore, and I think maybe that's where they're at. You hit this point now where maybe it even feels like you're regressing, which isn't nice. You don't want to be slipping off when it felt like you were right there towards the top end of teams in Counter-Strike.
But let's talk about Nip as well, because Shush on your screens, this was the guy yesterday. He played a phenomenal series. He's been the standout player for this NIP squad, another old heroic piece that has found their place in a new squad. And, this grind, no doubt, has been difficult. 4 months of online play for NIP, just trying to get to a tier 1 event. They're finally here. Of course, they drew Spirit. It was never going to be easy, but already a win in their pocket over VP, and a statement to make today if they can take down Aurora.
I think it's also, quite a humbling experience for a lot of these guys coming close to the top edges of Counter-Strike. You think about the kind of stories for a lot of them. You have the old Sword duo that were phenomenal, that felt like they were destined to go to a great team and go on and do great things, having to try and carve out a spot alongside guys like Snappy, who obviously had a very disappointing time in Falcons post his Ent success. He felt like he took a big step back there. And then for Shush, kind of the dregs, the last remnant, the one left behind from all the heroic moves. Yeah. Everyone had a point to prove, and they had to go back to the grassroots to kind of rebuild their stature. I think that's a nice reminder for these guys of why they do this, why they're so hungry, why they're so keen.
Yeah, and of course, probably the biggest critics of the VRS system, but they did manage to eventually break their way through. Every win here matters a lot for NIP. It builds up their points going into next season, so they come in hungry with a point to prove, with heads to take. Quick entries into the B-bomb site from the temple flank, and Wakadi can stop this all on his own, but he's pinned in behind the site. Aros Dos overwhelms him. 2v3 bomb planted.
Oxa going to try come through dark. He's got Snappy right in front of him, though. Clean on the dual Berettas. Madja left up in the clutch. It doesn't look like he wants to take this one any further.
There's nothing to save. You may as well go just to get the kills, to get a bit of money. Just hoping for exit, I guess. But
this was start of the year, Madja. He was very threatening in these clutches. But yeah, not even going to play his hand in this one.
Kind of, yeah, pointless, but whatever. It's a lost round regardless. Nip run amok through the temple. I think a T-side Anubis could be very exciting when I think Snappy and I think about that old Ents roster with Diho and Madden and Sampayas. He was a really strong in-game leader. He had a lot of really nice B executes. Happy to play fast rounds, fearless Counter-Strike.
You just know the vibe in this team for Snappy is going to be like the polar opposite of what he found in Falcons, which, as we learned kind of after the fact, had been a dead team walking for the longest time anyway. It kind of looked like that as well. You know, he's got a very, very hungry team, and that's the mindset they have to be in, as you said, throughout every game they play here because of the VRS.
And on top of, you know, playing a solid T-side and calling well, what we saw in that Spirit game yesterday was Snappy. Unk still got it, Harry. He was holding his own strong individually. Oof. Couple of pistol kills here, but it won't matter to much other than some saved guns here for Aurora.
Yeah, this is a sick full eco round out of Aurora.
No doubt. Could get better.
Yeah, they might even get to sweeten the deal here. That's also an AK on Snappy laid out in front of Madja, but it looks like he's going to get flanked here and not ready.
Oh.
They pincer the spawn and they will flush him out. Still, 3 kills in a full eco. That's a good chunk of damage done by Aurora. Let's see if they can capitalize on it as the guns now come out for the first time.
Yeah, it's a team that went on a huge streak on Anubis, double digits, to start the year when they were in Eternal Fire, and they had great CT sides as well all the way through it. So can Aurora keep that up? Showcase a strong defense on their go-to map. Xantara's fighting in middle. But Nip take it with Molotovs. Push out B main with a flashbang. They clear this entirely. Second flash, perfect. Shush. Oh, he shot too soon. Now they swing him together. Shush with the kill. 4 on 4. Could have gone worse. B split.
Joe had been spotted. He's got the full support of the rest of his team here. Wide swing for Woxic playing through the molly. And the round just kind of peters out for NIP. They still have low HP players that this MAC-10 could try and break through, but dinged straight away is Ujerks. No love for Wrinkle. That was a well-handled round from Aurora. Good timing on the move over towards B.
Not a single bit of utility on that defense, and they get every kill with the rifles. That's a very impressive hold, considering they were mollied out of position. Jota swung early, took a lot of damage, still able to tuck in for his kill. And like you said, that rotate for Xantaras couldn't have been better timed. Some very sharp shots to get Aurora on the board.
Not as good as blocking the smoke as Magic.
Well, I was going to say that was actually a different lineup that Nip are using, one that looked a lot harder to block because of the way it bounced. So,
okay, Magic. It's very, very sharp stuff to find the opener into dark. Now the block in main takes the pace out of the round. Arostov's dead. Spam makes it curious. They don't have to commit here, 2-on-3, but they're going to play through. Don't have any control anywhere else. Don't feel like going back to check, and so they try to battle forward. That throws them into the crosshairs of WOXIK and Jota. And Aurora will tie this game up. This is where now you get to capitalize on all that damage you did in your full eco. Completely broke RNIP. Might even have pistols to float around really in this round coming. And so already this is a very nice start for the CT side. To be in control of the money so early in the game is fantastic. I mean, at the start of the year when the Aurora guys were kind of on their streak back in the Eternal Fire squad, it was their surprisingly hefty CT halves that helped them out a hell of a lot. They even had that crazy comeback right at the start of the year at Rivals. I can't remember who it was against. Yeah, Bounty rather. But they were like 2-10 down off of their T side and then pulled it all the way back in a CT half comeback.
Was that against Vitality or no?
I almost want to say Spirit. Well, we'll see.
I think you might be right, actually. Yeah, I think you might be right. Either way, yeah. Didn't take long for them to set their foot in this map. Nice easy ante. Was never going to be. Couple of Glocks put to bed. Aurora 5 alive. Xantares with 4 kills. Game on here, Nip. Gonna have to dig deep.
It was Spirit, yeah, in the final.
Yes. Yes.
3-round T-half. Pulled it back and won.
They won in reg?
No, in OT, but
okay.
Still.
We'll allow it.
Crazy, you know, it's a 9-round CT half.
Nip with attack. You go into the series, you know that I think both teams know the 2 maps they're playing right before they even do the veto. You know, Aurora
these are 2 squads with like a specialized map pool and a very clear favorite. So you're dead on. Nip knew what they were in for here on map 1. They're hoping that their chance for revenge will be map 2. And you feel like they have to do a lot of the heavy lifting in this first half. T side is where almost everyone does their best work on Anubis. I think at bare minimum, you need to feel like you pressured Aurora a little bit here, and you yourselves get warmed up ahead of Train. That's the map to follow. Aurora never been super keen on playing for mid control. You'll frequently see the defense kind of split like this. Having Xantares is a bit of a roaming piece to come and take middle if needs be. And in rounds where he doesn't, they'll entrust that defense to WOXIK and Wakadia. But Nip are heading towards B, and right now Xantares has been pulled away from this side of the map thanks to that blocking util in mid.
Huge Molotov though, they really wanted to just go, and now Xantares is already back in position. The mobile Terminator in position to stop this B hit. Maja, another Molotov, they're gonna eat it up. Xantares peeks out, and look at this threatening triple hold. All the rifles fighting forward. Nip getting slammed into the ground. They don't get a chance.
Oh, Snappy immediately called for attack.
Really?
Yeah.
A second tack immediately. Damn. Well, he didn't like how that one went.
Well, the thing that's... So, actually, I think, like, the idea behind this round was super cool, and Nip got the reaction they were hoping for, right? Like, we were touching upon how for Aurora, it's fairly common to see, like, mid get left open. WOXIK kind of covers it from A in tandem with Wakadia, and then Xantares floats around. And so they threw the util in mid that like blocks off the view from camera, opens up the world of, you know, possibility for a temple wrap, and that pulled Xantares away from the 3-man B stack.
Yeah.
So they got the exact reaction they were hoping for, but then got chewed up and destroyed at the mouth of main with enough time, thanks to that Molotov and blocking util.
2 Molotovs.
For Xantares to get back there.
Yeah, 2 Molotovs.
You can see what NiP were doing, though. You can see the idea. They know what they're up against. They know how they can shuffle around this CT setup. It was that extra util buying time and some flubbed attempts at the entries for NIP.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to get through the Xantares Jota 2B main fighting. And throw Madra in there as well. A lot of eyes on that position. NiP needed the con control to draw at least someone out of that fight. So what's attack going to show us here? Maybe something they go back to in the next gun round. For now, it's just Wrinkle with the saved AK. Ouch. Oh, 93 damage nade, no biggie. It was all a dream.
It does seem like a lot of this game plan is going to hinge around trying to create these opportunities in middle through, you know, a variety of different means, whether that's faking like in the last round, this time actually trying to play with the space that they've been given. They get very close to Woxic, but that is a sick opening.
Right.
Wrinkle dead, and there's Wakadia coming back to play in tandem. These two right at home in this A-hold. Even though Arosdos has secured the plant for NIP, which is sick, he won't go on to win this round. He's in a 1 versus 3 at 2 health. No armor and a wide swing will seal his fate. Still, NiP content with a bomb plant with how that round started.
It's a shame because they walked up close on Woxic. It looked really good, but Wrinkle was covering and Woxic just obliterated him. You feel like if the pistols like jumped the corner or made first contact, maybe the rifle could have traded. That wouldn't have gone as bad, but Woxic gets his kill, he gets out, he's able to play off Wakadia really well. I think both these sites are terrifying. Xantares and, you know, I know he's floating, but Xantares and Jota at B or Woxic and Wakadia at A is 2 terrifying sites. Sure, Magic is the B anchor, but I feel like Xantares is always there when these hits are coming in. 5-2, this stellar CT side again showing up for Aurora. I want to see if NiP can ever pull Aurora into the wrong place in this half so they don't have a triple setup. Wakadia with a flash play just
such an insane flash play though.
Yeah.
Like he is alone on that. There's no one even nearby who could rotate. Like even Xantares was pushed up in middle. And so, like, Wakadia assumes all the risk in that round with a flash play. And the thing that's cool about it is now if you're NiP, you're thinking, well, he would only do that if he has support, right? Like, there's no way he's pushing up alone. Someone flashed for him. But no, that was a self-flash from Wakadia. And now NiP have to go and clear all this A main space. They do get it. Calling the bluff of Aurora. Looking like they've moved through on this. Wakadia gets the spot, sure, but they're already in.
Gets owned by U-Jerks. Woxic flashed off, and they lined up for Shush, but it did not matter with Xantares on the other side playing like this. 11-3, a hard guy to beat. It's a retake that Aurora absolutely will attempt, but they have to reroute through spawn. No blocking util. Flash goes into heaven. It was nice, but the cover came in late. One player fully blind, Xantares not the case.
Arostos was feeling a lot of pressure there, right? All the smokes used to block camera, left only one angle open, and he was responsible for heaven, but toppled out of the round. It's going to come down to Wrinkle and U-Jerks. Bomb to play around. Orb strikes first. There's U-Jerks taking it even further. Aurora fast running out of time. And even though these nades rain in, it won't be enough. You won't win this retake. NIP pull up and turn around a 2v4. Wrinkle and U-Jerks making NiP magic happen.
That's a very impressive round to hold on to. I feel like Aurora are getting too dug into the amount of util they have, and they're really slow to actually make that happen because they're throwing such a flurry of utility. They're good grenades, though. Smoking off Wrinkle, he has to come through. He still hits his shot. None of the flashes do a thing to NIP. And yeah, I mean, look at that clock. When the first peak comes in, you're relying on that instant kill. So Nip went around out of nowhere. Oh, and Woxic's lucky to be alive. Get out of there. 1 health. Wrinkle robbed. And Woxic's the type of guy to still get a kill, even in this position. Again? Oh, you had your chance. You should have taken it. The nade does end Woxic, but Xantares is on form. Ooh. Okay, Nip with a chance. 4v3. Can't afford to lose this round here. Aurora have so much money. Nip not in the same place. Aurora make a gamble. And Nip get it right. Exits for Aurora would be very valuable here, but they don't want to risk their guns. And the AWP is salvage, so very good round for Nip.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, I love that Snappy, you know, calls the slowdown there, like gives Aurora enough time to kind of opt out of the round themselves. All the info that Aurora had did feel like it was pointing to a B hit once that slowdown comes in. They never saw the extremity player on A. The only guy they'd seen was the Shush waiting around outside of B. He'd already found the kill on Madja, who Nip know is that B site anchor. The gamble comes up short. Snappy's slowdown. Let Aurora move off target. Nip starting to find a way back in on this T side after all. Aggression through lower.
Oh, good check. They know about Wakari as well. He should not swing this, knowing there's an AWP in water. Just going to block instead. Nading the window for Woxic. He's been in this position round after round. And that deep molly with some spam gives con control to Nip. But they don't want to take it. It's a fake out. They're going back to A into the Woxic AWP.
Nails that first shot, has support on its way, but has to stay in this a little moment longer. Wakadia now arrives, at least keeps this even in a 3-on-3. Nip hold off on this plant, they're ready to fight and die for this B-site control, and it's Snappy out in the open. Needs support, Shush moves in, but is cut down. Snappy has to do it alone, and he comes close, but no cigar. Wakadia the one to walk away with that, tucked neatly in the Aurora side of things, 6-4.
Devastating round to lose for Nip because you feel like you made the right play. You even got Woxic 1-for-1, which is really nice with the man advantage provided by Wrinkle. And Aurora just thrive in the chaos there, all coming through the camera smoke, all fighting through the flashes. not letting you take space, not letting you plant that bomb. And they shoot harder. Oh, snappy. Taking down Xantares. 14-5. That was no easy task. He's dinked in the process. Gonna sell his nades in middle.
It's frustrating for Xantares. That play is a bit of a follow-through from the last round. When they opened up with the aggression, Jota on his way to B went mid first, through the mid smoke to give the illusion that they could cross bridge and like throw more chaos into the water hit. And then Xantares ran it back again, hoping that once more they would kind of discount this bridge smoke as nothing more than blocking util and a fake. Snappy was holding for it, Watsik repeat round, but not the same results, just one from him. And this time, this site looks to crumble. Jota has added a bit of intrigue with that one kill there. This lurk from Wrinkle could be very influential. If he falls, they're going to go for this, but if he hits that timing, it seals the deal on the round. Madge has got to commit to the save.
Get smoke, get smoke.
What does he?
See if they, screw this one up, but no. It is optimistic. You don't get ninjas on this map very often, especially not on A, with how open that side is.
Well, the ninjas are loving this map right now. 5 rounds. I say loving it, actually. This is 5.
Yeah, 6 would be okay. 6 would be fine. Like, Aurora, they went on that early streak. Force those 2 timeouts. Ever since that point, it's gone pretty much to plan. Like, the previous round loss, you can write off because I feel like you did everything right. You got into a 1v1. But this one makes all the difference here. If Aurora finds 7, that's a very healthy CT side. Par for the course for this team, but hard to repeat for most squads. Let alone one up.
I mean, Nip and Snappy, for their credit, have clearly done their homework. They've had a lot of kind of tailor-made ideas for how to move around this Aurora defense, and their reactions have been great. You think about in some of these man advantage rounds where they slow it right down. Well, that one they didn't. They immediately upped the pace. Xantares is that floating player. He would have been the next to rotate.
Oh my, Snappy, you mad lad. Just walks through the smoke. That was just a solo play to try and force an entry kill. Force it did. Aurora tried to get information. The whole map is quiet. Swing into middle.
When you kill Xantares there and with Watsik dead already, you have to go A. You have to go for this split. You have all the room. You know there's only one guy here. The rotates are so far away for Aurora with the 2 B players being left in the picture. And so another one of these just very solid reactions from NIP. Clearly a great understanding of what they're up against from this Aurora CT side. And they just need to seal the deal on a 4v2.
Oh, give it up. Yeah, second AWP. Oh, bang, so many AWPs. One of them will connect, and that's it for Nip. Getting 6 on the half. Could have gone a lot worse with that streak of 5 for Aurora. Nip still broke into the half.
Yeah, I don't think you're happy at all, with like a 6-6, but the knowledge that you recovered a game that could have felt so much worse. And, when you think about the fact that if you remember that like rifle round that they ran where they actually got the reaction out of Aurora, they won it, and Snappy like immediately calls back-to-back tack timeouts. It's like, if you didn't have that one misstep, I think this could have been an even prettier half for NIP.
Yeah. Or just that 1v1 on B, or A rather.
So, there were certainly moments where Nip could have looked to have even won out this first half on their T side. They'll be happy that they grounded their way back into it down the stretch, taking the final 4 of 5.
Expect to see a very different looking T-side for Aurora, right? A team that don't really use lurkers too much and do play pack CS. We will see them walking 3 or 4 middle, having Xantaras just entry doors, often without even Molotovs, and just going off of grouped play. It's fun to watch, especially on this map. Pistol round first. No kit in play. Oh, I love this.
Going into the 3 stack. Ujax needs a couple cleanly. He'll get out with 2. And now Shush plays his hand from backside. He was unaccounted for, not known about. Ooh. And he'll clean up. NIP, dominant pistol round to open up their CT half. That's now both pistols for them on this map. Giving them a nice little leg up here to start off on the harder half.
This was sick as well for you, Chugs. Shush full blinded that B main player and then closes it. But both B anchors are locking in a double apiece. And a full eco for Aurora. They didn't even make a dent.
Snappy ace incoming. 1 mag, MP9. Unk still got it. Check this out. Oh, Goss ruined it.
I think he was dead without that help.
No, bro.
Yep.
That was his. We all saw it.
Well, he's top fragging, Harry.
Right. Snappy has clearly done his homework, as have the rest of NIP. And so now the onus is on Aurora. Do they want to move off kilter and try some new things, or are they going to stick to their guns with their, home map Remedy being one with a very proven track record?
Well, they've got a strong Xantaras right now, so keep that in mind. Tip of the spear, entry man here for Aurora. Somewhat reliant on this guy. But for good reason.
Agile likes to do a lot of these 1-4 lurk calls. He'll be playing another round later. The rest of Aurora focus on taking away this main control. And he can hear a lot from this position in mid. Even the kind of light scramble of these B players, I think, has given him a bit of interest. He feels like right now they're shuffling the defense around. We know, though, that NIP canceled that rotate. They didn't commit to it. And that's where Snappy pushed all the way up in mid. Still having this part of the map on lock, and the A play having slowed down, NIP maintain the 3B stack. Aurora, through the info collected earlier, might be about to play into the hands of NIP.
They killed Snappy dropping in. They still have time to cancel if they don't like what they see. Realizing this is a stack right now, they're still going in.
Try and follow through. Shush back plat, gets rid of Woxic. The hit is stalling out. Aurora, this is getting awkward. Those rotates now arriving. Pressure's on. Smokes will start to clear. Wakanda will make up for it. Plays straight through and into the heart of NIP. 3 kills from Wakadia. Course correct that round.
I can't believe they don't bail. I can't believe they don't run back. You kill Snappy dropping in window like that. You hear 3 players in the B bomb site. You stall for a moment and you still commit in and it works out. They had the bomb in con as well. It could have left. Sure, the B main players are left doing nothing, but you have an MTA bomb site. Aurora just go forward into the depths and they emerge with a round. Big 3K for Wakadia, had a quiet game. No time like that to step up. And it seems like Aurora are just going to storm into a FAMAS on Astralis. That's all that can stop this play. Oh dear.
Not expecting this level of aggression so quickly with Astralis. Neither were the rest of NIP, but that 1 kill on Madger on the extremities gives him the advantage heading into this retake. Ujak's going to extend that even further. Good for 1 more. Xantares caught out in the open. It's only Woxic left. AK retrieved, but he's got a gnarly task ahead of him. Woxic, first man lit up. A lot of damage done, but not meant to be. It's nearly the lineup. Nearly doesn't cut it. NIP will keep that lead.
I love that smoke for Astralis. What a great protocol. He sees the hit coming in. He almost gets caught peeking with nades. He gets it down on top of the stairs. That lets you, even if there's a camera smoke, swing through camera, come out and fight broken with your team. NIP are able to add in the chaos that Aurora had in that first half with that smoke. All pushing through, fighting together, and look at the layers here. Multiple players using that smoke to their advantage. Really nice defensive smoke. Take that one home. Use it yourself. And Shush with an important spray. His team kill was worth every penny to win that round for NIP. Now Aurora, money is a question. NIP are facing double digits. If they win this and break the money right now, NIP are in a great spot to take their opponent's pick in this series. It is within reach. It is within sight. But this explosive Mach 10 Tech 9 charge on B can overwhelm the best of teams.
No, this is like a classic Aurora Hail Mary, right? This is the type of round they'll pull out when they feel like they really have to hit that turning point, get their stride going. And so they were ready for it with 3 players here in the site. Woxic has added a bit of intrigue with that kill there on a wrinkle. That's opened up a route to a bomb plant here. Could look to get that down now. Doesn't know it, but they are on a timer. Snappy's flanking all the way through main.
It's Molly.
Trying to close the distance is Snappy. Xantares caught and won't even be needed. The captain of NIP, surplus to requirement as Shush farms up the remaining 2.
It's crazy just to go on your own, right? Snappy's probably calling, wait. And Shush just goes in, has the option to stop after 1. He takes 2, he takes the round. NIP absolutely sink Aurora's ship right now. This money is in the bin.
I think if anything, it's worse for Aurora they didn't see Snappy there, because that would have been multiple times over. They see him getting aggressive in middle. Right now, you think about it, he's sat close mid doors in almost all of these rounds, just siphoning info, and he knows at most he's going to have to go up against Madger with how this game's been playing, right? It's been the return to those 1-4s with mid-lurks from Madger, and that's a fight that Snappy feels, you know, pretty capable in. And so I think if Aurora knew that Snappy has just been this free in mid, playing deep,
and
they would look to exploit that.
And that's, to be honest, I feel like Aurora moving away from, you know, some of the old strat book, because Xantares has not walked out mid doors once, right? Like, he used to love doing that. We might see it in this round, right? Hero AK, bunch of pistols. It has been pack play, but I would love to see Xantares actually test middle. They don't know what's going on there, like you said. And a second flank, this one not seen. Aurora all hot and bothered right now. 10-7. I mean, I'm never going to call this series after a map, but given NIP is Train speciality, Train is NIP's speciality, if they win Aurora's map pick, they are set up very well. Oh, this is dangerous. Shush, contact play. But it's only pistols, keep that in mind. Ujux can block, he doesn't choose to... Oh my god, what a kill. Wrinkle peeking deep. This is going very wrong right now. He's actually doubled up. Found Snappy in the mid window as well. The Portuguese have to put together a 2v4. That is a really awkward round.
You feel like you have to give this a go.
Tempted, but your money's on the line. If you save, you can fall by. If you die, you lose everything.
Xantares, 2 kills to his name already. Very much the trigger man in this round. Cut down that snappy mid lurk as well. This is a chance on the swing, but he's teed up with Cardia, and now they have Arastos pincered.
I don't know what they were doing. They're just sitting behind the smoke. They didn't even, like, were they waiting for the fade? They didn't even try and take space there with the smoke up.
Great stuff from Xantares there. That's exactly what you want to see, right? He was phenomenal in the first half. The rounds that felt the most bitter for him were the ones where he was just kind of left to the wayside. It felt like a lot of the NIP game plan was centered around making life uncomfortable for Xantares, pulling him all around the map. Well, finally, he gets his say, and he did catch Snappy on that aggressive routing through mid again. And that is now, 3-4 times over. They've seen that mid aggression from Snappy. So this is more info for Aurora to work with on this T side. It's also a hero AK coming through in kind of dire straits for Aurora to keep this map alive.
Xantares peak, baby. Wrinkles now learned. Just holding down water, and Xantares crouching in. Gets that crucial headshot. 3 kills to win the round. And all of the worry, averted now. Wow. So clean. Nipper in trouble. 3 M4s, they do fall by.
And I think Snappy's finally caught Xantares' attention here in mid. I think this is the round where he wants to try and fight him and take some of this mid space back for Aurora. It's taken them a while to piece this all together.
As a CT molly, so it's not going to do too much.
Still, Xantares wants this. Oh, but Snappy's going to close it out.
Yikes.
And that is a huge blow to Aurora.
That was an ugly shot from Xantares. Not been seeing that today.
After a 3K tear on a hero AK.
Oh my god. He doesn't know when to stop, does he? One wasn't enough. He wanted everything. But it was so early in the round, Aurora have not picked their destination. Now the bomb slinks back to B, spotting that aggression, and in fact, not doing anything about it. Wrinkle gets his kill. He doesn't overcommit. Seeing the bomb's enough info. Wrinkle doubles up, fighting back to Con. You can have the bomb. We'll take the round. Thank you very much. 3 M4s in this one. The mid-swing late is punished again.
Oh, the lineup dropped down for Wakadia.
He's scared of A.
He's going to get that one for free. I mean, this is usually the main player, right? That was Wakadia trying to be slick with it, trying to be smart and get ahead of Arastos. Ends up playing right into his hands, but with Woxic on the line. Southpaw versus the Sweet Rice. He departs the angle, has to start to consider other options.
There's no kit. In the smoke, playing the time. I think it's done. Oh, he's open. He is open to Woxic. Even if that molly doesn't stop him, Woxic runs him down and wins the round. With Cardia's 3K, not in vain. Maybe shot in the back, but Woxic saves the day here for Aurora. And that was a 5v3, Harry. Or, sorry, a 4v2?
Yeah. When they double swung in through dark, that's exactly it.
Snappy traded, then Wrinkle got 2. Oh, disastrous round to lose.
And Wrinkle is the type of player who starting to see, loves a re-peak, loves to kind of throw himself into engagements. When it works, it looks sick. The first 2 were really nice. And in that fight on the drop down, you're supposed to have the edge. It's not even like it's a bad engagement for them to take. But it did feed a crazy lineup to Wakadia. Up until that hero AK round from Xantares, there was kind of no question. NiP were the ones in the driver's seat, even though they're on the harder half. They'd had every solution. They'd had some really nice reads over the Aurora kind of protocols on this T side. Same in that first half, but now it feels like things have changed. These rounds are getting increasingly clean for Aurora. That's some money made finally up against the Eco. 5 alive to pad out these bank accounts, give themselves some staying power at 10-all. And they have NIP on the ropes in terms of the money. Aurora are the ones in the power position.
Mid completely open. A smoke down and they leave. Do Aurora threaten that fact? Fake in middle. And a reaction forced here. NiP feel like they're losing space because of the util lands. They take a main, proper exec to take it back. NiP have to respect that Molly smoke combo. And, well, Wakadia won't respect a thing, runs through the Molotov, finds a little cubby in between the two, and takes a kill in the smoke. 5-on-4 is a perfect storm to just hit this site as a pack.
I know Arostos is here.
Oh!
He's only going to get out with one, and these rotates are a long way away. NiP's best option is saving. And that's because of where this money's at on the CT half. So Aurora, that one kill through the smoke. Snappy spotted in the kill feed. No, at that point, there's only one more man to get through in the A-hold.
And what a devastating way if this map just slips through NiP's fingers right at the end. But that hero AK round absolutely had its ramifications. And a couple of mistakes in man advantages. It's feeling like the Spirit match yesterday.
Terrorists win. Yeah, NiP are also burdened by a few of these rounds where it feels like they've done everything right that round there, right? Their first departure from playing mid really all game. They lent into a AA setup. They had two players in the right spot. Smoke spam kind of ended the hope of the round. In the first half, you had that T-side call where they get the exact reaction that they wanted, but then they fail to stick the landing. They had the 4v2 where Wakadia decimates them on the drop down.
Yeah.
There's been all these moments where NiP feel like they could have and maybe should have put this game to bed already. But Xantares has kept the lights on, and now the rest of Aurora are here.
Aurora just doing same util mid every round, whether or not they take it. Here comes that. Oh, no, Molly. Gonna crawl in. Snappy's in the corner. Full flash. Nothing you can do, buddy. Xantares wins it this time around. Arostos up close. May not be expected, but he's committed in this position. And Maja has no issue dealing with him. It's Wrinkle or it's Aurora on map point here in the A site.
A man who loves a re-swing with his weapon of choice. Well, it's a target-rich environment for Wrinkle. First shot lands onto Maja. That's the low HP captain gone for Aurora. Still, Wrinkle is the only man who can make a difference. Follow-up shot finds Wakadia.
Still a lurker. And they might be thinking about saving right now. It's so unrealistic. That smoke is only halfway through and Wrinkle is out of there. Even his safety is not guaranteed. Woxic with the read. And Aurora getting rid of the big ticket item this late in the game sets them up to shut it down on their map pick.
Seeing Woxic there only adds to the disappointment. You now know it was a 2v2 in the site. And I mean, we have all the info, right? We can see on the X-ray, the post plants for Aurora actually weren't that good to try and cover main. There would have been more chances for Wrinkle there, but you just don't know quite how winnable that crazy 2v3 was. Now the AWP removed, you're dead on. They lose their big ticket item. Aurora with 2 chances to get this game over the line. And bro, like, you know, that 1v3 from Xantares wasn't, not 1v3, sorry. That 3K hero AK from Xantares was a real turning point in this game. It hasn't just kind of uplifted the spirits of Aurora, but you can tell the info they've taken from it with how often now they've looked to exploit Snappy in mid. A position they just weren't aware of throughout the first, 5-6 rounds of this second half. And now with remarkable consistency, they've looked to take this first fight in middle.
They've still managed to buy an AWP, which is a sigh of relief for NiP at least. Wrinkle in middle, as the rifles have just been destroyed by utility.
I mean, this is the adaptation for NiP, right? But a missed shot for Wrinkle. The result remains the same. It's another opener for Xantares in mid.
He sometimes just doesn't feel too patient, right? Like he's always trying to look for something else. Like he's checking both left and right angles there. If he just remains on his angle, he's going to get the fight he wants. But it feels like so often we see Wrinkle wanting a bit more, a bit too much. And he will be punished by a dry swing from Xantares. Welcome to the club. 22-12. Xantares came to play today. And Wakadia, got to talk about his resurgence on this T side because he had a really slow start to this game, but he's had his impact. He had his big 3K. He's been getting some entries. So, missed this one. Missed this one completely. It might still come back delivered to him.
Missed it 3 times over.
Yeah, it couldn't really be worse timing. There's still the chance.
Oh, there it is.
Sorry, Snappy. Might not be ready for more, but they get the spot. Wakadia hits a shot, and Aurora, just like that, knocked down this map.
Yeah, NiP came into this with a game plan to try and test the limits of Aurora. It certainly pushed them the distance, but in the end, Aurora were able to piece together this puzzle. And NiP gets sent packing from Aurora's home map. They've got to hope that they can turn this one around on their specialized pick of Train up next, as Aurora will stomp them out when all is said and done on Anubis.
Yes, once again, Aurora winning Anubis, but, a little bit labored, guys. It wasn't as clean as you would have liked it for a team that dominates on that map.
It was kind of touch and go, I won't lie, but there was that one round number 18, the hero AK-47 from the man himself, Xantares, and you could see that was kind of the backbreaker. NiP not quite really able to recover. Going to be touching upon a couple of issues we saw on the CT side from NIP, but yeah, again, they get the win, right? But it just feels so labored.
It is, but a couple of big picture things I'll give them credit for before we kind of get deeper into the criticism. Just one, they had a great start on the CT side. I think if you would have offered that team 6 CT rounds before the match started, they'd take that deal all day long. So even if they did slow down a bit, they still got plenty out of the CT half. You go on the second half, what I like about Aurora on Anubis is they're very good at conditioning opponents. They throw very similar utility sets every single round, and so you never quite know exactly what they're doing. And even though it was a bit of a bumpy start, I think later in the game they did a great job dictating the pace at middle and shutting down the middle defense. And they also were able to start getting a little bit better on just their execute trading in general. And Xantares was really a big part of that. We talk about the hero AK triple kill, but just generally speaking, Xantares finally showed us a little bit of why we're usually excited about this team, because he is that start entry, and he definitely had some big moments. And Wakadia, credit where credit's due, we had some hero moments as well.
Yeah, and look, this is what we keep talking about with Aurora. If things aren't going well tactically, if things aren't going well emotionally, at least they can just have one player that will just take over a game, post 20-plus kills like this man. and you know, they can just style it out.
Yeah, and as I alluded to, it was the round number 18, where it was 10-8, sorry, 10-7, mind you, in favor of NIP, and it looks like, oh, this kind of, you know, this ship's sailing away from Aurora. The money was looking good as well for Nib, and then Xantares pulls out the 3K, but then as you just mentioned right there, Rich, immediately preceding that round, we have Wicadia with his own 3K on towards a B bomb site. So the hero plays coming out, and I feel like that kind of settled the nerves after that, because you go to the final round there, we could see the aggression coming out from the CTs, pushing out towards A main, trying to find a little bit of information, but you could see how Wicadia was waiting for any potential push. There, when they get down to their defaults, they're so very solid on the T side, and you could see them finally calming down after what was, I won't lie, a pretty hectic start to the second half.
This is the team that I wanted to see, right? This is the team that got us excited at the beginning of the year, right after the Joda roster move, when they had that second place run at Blast Bounty, and they were looking like they were a top 4 team at the beginning of the year. I think one of the ripple effects of Joda's addition to the team, besides him being a very good player, is that I think Wicadia looks sharper, you know, at least through many portions of this year compared to last year. He wasn't bad last year, but I've seen progression. And so it's like, if they can just kind of bottle this up, you know, this is what they did so well earlier in the year. This is what made them look like a contender. They just slipped off, you know, at these last couple of PGL events. And even at this event, some of these wins have been labored, like the one we just watched. So it's all about just, we know it's possible, and that's why we're so disappointed when we're not seeing it come out on the server confidently.
And for me, look, I got to give a lot of credit to NIP on this one. I think, you know, we were talking about this before we came down to do the segment. They've had like a tough run, you know, it's like VP,
hardest schedule,
Spirit, now it's Aurora, probably the hardest schedule at the tournament of any team. And they're picking up map wins, and they're playing these teams close. And it's like, you know, again, this map really hung in the balance.
Yeah, for sure. But you can, when they go back and do a VOD review of how this map played out, they're going to be a little bit disappointed as to a couple of rounds. I think one round comes to mind where, you know, they went for a bit of a mid fake and they're just contacting out from B main without, you know, really using any utility. They got completely shut down there by the B defenders. Timings are a little bit off here and there, right? You go for the fake, you want to instantly try and abuse that rotation. Instead, it took too long. CTs came back. Wrinkle as well, the final round. I think Hugo made a very good point where he gets the op in a must-win round to stay alive in that particular map. He's holding the angle, and then he starts getting a little overeager, a little impatient, right? Trying to make things, you know, kind of force a fight, so to speak. And Xantares just swings out wide. Typical Xantares peak, finds him. So you could see a bit of the, shall we say, the newness of some of these players as a unit. We've seen his players all, I mean, you look at Snappy, you look at the two Portuguese duo and Wrinkle and all these guys. They've been around for a while, but as a unit, you got to remember they're still very, very new. And I feel like when really tested, we saw a few cracks appear. But that being said, again, it's fine. It was an opponent's map pick. Sure. Good fight nonetheless.
I mean, on that note, I think there was a round you wanted to highlight, right? You said there was a CT. You want to take a look at the CT?
We can take a look at it, but just talk.
Yeah. I think just in kind of broad strokes. And I think as we're kind of waiting for that, I think the big thing for me is like Aerodose and E-Jerks looked so promising last year on Sol. You know, they had that stretch. I think it was I Am Cologne. They came top 4. They won a Challengers Katowice event. And Aerodose and E-Jerks were the star duo of that team, which is what caught the attention of international teams and ultimately found them landing at NIP next to a tenured in-game leader in Snappy and Wrinkle, who was the one kind of standing piece of NIP that was worthwhile. And my issue is on a map like this in particular, you notice it, E-Jerks not being able to have that star entry performance really limits this team. Yes, I know you get some entries out of Shush, but that's not his main job. Yes, Wrinkle can be a hybrid with the AK, but that's not his main job. You need someone like E-Jerks to be able to do that. And look, I think you're fair to point out that, you know, they're coming from a Portuguese team. This is their first time in international waters. You know, there is a lot of adjustments to make. Even online, they had to play what Jax as a stand-in for a period of time. So it's like they didn't get to hit the ground running. Exactly. So I'm willing to give it a little bit more time, but I will at least start to say that I'm a little bit concerned because I feel like we should be seeing more out of those guys is what I'm getting at.
We move on to Train. You know, you called it when we were doing the veto segment that this is likely the map they're going to pick. They're trying to make this essentially their home territory, and it's a new map, and not a lot of teams are playing it. Do we have high hopes for them here on this one?
I think this is going with 3-mapper. Like yesterday, the way they were able to battle out with Spirit, and Alcha should have 100% had that map. If not, well, it's a Spirit, right? They make it so hard to put away. And I feel like they've been putting a lot of work, obviously the online grind and everything. And Train is a map, if you don't have enough reps on it, especially in actual events, it can be very hard. And sure, Aurora's played this, but man, their results haven't really been great on this one.
No. I mean, they've had some wins over Complexity Complexity and Falcons, which, you know, Complexity was a trained specialist, and Falcons is a top 4 team in the world. So they've had some quality wins, and most of their losses have been really close overtime 11-13 situations. So, yeah, it's not one of their best, but they're capable of playing it. I think for NIP to have a chance to switch to a third map, what we saw them do so well yesterday is just play very aggressive and confident Counter-Strike. You know, Shush was so good on the inner side of the map, helping entry it, as well as being such a phenomenal anchor when they needed him to be. Wrinkle was such a huge X factor with his aggression with the AWP, taking forward angles. Even on the CT side, he was like pushing pop with an op, just being very hard to deal with. But what I will say that they have to worry about from the opposing side is that when I have watched Aurora play this map, they are so very good with Xantares. Xantares, you know, is so good at dictating the pace at pop on both sides of the map. And they split outer differently than other teams, which I think gives other teams a huge problem. Most teams are heavy team main entry teams. They're a heavy pop entry team. And no one's really been able to consistently figure out how to deal with them, I feel like.
Blair, final thought from you?
Yeah, no, look, they're going to be starting on the CT side over here. And obviously for NIP, considering how, you know, how they're trying to make this a home map, they're going to have a lot of tricks and whatnot up their sleeves. I'm looking to see, as you point out, the aggression coming out from Aurora. I want it to be in the CT side especially, right? Just deny that A main. Don't even give the teammate that T main control to the Ts. Force them to, you know, burn the clock. Force them to use a lot of utility and kind of asphyxiate them. Don't give it an option to really get onto the bomb side without suffering a lot of casualties. And I feel if they're able to do that from the get-go, and the individuals like Xantares, like Wikade pop off right there, it could still be a 2-0 for the Turkish side.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break, and we certainly hope after that break you'll be all aboard for Train.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's been a long and very troublesome journey at times, but a man who has managed to put his team back there is Snappy. You always do find a way, and you qualified through tough qualifiers, not just the open into the closed as well, to make it here to Astana. But it feels like this has been kind of just a long time coming for you guys, right? Of near misses on it or not being able to put up to that standard. How does it feel to be able to get back to this kind of event?
I mean, it feels good. I think we're kind of on track where we want to be, in the sense that if you can't play tournaments, then you can't really gather points, right? And that's the situation we've been in, that we have been needing to go through open qualifiers and play open LAN events. And I think now we kind of got, like, I think our first rank was like 180, then it was like 150 maybe. Then we won the Astana closed, then it was maybe 80. and then we won Philadelphia. Now it's 40. So we're kind of on track. Like I think I said in the first interview I did in January that the goal was to be top 30 before the summer.
Yeah.
Because you can't really, as I said, gather points until you kind of make it to the tournaments. But now we're here, and we have a chance to speed up the process if we do a good result here and get further than what our initial goal was. So obviously we hope for that.
What has it been like for you from being on like the top events, being there all the time and all that traveling, to then join into this product and have to not just grind your way back up, but like go through these online events? It's such a different environment, right? So like, how has it been for you to go through personally as a leader? This must have been tough.
I think it's kind of, it's kind of like a mental battle where you just have to accept the circumstances, but I also knew what I walked into.
Okay.
Because I could have taken probably an easier road with some teams that already had a world rank, but I also felt like this project long term had better chances of surviving.
Yeah.
And I think now kind of where we are at number 40 and we can kind of see light towards the end of the tunnel, I think it was definitely the right decision. And as I said, I hope we can perform here, because then we are nearing territory where we'll actually get some proper LAN invites in the future.
Yeah. And talk to me now about the pieces you're working with, right? We know what Shush can do. Wrinkle started to show himself. You've got your Portuguese guys in there as well. What is this mix of players like if you're comparing it to other teams you've been able to work with? Because you've always been a guy who's been able to get the most out of players and talent. We've seen that.
I mean, it's just a hungry team, I would say. People are here to give everything. Obviously, it's a process we've been in for 4 months now, and at the start when we had some of the roles set, obviously they didn't fit 100%, so we've been trying to kind of fix the puzzle, and I think now we have people in the roles that we need, and I think we've been having kind of consistency with that for 2 months or so, and I think that's also why we saw that our results started to get better with obviously winning the Astana qualifier and winning Philadelphia. I know we fell in Lund, but we fell to the winner, and they are a pretty good team.
Yeah, they're definitely showing up. We've seen that from the results they've had. And on this team, who is it that's like helping you the most? Who's the other voice you have in the team? Because my brain would go to someone like Shush, but his experience, you know, I can imagine being quite vocal, but how does it work within this NIP we have right now?
I think it's a little bit of all four of them. Maybe off the server, it's true that Shush is probably the kind of secondary leader, maybe because of his experience, but I would say in the server it's kind of split, obviously by maps, but also I would say all four contribute in different ways. So yeah, it's split well.
Now, what do your expectations set out here? Because if we look at community, it's very harsh on NIP because of everything the org's done in the past, right? We look at this lineup and we don't know what to expect from you guys yet. So what can you tell me? Where does it sit right now in your hand, Snappy?
I mean, I don't want to focus too much on the result. We will take it one game at a time, also because we know the first couple of games will maybe be a bit tougher due to our seed. However, I do think that playoff should be a goal that we have in the back of our mind, and that's where I want to get as a first step.
Well, hopefully you can get there. It's good to see you back, and the grind has definitely been worth it to be in this situation again. Let's hope it pays off further for you, mate.
Thank you, thank you.
In a close series, two squads with favorite home maps going head to head. We had Anubis just moments ago. NIP able to push Aurora the distance, but Aurora still picking up the win on their home map. Well, now we head to NIP's specialized train pick, getting it in first whenever they can. You saw them push Spirit to the very limits on this map just yesterday. So now we see how Aurora will fare.
Yeah, very interesting. You feel like this is going to go 3 maps, but Aurora have a special trick up their sleeve. They have Xantares in great form, and that proved to be too much of a problem back on Anubis late in the game. Him and Wakadia winning some crucial rounds. Spamming the windows. and almost catching Nip on the cross, but they crouch below and they head to B. Gonna have to be a retake if they hit this B bomb site, but we have a 5 Kevlar buy for Aurora. It's not the most common at this level. You often see something supplementary. This is the same pistol we saw from Nip against Spirit. The smoke, the molly, and the run down the ramp. The Molotov will miss, though, and Wakadia feasts with 2 quick kills in the site. There's a lot of players here right now. Jota pulled back, but he's pulled... No, his head pulled off, rather. 2 on 2 now. Bomb planted, and again, no kit.
Went looking for Magic, but they didn't see a second player. Ooh, and so this backstab...
Right below him. Oh, he didn't check.
Will get accounted for. Wrinkle with the spot, and now Xantares knowing about. They spotted him over in CT.
Yeah, impossible.
He can't pick this one up. So even though it's a real nice start for Aurora there in the pistol, Wrinkle goes on a tear. Those were some clean shots with the P250. Swift double kill to kind of level the playing field and bring Nip back into it.
3 on 5 after Wakadia's double in B, and that's with the miss Molotov for NIP. None of this matters. Good start for Wrinkle in a must-win game, really, for Nip. If they have aspirations of playoffs, going 1-2 with this inexperienced roster, it's going to be very difficult. Nip trying to drag us to a third of Inferno. Running out into the A site in this second round. They've actually got Shush out, and no one knows right now. Caught completely by surprise, but a bit of a bungled opportunity there. Shush, out through this smoke will do. Out through this smoke will do for 2. Through the smoke again. They haven't even seen their opponents. Oh. Joe's out of there as Nip converts. Oh, you're dead. Keeping their AKs and removing that FAMAS. It's going to be a nice free round as a result. Continues to line it up.
Back to 3, so smoke.
On the wall bangable surface.
So bad.
Oh dear, I said free round. I'm starting to regret my decision. Oh dear, and they are regretting going into this yard. Wakadia anymore. Looking for a third off the Deagle, is caught by Shush out pop.
It is a bit of a favorite pastime of Nip in these eco rounds to run it out A, and I feel like this happened to them literally yesterday when they were facing off against Spirit.
Oh my god, you're gonna plant this?
Oh my goodness! Cover better be good!
No!
Shota doubles! And Arostos dead! Woxic finishes the job he started earlier.
Oh dear.
And yeah, I've seen that pitfall before for NIP.
Oh, I can't believe they stick that. Like, I know, I mean, we have the info, but Aurora have nothing to lose in pushing through a smoke in that position. And Snappy on the tag.
I mean,
whenever you lose
like
a tilt round,
carbon copy round of how they lost this to Spirit. Like Donk did that from that position with the Deagle, backed up to red and got a third. You know, sure, Wakadia didn't get the third, but already he'd found a 5v3 for his team. Frustration setting in for Snappy.
That's a tilter.
Not the round you wanted to give away.
No, just you're meant to get those free ones, right? And now look, and it just ruins your economy.
Here's the other
they
thing
bought 4 AKs.
Yeah. Not only were they all in there, but I think the thing that's like really going to stick out to someone like Snappy right now is, bro, every game that NiP have lost, it's been by like 1 round, right? They have been rounds away in the last 2 series they've played from winning maps. And suddenly, you know, thinking about it through that lens, giving up that type of round is really, really important. If this ends up coming down to a 1-round game, you're going to think back to the anti-eco you threw away.
And it's always anti-eco, isn't it? It's always the bloody antis. Okay, Wrinkle spraying, and that just stops him. Fires right back. Oh, trying to test B. Jota does not let that happen. I mean, that was even a way in yesterday where NiP were able to catch Zonzix's legs on B, get a bit of damage off. Jota plays it very safe. Boom. How do you like them apples? NiP setting up for an execute here. Centaurus and Jota.
That's a pretty keen trade out of Shush. And this will allow a plant to come through for NiP. But can they sweeten the deal? Arostos has been spotted getting aggressive. That's the 1 AK, but right now it's all about the Mac Daddy Shush.
Father.
Oh, Snappy joins the fray, and Shush will be there as the perfect complement. Shush loves trains and train as a map. The conductor. That's what I might start calling it. The conductor. Yeah. The conductor will see you now. 9 and 2 to open this up. 3K on the Mac 10.
Crazy impact. Limp retake for Aurora, right? Like, Xantares has no smoke, I guess, for the molly. His teammates smoke it. They don't really get any space, though. They just stay behind that back train. Oh, through the molly. Wakadi had a warning. It wasn't enough. The conductor. Oh my God, he's unstoppable.
Ticket to ride. He's putting Aurora on the bus replacement service. To Basingstoke.
Oh dear, poor guy.
Shush, meanwhile, he's going straight to Glazingstoke. These train games from him are great.
That's one way to play it.
Only a mastermind such as the conductor would come up with this position.
Triple Ivy, Xantares is still here. Look, I don't want to say they were going to lose this round, but Xantares is still here. He goes back. And that timing works wonders for NiP at 40 seconds to walk out Ivy. NiP are not afraid to use this position very late in the round. They were doing it against Spirit as well. And it seems to work very well for them. It's often just assumed to be clear. No one's considering. No one's looking. Walk 6 dead.
This could still get weird, though. Both players are here. Shush isn't in any position to help, and they're getting thinned out. Snappy was kind of acting like a mule as well, just carrying this AWP to take it out of the round at the end. Now this is his weapon of choice here, but he will nail the shot.
Very well done. Dinked as well. Whew. Could have gone wrong in a variety of ways, but NiP stick the landing. 4-1 lead on this T side, looking very good. This is where they get a lot of rounds as well. T side, Aurora eternally struggle with the T half on this map. It's their defense that's actually so solid. Sure, NiP are playing weaker opposition online, etc., but They still have very good win percent on T. Now Aurora broken. Hello.
Cardia Deagle.
Oh, unlucky.
Nice one, Wrinkle.
He moved. Double entry goes back to throw nades, of course.
Scariest nade position, as they've learned.
Don't like it at all. One minute and the call is just chill, guys. Freeze. You have a 4v3, make them paranoid. Maybe they push. Maybe they gamble B. It is Aurora. Pop smoking.
I like that. You haven't had info about B the entire round, so for all you know, there could be players in Pop. It's Woxic and the Red Trainer they got to be worried about. Still, these sightlines open at range. A lot of damage found.
Not like this.
They're softened up. And these MP9s are going to hit hard now. The kills found straight away. Xantares gonna have to get up to some mad trickery here, and he can't quite find his footing. 3 guns trained on him, and the ace for Wrinkle.
Under the radar.
Started the round off with the double. Goes on to close it.
Very nice round out of the Wrinkler. Oh, didn't see that.
Felt like he would have had to have flicked, right? Because he changed off of his POV and where he was holding, right as Wakadia was kind of moving in for the kill.
Are they forcing or what?
No, they're not. That was Eco. That was an Eco. It's just very hard to win them for Nib right now.
Yeah. He's right to have felt a bit confused. There were MP9s and stuff, right?
Sure.
So.
But majoritarily armorless.
I think adding to the confusion was the fact that like another SMG got picked up from Snappy's body.
Yeah.
Straight out through main. Ujerks makes a play.
Oh,
that's really awkward. Wakadia falls off the red train, kind of does that like little stunted surf on the side to extend the fall even longer. And just gets offered up as a free kill.
It's a nice flank, but if Nip just keep going forward, they're going to avoid it.
Nip are a fan of the slowdown though, right? And so even in these types of moments, knowing that there's nades on the smoke, there's rotates coming in, they take the pace out of it. It's a check for Wrinkle to flush Major out of the back line.
Hey, did it against Magix yesterday as well. Nip were very ready for those flanks. Hello. Poking out. Xantares won't let Arostos last in that cubby. But no more. Nip's slowdown paying off. The kills come to them. Good trade work. Wrinkle having a game right now. He's a rifler after all. Swaps off the AWP, and he doesn't want it back. 3 kills from Wrinkle. Put Nip up to 6. This game is just swimming by. Interesting that Wrinkle just gave away the AWP, maybe because we're going into a low econ round. He wants to get those entries. That's a sick combo. Nades on the molly. Fine with Cardia. Yeah, for that reason, they think no one made it, but Maja had a better spawn. Doesn't matter. Choo-choo. Shush with 2. And even though Nip get caught off guard, it seems like they will convert on this anti-eco. Aurora getting desperate.
You would just hate to have to fight Shush in this position. He looks so comfortable with all the angles.
They're good fights.
He's hit a bunch of these like 180 flicks on the Pop flank. Even there, taking the timing to fight down ramp first before going back and dealing with the players in Pop.
Oh. I mean, this is a specialty map for Nip. Absolutely showing. Every team's got to be careful facing NIP on train. Shush and Wrinkle domineering results. 13 and 12 kills each.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting that NiP are this good on train. And I think speciality map is the way to phrase it. I don't think you can say anything like, oh, they're the best or one of at this point. You haven't seen them versus the depth of opposition required, but they took Spirit the distance on this map and arguably should have even won this
should
map.
have won that, yeah.
Now they're decimating Aurora. All right, Madra and Xantares do have something to say about it. Couple of kills from them quickly. Woxic in the kill feed as well, extending this advantage for Aurora. Arosdos can't sniff Wakadia out of the aggro position. And even though it's Shush, he's at 10 points of health, boxed in. Jota's gone all the way through. Oh, he's ready for it, bro. He did check that. Still, Jota remained tucked, played a timing instead. But just for the fact that they are looking this good on train, I'm also in the NiP camp hoping the VRS situation for them, start seeing them at more of these events, because it would be cool, you know, catching NiP versus an even wider pool of talent on this map.
I think they've probably already shot up just from their one win, but I think they don't want to go out 1-3. That would be underwhelming, and I don't know how, you know, I don't know how many they gain. It's still going to be losing some points. So pressure's on to actually get a couple of legit LAN wins here. Oh, the smoke just over the top, boosted for Xantares. He's going to get his kills, 2 of them, and they're out of there.
I think they were even debating recommitting to the boost for a second, but fade on out. And a 5-on-3 off the back of that boost at B upper.
I think one thing is clear for NiP. Even if this tournament doesn't go well, right, and they go 1-3 and they go out and they don't get as many points as maybe they wanted, they're not stopping grinding, right?
No. And I mean, also, the other thing that's just nice is I think you see the potential with NiP. I don't think it's fully realized yet, but they're a growing team. And like we've said, in kind of every game that they've played, or at least once in every series, it's come down to a matter of 1 or 2 rounds. Hell, even the VP game, they could have 2-0'd.
Yeah.
That one also came down to a couple of rounds on Dust 2.
Okay, little drop for the AWP. This could hit for Wrinkle. Let's see if he's got the mustard. Oh.
No, he does not.
More like mayonnaise. Had no kick to it.
Snappy arriving later, playing catch-up. Ooh, that's clean. Saucy stuff from Snappy, but he can't go any further.
Yeah, NiP relishing in the opportunity to get a couple more rounds on this T side, but Aurora seeming to wake up a little bit. Nice double entry for Xantares, finds 3.
Tag pause called in for NiP. They don't want to feel like they let Aurora back in at the end of the half here, right? 7-1 in your favor. You don't love that they took the last 2 and they took them cleanly, but you want to try and get back to the grind now. In that last round, you kind of fall prey to an Aurora opening move. For the most part, they've been, you know, the ones kind of waiting to receive on this CT half. That was them changing the nature of the round and making a play early. Curious what this does for NiP. That way at least doesn't look like some crazy pace change or anything out of the gate.
Yeah, back to Ivy, that's nice. Haven't seen them here in a while. Run boosting the AWP. Saw Madra on the cross, he saw them, and they just leave. And that's enough to keep him occupied for a little bit of time. Meanwhile, Triple B with the bomb. Woxic on the line, ready and waiting. Yeah, shush. Lucky to be alive. That's only one player seen. It's not like Aurora can do too much with that info. Main taken is huge.
Well, also with the run boost spotted from Madra at the start of the round and then the instant rotate away, this feels like it was NiP's game plan from the get-go, right?
Yeah.
Just that presence of seeing the run boost, you know there's 2 players over towards Ivy, or at least there were. So Magic kind of has to stick around here and watch a dead position on the map.
And there's no flank, there's no second rotate. It's only one guy on B. Joseph's got to be a rock right now.
And he's just going to go through the motions, kind of fall back a little bit here. Doesn't want to run the risk of going down, leaving his team in a 4v5. Instead, he waits for them to move in, hoping he'll have teammates nearby to help him, but they don't get there in time. Magia will answer back with one, but low on health and in a 3-on-4. Still a real rough spot for Aurora to be in. Aras holding on to this flank should seal the deal on this round. Bacardi has no room to play.
It's already done.
And Woxic's trapped out over at the spawn. Oh, that's clean.
One thing we've noticed twice now on these B hits is Xantares never has a smoke. He's always used his, and so when NIP do their B hit, they Molotov connector, and Xantares can't go through and help his teammate out, right? And that's made better by the way that that round starts, right? Typically, Aurora would be 2B in that position with the whole map quiet, but they're scared from the Ivy play that you mentioned. And so with Xantares having no smoke, Jota's on his own. There's no pressure. Nip can take space and can flush out Jota. So some small details are making all the difference here for Nip as they charge into A again. These rounds don't often work, but they get snappy behind red. It's a great position. Magia has no idea. Sorry, Wakadia running in. Oh, snappy. Damn. Just clean up. Him and Shush. Dane's on duty. And dirtily done leaves Woxic in an unwinnable one. Ouch. 9-3, Nip. A bloody good half.
Yeah, and doing good as well on the timeout they call in right at the tail end of the half just to try and stop that regaining of rounds from Aurora, right?
Yeah.
They went on that 2-round streak with some dominant rounds in there. That was where you had the call for the switch up, kind of the Ivy fake into the B hit works wonders, get Snappy back in control over the game. And Nip go on to put up a very, very good T-half. It's all spearheaded by the conductor himself. That guy right there, Shush, 18-5. And a little smile on Snappy's face. For the man who was raging a lot at the start of this.
Yeah.
Feeling a little tense with how, you know, they give up every now and again these rough-looking rounds in games that always feel close. There were some frustrations, but he is very, very happy with how his squad have been able to deliver on the remainder of this half. Not many missteps for NIP. Where have I seen this one before?
Double Ivy push again. Nip just running the same pistols. This leaves you really late when it comes in B, though. Pretty sure Spirit won this round when they just came out B like this. Okay, so one flanking. Arostos comes back, but the whole map is quiet. We all know where this is going. Or do we? Pop or B? Aurora clear both. Nip gets set up into the site, committed. Ouch.
Clean entry for Joe. Only 2 players left in the site for NIP, but they'll hold on. Shush just can't set a foot wrong. Finally overextends, and it's Magia to collect. Where did that come from? The captain turns heads. Can Nips do the same? Down the ramp, in with a chance, but Woxic decapitates him, and Aurora pull up with a pistol, hand delivered by Magia. Crazy quick 3K. That round falls through Nip's fingers before they even realize what's happening.
All right, I still think, I'm going to say it, there's no excuse to lose this game, Nip. They absolutely have to close it, right? They've got to bring us to a third. Pistol round in the pocket of Aurora gives them a bit of momentum, but I'd love to see a force from Nip, and there they go. Can they stick the landing? Ujox with a CZ75. It's been a while. Welcome back, old friend. Let's see how it fares. Mac-10 running at it. Not exactly
horribly
fair.
if you were to get.
Yeah. Oh, he saw another. Hello. Wrinkle pops around the corner with a double. Okay, but
on borrowed time, Jota will find him.
It's a good scrap for Nip, but feels like it may have run out. I say that. Shush is still alive, and at 21-6, you just can't put this guy down. Flank contained. Shush resets. He has time to win this one.
Conductors roaming the train, checking tickets. And Aurora trying to beat the fare. They don't want to have to pay. But will Shush make them? With the D, there's the backstab as Antares gets active, flanks on Shush, and lays him to rest.
That's why you don't sit still in the post plant, right? You always want to re-clear, you always want to find more info, check more timings. There are always timings available for flanks, for players to get into silly positions. So if you stay moving, you stay ahead of the game. Scary round, but one that Aurora do convert, and Nip take an eco with some grenades.
Oh.
Shush.
Antares versus Shush. Stalemate.
Draw.
Aurora really hoping that Nip force a play through on the low econ round just to give them an edge. They're holding this default still. They don't have a lot of info to go off of. You've seen one guy beat. That doesn't tell you a whole lot, and so they'll start to explore a little bit through Pop with Jota probing. He's seen two.
Oh, it's close is scary. It's only a USP though. Oh, and going B anyway. Shush from afar still takes one with him. He's just KPR God.
He gets so unlocked on this map, and oh my god, now they're going back in a snappy Pop, but he can't quite find Wicardia. That's rough.
Should be fine now.
Aurora, though, stick the landing on this. Well navigated, they do good to dodge the stack twice over.
Don't tell me Wicardia's going to start having a late game activation. He got his eco kills. Had, again, another quiet map. He did an Anubis until the final few, where he stepped up big.
The whole story for Nip have been these close games that it feels like they should win. Get away from them now. Look, we haven't seen the CT rifle yet, so not too worried, but it's on trend for pitfalls of this Nip team. I mean, we saw how, like, that one misplayed first rifle round on Anubis ended up costing them a string of rounds. If that happens here, Aurora right there, chomping at the bit to overtake you. And I mean, right now, Shush is playing phenomenally. Wrinkle has had some great moments too, but, like, the rest of the gang haven't really been super involved in the conversation. Ujox and Snappy have been serviceable, but Arastos has had a lot of swings and misses in this game. He had that one nice shot in Pop Dog, but that's the only thing that springs to mind.
Ah, there's that window smoke. Comes in, really constricts Aurora in this round. It's going to slow everything down. Can't take the B control. Pop taken, B ramp pressured. Just
just gave the last of his util to Snappy, so I feel like he wants to take a peek here, wants to make a play, and that's because Arastos is ready to react. Snappy's also close by on ramp.
Oh,
Smoke deployed. Arastos sees a lot of bad guys. Snappy's going to be the first to move in. Farms a double, lives to tell the tale, but just caught getting down the ramp. That's all the util gone from B. 2 kills out of the captain.
Pretty good trade out for Nib. Look at the space they've got in this round. They still have 2B. Pop is the gap, but there's a big flank coming in main. So even by the time Aurora get into A, Wrinkle's going to be right behind them.
Wrinkle's going B on the flank.
Oh dear, that's a little late, but they can just play retake, right? Ujux doesn't need to commit here. If he can get out after 1, they give it up.
They're walking up close. Okay, finally gets the spot. Cardia goes a little wider. They don't know about Madja in this very forward position, and they're going to try go back B, but that's where Wrinkle's decision to flank the B side has just saved Nip. Madja is in a powerful position, but Arastos doesn't think so. And with the game he's having, he's checking every corner. So
true.
Madja will get located. An important round for NIP to pick up, and in the fashion they do it, 4 alive at the end, that at least dodges the worry of this early reset in the second half.
Yeah, that's one of the set plays that Nib like to do, right? They're just the pop crunches. They have a lot of util behind this one, and they dedicate 4 players to that play, with Snappy and Shush pushing B upper and lower, and 2 players in pop as well. But the shame for Aurora is I guess they felt they were so committed starting 5 upper B that they don't want to, go back. They don't want to ignore, the fact that they've been blocked out of this position. They want to fight, and it's not a nice fight with the amount of angles Nip are coming from. So we started that round on the back foot. Snappy, great double too. It's getting a bit desperate for Aurora, looking like they want to B-rush. Oh, saw him close. Surely not. Julie's armor. Snappy News committed either way. Couldn't get out. Now B execute is tantalizing, but there's 2 CTs here, Shush and Darostos.
Full blind, still gets out with 1, but that might not be enough. Shush, strength here, usually in his multi-kills, just ability to stay alive. Picked at the first hurdle, picked after the first man. Wakadia storms the board, on for the ace. The saving grace of Aurora has another late activation from Wakadia, blesses this T side.
Yeah, what a hunt on that B-bomb site. Aurora very aware of the positions Nip play on their default. Arastos at the very back there, flash peeked with no info, and Shush unfortunately caught in the open. He does take 1, but as said, not enough. Sadly was not in cover in time as Aurora ran through the smoke. The more we see this map, the more B executes we do see. Starting to get very abused. Just with how hard it can be to get into this quad outer site. I'd rather take the 5v2 at B. And there's some really good util that teams are throwing just to get themselves out. Final timeout for Aurora. They are nowhere near out of the woods. But all in all, it's been a good start to the T side. Just 1 blemish with that 4-man horse crunch.
I mean, the last few rounds, Aurora have been putting a lot of attention over towards upper. And as you say, the 1 round that Nip were able to pick up thus far on this CT side was where they played for that upper control. I wonder if that's something Madge is expecting to make another appearance here. They just had the timeout. You saw him talking a hell of a lot. Seemed like it was him and Zantares having a bit of a dialogue. So Xantares is dispatched once again to try and clear upper, but NiP completely leave this side of the map open. They want to take away the main control. I'll get Ujerk set up here. Wrinkle left to hold down the pop line, and he's actually creeping up on the AWP.
Dangerous. Alone.
Seen some moments where Wrinkle does this and will get caught by a second guy just playing trade, but the spacing for Jota won't allow that. The AWP is ready in time, and Wrinkle bites down for a double.
Really bad spacing. Like, where is the trade? It's a great question, Harry.
That's where, you know, the change of putting Wrinkle there is nice, though. Up until now, they've largely been fighting Snappy, who's been on, like, SMGs and M4s, so you're trying to not get lined up and caught on each other against the rifle. The AWP comes as a bit of a surprise to Aurora.
It's just weird because he gets a kill and then Jota doesn't like hard reswing. He like backs up like the AWP is already ready. But if you're going to take that fight, you have to take it straight away. Smoke fade, denied, bomb loose, and round dusted. 5 up for NiP, back to their winning ways. And it all did feel like a matter of time on this map after a dominant first half. A stressful series for Madja, barely eking out a win on Anubis. And now maybe running out of track here on Train. We're looking at Inferno Decider.
I mean, that feels very much like, you know, pause comes in, you're expecting the round to change from a B-focused game. They left that side of the map open. And it was the right decision. Aurora did try and change things on the back of that timeout.
Lots of grenades. They really thought that was an A-rush coming. But that, it was same situation. Aurora just blocked. What do they do? They're 5 here. Strangled. There's not even a push off of this as well. NiP change it. The conditioning is going to make Aurora very scared of this position. But they don't really have the util to clear this out. They have 3 flashes, 1 smoke, a nade. They just have to be execute. It's not going to be much of an execute. This could go very wrong, very quick. Xantares going to flash him through.
At this point, you've heard that flash. You hear the footsteps clearing pop. NiP should have a pretty clear picture as to what's transpiring here. 2 players in the B site.
Pick positions.
He gets caught out in no man's land. Him and Shush were trying to readjust, and so they will get run through. Felt like they were in 2 minds about how they wanted to play that. Jota spotted creeping up, but he still tries to follow through on this aggression. Hides in the smoke. Arosdos on a reload. Jota decides not to pressure. He hopes that just how long he's been here, the fact that Spam didn't find him, that's enough to conceal his movements, but eventually Arosdos hits his mark. Xantares, can he be the difference maker? It's him and Madja side by side, both pinned in on the train here. Arosdos is bottom of the board for NiP, and so double swung by the front men of Aurora. He'll get taken out. Back and forth we go. If this continues, NiP's still on track to win this game. Is this where we see Aurora start to streak some more rounds together and close it up?
They need to be more careful on this B site because every time Aurora come B, they've run through the smoke, right? They don't respect it because they have flashes, and it's nice to run through the smoke because your legs don't get shown to a back Thomas player, for example. But there, NiP are playing 2 back site, and only then do they realize, like, yo, I need to move. One of us needs to move. Snappy's in the open. They need to pick their positions better when this smoke is down. That is their opportunity to get set up. And Aurora have broken the timing, sure, but that's still both times. Same thing. Huge entry kill here for Xantares, actually winning the pop fight. It's been something NiP have come up with a lot. Oh, didn't clear Olaf. Snappy, even though he's blind, gets away with a kill. Walks it, quick shot, up close, and the AWP comes in for NiP. They trade rounds again. And like you said, that's a winning recipe. 12-8. 4 chances to finish the job. And this will be maybe the worst buy yet for Aurora.
Yeah, and you know, that's kind of been the biggest difference in these victories is for Aurora, they've all kind of hit like a Pyrrhic victory. You know, you get out with 1 or 2 players surviving every time you're doing it. NiP, meanwhile, the rounds they win are kept very, very clean. They've got some of this residual money. They've been able to keep that pressure on.
Ooh. Okay.
Push with the trade.
It's fine.
Now is to try and stop the spillover through ramp, and Aurora decide not to pressure.
Yeah, it's just cycling this AK again. We've been here before. It's a good angle for Wrinkle because he can survive, hit or miss. It will be the latter, but a re-smoke is fine. Aurora are blocked, both sides. And it's feeling like it's going to get stalled out here as UJUX takes main as well. Aurora have not even really played towards A main in this T side. It's been AWP hop or B. Haven't touched Ivy. Not one Ivy player this half.
Well, Aristos is now deciding to make his play through Ivy. That might roll out a red carpet for Aurora to explore this option.
Okay.
At bare minimum, Woxic's going to go grab that rifle. Now looking a bit better armed. NiP worse for wear. And the whole map dark. You don't really know what this kill in Ivy means. Woxic's going to keep the pressure on and keep Wrinkle in this position.
Oh, he feels like it's a fake, and he's right. Woxic is reflashing it. That might keep Wrinkle in position as the B hit comes in. Shush can win the game.
The conductor has to be the one to stop the trains. And so here he is in the position to do exactly that. One for Shush. Can't find the planter. Wakadi is going to trade him. And Aurora have that bomb down in a 3-on-2. A 2v2 in the site itself. Do NiP go fishing and see if there's a reason to go for this, because Woxic is not in the conversation, not in the picture. Wakadia had to hit that shot.
Uh-oh.
It's another multi-kill round to carve this out for Wakadia.
Wrinkle is feeling it at least, but there's no saving this situation. He had to run. And again, Wakadia just trying to keep him in the game. Time after time.
Terrorists win.
NiP can just about buy. Concessions must be made, but all in all, three more shots.
It's rough though for Aurora. We were saying every round they win, they're getting out with like 1-2 players surviving. They had a chance to get out with 3 there, but they go for the high risk, high reward play. If they did kill Wrinkle, this wouldn't be a buy for NIP. They were focusing on the future, but it has hamstrung them in this round. Losing those extra players means they come into this with some MAC 10s up against the full buy from NIP.
You're just hoping it's these 2 rifle stars of Aurora that can activate. Woxic has been a shell in this map. Oh dear, Magic can get core throwing utility.
It's a very shallow hold.
Double up is a great bait though. They're not going to be ready for the second player. Shush. Oh, he gets 2. No way. And you have no clue. Snappy's here.
Madge around the corner. Nades were pulled. They didn't know, and so Snappy looking to be their undoing. Xantares left in the 1v4. Pincered from all sides. He can't do a thing. NIP keep up their hot look on train. Once more, spearheaded by the conductor. Shush putting on a clinic. Him and Snappy combining to get this one over the line. NIP Aurora rages on, and once more, Inferno will be our decider.
Yeah, thanks, Hazard and the Huguenot. Love this one for NIP. I mean, I've got to say, it was also nice of Aradoce and Woxic to say, let's see if 4v4 can work in a game of CS2. But very exciting for NIP that they are mastering this map, and really good value for the win here, particularly Shush, who just continues to excite and delight.
Yeah, and I think we could see 2 things here. Firstly, how solid and well regimented the T side was from the side of NIP, but also for the side of Aurora, they just don't know how to approach this map on the CG side. They're not playing this at the level that any team who would play this map would be playing at. And we're going to be touching upon a few rounds later on, but credit where it's due, man. NIP, they came into this map confident, they looked great, and Shush was just once again the conductor on this map.
Yeah, I mean, NIP are doing the same things we've seen them do throughout train, throughout this tournament, and throughout their online play, and that is that on their T side, they play you with pace. Like, they're a very aggressive and assertive team. They have guys like Wrinkle and even Shush, who is not naturally an entry, willing to be aggressive and go for it when they need to. They have some good, well-executed intercept pieces that they can throw in there, as well as a pacing change. And then defensively is the biggest difference I think NiP has compared to a lot of train teams, where they are just so relentless on their pop aggression, whether it's Wrinkle's op, whether it's Snappy, whether it's the two of them combined, the fact that Shush will pinch with them by being aggressive on the lower ramp or swinging upper side of inner. It's that combination where they actually disrupt teams and unsettle them. Meanwhile, we never saw that from Aurora. Aurora never did anything to like throw a dagger into, you know, NiP's plans or try to shake them up. Like, no, they just let them have their way with the map control and execute their game plan.
We saw the worst quirks there in what Aurora do, and that is that, again, they kind of defaulted back to they were relying on individuals to open things up on that T side. It didn't really look to be incredibly sophisticated. You know, I'd never believed in the comeback on that second half. And as I said, right at the top of this series, I think Aurora are going to lose to NIP. I really do.
They just lost it on the first half on the CT side, right? I mean, sure, it helps out that Shush was, that's how he likes to call it.
I mean, you're going to have nightmares about this guy.
Yeah, this is just a night train running all over them. But at the same time, it did look like they were caught in the headlights most of the times, right? Like, we can probably roll around very quickly here. It's just like that's not how you play CT train. You got to be proactive. You got to be in your face. You got to try and disrupt whatever execs or whatever. And we all know what how Snappy likes to call on the T side. Likes to call for these full execs, right? He's calling it from the spawn. You need to disrupt that. They never did it.
I just want you to look at this heat map very carefully. Oh, well, you hate to see that.
Dead now, of course.
Dead now, of course. No, but with that, what I wanted to kind of illustrate is just the fact that he is such a great inner anchor, and he's also very good at attacking inner.
And this is one round, right? It's basically just a half buy, and look at the push coming in. They've isolated the one defender here on all alone towards the inner bomb side, and the CTs, I think it was Xantaras playing towards connector. He should have just jumped into the bomb side. Instead, he waited towards connector, allowing the T's to push in super deep onto the bomb side. This is such a hard side to retake, especially when you've given him so much real estate right here.
Another cool thing I want to talk about with NiP as we're kind of just celebrating their success a little bit here is, again, this is one of those maps where you get to really see the versatility of Wrinkle as a player. Again, he is one of the very few rare true hybrids we have in Counter-Strike 2 where I feel like he can, at times, be just as effective with an AK-47 in his hands as he can in AWP. And so when you're playing that T side, you have full confidence that when Wrinkle puts an AK in his hands that he's going to be able to deliver with you. And so I think what helps that so much for this team is that we've been talking about EU Jerks as an entry having a little bit of struggles, you know, at different times here and there, right? So the fact that you have someone like Wrinkle who can kind of slot in and also play that entry role with an AK, you have Shush playing more aggressively on this team than he did on Heroic last year. It kind of makes up for it in a sense, and it lets some of these guys who are a little bit more tenured and proven at LAN to be able to flourish.
We can also like touch upon round, there's a full buy round a little bit later in the same half, right? And you're just going to illustrate, they do the same thing here again, do NIP. They're going to be going for this inner execute. Look at the defense, right? It's going to be one player towards inner. He's going to get spotted out here. And again, they don't have any A main control. They have no IV control. They have no idea what's happening, and they have to play all the way from the back. The exec comes in, no real resistance being met by the T's, and once again, it's almost like the same run being played out, except few variations in the utility, and obviously the T's had a weaponry. But again, Aurora weren't able to adapt on the CT side. They weren't pushing and getting the info early on, and that was something that NiP were abusing. This game, this map was won by NiP in the first half, in all honesty. Like getting to 9 rounds on the T side right there, it's donezo, right?
Yeah.
And for Aurora, I'm still a little bit surprised that, listen, you know this is a map that you have in your pool, you're willing to play it, you know, teams will pick it against you, and you haven't been really able to adapt to what the current CT meta is. Question marks for me.
Yeah, I think the big picture I kind of want to look at just as a scene as a whole when it comes to train is a lot of teams have permabans and aren't train, right? You know, we have some teams that permaban Ancient, some teams that are banning Anubis, Nuke, you know, so on and so forth. And so the problem becomes is that a lot of people are either floating train into the second ban rotation and hoping they can get rid of it there. But what NiP and Complexity have done is they have noticed this trend in the scene, and they have said, okay, well, if you're going to leave train open in the first rotation, I'll just pick it because I'm the underdog, and I know this is my chance to make a move.
Yes.
And Complexity, to their credit, I think that was a big reason why they had kind of that big run in Bucharest and why they were able to shake up a couple of other games that they've been able to win. And it's what NiP has been able to do at this tournament. They've won it against VP. They've now won it against Aurora. They nearly beat Spirit on this map as well. And people have to start watching out for this because now you have to start kind of reconsidering how you approach pick bans if you can't cover them.
And this is one thing we've always kind of spoken about when it comes to teams in the upper echelons of CS, where like, here's a new map coming in. Guys, you can't afford to just, either it's a permaban or you need to start working on it?
It's the same process every time.
Vertigo, same thing that happened.
Exactly. They say, oh, new map bad, me no like, we get rid of that.
Yeah.
And then...
eventually.
Yeah, eventually you're going to have to fold it in because teams like this are going to use that as an opportunity to level the playing field.
And especially when it's such a competitive field and environment right now, where apart from maybe the top 3, top 4, things can turn topsy-turvy real quick right there. You take a little bit too long to adapt. Suddenly now your map pool's looking weak. People know it's a map where you're going to be struggling on. And then you need to start deciding. So basically at this point, every best of 3 you enter into, apart from your map pick, teams are going to start picking the map against you. Underdog teams are going to start picking the map against you. And you're in for a rough time right here. So adapt or die, as the great Charles Darwin said once upon a time.
Indeed, yeah, that was the exact quote.
Exactly.
Now, a map we're horrifyingly used to, the decider is going to be Inferno.
I love it.
I mean, it just always seems to be the deciding map. And, of course, it's a map that, you know, it's kind of fallen out of favor for a lot of these organizations and teams. And I'd say with the fans as well, a lot of people are disenchanted with this one. But I will say I do fear for Aurora a bit here, Dustin.
This is going to be NiP's offline debut, on Inferno. They've played it online a bit, but this is the first time they're going to bring it to LAN. And on LAN, what they've been very successful at is dual pressure. EU Jerks has been very good at Banana for them. And they also, again, use Shush as more of an entry piece in the apartments as opposed to just being some type of lurker. Also, Aradose is kind of put in a more active role in this team than he was on Saw. He's their mid player. So they're just going to have to make sure that they're able to kind of keep up the trends that we've been seeing throughout the series so far with a guy like Shush and Wrinkle being able to make those aggressive plays. And then, look, if you're Aurora and you're trying to salvage this series, when they have done well on Inferno, which to be fair, they've been very hit or miss on it, is because Xantares has been an absolute monster at Banana on both sides of the map, and they can just rely on that. I mean, he's one of the best Banana controllers in the game, in my opinion, next to like Xerxen and Nico and things of that nature. So we need to see that come alive again. And just, I mean, we just need some form out of Joda and Wicadia too. Like, I'm just not seeing it. No one's really been stepping up so far this tournament.
Like, even Walksick on the previous map, he was almost, and he's an opera, by the way, right? You're expecting him to do much more. So if your individuals aren't stepping up, you're relying on the game plan. And a game plan, like, you know, they've had some very close losses, right? You can be like, oh, it's 11-13s or whatnot. But I'm looking at the teams they lost to. Big. You're losing to Pain, for example. Those are the last 3 games they've had thus far on this map. So, look, on paper, Aurora still should be the favorites, but looking at the, you know, just the individuals, the body language, and how it is in the server right now, I'm going to edge the way of NIP, and I haven't said that in years, Rich.
I know. Well, you've never been a cause to. They haven't even been at the events. So
yeah, there we go.
That's a phrase you can just keep under the desk. Anyway, guys, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break, and we are going to see who's going to pick this one up shortly.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's top 4 predictions here at PGL Astana as I ask some of our players who they think is going to make it through the tournament into the top 4. We've got Mazino with me here from MongolZ. How are you, my G?
I'm doing good, my G.
That's our little running joke we always have. Now, give me who you think will be in 4th place for this event.
Maybe Aurora?
I think that it will be some Astralis.
Okay, Astralis. Yeah. Astralis with HOTU.
You know what? 4th G2. You know, with their ties, they're doing pull off some magic.
4th one is gonna be MongolZ.
Oh, okay.
For the memes, I'm gonna go with Big.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They did win their first game, you know, it's all possible. Okay, then who would be in 3rd place?
3rd place will be Spirit, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So Spirit would be beating Big and getting 3rd place. No gold for them this time.
3rd place, I think some no-name team like HOTU or NAP. No, NAP is not no-name, but I think they are not strong as top teams. Like, yeah.
Well, hopefully it's you guys then. I'm going to say he's choosing himself a 3rd place. I like this.
After we smack Na'Vi, they're going to bounce back. I have faith in Na'Vi. I think they have a lot of good players, so 3rd Na'Vi.
It's between us or Na'Vi, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, really? Really? You're not putting yourself as winners?
I don't think no.
Okay. Who do you want to put there then, Na'Vi or you?
Okay, Na'Vi, I think.
3rd one is gonna be Aurora.
Who's 2nd? I think Na'Vi.
I think 2nd Spirit. We're gonna play Spirit in the finals, and then let's see. Yeah. We got Mason. You know, we're gonna throw him at him. A little shit talk. You know, a little 1-2.
Maybe us or Spirit.
Give me one name.
Yeah, Spirit.
2nd is gonna be Na'Vi.
First 2 easy. VP is Team Spirit.
No Na'Vi in there.
No, I mean, I don't know. Could be random in my opinion. I mean, I didn't I don't know Na'Vi form yet. They can shock everybody with their game, but like they didn't play it really good on the last tournaments, and they been not playing a lot. You know, they was practicing, and we can only guess what's in what form they're gonna be. So I cannot really guess. I just making up predictions of what I've seen from the previous tournaments of the team I know.
I like this here because he sounds like an analyst right now. So in about 10-15 years when he stops playing, analyst version of Flamas can come to us all.
So I'm gonna put first M80, you know, repping M80.
First, it will be us. We'll beat Na'Vi in the finals. So yeah, they are top 1.
1st is Spirit.
Number 1, the champions.
MongolZ, but we really try to win this tournament. Yeah, we have to, I think. We just try our best to win. I don't want to Tilulu or something, yeah.
Exactly. Try their best, fight the whole way through. That's what the Mongols always do. Let's see if it can come true.
NiP versus Aurora has arrived at its natural conclusion, the 3rd and final map needed. We're heading to Inferno here. That's after both these teams walk away with their map picks in the bag. For Aurora, it was an Anubis in which they were pushed to their very limits. But they end up picking up the dub there. NiP on their specialized map of Train looked good with Shush topping the charts. But Hugo, do you like your 3 mapses?
I love them, Harry, except on Inferno. That being said, I think this one might actually be quite fun. NIP have been playing this one a lot. They've got some things in the bag. You know, last series, the 2 Brazilian squads, neither of them were big fans of the map. But yeah, NiP, this has also been one of their sleeper picks recently in their online grind. They talked about how hard it was to even get to Astana. how you have to fight through 300 teams in an open qualifier and you can't lose one series on your road to qualification. Well, they didn't. They're here and they're looking to show up against this Turkish squad. Aurora snuck through on Anubis, ran out of tape on Train, and now we go to Inferno, hoping that Woxie can get reactivated. Very quiet last map. A 4v4, as Richard said. Who's going to stand the test of time here? Xantara's dinked low. They just gamble on this A site.
Makaria anti with dualies. Creeping in the mid fight for a match. I just wanted the info, right? It's pretty resource intensive having 4 players in top mid like this. Didn't leave him in the prying eyes of Nip. Wrinkle and co get out through the apartment. It's just him and Aros Dos. The plant is for short, but it's not punished. Wrinkle even manages to make it into the pit. 2 kills to his name already. Loves a fight. Sometimes doesn't know when to stop, and he'll keep taking them out towards short.
Yeah.
Badger and Wakadi are able to break through.
I mean, he has the P2K, right? He feels like he wants to thin the herd early while he's got a nice engagement, but just no rest for the wicked. Aurora nail the headshots. And those Julies come through to take a pistol round on this CT side. Madger cooking. Rubbing his hands together. They're back. Good energy.
Yeah, safe to say he's trying to bring some excitement.
Ooh. Oh, my God.
Nade hitting Aros Dos and slowing him all the way down actually gave Xantares the time to back up and then delete him.
Could have swung and just killed him, I think, but was slowed down by the nade. Didn't like his odds. Madger right below the boost. Are you really checking this? Flash over, dodged, and deleted by Snappy. They jump the corner. There's no trade available. That's a desperate play. Snappy's just doing it on his own. They don't know about the third player. Wrinkle bails them out. This is a bit of a mess, but Nip have made it through for now until Wicardia runs a smoke.
Both these guys are really low on health. Jota's also fast flank up through Banana. He's got good timing on this. Resmoke goes down in CT is another reason for him to give this a go. He will have the path in. And he knows his timing's good. Collects that kill on a Snappy and is ready for Wrinkle.
Oh,
Dark, who has to get that kill before the nade goes off. It was a race against time for Wrinkle.
Oh, if he naded and didn't re-peek insta, he would have had it. But up in the open, committed and stolen away by Nip's Force Bite. Big round for Snappy. Entries up B. Oh, God.
Oh, it's really awkward. Ujak's battling back, but Xantares still putting up numbers. Okay, Snappy, you haven't been given the easiest clutch here. You know it. We know it. And Aurora even know it. He's going to slink on out of there. The rest of his team decimated by the charge through Banana. And the one kill that takes place over in alt mid also gives him a lot of pause here. I don't know where Wakadia could have gotten to.
Mac 10 over AK.
I guess
maybe,
he dies. He doesn't give them the AK.
it. Yeah, smart. He's going to get peeked. Oh, my God.
Bloody good try. I tell you what, bloody good try. Had us going for a moment. But it's the decision to regroup for Aurora and actually commit to the mid-clear that does them Real nice.
I like that. You know, they give up a bomb site, but if they clear mid, they just walk the flank and they get behind Banana and they shoot Snappy in the back. So it's a really safe way of playing that. And you're right, him swapping off the AK, Xantares didn't find it. So actually worked out in limiting Aurora a little bit. Nip by again. They have to. Trading rounds right now. Aurora, Pandemonium in Banana, going back for some more with 3 here. Grenades go in. Nip have less victims in this position now. Flash to fight this. Nip coming through the smoke. Oh!
Madge wrestling back. All alone in this endeavor. Wakadia doesn't have util to help him either. Madge is just dumping everything he's got. And Wakadia offers up his body, but lays down his life. Wrinkle with the turnaround. Dinked on the fight up through Banana. I mean, Aurora right here. They may as well see if they're given a reason to believe. Can Jota collect and capitalize on all this damage? MP9 tears through the front man and follows up on a Snappy. 2v2. From the 2v4, it's just Arostos left. Back in the site, dead on the swing. Aurora pull up. And they managed to salvage that round. Jota and Woxic do the heavy lifting.
They keep getting caught just in the open in these post plants. They need to be locking into positions more, right? It was Snappy in the previous one that Wrinkle actually won, just swinging out of new box to check coffins. Now just trying to take coffins when the flank's in that fast. I mean, Nipper all over the place. These post plants have looked shaky. Frustrating rounds to lose when it's whiffed that hard by Wakadi. He looked away thinking he'd already finished that kill. And the run and gun MP9 for Jota is just enough to shut down that 2v4. And so I thought we were going back and forth on Force Spice, and hey, we still are. But Aurora at least stick the landing. A buy that screams frustration for Nip. Want to jump on Aurora while the economy is low, but the weaponry is not. 4 M4s and a FAMAS.
Yeah, much like how, you know, Aurora back on train even had some of these like high risk, high reward rounds. This is Nip's attempt in that very same vein of capitalizing on some of this damage they've done. The bomb plant enticing them to recommit into this. But falling down here gives Aurora a hell of a CT start. So you're hoping this Hail Mary pays off if you're Nip. Aurora have the read. They've grouped 4 players over here at this A site. Nip right now are walking right into this stack.
Oh, brutal. What a transfer for Xantara. Is able to get 2 kills despite Snappy jumping that corner. And Wrinkle abandons ship. Aurora might just catch him. Oh, Cardia, yeah.
And he has great timing on this flank.
Just walk it. This is Aurora's 4th for sure.
Well missed this timing.
Imagine knows, and he's not overplaying it either.
Not overplaying, but a bomb plant allows Nip to buy again. I don't think it's going to get that far, right? You imagine Wakadia, imagine just swing in tandem. Ooh, don't let him plant! And they will deny it. Magic gets in there just in time.
I think a buy again, even with a plant, would have been a crazy decision, to be honest. Like, you know, you're doing damage, but you just saw 4 rifles for Aurora. You know they can rebuy. So it's probably for the best for Nip. 4-1 though, considering the craziness of the start of this map. Aurora have landed back on their feet, looking for a 5-1 lead against the Deegs. What could go wrong?
Main thing here for Aurora is just, you know, even though you've been fine to keep the investments coming through, you haven't had a round to make money yet. This is your round to do exactly that, so you just don't want it to be expensive. That's kind of the bar here. It's a far more passive start for both squads as Nip just kind of talk about the rounds ahead, knowing that with each second wasted, they're getting util out of Aurora anyway, they're extracting value, and they're planning for the rounds in the future. Now comes the time for them to try and look for that damage. They've been so great finding at the top of the game.
Unlucky.
Seems more like Aurora will get their wish of finally having a cash-making round. Magic collects. And Aurora get that 5-1 after these high-risk, high-reward forces from NIP early.
This is going to be a very hard game for Nip to win, just off the back of how this has begun. It's gone kind of worst-case scenario. You've lost all your money. You've given Aurora a huge wealth, and you're 5-1 down on a T-sided map. A map that they get the majority of their rounds on the T side. And you feel kind of goaded into all these buys, and I don't even necessarily think they were mistakes for Nip, but they didn't pan out. And so you're in a big hole right now in the third map of the series. Feels like it's meant to be for Aurora. 8 rounds from just ending this whole matchup. So Nip have to dig deep and start this match late. And I can't even say you have a read on how this game is going, right? You don't have a read on Aurora right now. They're going to go quick. Falcons-esque round, just fast up long, smoke, mollied smoke, and they go through the long one as well. It's a bit of a disaster, isn't it? Arostos has to abandon. He has the bomb. Oh, that's the worst. It's a bit of a bad smoke, so Snappy's going to walk out.
Fair enough. I mean, that's such an invitation. Walks in.
Peace.
Makes amends.
Hit that.
And now they know where Wrinkle lies.
Disaster. All 4 on the site. You could go B. This is a wild setup. He could still go B.
No.
Oh wait, they have the bomb.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm crazy.
But you know, if he could also do
He could go B. He could just go B.
Yeah,
you know, he couldn't win.
I can't disagree with this
No,
statement.
he couldn't win. But if you want to save, presumably.
Yeah, you know, that's a bit of a snappy classic. Like, calls just the set play out from spawn.
Yeah.
Mid smokes in, try and brute force the play.
Double for Jota.
You ran into the weakest gun, and it kind of chewed you up and then spat you out. This round never gets going for NIP. But this is Astana one for how, you know, they like to play for the things they usually do to try and bring themselves back into the game. A set piece like that, it falls on deaf ears though, and so you feel like you lost out big time on the rifle round that you've been waiting. You know, first quarter of this game for. Snappy knows.
Yeah.
That this is, you know, you said going into that last round, this is a hard game and this is the worst case scenario. Now this is the actual worst case scenario. The first rifle round you were waiting for gets ripped away from you.
I don't even mind a fast set play. I think that's a nice call, but you're hoping that Triple B going on the long side, and Jota just shuts it down. And they're ready for the boost. Of course they are. It's Antares and Madger and Ricardi are B. The whole stack, the whole gang. This is also, oh dear. This is also a great map individually for Madger. He has a lot of say on these rotates. He has great utility. He's that guy who's cycling between the 2 sites, bringing the nades around. He's 9-3 right now. When you're playing top banana alongside Antares, you're going to have a good time. So, him and Antares locking down this side of the map. Shush trying to lurk apartments. Ain't getting through that door. Nip can have Banana, but they are not getting into this bomb site. Oh, and it hit you. So, jigs up. 7-1 looking like. Impatient Antares catches them with nades out. Still a trade, but there's more where that came from, as Aurora willingly take every fight. This might be a bitter ending for Nip and a feeling of, if only we won that game of Anubis, how close it came. And we haven't even really seen a slow default out of Nip. They've not had the opportunity to do so with rifles, with how many of these rounds have been forces, low money. I mean, look at that graphic. Look at how many semi-buys they've had. It's been a disaster. So you almost feel like you have to play a default round now on the T side. But Aurora have got wind in their sails.
Yeah, Nip might have had the conductor on trade, but Aurora know a thing or two about an everlasting inferno.
Nice.
Quad B-stack from the get-go for Aurora, expecting a bit of aggression here. It gets dismantled quickly once that aggression doesn't come through. Jota will leave. Link back up with Woxic on this A side of the map. Wakadia also moving over. Just giving them the foresight that this is a slower start from NIP, not a set call from Spawn.
Come through the smoke a lot. Oh, the grenade. Could do it again. No connection for Xantares. The nade even goes deep. Nip are up ahead of it. They're going to go.
Yeah, the molly action forces them forward, forces them to go for this play. Now they've been re-smoked and they don't take the time and it goes through it.
Maybe for the best in a weird way. Everyone was in the site.
It's just what other option do they have, right? They can link back up with Shush, but it's not like he's been in the apartments kind of probing and locking down this side of the map. They've got to take their time clearing angles here. So as they slowly slink back to join him, and B falls completely quiet. Now util being used just to remove some of these angles at the A site. It should become obvious to Aurora what the plan has become. Archside wrap on the cards, but Woxic answers for the first. That's clean out of Aros Dos.
Okay.
I've been missing that kind of hero figure for Nip. That double kill puts the hurt on Aurora, and the three-man stack is too far away to launch this retake.
Good jump on the timing there. Nip shows so much presence at B because they were trying to commit to an execute, and when they get blocked, they realize it's 3B. They just speed up on the long wrap. Aros Dos actually gets a chance to play around, and double entry will do it here for Nip. Fighting for 5. And because Aurora have money, they're going to make sure this one's expensive. Snappy. So many rounds where he's just pulled nades or pulled a knife and been punished. They're all dead here. Oh! Nice turn. Bit of a whiff, but all in all, good exits for Aurora.
It's a step in the right direction, but there's still a gargantuan task ahead of NIP on this T side. Aurora still have more tricks up their sleeve. Playing from the front, they'll send Wakadia aggressive through middle. Now Shush will find him on his lurk into the apartments.
Oh,
that's really awkward. Shush able to elude capture, and Jota can't capitalize in the meantime. Ujerks hits the go button on this B play. Xantares dead. This X-Sword duo start to make rounds happen for NIP.
Yeah, they keep getting caught with nades in the B site. Finally, Nip just commit through the smoke and punish them for it. It's kind of wheels off in these last couple of rounds, and it's worked well. Survival game here. Money on the line for these two. I'd love to keep their guns up. Oh my god. Five not out of the realms of possibility here. Aurora call attack. It's 2 rounds in a row for Nip.
It's not out of the question for sure, but you know, I want to give Aurora some credit. Even in these rounds that they're losing, they're doing a great job of making it expensive. That one, they actually, you know, they weren't the ones trying to hunt. They were just trying to save. They were getting hunted, but they repelled everyone that came knocking. And this means, like, you're in this weird spot where Nip have taken these last 2 rounds, but still economically feel really fragile. Meanwhile, Aurora, thanks to that strong start, taking 6 rounds in a row, each time getting cleaner and cleaner, they still have more than enough money to come through with the buy and save depending. You know, that'll keep up till the very end of this half. Nip, meanwhile, could get broken still here and now, and this late in the game, that would be a disaster. Not out of the woods yet, are NIP.
I just got so many grenades, not just here, but also stacked up at the bench.
Doomsday prepper.
Yeah, dude, squirrel with his acorns, ready for winter. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. This B hit has been the object of Nip's desires.
So much loot, he was struggling to get the incendiary. He kept picking up every other nade. So now he's put them in little piles.
Molly's here, smoke's here, flashes here.
God, they didn't come through while he was shuffling the util around.
Snappy goes back for a little bit more. Nut. And they're going to go for this B hit. But there are so many grenades, Harry.
There are, and there's not a lot of time left in this round. Now, Snappy does have a nade. If they get smoked off, you're going to be able to blow that open and still play this on your timing. Snappy, did he just throw the nade or has he dropped it? That's awkward. Now the re-smoke in towards top banana. You have no choice but to go through. Trying to play in their gray screen as they approach. They see that Woxic Corp and it tears through the first man in. Spam for Xantares will hit its mark. This is NIP's money, an entire half. The recovery of it on the line, depending on Shush and Arostos in this 2v4. Shush was lights out back on train, but has really struggled to get on track here on Inferno. First kill comes in to try and tip the scales in this 2v4. He spots them making their ways out towards coffins, but he's gone. It's Arostos or it's nothing for NIP, and he will get bested, overwhelmed by Aurora. Maja and his stockpile of util combined with the fast rotate in seal the fate of Nip on that B hit. And now they pull up into this final round of the half. Thanks to the bomb plot with enough money to put a buy together, but it will have limitations.
I mean, Blair said after Train, it felt like Nip won the game in the first half, and it is starting to feel the same for Aurora here on Inferno. This is getting out of control. Too far gone. And Nip with nothing to show for their T side. A fourth would go far. U-Jerks just running amok. The best rounds have been him and Arostos just running in and finding double entries. This will only be one. Shush does catch Jota, and they're going to walk through the mid-smoke off that kill. Woxic waits patiently, punishes Arostos and Maja as well, who's 13-5, puts a stop to the captain on NIP. Oh my god, they just can't catch a break. Nip. The wheels really have fallen off in this half. Coasting. Woxic aware of the long timing, but Winkle's going round to B. Does Magic consider this? Because right now, it's a free kill and a free plant. If a clutch was going to happen, this is how it would start, but a missed chance. They are over-rotating. Riccardi going to help out his captain. They can re-push CT together. Woxic needs to be very cautious not to give up a free kill and a sight with it. We all know how hard those retakes are, even a man up. Does Woxic find this timing? It looks like he might have. 9-3 on the half. Aurora stick the landing, and it's all gone so well. Maja, top performer for his team.
And, oh man, yeah, like, I think the thing that's been sick here for Aurora is not only did they survive all those force buys early on, but then they constantly kept the pressure on, knowing the type of game that NIP were having after that initial bout of force buys. They never let them establish any money on this T side. Those are moves that Maja and the gang had to make, and he felt in full control of this game throughout. For NIP, I think this feels like such a punch in the gut because all those initial forces, while they aren't without risk, and it's not the safest way you could play those rounds, I think they were fully justified with all the damage that was happening, right? And so essentially you took the gamble, you took the bet on your own ability, and you felt like the risk was worth the potential reward, but they didn't get any of the reward throughout this game. And then the few rounds that they did start winning, as we've said, Aurora was super punishing in. And so even the victories hit like losses to NIP in that T side. They never got situated. And now Aurora get to move into this T half with a massive lead. All their players feeling switched on as well. You had everything you could have possibly wanted all game long. Whenever Woxic wanted the AWP, he had it. Santares got to play so much of that half with an AK. It was terrifying. Meanwhile, NIP were constantly working with limitations, and so everyone just feels a little bit cold right now.
Yeah.
And this pistol round, well, it looks like things might be getting worse for NIP. They've got a 4-1 stack between the A and B site. For the eagle-eyed among you, you'll see that Aurora are all going B.
Yeah, and it's, you know, they're flanking, but Aurora are going to be in this bomb site before NIP. Yeah, but they're going to miss it. They're not going to get the kills, right? They're going to lose the site. Jerks. Oh, they spot the flank. The bomb goes back. That's a risky maneuver, but Maja gets a kill. You Jerks ahead of the smoke that he blocked. Double off the headshot box, and Shush and Wrinkle are here to fight. They fall in Banana. Aurora really dedicate to killing that flank when really pushing forward felt like the answer. Nice block for you Jerks. If he doesn't, you know, hit that smoke, his headshot angle's gone, and Aurora make it into B. So suddenly a very difficult round, even with good timing for NIP. But look at this angle, it's easy for him.
I mean, that's like a gift of a pistol round falling into the lap of NIP.
Yeah, better take it. And a force buy here is interesting. No bomb plant. It's a very committed decision.
History can't be repeating itself already.
No.
Barely history.
No. I mean, it's just bold, really. But they believe in it. The apps pop. Smoke is not a threat in a round like this. Aurora will happily go through if they want.
In the apartments, but it's short the object of their desire. Aros Dos getting out with one Wrinkle, holds the line, wrestles with that M4, and Wrinkle tears them down. Great stuff from Nips Orpa, getting it done with the M4.
Wait, this guy's an Orpa? It's a goddamn rifler. Absolute tank. Only guy in the site, 4 kills. And they're all facing him. So must-win round for Nip to maintain this comeback potential.
I'm not going to lie, like, it's very early, but I am a little worried.
You're buying in.
These rounds, you know, the way you're winning them feels really good.
It's 2
if you're
rounds.
NIP.
It's 2 rounds.
Yeah, but just don't underestimate, especially for someone hungry and keen like Wrinkle, what the last few rounds will do for the confidence.
Oh, what about that one? What will that do for the confidence? Oh, how about that one?
Snappy.
2v2?
No.
That's a bit much. He could go B with the bomb.
When I said I was getting worried, I meant for Nib.
What's this? What's this?
Oh, God. Yeah,
confidence.
Dead. Confidence
Yeah.
dead in the water.
They're all just running. Why did Snappy push the smoke? You wonder. What comm did he have? Oh, don't plant open. Yeah, in the sight. Ujux has timing.
Uh-oh.
Centaurus has to get off, and he comes running. Oh, dear. Ujux wasn't ready for that. He thought he'd stick.
Never mind then. This is
How about the full eco?
Such an insane round for Aurora to pick up. And it's one that NIP kind of give to them. Like, some of the pushes there, you're trying to react. You're trying to get your part of the chaos all in order in a very chaotic round.
Oof.
But that is such a rough way for this to go. Just as it felt like something was panning out for NIP.
Snappy calls the classic tack timeout after a tilt round. How many rounds like that in this series? And I'm not even going to ask about the T side, the first 5 rounds of this game. Let's forget about that. But in this series, how many rounds have they lost, Nip, like that? I've never seen anything like it. They've lost so many, like, armorless ecos, low econ rounds. It's been crazy. They've done it all 3 maps. Got that 1 Deagle 4 Glock round on Anubis. Oh wait, that was last game.
Yeah, that was a different game.
Sorry. No, but Train, the anti-eco.
They lost the same anti-eco on
twice
in 2 different matches.
Yep. I don't know. Sus.
I think that's why, you know, when you look at the squad, you say, like, there is potential. They have to tidy up these very important rounds within the context that they always are losing these series by a matter of a round or 2's difference. And it's like we say, you know, you did the hard part. You beat the pistols in the even fight. You beat the force buy. But then you fall down to the naked round from Aurora. It's not even like the classic where, like, you know, you lose the first pick and it just kind of snowballs out of control. They were in a great spot.
It was winnable every step of the way.
All right. 3-man at Behold.
Behold.
It was Ujax's work with the pistol that started this off for NIP.
You said?
That's a collateral. Arosdos comes through as well. Soaring heads off. Woxic makes the play through the smoke and a catch Shush in the back line. Is he ready for Snappy?
Is Bomb really going back? Oh my god, leg
connects.
Oh.
They've dealt with Woxic.
It's
Wakani
fine.
is now trapped, pinned in. And someone up there keeps Nip in this game that much longer. Wakadia just doesn't have the time to win this in the clutch.
Oh!
They lined up, but second shy of being able to do it. That is a roller coaster of a round, but in the end, Nip get out with the round intact.
Eye for an eye, collat for a collat, just doubling up all over the map, and somehow Nip win it. They'll take it. They don't know how, they don't know why. Ujerks 2 for 1, skewered. Meat on a stick. And look at this. Woo. If only there was another second. Yeah.
Anger, but then straight to acceptance. You realize, that's kind of unlucky.
Can't deny that. Dude, what is this game?
It's really started to heat up. But this is where, you know, you look to a roster that's been together for a long time now in Aurora. They should be able to find their composure in a match that's getting a bit more chaotic. Nip still, you know, teething pains. Oh! And Wrinkle falls first.
He's sharp.
They made Xantares angry, and they don't like him when he's angry.
Waiting for that fade. Bomb deep in the apartments. Oh, timing. It's a good grenade back from Shush.
This is the round that could win Aurora the series.
Yeah.
And it is Xantares to have opened onto the top performer for the other side. Those are the kills, the rounds that Xantares is supposed to bring you. Let's see if it's all for naught. If they can do good on that opening. Shush and Arostos. Lightning on this crossfire, but it's Madger and Wakadia still in the picture. They're going to try and chase down Arostos, and it comes down to this 1v1. Clash of the captains. Madger for Aurora.
Oh no!
Snappy for NIP.
No. Go, go, go.
Low on the board is Snappy. You can hear the jump bomb. Madger's caught in the air, and 5 HP is the difference. Snappy might sit bottom of the charts for NIP, but that one round right there has kept them in Inferno.
The bomb on the balcony. It couldn't be worse. He almost landed it. Mid-movement up top. And it's Aurora put down. Now nothing to speak of. And NIP, the comeback dream, stays alive. From a 4v2 down to a 1v1. And still NIP win it out.
I mean, this could be a nice breakthrough moment for NIP if they can keep this going, right? They've had some very, very fortunate moments in here to get to this point. But if they can keep this going, this would be a real turning point. Usually they're the ones in sort of Aurora's position. It feels like everything's going great, and then the scoreline starts to close up. It's their turn to be the ones dishing out a comeback. They've broken through the Aurora bank accounts, leaving them again on just one of these partial buys, but you can't say that NIP have been great at dealing with them. Let's see how serious we are about this comeback. If NIP can put this one away, they are right there. Triple B lean to open up. Wrinkle going to try his hand at the peak with the orb through mid, doesn't see a thing, and that's because Aurora are fast up in the top banana. Hujax does get sacrificed. Snappy at least, good for the trade. It's the pace of Xantares.
Oh God, where's the gun?
Oh, well, you know, they've had some good divine intervention, some bad divine intervention.
Yeah,
he is able to find that M4 eventually.
Used to playing with pistols in this map at least, but...
Wrinkle on the line. It was his death in that last round that started things off strong for Aurora. Once more, he's been deked out. Shush tries to keep them at bay, but he can't slow the roll of all these pistols. Plant found.
Not like this. Woxic AWP in a post plant.
And because all these rounds have come down to clutches, come down to real tight scorelines, NIP don't have any money. If they go for this, they risk the entire game. Saving at least, they'll have these guns and a chance in the next. But really, it feels like a mission now for extra time if you're NIP. The fact that twice over, the 2 rounds that Aurora have found on this T-half are on low buys is concerning for NIP. It's becoming a reoccurring, trend in these games. Losing to low econ rounds in matches that go the distance.
But will this one even go that far? 11-7 with no real buy here. NIP might feel like they have to invest, and that's akin to how this game began. A force that is out of your hands, frankly. And Aurora have so much opportunity to end this series once and for all. We've only got those 2 saved M4s, SMGs and a pistol behind it. Something's got to give here for NIP. Or Aurora will be finishing what they started here on Inferno. Heartbreaking series for NIP. And an Aurora who are finally waking up after a slow start here in Astana.
And I mean, right now, Aurora know they have Nip nervous. They're making noise on A, hoping that Nip batten down the hatches on that side of the map, that this B play is unaccounted for as a result. Nip are jittery, Ujerks felled straight away. Another big opener from Xantares.
It's been followed on this T side. Will be shut out, but so's the B side. Snappy swinging through the smoke, and there's no stopping this plant. That should seal the deal. That should signal the end. Even the Lurker's going back. Aurora make it happen. 12 rounds on this T side and 5 opportunities to finish Nip once and for all here. And while it was Madja top of the server in that first half, Wakadia has taken the cake on the T side, 22-9.
I mean, you know, I think it speaks volumes as to why things have felt so restricted for Nip in this game. They haven't been able to win a gun round with more than 2 players surviving.
Yeah.
The only exception to that is the pistol right at the start of the second half where they got out with 3. You know, even when they are finding success, they still feel like they're just hemorrhaging money, and that trend has kept up late into this second half where in these final few rounds it's been these back-to-back forces. Aurora, 5 chances, and this is the easiest one.
And Xantares has just had the first entry every single time for Aurora on this T side. Like every time they're committing to the execute, Xantares cracks a skull, be it Wrinkle on the AWP or anyone really. 6 opening kills in the map, topping the charts there. No surprise. 4 SMGs and Shush on an M4. He's solo in the site. They play aggressive in Banana. The AWP spots it. Xantares is pinned in the corner, but he's fighting for survival. He's fighting and thriving, perhaps. Wrinkle with a jump shot. Woxic still here through the smoke. Shush alone on the arch side stops him, but Woxic might just end this game. 2 kills from him, leaving Jota in a clutch.
Try and move in, get there before Shush can join the party, but he won't beat him on that timing. Been re-smoked in at the bottom of Banana. Jota tries to play through it, and it won't happen. So 1 more round gained for NIP. 1 more chance to keep this game going.
This at least means they have everything now, right? You said that was going to be the easiest one for Aurora. It make it difficult just in the way they play 4 SMGs swinging Banana together.
Someone needs to give Wrinkle a restraining order from Xantares. Like, those 2 matching up just hasn't been kind to Wrinkle.
He's the anti-AWP
damage right at the start.
He's just the anti-AWP rifle. That's the thing about Xantares. You can hold him, but he will have that Pika's advantage every time. Great shot for Woxic.
It's the anti-rifle AWP. Snappy backing up, but they see this as a bit of a red carpet rolled out. They at least get away with all this control at top B, and now that they've left ult mid, it feels like Aurora do want to follow through on this. Reload to send them in, and Snappy will fall. Arostos does what he can, but a double kill is not going to be enough to keep Nip in this. Wrinkle and Shush left in the retake. Banana is held by the Woxic AWP, and so you might have to pay with your life to even get this control over top Banana. Flash misses its mark, it blinded Wrinkle, he turned, and it wrecked him. And now Shush From top of the charts to bottom of the board, can't set a foot right in that 1v3 attempt. Aurora lock in the dub with a clean victory on Inferno in spite of some wild nip moments.
Wild nip moments indeed. Yeah, look, okay, all right, Aurora, fair enough. Fair enough. I think NIP probably need a little bit longer on Inferno as well if we're going to be cooking up some strats in that one. First time, obviously, this lineup has played it in a LAN environment. But look, I thought there was bright spots for NIP there, and I'm still not fully sold on where Aurora are at in this tournament, but job done, I suppose.
I feel it took 3 days for the Turks to wake up, and I feel like the individuals really woke up here in Inferno, right? We saw Xantares, as Harry was pointing out, needing a restraining order against Wrinkle. He was the anti-op for the side of Aurora. Wikidi was phenomenal in the second half. Major leading by example, the old man just kind of mowing them down. But that being said, man, like so many nip slips on that first half, if you ask me. NIP, like 4v2 scenarios and just getting completely wrecked, getting caught out of position. It's just sloppy, messy CS, Rich.
Meanwhile, Xantares, just the controller of the banana, as we talked about, really good at just absolutely dominating that area of the map.
Yep.
Start to finish, really, both sides did everything he could. We saw a couple of flashes here and there from NIP. Like,
I mean, look, it's about what's on the screen, just what's happening there. It's like you cannot have a T-side like that, essentially, to start out Inferno, right?
Yeah, it came too late. Like, later in the half, they got a couple of rounds, but it was just way too late at that point. Meanwhile, Aurora has this massive lead to work with. And look, when they're at their best, they are a team that is capable of playing Inferno to a high level, and we were able to see some of that here in this game.
I mean, look, I'll say as well, there were definitely moments, came out here to the desk, just kind of chilling or watching the game on the back nine, so to speak, and they're still getting tilted when they lose these rounds to Aurora. Like, it's still needlessly emotive.
Well, that's just the way it is, depending on which part of the world you're from, Rich, and some people are passionate. You're cold and dead in the north of England. I saw the reaction. So I know exactly what happened there. He just got, just ridiculously one dig. There were some crazy moments in this game. And even for NIP, if you look at the 3 rounds they won in that first half, round 2 was just a crazy force by win.
This round was ridiculous. The one where Major has to go get the op off balcony and Snappy rounds the corner. It was just like one of those, cartoon moments almost.
You just put in the Benny Hill theme song for this.
Exactly.
And even one round where Ujux, by the way, 2 of the rounds he won in the T's, that was Ujux just waking up and be like, this is what I could do a year ago.
Yeah, I wish he would continue to do that, because then this team would actually be dangerous. And look, I will give some relief to NIP in the sense that they've had the toughest schedule probably of any team at this tournament. You play VP first, you beat them, then you have to go play Spirit, then you have to go play Aurora, who, yeah, they've had their issues, let's be honest, last couple of tournaments, but for the bulk of this year, they were still right near the top 5. So these have been some difficult opponents.
I still believe NIP are going to make it to the playoffs. I'm just going to put it
very likely.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it can't get any worse.
The one thing I will be concerned about is, like, how does their map pool hold up at this tournament against these teams that they're playing against? Because, yes, we obviously see that train for them is very much in their hands. But I haven't seen so much on any of the other maps that give me like a ton of confidence.
They
but
could also get drawn against the team who have trainers of permaban.
Exactly, and then that becomes a real problem.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to see Xantares, despite the frustrations we could see in the camera from there. He was popping off. To be fair, you could just toss a coin and pick one of the players. I believe at the end of the game, we had almost 4 players on the side of Aurora over 90 ADR. So even though the scoreline might look a little close, 13-8, don't be fooled. It was a very lopsided.
Hopefully this is a sign that this is the Aurora we're going to see the rest of the tournament, because if we can, then all of a sudden the tournament gets a lot more fun.
I mean, look, I definitely agree with that. I want Aurora to be the best version of themselves, but I'm still not buying it.
It's been tough, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a rocky road so far, and obviously they could easily face somebody that I think could clean their clock, especially when it just looks like the break was really a break. You know what I mean? It's like it didn't look like they actually boot camped. It looks like they've come in really cold to this.
I'm okay. Look, that's the thing. I'm okay with that, right? Like, totally fine with them really having to reset, but this is the price you pay. You have to choose one of these two. But it feels like they seem to have kind of woken up a little late, sure, but they seem to have woken up at the right moment right now. Just need one more win and they're through.
Yeah, and look, I'll just give a final thought from you about NIP. And look, I know Aurora won. I think NIP were the more interesting team in this series for me, and kind of just an interesting team at this tournament overall. I think their financial record dropped like this week as well. That was public, and they've lost a ton of money. They're really trying to get back to shades of their former glory. How far do you think this lineup can go? I mean, we've had Blair's prediction for the playoffs.
I think it's very possible to make the playoffs. I just need to see more from you, Jerix and Aradose. Like, I think Wrinkle and Shush are giving you exactly what you need. I think they have a fun, quirky play style. Yes, it's a bit limited, but I just need to see more out of some of the other players that are supposed to be stars of this team for them to be able to contend with some of these other squads that do have multiple guys who can deliver.
My final comment is I'm just going to echo Maui's tweet, which is made in jest, I'm quite sure, but he's like, just get res on this team in front of you, Jokes. He's a tweet, it's scary, but he's like, just get res on his team again. It's going to be great. I doubt res is going to go back, but it just goes to hammer the point that EU Jokes is nowhere close to what he was once upon a time.
And I suppose before we go to break as well, worth just noting, GamerLegion out 0-3.
To HOTU.
Yeah, I know. It's
bro.
That's crazy. Yeah. Well,
from the stage at Melbourne to 0-3 here in Astana, like that's just unforgivable in my opinion.
Unforgivable.
Unforgivable. Yeah.
Very forgettable though.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, guys. Great hanging out with you over the course of the day. We're going to be switching up the desk and bringing in the other guys. It's going to be Yanko, Maui, and Tech Girl. That's it from us, but not it from the action. MongolZ versus Na'Vi after the break. Take care.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana. We are halfway through the day, and now we get to go into that 3-0 space. 2-0, and one of these teams will be 3-0 by the end of this. It is, of course, Na'Vi going up against the MongolZ. Quick change here on the desk. I will be with you for the rest of the day. And so will Maui and Yanko, two of my favorite analysts. They pay me a lot of money to say that, are with us. Let's talk about this particular matchup, because coming into this event, I'd argue that both of these teams have probably disappointed their fans in 2025.
Both of them have had practically identical seasons. Just both of them had missed the playoffs. Both of them had semifinals finishes. The only thing that's going for the Mongols, and it's a weird way to find any sort of positive here, is that they haven't won a major in the past. So the expectations are a little bit lower for them than Na'Vi.
And a few other tournaments. And yeah, their results are the same, but it's a very disappointing year for Na'Vi, and Mongols can be content with it, right? When you put everything together. I think I've said this yesterday, I'm repeating it again because now you're here, but I think the only reason why we were looking at Mongols or Aurora for that matter and expecting like them to contend for trophies because these other big names were struggling as well. And we would have never thought that, but they were always in the playoffs. Other teams, you know, FaZe couldn't do it, Falcons couldn't do it, Na'Vi couldn't do it at times. So it's like, oh, maybe it's these guys. It's not these guys. It's just not. Now that you see some of the other teams stepping up or making moves and making roster changes, it's so glaring. Like that last step is a massive one, and there's still a big difference. And I think they probably hit their ceiling.
Let's jump on the Mongols, though. You mentioned hitting their ceiling. You've also had a chance to see them for the last 2 days. They've been in the morning. What do you think about what they're doing and what they're bringing to the table, Yanko, and why maybe there's also been a slight drop-off from them performance-wise?
I mean, for them, I said it. I have no questions about them in this stage of the tournament. It's only when we get to the playoffs and when we get to the arena, you know. That's where they start having issues. That's where their star players drop off a cliff. Senzu goes from being highest rated to the lowest rated when we talk about playoff games, right? So, yeah, here obviously going up against an opponent of the caliber of Na'Vi, you know, I'm not saying they're a clear favorite or anything like that, but you know what you're getting when you go up against the Mongols. There's not a lot of finesse to their game, right? They're very good at what they do, which is play just straightforward, fundamental Counter-Strike.
I like their style a little bit more than, say, an Aurora, where the Mongols, to their credit, are able to use lurkers at least. So sometimes there's a plan B to a failing plan A. But Yanko's right. Senzu is practically a Mongolian Stown in the way that he crumbles under playoff pressure. So this kind of performance that they've had, being 2-0 here in the group stage, it's expected. It's just that we know once they face somebody in an arena or really a top 5 team, they can truly fall off a cliff.
Is it a matter of just their ceiling isn't high enough, or is it on-stage nerves? What do you think it is, Maui?
Pressure and nerves. Because everything that they've proven to me in group stages is that they can take maps off of some of the best teams in the world. They can beat the Na'Vi that we're going to see them today. And even if they beat Na'Vi today, it doesn't necessarily change my opinion that come playoff time, when push comes to shove, the deficiencies really come out for some of these individuals where they just look like a shell of themselves.
I think also the Mongols 3 times lost to Vitality in the playoffs, but they didn't just lose, they got whooped a couple of times. And that's also where you see it, like, okay, so you can't really even put up a fight. Like, there's really a long distance there. And Na'Vi on the other side of things, you know, a team that has just been struggling to figure it out. Like, sure, you lose a couple of times to Spirit, but there was also the loss to the Mongols at Pro League in the playoffs. And this is a team that was, you know, in contention for Team of the Year last year, won one of the 2 majors, had very, very deep runs in the second half of the year, and just can't find that spark, lost that swagger, really, that made them a championship caliber team.
I love that line, lost the swagger. I think that actually just defines exactly what happened to Na'Vi at the start of this year. Obviously, in this tournament, though, Maui, they've had 2 very convincing 2-0 victories against opposition that, to be fair, it should have been expected. Anything less would have been concerning.
Of course. The way that Na'Vi dispatched of Big, for example, yesterday, just really felt like they were playing individually. They thought they could get away with being lazy with some of their protocols. But once they just started saying, okay, we're going to group up, we're going to trade each other out, they just started wiping the floor. I don't think once that happened, the switch was flipped around round 7 or round 8. I don't think Big won another gun round for the entire game. So Na'Vi they've played themselves into shape at this event. And something that's kind of weird is that in the pregame interviews, the one that Alexi B's done with James Banks, for example, he's talked about the fact that they're just not playing with the most pressure. I find it kind of a weird way where you're in the middle of your season, things have not been going well, but it feels like they're not really too bothered by that fact. I find the headspace for Na'Vi to be a bit perplexing.
Do you find it perplexing, Yanko, the space that Navi's in right now?
A lot of things are perplexing, yeah, but I don't know. I think for this particular matchup, I'm also interested to see when you look at the maps that they played the last couple of times. Yeah, I think also Blade, what he's talking about in the interview, he's saying, you know, at the end, it comes down to clutches, advantageous situations, and pure mechanics. And what you get from this is he doesn't think the issue for them is the tactics, the protocols, the game plan. He feels like their playbook is deep enough. It's just that his guys aren't really stepping up per se, right? And aren't making that difference. And it always has to be that way. JL was the third most impactful rifler last year behind Nico and Donk, right? I don't think you can make a case that he's top 10 in that department, right? Like, I mean, just from the eye test, Bit as well hasn't been up to the same. Like, we can say that for pretty much every player on the roster, that they've not been delivering. And everyone needs to find a way to get those 5% extra to contribute and to be able to grind some of these games out.
I do have a question. The veto's going to come up, but really quickly, Yanko, last year, Na'Vi was one of the best teams in the world, but this year there's been changes. We've seen what Vitality's brought to the table, some of those shakeups. Does Na'Vi have the firepower to really go toe-to-toe with the best in the world now?
I mean, you'd say no, but then again, that's what we thought last year as well, and they were able to win some tournaments, obviously win the major. So I think here is where we're seeing, are these guys actually them, or did they just have a good year, right? Can JL be that guy, or was it just like a great year and now he's sort of regressing to the mean? And sure, it's been a poor couple of months considering what they're aiming for, but they still have time to turn it around.
All right, Vito is coming in right now, and I'm a little bit surprised by some of the first picks here. We've got the same maps that we saw in the last time they matched up against each other at the Blast Open Lisbon, but they're in very different orders. And actually, I'm extra surprised by the fact that MongolZ let Dust2 be the decider here when they had the option between Nuke and Dust2. It's the same 3 maps, but I'm just a little bit confused again by the order here. But this kind of matchup here, because these teams have faced off against each other 3 times this year already, it's kind of like when you play a sibling at a sport or something, and you just kind of see, oh, your brother, he likes to dribble left, but then he knows that you know that he likes to dribble left, so he's going to counter by going right. Like, these teams have such a deep familiarity with themselves. It's almost kind of shaping up to be a low-key rivalry that's forming this year on now the 4th matchup.
I think I'm also disliking the fact that Na'Vi went for Mirage. I know they're back when it comes to Mirage, and they're picking it against everyone, but this is probably the one time where you should just go for the Dust2 pick.
And the MongolZ are good at Mirage.
Yeah, it's their best map. So it's like, okay, it's your best map, but it's also #1 map for them. Usually you want to avoid that in the pick. That's why it was the decider last time around, and Na'Vi took it in overtime, right? And I think it would have been better for them to do the same. I was expecting the same order of maps like last time. I like that MongolZ didn't switch it up or go for Ancient. I don't think they're going to have as easy of a time on Inferno this time around, but probably their best bet when it comes to picks.
MongolZ and Na'Vi here in the winners brackets. I don't know if you know, but it was actually DDK's birthday yesterday, turning into a little bit of an old boy. You know what? I think you and Anders should start a club.
It's not bad. That's really good content, actually. I love it. That's a fantastic setup.
That's pretty legit.
Yeah. Was your birthday?
Yes, it was.
Feel old, Dan?
No, never.
All right. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
If you just work out more, Anders, you can start to win that battle against
subtle digs.
Yeah,
just getting attacked on the broadcast, Dan. I like that.
You have to survive long enough, Anders, so that when we get all that transhumanism fully online, you're just fine.
That is true. Yeah. I just have to survive until they can replace all my parts.
Exactly.
You're right. That's a good point. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed into it now. It's the MongolZ versus Na'Vi. It's a best of 3. It's day 3 here as well in Astana with PGL, and it's the MongolZ starting on the CT side, already taking a bit of a peek down. I do like this 1-2 punch of the USP, you know, distracting, taking away the attention, and then if you run too deep, if you try and hunt down Senzu, well, we've got the dualies up front. Already a bit of a gush here. You can see he's really trying to bait it in, but it actually feels like JL kind of knows. Yeah, now he definitely does. Nice awareness for the Na'Vi side to not just run straight into the dualies. They will be flashed in anyway. That was Blitz showing up with a flashbang to try and set up Techno, and I guarantee you they wanted more than the 1 kill. They wanted the dualies there to pick up at least a couple to stabilize the round.
Xenia already got goosed. Oh my god. Goosed again. 2 versus 3 here on the defense. And it just seems so easy at this point. Na'Vi able to roll on through. No problems whatsoever. 9-10 though, a little savage with the headshots so far this tournament. You can never rule it out. You can never rule it out on a pistol.
Yeah, I wish he had a hit here just because it would make it so much closer to being possible. I don't know if there is one on the ground, but I sort of doubt it. I really think the moment where this round was almost lost for the Mongols was in that flashbang in with the dualies. I think Techno has to get a couple of kills there, and he just didn't this time. It happens. It's 9-10, looking to make it more expensive. Could not win the round at that point in time. It's JL instead, 3 kills in this round, and you know what? It was straightforward for Na'Vi too, like not too complicated. They just, you know, they went B.
Yeah, I mean, that's often the best thing to do on a pistol, especially if you get the bomb down. You know, that was something that I think is always really nice to just think about. It's like, whether you win the round or not, if you get the bomb down, that's kind of like a different story. Like, you can always index, like, focus on how do we get, like, assure that we'll get that bomb plant, and then at least even if we lose the round, then we get the extra money. And especially on the T side, I feel like, you know, you can always do so much cool stuff. And, well, we have, of course, a great spot here for Na'Vi with that win on the round. All the danger here, Anders. There's danger around every corner.
Yeah, that could have been an interesting fight to be won there for the Mongols. Scout's doing awkwardly well in this position. He gets one more tag in. Oh, if his teammates in the hallway there would have done a better job at the beginning, I think that could have been quite exciting, but didn't work out. Immer instead with 3. Great scout action, though. I do appreciate that. Senzu messing around with the smokes. Thought for a second he was going to throw under the chicken, but it's not going to be the case. The second round for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what form we get from the Mongols again in this matchup. Obviously, Na'Vi is a really great opponent to be up against, and I think we talked about this previously, that with the Mongols, yeah, we saw some great mechanics, but you may see some sloppiness here and there just because we're in the earlier stages of the tournament. And it's just a matter of fact that when there's less pressure in those earlier stages, the better teams that are used to going deep, they're not going to be as tight in a lot of cases. Some teams are a little bit more disciplined in general, but the Mongols, I think they have a lot to answer for. They have a lot to set themselves up with. If we just think about the macro of, you know, the looming major and everything else, I feel like we can't forget about that.
Yeah, I mean, the expectations for them are really high, but I guess the same is true for Na'Vi. Both teams with, you know, more to prove. This Na'Vi project at one point just looked rock solid, but there's been many questions raised about, you know, what is going to happen here. You know, like, will we actually be seeing some more trophies, or, you know, are they just forever going to be behind the vitalities and spirits of the world? Because I don't think Na'Vi are going to be satisfied with that situation for too long either. Blitz in a position, has the Deagle. I do like the aggressive style here. If he could have won that fight, the cool thing about winning a battle at that point of Banana is that if he does win it, they can probably even recover the Galil. And that would make it, you know, a little bit more interesting. But it's not going to happen. It will be very likely 3 rounds to start with on Inferno. So for Na'Vi, that's obviously a nice position to be in.
So we can farm any guns for the Mongols. Rotating on over. Na'Vi actually not speeding up. They're kind of going for a pause after that harass on top mid. Really trying to bait the Mongols into a play, because if you are the Mongols, you're kind of looking for any opportunity. Any even terrible spot can seem sometimes like the best chance you might get in the round, and if the Mongols can find a good spot, they will take it. But that pause actually kind of threw them off. They actually read that as a straight rotate off.
Yeah.
And so they will carry these weapons still. But it would be great to pick something up.
I do feel like so often when, you know, when you're in this kind of position, it is just a bit of a coin flip about what happens. You know, you got a bit of a feeling, you make a call, you know, there's a 50-50 chance that it's either going to be A or B, so not much else you could do when you don't have the utility for it. Okay. Nice shot from Senzu. He is going to get flanked eventually, but if there was a world here we could get, you know, 1 or 2 more kills like that, it'd be a lot more interesting for the Mongols going forward. It's not going to happen. So pretty straightforward stuff from Na'Vi, who I'm just noticing, did they even have their own like little toy in front of them? I feel like that's been spreading more and more.
Nice, yeah. You know what? If we go back into esports history, the first pro to popularize that was someone by the name of Fatality. Back in the early 2000s. Yeah, he would have.
I did not know that.
He famously had a tiger that he would take to every tournament. I think it was like an old girlfriend gave him or something like that.
Okay.
And once Two Good stole it, and it created a lot of drama. And,
that does sound like something James would do.
Yep.
I appreciate that. Well, this will be interesting. Starts in a bit of an awful way. Techno going down. Sensu dropped next. The timing on the HE was expert and wonderful. Cracks down Blitz as well. He's just found all the kills they needed to win the round. Even the first two probably would have been enough, but that is a sick sequence from Wonderful. 9, 10, and Messinio left. Obviously, just going to be trying to keep things alive on the other side of the map. There's just no way out here. That's shocking.
It is certainly shocking. The round didn't even get to sort of play out. You know, normally you're not supposed to be able to find picks that easily, and let alone 3 back-to-back. But obviously, you know, there is that level where if you're the Mongols, you're like, do we want to play a 4v5, or should we just try to trade this and just try to not be in a horrendous situation? Well, it didn't work out, so now they try to hold on to, at the very least, they need to keep this AWP in hand, of course. And Na'Vi's economy is like pretty decent, so they are going on the hunt.
I definitely think it's a good idea to do something. You've got the Mac 10 and the Galil especially. Why not try and throw that away? Now you picked up the M4 on a player, but still, I mean, I would throw away an M4 and a Galil to try and get rid of this AWP. It's such a crucial weapon, and they know where he is now. Bit goes down. I would probably still advance on this one. Wonderful's got to be a little bit careful because he does have the AWP on the other side there, but looks like 9-10 is going to be allowed to live for the round. It's kind of close, but some nice dance moves gets him out of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to be creative. We don't have that Fortnite kind of emote situation, so you got to do it yourself, man.
So you got to be so careful what you say, Dan, because they might put it in there, and then you're going to be to blame.
Oh,
the whole community is going to be like, remember when Dan invited Valve to make? I actually, there's a part of me that think it would be fun if you could taunt people, you know.
Like just like when the round ends, just like it's like that spot, or like at the beginning of the round.
I guess it wouldn't be very Counter-Strike like.
No.
We just have all we have is teabagging, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe say something about Counter-Strike at the end of the day. That's how you do it.
I have to keep it simple. You don't really need anything more.
Yeah, it sends a message, doesn't it? But they didn't find him, so he does get to live. But yeah, this is... So they blow the smoke at it once, they do it again. It's just such a beautiful round.
Yeah.
Wonderful, a player that's been under... I think a lot of criticism, and maybe for good reason, but he certainly has his moments, and it's not like he is the only thing that's been holding Na'Vi back. There's been sort of a general lack of consistency, I guess.
Oh, deep push to bench. Unexpected push to bench, and that's going to yield a great kill there. Love that from the Mongols, getting aggressive. Okay, getting aggressive once didn't work. Let's just do it harder next time. Deep smoke, top of T-stairs. Oh, another kill with the HE smoke combo with the AWP there for Wonderful, but 1v3 for JL, and I mean, just as quickly as the Mongols lost the previous round, they've done exactly the same thing to Na'Vi, it would appear.
JL is on exactly 1 point of health here, about to be shot in the back. You see the power of saving the AWP. That's why it was worth it in the previous round, or maybe throw even more people at it, because coming into this round, yeah, the aggressive push is nice, but it's because it's being overwatched by 9-10 on the AWP playing a lot further back that he's able to support his team super well. Huge impact.
Love it. Just pushing basically everything except Banana is really a great and fun move. And I love that the threat of that exists. I don't think that's something that you want to do, obviously, every round, of course, but we'll see if he'll get sprinkled in later. Double AWP, though. Sensu and 9-10 on Inferno. This will certainly be interesting. No AWP online for Na'Vi, starting with the same approach. Banana's been denied, but they decide to go top mid now first. Quick flash through that Banana smoke. In fact, JL's challenging it by himself.
Yeah, he wants to see if he can find that opening right away. That might be possible. He's going to be grenaded all the way back. Blitz here. Smoke goes up, and he can't really see a single thing through. See if he's going to find any kind of luck with it. The M4 in the middle of the reload. Going to get taken down. That's so risky that it almost looks like a bit of a mistake, to be honest. 9-10 just on the corner, and he takes down Alexi. Close as it can get. He dropped very low. He's down to 19 health. He could have died right then. Ooh, I thought he was going to grenade his teammate for just a minute, but it does land on the Na'Vi side. A minute on the clock, and they open up the bomb site. And I doubt if Sensu and Techno even want to go for this. Just have to concede it, I think, and let Na'Vi get the round.
This is the most uncharacteristic Inferno game I think I've seen so far. But look at Techno finding the most unlikely timing There's Bits dead up in the apartments. AK swapped out. Another player on the flank. Oh, you just saw it happening there for Techno, but it looks like it's going to be shut down. So another round for Na'Vi, and again, Anders, what is happening? Why is this Inferno look like, I don't know, why is it so aggressive?
Well, I think just the straightforward answer is because Na'Vi's making it that way. I really enjoy the fact that there's not a lot of faking and running back and forth, right? Once they see the opening, this time it was the arch position. They catch, I think Blitz was reloading, and then there's not, they don't even think about falling back, which other teams will do. There's a classic Inferno back and forth where, you know, you fight middle and then you run banana and you fight there and you run back to middle again, or the A-bomb site. And Na'Vi are essentially choosing a much more straightforward approach. And I can really appreciate that. The Mongols here having a hard time holding on and getting the reinforcements there. Frustration, no doubt, for Techno, because he knew there was a player. He had already seen JL, so probably feels like he should be winning that fight. They're actually back on the double up anyway. That's very interesting.
Okay, well, same opening with that deep banana smoke. Gets challenged fully. JL looking for the deep. Oh, the deep angle is found. It gets beyond Senzu's position for an easy kill. And Na'Vi, they can fall off of this. They can slow it down if they want, but so far they've shown no desire to do so. The burn onto Techno. And now suddenly, again, within the first 15 seconds of a round, multiple players for the Mongols are dead.
They're just going to keep going. They know there's only one player here. There's absolutely no other way. Blitz on his own, and that is just not even close to a victory. So immediately the round is over. Now, the beginning of this round does highlight, again, a complaint that I've been trying to bring up quite a bit, and I'm pretty sure I even have the data to prove it. Very, very often when you flash out of this position and you swing out on the CT side, because the Ts are already holding the crosshair at the corner, even if you get the flashbang, not always, but you will die a lot of the time anyway. Because pros at this current stage of the game, they're so good at getting the spray. They don't, I mean, obviously better if they see you, but they don't really have to see a lot of you. It's just one like little frame and they're going to be able to track it. And that's pretty much what happened at the start of JL. He did get flashed completely and he still got the kill.
And he was in such a nice spot because he beat the timing ever so slightly for Senzu, where he's beyond the angle that Senzu can see, but you can still, from JL's position, still see enough of the gun. So it's like, it's just such a sick timing. And it's interesting, the game plan here from Na'Vi, where this is like the fastest Inferno I feel like I've ever seen. And
I love it.
Against the Mongols of all teams. Like, oh, what should we do against the Mongols? What if we just go into hyperdrive?
No, it's appreciated, and it's also, you know, for Na'Vi, who, you know, looked a bit nervous in some of these past games. I think it's just a nice way to shake off some of the rust and just really feel like you're suffocating them. Not a lot of time here. Curious that Mongols haven't taken more of a timeout themselves. The only thing that's kind of working for them is even if they're losing rounds, the Mongols, they're saving some weapons. They're kind of keeping it dangerous in every single round, and that is something to look for. But on the Na'Vi side also, the money is building so much because they're winning the rounds so early, and the Mongols are being forced to save that the Na'Vi economy is kind of blowing up here. Another three-man setup at the B-bomb side this time, and they are going to push down towards the bottom of Banana.
Oh, great read there from Enzinio. Techno with the push there. That's a maybe preemptive. That gives Na'Vi enough options. Deep on connector, though. Taken out. Is LXCV, so that's under control once again here for the Mongols, retaking the position, asking questions, the CTs. And they start to drift back. 4 versus 3, a minute left here, Anders. Na'Vi could go anywhere at this point.
And this one, we're back to sort of more of the classic Inferno setup where it's about trying to shift the defense around as much as you can here on the T side and just get that little bit of information that you would need. They are going to be throwing a Molotov there towards the top of Banana and then rotate the bomb on back. And that actually does force, look at Mongols. That one Molotov made them rotate on over to the B-bomb site, leaving just Messinio left. Now he's stolen the AK and he is up on the high ground here. He's got the right idea, but he pulls his crosshair away, tapping at JL, but unable to complete the kill. And once again, very awkward position coming in for the Mongols. They need to get this round. They need to get back in it somehow. Smoke goes up, and there's another one even behind this one that can keep them locked out of the clutch for a really, really long time. AWP on 9-10. He's alone on this side of the map. Senzu trying to retake it from the middle. Almost walked straight into the shot there. Looked like Ima was about to pre-fire it for the straight headshot. And once again, they just have to walk away from it and concede the round to Na'Vi. That is a super different pace for Na'Vi, but it works just as well.
Yeah, and it was not necessarily because they didn't want to go super fast the whole time, but the Mongols did a good job of, shutting it down. And I think one of the curious plays, and I think this is why the Na'Vi pace is so strong, it forced an error, I feel.
Yes.
Because the Mongols, they pushed Deep Banana at a spot where Na'Vi had paused, where typically Na'Vi they just keep going. And so you feel like you're getting a good timing there if you're Techno, but instead you just get looked for and you get taken out.
Yeah, it's such an excusable error for Techno to make because they have been so fast in every other round that you almost don't want to even blame you. Like, well, yeah, of course he was going to be really fast to rotate because Na'Vi have been relentlessly attacking once the fight goes. So
yeah, power of pacing control on the T side.
7-1. I'm definitely curious about this. Is the Mongols map pick? Not that we always have to read too much into it, but it is a little bit curious, if nothing else. It's Na'Vi leading with a 7-1 scoreline here. It's JL and Wonderful playing very well at the moment. We need a hero, maybe two, on the Mongol side.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. I think it is so difficult when a team has unrelenting aggression like this and everything's sort of been working. It obviously powers up their levels of confidence too, to an extent, and now for the Mongols, every round it feels so risky. Everything just feels terrible because if you are aggressive yourself, if you try to hold onto a position to deny, like we saw in the previous round, like they did a good job there. You're still in this situation where if you lose that battle, and Na'Vi are super confident, of course,
yeah,
then now you're just in the same position again. You're just in a disadvantage, and you don't know if Na'Vi are going to pause pace or if they're going to keep hitting it hard, and both have worked. So the Mongols in the pits, they're in the hole, they're in Bane's pit, in fact.
Yeah, trying to climb out. I'm gonna be honest, I actually never understood that part of it. Like I just, for me, that was just like a weird backstory kind of thing in the movie, but it's like, is it like a prison? I kind of remember what the logic was.
Yeah, you had to, I guess, like overcome the fear of like one particular leap or something where you just die if you drop, if you're not like
well, in this case,
affected by fear
too
much. Which I guess is the analogy. It's like if you allow fear to control you, you're just gonna you
can't let that happen.
Inevitably stay trapped within it.
Yeah, you're
inside
gonna
the pit.
Murdered by Wonderful and that AWP if that happens. Yeah. Pretty serious stuff too. I mean, just to highlight it again, I think it's for Alexi as the calling for the team here, the luxury of knowing that both the fast and aggressive style, and when we slow it down, like we can do both, and it means we can pick on all sides of the sort of tactical spectrum for that reason. So pretty good stuff here. Round number 9, headed into it once again after the timeout that was called. And let's see if the Mongols can start to build. I don't think it's too late to recover this. It's obviously a terrible start, but they haven't really automatically lost the map yet. Though these grenades are it's pretty meaty. Landing of Techno and Senzu. Techno's actually running. He's like, I just don't even want. I'm out.
So Mongols deciding to play passive on bananas. This is one of the big change-ups. And Na'Vi not prepared to literally run straight into the site, which I feel like you have to wonder if that would be the case. And so far here we're seeing that is not, in fact, the case. So slowing the round down a little bit. But what's interesting is that Na'Vi have had more players towards the apartment side in the early portion of the rounds, as you typically would in Inferno, unless you're going mega aggressive. But they did not, so it's taking them a little bit longer to start clearing the space in through apartments. But the Mongols need to do an info play. Top banana retake or pop flash, something like that, would probably be the most sensible thing right now because top mid is currently under pressure.
I think they will have to change things around when they run out of grenades on the B-bomb site, but for now they're probably saying, well, we got 9-10 on this, and then we got the double pit position on the other side, so they might feel good about the A-bomb site just because the AWP is there. Although it's obviously not a guarantee that you're going to be able to win it. Wonderful putting on some pressure, selling the idea that they could be there. So Alexi going down to 9-10. So the first part of the plan for the defense is kind of working out. Now it's a double pit position. I like the grenade being thrown in behind there as Messina is picking up Immer in 3 versus 5. And Na'Vi finally slowed down and really slowed down to 12 seconds on the clock as they get the kill. And they've conceded the round. They're saying we're not even going to try for it, which is a bit surprising. I thought they were going to be quicker, but I guess the running into the AWP over there just made them a bit unsure of themselves.
Yeah, and there was a really, really strong Molotov or incendiary timing on the apartments side. That was just it was staggered the push so much that they couldn't trade their way through to pit. And I think, you know, Na'Vi there, they played a really slow round because they're trying to force an error from the Mongols. Because, again, I think that after effect of playing the fast pace so much, I think they're still expecting to get value from that. And the Mongols played mega passive this round. And that really, really works. And we saw they didn't even go for an info play. Mongols said no info play, no pushing, because we don't know what Na'Vi are going to be doing. Let's just see what happens when we play the clock. And it worked.
Typically, not my favorite style of defense on the map, but I'm not going to complain. Mongols need all the rest of the round here. We've got to get 5 on the board, and if they can, I think it'll be a very interesting game once again. Na'Vi probably feel like they are taking great strides towards a victory. Missed shot for 9-10. Will immediately set up a bit of a smoke and a flash and just try to escape before they throw stuff at him. That's pretty good. That's about the best you could have hoped for.
Back to Banana for Na'Vi. 4 players for Mongols now on A. They started with 2 top Banana did Mongols. They felt they won this position. Now floating back, unsure what Na'Vi are going to do. 1 minute, and Na'Vi looking to set up this push into the B sites.
That is insanely risky for Techno, but the payoff is kind of huge. He landed a grenade on 3 players. The Jiggle, not betraying him. He could have walked into the shot there. Now Senzu's with him. And Techno's actually playing a fantastic round. He sprays them down right to the smoke. They didn't even get to see him on the other side. Yeah, JL and Wonderful, they get blown up. Imma and Bits, no entry here. More smokes landing to slow them down, and Mongols don't really have to do anything. So much of that round that's just on a knife's edge about whether or not Techno gets timed. If he gets caught with a nade in hand, like, so many things could have gone differently, but at the end of the day, it's a very, very nice play for him.
And, you know, it started off with Mongols playing 2 top Banana, which they had in the previous round given up, because in the earlier rounds, Na'Vi were just barreling through that position with just full send util.
Yeah.
So we might see Na'Vi going back to that, because I feel like the Mongols probably should be thinking about let's run that again, because it is more optimal to have more map control if you can have it. It's just that the Mongols have had to adapt you know, based on the previous rounds. So for the Mongols, I feel like, yeah, let's take top Banana again. If you're Na'Vi, thinking about just ensuring that you try to take a win there, that's why they got all their openings in the first 4 to 5 rounds. So I'd expect that could be a follow-up here now.
Timeout called. Na'Vi want the chance to discuss what's been happening here, even though it's not, you know, still a pretty good first half. You don't want to end losing all the rounds and into a 7-5. Like, technically, you should be happy, but we all know that it doesn't really feel that way when you end up in that position, so...
You know, Anders, like we talked about the Bane Pit, and like the Bane's Pit and the fear thing.
Yes.
Can't let the fear defeat you, be imprisoned by the fear. We saw the Mongols actually respond in that right afterwards by just playing so passive, and that is one of the most like spots that will induce the most fear. And they conquered it, and now they're back in it.
I like it. I like the turnaround for them. It's just even on an individual level, right? They're actually getting some kills now, which you couldn't really say that for the first 6 or 7 rounds. But a bit of a change. They do try for Banana again. It's a very similar setup. They blow open the smoke down here, and the Mongols, they do get a couple of kills here, but I'm going to be honest, they didn't seem like they were ready for it. The flash was there for Techno. I don't want to call it luck, because the spray down was absolutely sick, but there is 100% a world here where instead Techno is just the next victim of the same trick. There's so many rounds now where this has happened, where that bottom Banana smoke, Na'Vi blow it open, and they just murder whoever's on the other side. And
yeah,
I'd venture to say Techno was really close to following down that same round. A great job that he managed to recover it, because if he hadn't, they would have been in a lot more trouble once again. But they have the man lead. Na'Vi won a round like this earlier in the 4v3, where they slowed it down, and they eventually found a solution. If they could do it again, I mean, they're going to be in a very, very good position, no question.
50 seconds to go. Now we've had somewhat of a pause. Oh no, that is so terrifying. Rotation coming in for the Mongols now, but just a free pick like that. Na'Vi know they can just run straight in. There should have been at least some delay here to get Blitz into position, but locked out of the sight now, the Mongols, in a round where they had the 4v3. Is there a recovery now here for them in the afterplant?
They should go for this. They have enough money on the CT side, so the 3v3, this is not a round you want to be trying to save it in. no matter what it is, just throw it all onto the bomb site. They have some utility, incendiary as well on Messinio, but unfortunately they will lose Blitz right at the start of the retake, and that does put them in a very strange position. Wonderful, scoped up and ready. It's going to be Bit to take the head of 9-10, and now any dream of a retake immediately pushed away. Messinio will have to settle for the AWP save, and Na'Vi will find an 8th round. Very, very well done. And obviously, the kill for Wonderful, they have massive impact. Just one AWP shot, but it's also who they get the kill on. The fact that it's Techno immediately reveals to Na'Vi that it's going to be him alone. They've seen enough Mongols demo to know that that's how they play.
Yeah, no, it's devastating. It really is. And Na'Vi looking so strong. They are really bullying the Mongols in this game so far. I do like this round. Like, I like the fact that we saw so much aggression from the Mongols, because you got to provide some sense of danger for Na'Vi. Because if you just allow Na'Vi, it's like the Sanders. If the bully in the playground takes your lunch money, and then the next day he takes your lunch money, one day you got to stand up to him so he knows there's some level of risk involved.
Listen, says something about your childhood that you brought your lunch money to the playground, Dan. Maybe you just were confused.
I mean, I was trading for other things.
Right. Buying Pokemon cards for lunch money. Fair enough. 9-10, really awkward position, I was about to say, because they could peek him at the same time, but he knows what he's doing. Takes down Imma to begin with. Mongols. This will be a hard comeback, no matter what. Even at 4 rounds, they are set up for a real struggle once we get into the second half of Inferno. Wonderful, he sees just the tip of a hand there. Alexi hoping to sneak through the smoke and just be real silent about it, but they will not allow that. Wonderful and Bits. What should be an unwinnable position. Mongols would have to make some critical mistakes. The rotation's already coming in. It's essentially a 5-man defense at the A bomb site, and they get the kill on Blitz to begin with. It's not really a problem at all yet. Fake plant inside of the smoke as Bit is hoping to lure somebody else in. Wonderful gets one. Bit coming out. If he had more bullets, he might have had the kill right then and there. 35 seconds, 1 versus 2. He misses the shot, and Messinio will control things, but this should have never been that close. That is a really scary sign for the Mongols.
Oh yeah, it's the classic story. You know, you feel super comfortable. Ah, it's like a 5v3, 5v2. I just jump up on this box, just get an opportunity to like frag them, even though they have to plant the bomb and it's impossible for them currently. I'll try to take a shot. Oh, I'm dead. That's fine. Just got four teammates behind me.
Still good.
Oh wait, oh wait, it's all falling apart. It's the classic thing. It's the hubris, Sanders. It's the hubris.
Yeah, it's just
it doesn't take
everything. Really doesn't take a lot, does it? You know, one little slip and suddenly all the dominoes fall on the bomb site. It was also insane timing for Bit, like the fake plant and then running through the smoke. I do think if he had a couple more bullets, he could have continued that fight with the AK, but that wasn't going to be the case. Okay, 8-4 at the end of the first half here. We're going to the second half. Now it's going to be Na'Vi on the CT side, the Mongols on the T side. Definitely very curious how Na'Vi are going to end up playing this one. They don't need to do a lot, right? They just sort of like a regular middle-of-the-road kind of game for Na'Vi here, and they take the first map.
Yeah, certainly. And what's interesting, too, now, though, is that the shoes on the other foot, as it were, with the Mongols being on the side where you can take all the initiative and put all the aggression on, set the pace. So we'll see how well the Mongols are able to do it. We need to get this pistol on board, first of all. Looking to select B, as so many teams tend to, it seems. Although maybe I'm wrong, because they pause on the stairs. Battle against the USP long range.
Yeah, I probably don't want to be doing that. It's an awesome amount of utility on the Mongol side. And Na'Vi playing an opening that they don't typically do, I feel like. Very often see them do something like a 4A, 1B kind of opening. So it's more spread out. It's not a huge deal. Smoke down here. I never trust this smoke. I feel like whenever you throw the smoke in a pistol round, and I say it all the time, you just end up getting crushed. But they have a backup plan, which is Jail on the flashbang. So they're going to put down the smoke, then Jail's going to throw the flashbang, and they're going to hope that the USPs are going to do the job. I wish he had dualies here instead, but that isn't quite going to be the case. Smoke does go down. They've already thrown out the Molotovs here. The Mongols, you've got to go for it. They blow open the smoke, and they crush Alexi. Imma next to fall, and it's just without even a single error in that for the Mongols. Such a great plan.
Bits through church, or rather, wonderful through church with Bits. No, I got it wrong again, Anders. I keep mixing up their names. It doesn't really matter.
So some of them are going church.
someone is in the church.
Yeah, it's nice.
Bits genuflecting as we speak.
Wondering what it all means.
Yeah.
It's not that deep. They just did blow open the smoke, which is a very, very cool counter to whatever Na'Vi were trying to set up there. I like it. Okay, this actually is kind of cool. Wonder if Na'Vi will feel tempted to, you know, invest some more into this. Smicino not going to allow them the extra money for getting the kill on him. Techno here, seeing if he could find anyone. That's not going to be the case either. But yeah, super well played. But I do appreciate Na'Vi for not just... There are so many teams that just trust in that smoke, and that's the only plan in the round. They did have the flashbang ready. The timing just wasn't quite there for it.
Yeah, and I feel like the pull flash setup is can be one of the most effective pop flash setups to really easy to avoid blinding your teammates, and it's going to catch all the T's. All right, well, into the next round, and Na'Vi, of course, on pistols, the singular FAMAS there for Wonderful. So they're Wonderful with all the firepower. 3 players here on the B side of the map. JL maybe trying to die and encourage a push further into B. I think he wants. I think he generally wants to encourage them to rush into his teammates, but so he has a higher risk profile than perhaps his B friendlies do. But
I feel like he's just trying to get, you know, highlights on Reddit. It's like if I jump with this deagle and get like a kill, then everyone's gonna be excited about it. Low-key kind of a dangerous round here for the Mongols, right? On Inferno, it's so scary. Armor and 5.7s. You know you're going to have to run close, so you can throw as many grenades as you want, but at the end of the day, like, that turning on the corner is just always going to be kind of risky.
Okay, 1 smoke left for the CTs. That is in Bit's hands. He's currently in pit on A. And the smokes on B seems to be enough to have Mongols rerouting to this A site, which is the weaker of the two. So we'll see if they have success. 5-7 needs to get something pretty quickly for there to be any chance to hold this. Distract the Wonderful. Oh, the spray down isn't too bad there. The 5-7 still alive for the moment. Oh, the flashbang comes through, but can't find the kill though. Unfortunate, but still 3v3 as the rotation comes in to retake on this after play.
I think there was a friendly flashbang on Messinio that stopped him from getting the kill right away, and that absolutely could have worked out. The 5-7 there. Maybe there was a chance to pick up the kill. I don't think there's much to win by doing the retake at this stage. You still have armor and pistols. It's not a great fun to save, but it's definitely better than throwing it away and just having a flat round in the next one. But the Mongols' comeback is kind of on here, right? It's going to be 6-8. They are clawing their way back into the game. Obviously, the first rifle round for Na'Vi, which is not going to be just yet, but once it pops up, will be very interesting. That will be the real tell moment of what's going to be happening here. JL jumped on, flying Galil. That's a lot of money gone here for the Mongols.
Yeah, that feels worth it. I mean, they lose, you know, as you say, they lose. They were trying to maybe keep hold of 3 of those pistols, but opportunity comes their way. They get 2 extra kills. I think that's not too bad. And
just looking at the stats for what the Mongols actually like to do, at least historically on this map, there's an enormous overrepresentation for B hits. It's kind of interesting to see how much they love doing that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing a lot more out of that. And also a bit of a challenge to Na'Vi to figure out, well, how can we stop them from having an easy time of that?
Bits looking for the Deagle. Headshot early in the round, it can make all the difference. Oh, he actually gets it. I thought for sure that after missing that first shot, that was not on the cards. But there we go, 5v4. That's actually going to apply more pressure to the Mongols to potentially even consider speeding up a little bit. I don't think they're ever going near the A side of the map now after that.
It's like one of the... that's persuaded.
Wait, Anders, why is the bomb so far away from the pack?
Splits is enjoying the decor. There's a fireplace up here as well, you know. It's just keeping warm. I don't know.
Okay, for a second I thought they were gonna like try to do some really weird flake because like 3 of them were on top banana, but
I can't imagine anything more insane than trying to do like a one-man fake when you actually have better guns.
Yeah, exactly.
Senzu having a hard time of it. Smoked the sandbags that he had already cleared. Yeah, he's so disgusted in that smoke. He might have called the team away. He's like, actually, guys, don't show up because you'll see the smoke that I threw. So just like, he's
going into stack-handers.
Yeah, he's calling an ace strat because of how embarrassing the smoke was. That might lose them the round from sheer embarrassment. 25 seconds, Dan. They are heading into it. The stack is here. We've got the Mac 10. It's going to be spraying down Blitz. Sensu trying to get back into the round now. 18 seconds on the clock as they are turning the corner towards the site. 5-7 down to the pit. Jail in here with the USP. It's going to be wonderful to open up with, but they've already been slowed down quite a bit at range, though. That Mac 10 can't really do that much, and it's going to be a 2 versus 2 in the afterplant. The Mongols at least secure the landing, but they're not out of the woods yet. There's still a chance here for a bit of a comeback. And Imma snuck around. The smoke, I think, is saving 9-10. And Techno already kind of tagged up a little bit. Got to be careful here. They're landing some good damage, though. Imma does go down. I think Alexi is going to follow pretty swiftly afterwards. A really good spray down there. It's 9-10, finding 3 kills in the round, and they will survive it. But for just a minute there, I was getting worried.
Yeah, it's very dangerous stuff. I mean, that's the thing, that Deagle kill very early on. Some teams might have the capacity to fall apart a little bit there. Obviously, we're dealing with 2 very experienced and highly skilled teams, but even still, you know, we've seen it happen in the past. You know, that fear starts to set in, and you don't have any control towards the apartment side of the map. Now, suddenly, you imagine the worst. They've got pistols. We gave up a Mac 10 in the apartments. The apartments are super dangerous, but still, there was the equanimity there for the Mongols to take it slow, see if there's any pushes, re-clear together, and that actually was a great move. Very calm from them.
It's really important not to crash out of a round like that one, because if you let Navi back into the game, you know, a round earlier than they should have been, it easily is the kind of thing that will lose you the map, you know, once you get down to the last couple of rounds. So not allowing for it, although it still, you know, cuts into the confidence of it, perhaps, that it's so hard to win some of these early rounds, and they lose so many players, the Mongols. Does mean their cash, if you look at it, even if they won 3 rounds in a row, they have almost nothing in the bank, and that's a result of, you know, Imma in the previous round with the 5-7. In this one, they walk into the stack. It does hurt at the end of the day. It does. Now be definitely ready for some sort of B shenanigans. 3 people at the start for them, and they're keeping the 3 people there for, you know, quite a while.
Top banana. Under assault. Brave retake coming in with him and JL. Singe. Now to the Mongols. 4v5, and they don't have top banana. And it doesn't really look like they're going to be able to retake that reasonably. So likely the only option here is to go with what they have, which is top mid. So right now, Na'Vi are in a great spot, despite being only 3 on the A site. Feels like they're in a good position to defend.
Oh! Okay. Blitz. He might have a different opinion. That is such a fast shot. And why would they slow it down now? 2 in the pit. Rotation for B hasn't really happened yet. They're not going to be able to get there in time, I think. Wonderful is creeping in the right direction. Actually, Lexi's creeping in the right direction. Wonderful down to the pit. Going to get the 1 kill here, but again, the time to kill is just so low for the Mongols. They are lightning fast on this one. Grenade very nearly gets the kill. If it had, it obviously would have been a very, very different round from here on out. Got a 2v3, and unfortunately for Na'Vi, they have no more utility. If they had Neichi, a Molotov, anything, they might even be able to get a free kill and launch the retake with, but it's not available to them.
Really well played by the Mongols. Let's not forget that they came into this round with a disadvantage, losing top banana control, losing a life as well, going into a 4v5 somewhat early, and still managed to recover, but hold that thought. Maybe a little bit of extra damage here before all was said and done. Lexi B, JL trapping them in the apartments. There's no escape. No escape. Give me your guns. Give me all your guns.
A bit greedy, perhaps, but in this case, it works out really well. Now, that's the highlight really for Na'Vi in the second half so far, is that even though they're losing rounds, and a lot of them here, they're making it as expensive as it really possibly could be for the Mongols. So the turnaround moment for Na'Vi is always just 1 round away. And that's really encouraging. You're going to be happy about that. Not going to be happy about losing the rounds, but...
We're tied up. They did it.
That is correct.
8 equals 8. We can do math here.
Well, speak for yourself, Dan.
Another challenge on Banana, and wow, the aggression here for Na'Vi is actually wild. JL, right before getting flashed, able to actually get that kill online. The flick making its way just before the flash comes in. And once again, an early 4v5 for the Mongols, having lost Banana, but this time, they're not going to give it up.
So aggressive, relentlessly running at the bomb site. Counter Molotov comes out there, but I'm not just enough to slow them down. Alexi does get a bit of a spray down, and he very nearly takes down Blitz. Look at the low health on the rest of the Mongols here, but they've still found a way to get into the site, and the bomb planted as well. There are some HEs left here. They could find an easy kill on Blitz in the back. We'll see if they're going to be having that idea at the moment. They need Bit to get there. He's the one with the artillery. One good grenade could solve all the problems. It goes the wrong corner. All right, the incendiary, it's still kind of doable. He's trying. Throws it on the right-hand side, but Messinio, oh no, he had the opportunity, but he didn't trust in it. Wanted to step away, but failed on that one. JL does get taken down. Immediate return, and Bit with the headshot onto Blitz. And they're going to be on it right away with the kit as well. They will have just enough time to win the round. What a nice retake. And Na'Vi, they needed this. They needed it so badly, but you've got to appreciate the Mongols making that call.
Yeah, and I really liked the individual moment from 9-10 too, with the Galil running through the smoke, just picking one player off before going back into the site to create a 3v3. Wow, these rounds have become are so marginal. It felt like there's like two other rounds like this where it was really close, where if one kill went differently, it would have been the Na'Vi winning the round. So they take the lead once again, 9-8 for them. And look at this. The Mongols can't even buy Anders. This is exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Na'Vi making expensive time and again.
It is funny how different it can be losing 4 rounds in a row. Because if they'd have been 4 rounds where the Mongols had a ton of cash, then they really can be quite defeating rounds for Na'Vi. But I don't think it's felt like that for Na'Vi. I think they know all the time, well, it doesn't matter really that much. I'm sure Alexi and Blade are going to be able to hold on to the morale on the team, because this is it. 1 single round, and you're pretty much back on top. Almost guaranteed here a 10th round. I'm going to say guaranteed just to be sure.
You're going to do it.
If Na'Vi lose this round, I'm going to be assuming a lot of criticism coming their way. We're going to have to use the adult voice at that point in time, you know?
I'm just waiting for it to happen now.
It can't.
Oh, he's done it again. No pop flash through the smoke, just the SMG, so wow, okay. Alexi B swimming in cash after that one. 10-8. Na'Vi 3 away from winning map 1. And I feel for the Mongols in a way, because I feel like their rounds, they've had to grind them out so much more than we saw in the first half for Na'Vi.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's been a battle to get back in. And with this being their own map pick, it's probably a battle that they are pretty well prepared for. Like, they have a lot of ways to try and get there. But I do think that the game plan for Na'Vi, I appreciate the fact that Na'Vi are so insistent on taking away that banana control. And I think, again, if you go look at some Mongols demos in your spare time, if you feel like doing that kind of thing, you're going to understand why Na'Vi want to do that. Because, again, the executes that they throw onto the bomb site once they have banana are really powerful for the Mongols. And you can see that even just how they take the fights. Like, they're so quick to take the shots that if you let them, smoke CT, smoke coffins, you don't really want to be holding an angle inside of the B-bomb side on the CT side against those kind of players. So, yeah, Na'Vi's game plan so far on the CT side, I think it just makes a lot of sense. If they win this next one, it might almost all be over. Wonderful. He's got some backup here, but still, this is an all-in kind of position. Bit gets one, and Blitz wanted to re-peek it, and that's the other power of having that double setup, is that you feel so much safer re-peeking it on the T side, because you think, okay, I'm going to be fighting a rifle. But it's going to be the AWP instead here. Emma with another trick up his sleeve, this time on the other side, and they don't know that anyone's here. Oh, the timing is so awkward. He probably should have had that kill.
And that is somewhat of something, I suppose, for the Mongols. 3v4 now, but still feels far away. Into the angle against the AWP. Down to 3 HP Senzu. Straight through for the trade. An attack on the side. Techno does something for the team here, but still, this defense looks quite formidable. And indeed, 11-8 for Na'Vi after they defend. And Na'Vi look really good right now.
so much of it is absolutely boosted by the fact that Wonderful is hitting some of these shots in a terrific fashion. Even the ones here where he just, you know, he gets the sort of halfway wall bang, leg shot, or whatever it is. 3 kills in this round. I think he's up to 21 overall. We got a taste of it right at the start of the first half when he was getting the kills on Banana, but this is super important.
Those 3 through with the HE.
21 and 8. Let's go.
What an absolute beast. Okay. Banana util traded once again.
There was no bomb plant in the last round.
No, the Mongols getting starved. Really starved, and just again, Na'Vi have top Banana here. It does feel like the Mongols want to exec into B with the pistols, but at the same time, it's going to be hard to get up there. How much util do they want to use? How much do they need left over for the execute?
Yeah, I mean, it's also, the more you throw now, the more you signal that you're coming. So what they're doing here is creeping as far as they can before they throw anything. Ooh, they call it off. That's very interesting. With this kind of weaponry, well, I would definitely prefer B as well, but they've got different plans.
Can they take the angle away from Wonderful, or will he get a freebie? Molotov not going deep enough to take him off this boiler position. They're getting close now. Wonderful on the other end of it. Shadow. Oh, the Shadow betraying Wonderful, in fact. Falls back into the site. In they go, and the pistols in the most dangerous position, up close and personal. 3v2, and they're going to get the bomb planted after all.
Oh, there's something about that defense that just did not work out at all. Bit spent so many bullets getting the kill on the player that was hunting down Wonderful that he changed the jump there. It's all the time wrecking people. It's so funny. But it basically meant that he had no more bullets Bit for when they come out of the A apartments, which means he's reloading while Wonderful is eventually going to get hunted down. And it's just a very awkward kind of scenario. So the Mongols, this could easily be the turnaround moment. If Mongols make a comeback, this is the round that they're definitely going to be talking about, saying that's when the whole thing changed. Because Na'Vi, they should have this one locked down. They sort of had the right idea, but it actually would be interesting to see the Bit spray down, just to see, because normally the pros, you know, the reason why I don't use the M4A1 is because 20 bullets is enough for me to kill, like, you know, 1.5 person. But for the pros, obviously, you see them get like 4 kills, no problem. But like, they're just so efficient when it comes to saving the bullets. And I feel like for Bit here, it was so much that he was forced to reload, and then, you know, there's no more defense.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot. Again, just the Mongols playing really well to make that happen. Adapting on the fly. Did feel like they wanted to go for that B round. But speaking of Banana, once again, the challenge comes through. This time, the Mongols really looking to take it. Techno looking for the swing, looking for the timing, looking for the pot flash. Taking a lot of damage, down to 26 points of health. Very scary. In fact, gives up the ghost on that one for the moment. So much util dumping from both sides. They want this so much. They want this so much, but they keep getting denied. Oh, Techno.
As a crushing grenade. It is also, on the other hand, the life of being the entry on Banana. You just have to accept that there will be a lot of rounds like this where you play with half health, and sometimes you get blown up all the way. They are actually walking back in here. There is a grenade ready for Alexi to try and throw down to help out. It's going to be forcing a bit of a fight here. JL, he hears them stepping on the other side. Little jiggle, but he's in a lot of trouble right now. Flash being set up for it. Sensu just holding down Mouse 1 to try and get the spot. He couldn't see anything. And now Alexi will throw down the smoke and hope that it keeps them back. He's just got the MP9 on the other side. Flash comes in from CT spawn and setting it up. That's Immer or JL, I think, trying to help out here. Alexi only getting the 1 kill. The round is still on. 30 seconds. The bomb not planted here. They're having a bit of a struggle trying to figure out where is the safety, but somehow they do find a bit of space for it. And re-smoking CT spawn. Massinio holding the lineup, swings wide against Wonderful. He picks up the kill, spins around for the headshot on Bits, and suddenly the Mongols back online, and they turn this into a victory in a very unlikely fashion. They were about to lose this round, no question.
Oh, that headshot on Bit was stunning. That was pure reactions. The precision was excellent. His crosshair was nowhere near that. and it's just an instant first bullet headshot. That's the kill for me, where that's the overperformance almost. That's getting one more than you expect, and that's what helped them to win the round. Excellent stuff here for the Mongols. Resiliency absolutely online, and look, finally, after all that, they have now forced Na'Vi into money problems.
Go for him, MP9. I like it. Sense was in position to deal with it, but I still think it's worth it to try and do something like that for Na'Vi. The game will be most likely tied up here at 11-11. It's wonderful in bits. Again, just revealing the position. There's no reason you wouldn't want to fight this if you're Blitz. Just keep the pressure on. Yeah, Senior holding. Sort of the bouncer, just trying to keep Bit out of the club. That's it.
Yeah, that's a wrap. The Mongols back into winning ways. It only feels fitting that this goes the distance here on this map. It's been a really fun game of Inferno. We've had a bit of everything, almost.
Yeah.
Except maybe only thing that we've been missing is like an elaborate fake or something like that. But otherwise, fast rounds, slow rounds.
I mean, something that weirdly, for I think all the games that we've seen on Inferno so far here in Astana, I can't remember. Maybe there's been in some of the other games that I've missed, but I don't think I've seen a single B split for CT Spawn, which is obviously a super fun strategy, and it does work really well, but it feels like that's out of the current meta for the moment. The fact that it's out of the meta, though, is also a good reason to try and do it, because when no one's done it for a while, you know, across the board, all teams kind of, you know, you become a bit numb or a bit blind to the fact that it could be happening. So, so maybe there is a way for it. But I do like this. I do actually like this game. I think it's been a lot of fun, and it looks like both teams are really well prepped. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, the issue is that fight for Banana is so dependent on utility and weapons that if you start to run out of cash, you have to go back and play a different kind of Counter-Strike, where either you try and go really aggressive, or you just end up holding back at the B-bomb side. It doesn't seem like that's what Na'Vi love to do at the moment. So see, they have some weapons here, but it's not perfect. They don't have the AWP on Wonderful. He's gonna exchange the M4 for a FAMAS to buy another Incendiary. It tells you something about how much it matters to him to have all the grenades, because he could have bought the M4.
Well, here we go. Fight for Banana once again. The Mongols actually relaxing a bit here, because, which makes sense. Your opponent's a bit more conditioned to dump, and so then if you allow them to dump, their utils are wasted if you're playing a slower round, so then you can use less to more efficiently take the position. Also, 9-10 trying to do what we saw from Wonderful. HE's there, trying to get forward position. 1 HP for 9-10, but still pressing forward.
The JL could have been, maybe should have been dead. It looked like it was so on him. Even the follow-up wallbang through the boost wall there. But yeah, just to highlight your point, if you look at the utility on the Na'Vi side now, still a minute on the clock, and they've just thrown so much into that Banana position. Let's see. It's possible that Lexi has another grenade behind him, but otherwise that is his only flashbang. There might be, one dropped a little bit further back. 45 seconds though. If he has one more, then the timing here for Lexi is actually kind of crazy. Normally at 40 seconds, you really will just have the one grenade. So does throw it out. HE as well to try and put a little bit of pressure on Blitz. It lands straight on his face. But they are going to, I think, turn around with this. They're taking top mid at the same time. And look at Na'Vi, they are eating this. This is one of those elaborate fakes that you just brought up.
There we go.
You could see it coming slowly. The Molotov there kind of fails, but it doesn't matter. It's about the rotation. That's the only thing that the Mongols care about. The last stand here for Bit and Imma at the bomb site. 10 seconds on the clock. They take down Techno. Bit, fantastic, spectacular double kill, but it is not enough. Even all of that, they have time for the bomb plant. One more second, and there wouldn't have been. But the bomb goes through, and the question is, do Na'Vi want to risk it here, or do they just want to fight for overtime? They've already got an answer. Mongols on 12.
Amazing. It's so cool, because if you think about when Mongols decide to put those rounds in, where they're the kinds of rounds that you can't you don't want to do more than once or twice. It's just interesting the timing. Like this late into regulation, that's when they're doing the first like proper fake. And then when we saw them go super aggressive on the CT side after losing some rounds, it was like immediate. They went like just ran down mid immediately. They never tried to play us around. So they are picking, I think, surprising moments. And especially as you mentioned, they knew that Na'Vi had dumped so much util. So because of that, they were able to create more of a threat, because Na'Vi had to be like, oh my god, we got to get in position faster because we don't have the delay, because we don't have the util.
Yeah, it's easy to put yourself in Alexi's shoes in that round and say, once he throws the smoke out, he has nothing left to defend with. So if he doesn't call in the reinforcements, we could have been critical the other way. We would have said, why on earth would he not call for reinforcements? He's got nothing left. There's still 30 seconds in the round. Like, it's kind of madness to be there alone. So he almost had to, because they just had no information. This time, outsmarted by the Mongols, 12-11. We're going to round number 24 here. They have some weapons, they have some utility as well on the Na'Vi side, and they've got a 3-man stack once again, starting off on the B-bomb side. That's been the game plan a lot of the time, and the Mongols, I mean, if they know that, if they've seen the demos here, if they can do the research, they might just want to go, you know, a little bit quicker towards the A-bomb side early on, because you know there's going to be a window where there's only 2 people here. Grenade going towards the arch position, Molotov on the other side, it isolates Wonderful. Got no backup here. Imma's going to be going down. Techno with some fantastic openings. Pits, he burns alive, but he's done so much work already. There's a minute on the clock, and because they control the pits, they're going to run in here and get the bomb planted. Jail and Alexi in a fight to try and hold on to Inferno. They had, what was it, like a 7-0 lead, I think? Maybe like 7-1 or something like that. It was really crazy. Super one-sided in favor of Na'Vi at the beginning of the first half. On the T side, Na'Vi were punishing the Mongols, but somehow they found a way back into this one. 9-10's taking down JL, and Alexi, there's nothing left to be done right now. He's got the utility, but that is not what's going to win this kind of a round. Some good grenades, it's all worth watching for, but Techno's still alive back here, and they're going to tag him up. He gets the first kill, but time is already running very low, and you can see he's just no time for it here. Desperately hunting for Massinio, who just has to hide in the pit to win the game, and he absolutely will. It's a nice headshot, but there is no time for the defuse. 13-11 as the Mongols manage to take down Na'Vi.
Wow, this is what a great game. What an absolute stunner there from both of these teams. Both playing really well, but it was indeed the Mongols coming out on top. What did you guys think of it?
Did you think of that, Yanko?
I think that was a monumental collapse from Na'Vi in the end. I think this is the worst way to lose a game. Like, you're doing everything right, and then a couple of rounds towards the end, things just fall apart. You make some small mistakes, communication is just a little bit off, and it's the worst case scenario. And funnily enough, this is exactly the sort of a game that Mongols would not win in an arena.
The resolve that the Mongols showed, the resilience there, off of some pretty solid planning through the rounds, great mid-rounding with the map control that they had. And Na'Vi, you don't see them crater like that all too often. Some critical mistakes towards the latter stages of that, which we're definitely going to be highlighting.
That's the thing. Before we get into that second half and that monumental collapse that Yanko mentioned, let's start in the first half, because I still wrote down in my notes, I was like, wow, Na'Vi looks confident again. They looked aggressive. They were doing well. That was the first half. It was a tale of, oh, wow, this could be a Na'Vi reinvigorated.
Wonderful was incredible in the first half. The offensive opping, the way that he was able to find picks, the way that they set him up to find picks too. Na'Vi were definitely in their bag, but it's obviously a tale of two halves, because that first half, you can do all of these things right, but it's almost like, did you actually feel like you needed a bigger cushion? Because I didn't when they switched sides.
Yeah, last time they played Inferno, Na'Vi got 1 round on T side, right? And everything was going wrong for them in that one. Here, the big adjustment was, you know, breaking the deep smoke for Wonderful with the op. I mean, he got three entries in the first gun round just off the back of that. And they were very, very good at finding openings this time around. So that's a complete 180 compared to the last Inferno they played, and it looked like it was going to be enough from Na'Vi. Good job from Mongols after being 7-1 down to win a couple of rounds towards the end of the half. Winning pistol obviously was crucial in converting, but I liked what Na'Vi was doing. They were constantly keeping the pressure on the Mongols. They were getting a lot of kills in those force buys, even though they didn't win the rounds. Even in the first gun round, you know, that goes sideways, they still keep the pressure up. And that's why when they were finally able to win a round, you know, all of a sudden, Mongols don't have a great buy and these rounds become easy. And just the crumble at the very end all started against the half-buy and went downhill from there.
Let's talk about that second half. Obviously, Janko has done a brief sort of synopsis of what we saw. But what did you feel, Maui, happened to Na'Vi as the half turned?
Well, we'll get into some of the rounds as to kind of like the specifics, but the main thing for me was a lack of forward information in a lot of the rounds for them, where they were just passively rotating between bomb sites, trying to just get to where the action is instead of trying to take action on your own terms. Inferno as a map right now can be, for a lot of fans, sort of boring because you just see teams just kind of passively rotating because it's risky. It's risky to push and try to get information, especially at the top of Banana. But Na'Vi were so in the dark for that second half that it kind of just became a battle of Blitz knowing I have absolutely every tool at my fingertips, and he knew exactly how to use them.
Okay, let's go back to the first half. Let's break down these rounds that you've mentioned. We're going to start with round number 7. That was kind of the first half of this game before things changed. Janko, what are we looking at?
I think it was just another good round from Na'Vi early on, right? It's just an example of them winning the banana fight. They did it in round 4 when Mongols were trying to be more aggressive. Here they made the adjustment and were playing for top banana. Still didn't make a difference. Na'Vi was able to get the entries, speed up on the B bomb site. Just a nice and easy round, and were really, really dominant. That was the big difference compared to the first time around that they played it.
But now we move into the second half, and I think we can all agree round 20 was the moment where it kind of went, okay, cool, Mongols they're going to take this potentially.
Yeah, I think for this one, like Na'Vi, if they win this, they're on match point. They've secured overtime, right? And it's just speeding up towards A. Wonderful is playing close short, right? He sort of sees the shadow, doesn't hit the shot, falls back. They just swarmed them, and the problem is, because they didn't have that early information Maui's talking about, it all happened so fast. I mean, they just swarmed the bomb site. Ima and Bit are scrambling to help Wonderful, who's, you know, in the site with the op, can't do much, and once you fail to kill that first guy, he just pushes past default and creates way too much space. By the time he gets dealt with, you know, the trade kills are there, and this really gave a lifeline to the Mongols.
There's that cartoon of the snowball that just gets bigger and bigger as it goes down the hill. So we've started with round 20. We get to round 21, the snowball starts to get a little bit bigger.
Again, I feel like this is just an example of, well, the Mongols actually take an early casualty, but they get that top banana control, and they take the space with quite a few casualties, but this feels just kind of like a backbreaker. This swing around from Mazinho right here, where he's able to get the second headshot on the Bit, like I've drawn the parallels between those two players before, and in some ways it's a bit poetic that the new babyface headshotting assassin is going to take down the old one who is on a withering roster. So yeah, a round where there was a definite opportunity for Na'Vi to course correct in that moment, but Mazinho with some heroics.
This is also where the communication broke down for Na'Vi. I mean, they were on the fast road. Bit was very quick on the flank, but the smoke from Alexei in pool was still there, right? And he was sort of thinking whether I should push immediately, wasn't sure how long the smoke was going to stay there. Actually, would have been the better play if he and the CT player just pushed through the smokes at the same time. Na'Vi was in a 3v2, but they waited out. It allows the Mongols players time to reposition. Wonderful misses the shot, dies in ruins sort of on his own a little bit, and this is back-to-back. That's why it was, you know, critical, because it's just two devastating rounds for Na'Vi that they should have been able to close out.
We've got the massive snowball now. It turns into an avalanche. Barys, Na'Vi, that round 23.
This is one where Na'Vi went with a 4-man B start at the beginning, and the point that I would draw the most attention to here is just that Na'Vi's utility usage in this was pretty darn bad. If we end up seeing what's happening here, they're throwing all of these Molotovs, they're throwing all of these nades, but they have no idea what's going on. That molly that lands towards logs right there, you don't even know if there's a person actually in the close right cubby. And so Alexei has to fall back. They spend all of this utility, they spend all this manpower, and they had nothing. They had absolutely no idea what was happening. They didn't even know if anybody was right by the half wall or at car at that point. And so they played for a minute in the dark here. Like, that's, for me, if you're spending 4 people and you're spending about $2,000 in utility, you need something. You can't just walk away from that space and say, all right, we threw the nades. It almost was performative. Like you got nothing practical out of it.
I think they had a good idea in that round, what they wanted to do. They throw all the nades to simulate more people are there. They leave Alexei playing retake. They had 4 guys A. I think they were a bit unfortunate. It was a great call from the Mongols. They sort of cleared top mid with 35 seconds left, right? Didn't see anyone. That's when players started going back to B. B fake comes in from the side of the Mongols, and they're going back to A. Still have 2 smokes actually for Arch and Library, and they're wrapping kind of 4v2 on Bit and Ima in the site, right? So for Na'Vi, they were going to sort of just play 4A and kind of save for the last round if the call was wrong, but they got baited by, you know, information that mid was clear that it's going to be B, and just the patience from the Mongols. We were talking about they don't have too much finesse for the game, but that was one of the rare times you see them with a sort of a layered call that worked extremely well, and just props to them for being able to bounce back, come back, and win the game on the T side.
So obviously between maps, normally there's that break. The players are getting spoken to by their coaches. No one's focusing on the loss. Everyone's focusing on falling forward. Let's look at the next map. We're going to look at Mirage now, but I'm curious if you were to be able to say something to Na'Vi now about what's just happened and what needs to happen next, what would it be?
I would say that, I mean, Ursula and the Na'Vi mental staff can coach them to get blown out or lose in any fashion and move to the next map almost like nothing even happened. So their ability to just have short-term memory loss in a great way has been great for Na'Vi over the last year and a half. And also a reminder, they did win this one in overtime last time for the Blast Open Lisbon event. And they did so even when the Mongols were throwing some pretty complex plays at them. There were some good flanks from the Mongols, but Na'Vi were just airtight. They covered the angles extremely well. They held just enough information. But I think that the difference when I watched that match back and today is that people like Bit popped off. People that like Ima popped off in that game, whereas today Ima was incredibly silent and Bit in Pit was kind of a liability. Like he would get 1 at most today.
I don't know. I think a loss like that just leaves a terrible taste in your mouth because it's across the board that everyone was collapsing really, and you had the game and everything was going well. And sure, you can go into it and saying, we did better than the last time or whatever. We're going into our map pick. Like you can say all those things. It's not going to make players forget how this map went. So usually in those situations, right, the only thing that helps you is a strong start. Just kick things off, just get rolling early. That way you're just looking ahead, focusing on the game in front of you. Like, sure, they'll say all the right things, but whether it will, be received by the players, I think it's not the same Na'Vi from last year. Like when you're already struggling this year and losing some games that you shouldn't, and now it happens again. Just look at FaZe as well. You saw that documentary. It's like you start thinking about it. Oh, it's happening again. It's just happened again to Na'Vi, and I don't know if they can snap out of it.
It's that snowball, but now it's the negative one that may be encapsulating Na'Vi. On the side of Mongols, how do you expect them to play Mirage, Yanko?
I don't know, they'll keep doing their same thing, right? Like, they played Mirage so many times against each other. You'll see if they'll sprinkle anything else, whether it's just playing default a little bit slower and going for those B splits, whether it's, last 2 times they played in this tournament, they were doing B pops early on. They tried to focus B in their last game, but Alexi was actually having a good game and was punishing them for it. So we'll have to wait and see.
What about you, Mao? Are you in agreement with Yanko?
I'm a little bit worried for Na'Vi if I have to take a side. So I would love to see them bounce back because it felt like in some ways one of the best ways this tournament could run is for Na'Vi to have a deep playoff performance to prove to themselves and everybody that they are a contender team. But if they're going to collapse in that sort of fashion as they did on Inferno, I'm going to have a hard time believing.
Are Na'Vi in trouble? That is the question that is going to be answered after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
number 2 is coming up. Na'Vi suffering a bit of a devastating loss on that opening map because they were quite far ahead, but it was also the Mongols map pick. Now we're going to Mirage, which is the second map in the series. We'll see if Na'Vi can, mentally get back online. I don't think that's an easy loss to take. I don't know about you, Dan. Like, how do you get back in from that kind of a defeat?
Yeah, I guess it depends on how they perceived it as a team. I think if they feel like, okay, we played well, but the Mongols just also played really well, and then you can kind of just say we give it our all, and there's like some degree of variance. But that's the thing. It's hard for us to understand how they feel about it because it's always a bit different from the player's perspective. But I'd imagine, given that they're so seasoned of a team that, and we're not like, in too dangerous of a territory here.
Sure.
So I would expect they'd be all right going into Mirage here. Now, the cool thing, I think, about last game is that we saw that Na'Vi were putting the Mongols through their paces. Despite losing, that 7-1 lead that they had was done in just for such a crazy, fast fashion. And so if they tap into that confidence into Mirage here, I think they're still going to be in great shape. And we can't say anything but good things, I think, about Wonderful and the AWPing.
He was a really, really big reason why it got as close as it did and why they had such a fantastic start, and might play even more of a role on a map like Mirage, you have to expect, with the AWP. So very, very curious how that will end up playing out for him if he could do it again. The Mongols look like they are going to be starting on the T side with Na'Vi on the CT side as well. So I think it was really fun. Like, I found it was a really fun game to watch. It was obviously a lot of back and forth, but I think we got to get a good taste of really both teams. And we'll see if we can reproduce that kind of quality here on this map. For the utility, we're going to have a little bit of defensive on the Imma side there. Alexi also buying the smoke kit combination. It always makes me excited because it means no matter what, you can win the round on the CT side. Like, even in a 1v4, you can do it. And for the Mongols, it's way more light. It's one single smoke on a blitz, and he's clearly playing towards that middle position. So might just be sort of window and then go split that A-bomb side from 3 different positions.
I know, it looks like the Mongols were looking for that early CT aggro in mid, which isn't too uncommon. After a while, they decide to go through to connector here now and forcing the issue in towards the A side. The split is on. There's many shots here for the defense. Imi on the other side gets destroyed by Sensu. Oh my god, the knives come out! No, you can't do this! Sensu, why? 5 versus 2, and the Mongols are in the A site.
It wasn't just that it was the stabbing, it's that it took so long. Just slowly poking holes in him. That was actually gruesome to watch. And so is that JL making the leap across in the middle and shot in the head by 9-10. Alexi, is there anything left? He does have the smoke kit, but you have to get closer than that. They'll shut it down. The Mongols laughing their way through that round. Oh no. Can I request not a replay? Just avert your eyes. Don't look at it, guys. It's not. Oh no. We've got multiple angles of the replay. We've got CCT cameras where the evidence is all there. That is a savage way to win a round.
That's actually so wild. All right, well. Okay, I got to get my head over that. Okay, 1-0 for the Mongols. And a couple AKs, 3 Mach 10s, mid control. Watch out for the scout, though. Wonderful on that scout. On the A site for now, but...
Yeah, they love this default. The Mongols, this is their favorite thing, where they got Messinio up in the palace. And I would even say it's so much of one of their favorite things that I'd not be too surprised if Na'Vi try and punish him in this position later on. Because if you double push the palace for Na'Vi, you're going to find him there a lot of the time. But they run this, yeah, pretty much all the time. So I doubt if it's going to be just right. I might actually go look for him right now. And I think this is just a stats question. Na'Vi have been looking at the demos, same as I have, and they are going to be prepped for that one. So pretty sick. 4 versus 5, 55 seconds here. Blitz, that's a long range. And the Mach 10s, even in spite of the fact that they lost the early player there, kind of powering through the sheer mobility of those weapons, making it very hard to stop them. Alexi will find himself once again alone, trying to do a tiny bit more damage, which, remember, in a loss on the CT side of Inferno, was something that Na'Vi actually managed to do. Even when they lost rounds, they did a lot of damage. This time, the Mongols just losing 1 player.
And I'm so curious when I mean, we talked about it already, the AWP showdown. I think it's going to be so interesting. By the way, sometimes the MAC-10, like we saw there with Blitz, it's like a laser sometimes. Sometimes it's just like it's straight on their head.
As much as I hate to admit it, it is probably a skill issue for me. Like, you know, I think if there are some players who are just so good with taking those other shots with the SMGs, I am just not one of them. It's one flash on Alexi. So you can see that they're set up to crunch middle. Just a matter of timing when they sort of try and get people there. All right, he's pulled it out. They're falling kind of away. I wish they would have had all 5 players for this crunch. I think that's you know, you might as well. You're very likely not going to win this round anyway for Navi, but just try and see if you can make it more expensive somehow. Still hasn't really set himself up to really do anything with it, so...
Joe got spotted there. I was looking for an angle onto Senzu, but can't go forward. Oh, a bit down. There we go. JL Faceby was waiting for that for so long, that opportunity. At least he gets the headshot. So there's the damage you were looking for. And now there's no more Deagles. There were 2. Now there are 0. Oh. It looks like Wonderful just gave up on life.
I think he was getting wall banged from the other side. I think he was like being slowed down, so he was just annoyed at the whole, the whole situation. These MAC-10s have done so much work, and the fact that they're carrying them into the next round, like the double MAC-10 going into this one, it could be kind of interesting. It might very, very heavily dictate what kind of round the Mongols want to play. Like B-pops with 2 MAC-10s jumping out it's right there for the taking. You'd want to be able to do that. There is only head armor on 2 people on the Navi side, which makes the MAC-10s kind of a menace.
910 getting into position with the AWP in mids. Wonderful! The other side takes down Senzu from Connector. But 910 again, we know that he's still up there. Wonderful going deeper, obviously under the cover of smoke. 910 not with an angle on it just yet. But with Wonderful creeping out, we might be denied this AWP battle for now. But with the 4v5 for the Mongols, they're going to have to reset now and figure out which direction they want to go. You can't just stand in mid forever.
So Techno's going to rejoin them in the middle through the underpass. They'll smoke this off, and then Smacinio will eventually try to Molotov out Bit in this shadow position. Smoke goes up in front, but still, they kind of have to do something there. We'll see if he can find the right Molotov to put some pressure on him while they push. That is a fantastic beginning, though. Ima does get shut down. He's still waiting on Massinio to make his move on the other side of the map here. I think that will be the critical moment of how much pressure they can put on Bit so that he can't help out the rest of the team. Wonderful. Catching 9-10. There's Techno in the window and no head armor. He goes straight down. Bit is down below, but you can see the Molotov. It did push him into a bit of an awkward fight, and he ends up going down to Blitz. The utility and the timing here for the Mongols has been really good, but they're still in a 1 versus 2 now. Baumann is back for Blitz. Walks in. It's an awkward fight, but it does go his way. And he knows where Alexi is somewhere in the middle there, so tries to fake it, tries to flash it. Hasn't really seen anybody yet now, so we'll go for the full-on bomb plant here. Alexi has snuck around towards CT spawn. He's on the hunt, very close now to walking up behind Blitz, who's got absolutely no idea. Alexi every single second getting closer, and I think just the timing for it here as he turns around. Blitz, the spray would have been good, but Alexi wallbangs him down, ends on 3 health, and clutches it for Na'Vi.
That was crazy close. Blitz, I think, did an excellent job, especially the kill on CT, that resetting the fight. You know, as his opponent was kind of clipping the wall there, you kind of know you can kind of reset it, like go back into cover, re-peek. Really nice stuff. And Wonderful, yeah, in a really bad spot there also. Good find from 910 to open up the round. There's just a lot of really cool moments, I think, in that one for both sides. But again, like Alexi B winning it by the skin of his teeth, and that's going to put 1 on the board for Na'Vi. AWP still alive for both 910 and Wonderful. So would imagine to see that we'll see probably that default that you mentioned that Mongols like once again here.
Yeah. It is such a catch-all approach. You might as well do it. Smacinio up at the palace one more time. A little bit more heavy towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, looking for the pick here.
Alexi jumping in the back. You're going to have the volume turned way up to be able to hear that for 9-10, but As soon as the spot is in, Alexi ducks away, gonna throw a cautious grenade to hold them on back. Bomb is dropped further back, and it's still plenty of time in the round. One opportunity missed.
Oh, that's scary, isn't it? That's so scary. But the Mongols, you know, the issue here is that you invest a lot in time in looking for that pick. If you don't get it, now all the time is gone. You might be forced by the clock to make a more risky move. They're actually regrouping into the B apartments. And Na'Vi, they're just playing pretty defensive, 2-1-2 setup. So this B push could still look quite good depending on how clean the entry is against Alexi B, who's just on an MP9.
Missed opportunity, wonderful. Can't catch the shot, and the flashbangs are fantastic. Alexi, he was back there for such a long time, but he really didn't get anything done, and you almost wonder why. Just 1 or 2 kills could have, or especially 2, but just even 1 kill could have distracted a bit from it. It's 25 seconds, and they will go for the bomb plant here without being interrupted. Na'Vi have already given up the round. B from apartments is their favorite strategy, statistically, in the last 3 months. So it's not by a huge margin. So it's not really easy necessarily for Na'Vi to predict. But I did actually think the setup was kind of nice for it. The MP9 by the truck back there, or by the van, and with Wonderful's AWP. Given how he was playing on the first map, you would have thought maybe he just needs 1 shot, and if Alexi gets the other one, it's immediately a good defense.
Certainly is. Yeah, and it's a tricky round. It's interesting because Na'Vi, I think they're quite. This is one of those elements of how the AWP I think can impact how a CT side plays, because I think, you know, Na'Vi's very worried there that if they try to play too aggressively to find information, they'll just walk into a pick, because the whole map's been silent. They know that's precisely the case. They saw Mongols looking for the pick in B apartments, and when time passes, when enough time has passed, 9-10 could be anywhere else. So it's a tough spot to be in. But Mongols coming out ahead might encourage Na'Vi to maybe play a little more actively in some of the future gun rounds.
4-1. Now we've got to be worried. I mean, CT side on this map, it's not, you know, anything can happen, right? We do know that the game is slowly creeping to be more T-sided on the whole. But I would still want to win the majority of the rounds here if I'm Na'Vi on the CT side, or at least tie up the game, you know, make it a 6-6 scoreline, something like that. They're having a bit of a hard time at the moment, to be honest, even getting some of the individuals online. 0 kills on Imma, but high fragging is JL with 4 kills.
Yeah, we were discussing this off camera as well. You know, generally I feel like at LAN you kind of want to select the T side just so that you can get everybody online,
right?
Because you can kind of be the aggressors. But here's somewhat of a switch up, obviously. 0, AK and M4. Well, actually 2 M4s.
Well, to be honest, Dan, whenever you start a conversation with, we discuss this off camera, I'm immediately nervous. I'm like, oh, what's he going to bring up next?
Yeah,
well, you're right. We did talk about that. You could see Bit looking for Mazinho. He does just know it, and I think it's worth thinking about this at home, how much research goes into it for Na'Vi to be as sure as they are that someone will be up here, and I definitely would be too. The problem is, even if you know he's there, can you find the kill? And the answer is absolutely yes. Bit with a very important victory. And again, finding him there reveals so much of the rest of the puzzle. You understand, okay, that was the default kind of round, so now we know what's next, or at least we have an idea.
They got it to JL. He's stolen the gun away. Is he going to get out of there? He gets away scot-free, at least for now. But he has no idea that they're there. He just cleared this position. That's like the downside of this. Yeah, he gets the gun, but they think this is completely clear at this point. And they're contacting through. Senzu picks up the kill onto JL, but Bit will take him down.
What a shot from Bit. AK is dangerous. Can he do it one more time? 9-10 says that's not going to be an opportunity. Spray goes on for a very long time. Wonderful goes down to the meanwhile, and Imma back here couldn't really keep it going. Double kill for Blitz. And Alexi's snuck on through the connector. Might as well try and go through the smoke at this stage. No bomb plant yet, so there actually is a bit of an opportunity for him to maybe surprise them as they try and plant the bomb. Only 11 seconds left. That's Blitz going down. The bomb actually lost now. Out in the open. That's so awkward. Picked up once again, and this time the plant will be going through. He's got 15 bullets left still, so plenty enough to take down Techno, but he's got to find him first around the box, and Techno's just waiting for a minute. He will swing wide for it and make the escape. Oh, if he can get back into CT spawn, that will be annoying. There is no kit either on Alexi here, so I do think Techno knows that. Look at how far away he's going. He wouldn't do that if he thought there was a smoke and a kit in play. This is such intelligent Counter-Strike. Now going for the 10-second defuse. Techno getting a bit closer. He's got the timing in his head. He knows there's still a bit of time left. Lexi going for the full-on defuse, and unfortunately, Techno is down to seconds. He knew exactly when to peek to get him off that one. That is expertly timed.
So well done. And it's got to feel terrible for Lexi B to be in these two positions where he's the one that, in fact, well, at least he won the last clutch. So I'll take that back. But yeah, that's rough. That is really rough. Oh, that was nice. When we got to actually see it, it's even better. It's even better.
I do want to highlight what you were talking about going out of the palace like that. You're absolutely right. One thing is that they didn't know, but it's so smart for the Mongols to throw no utility, because that could have been an easy mistake to make. Is you start to grenade around the corners and you're showing the other team, well, yeah, we're going to be coming for this position. They found out when they were getting shot in the back of the head, and it's pretty rude awakening, you know?
And one thing we saw in this start of this round is a huge util dump from Na'Vi, expecting there to be players top mid. But once again, the Mongols running the same setup they did before, but they're looking for that pick here in B apartments from 910 onto Alexi B in the site. They won't be able to find it. Wonderful there, deeper on mid, trying to escape. Just gets out of there, just barely. And we reset, but we reset in a round where Na'Vi have dumped more util than the Mongols.
Did you see the gun barrel?
I'm not sure.
Sensor was on the other side. So incredibly risky Counter-Strike being played here by Wonderful. I can't really decide in my own brain if I think it's good or if it's too risky. At the same time, you're down 5-1, so you probably will have to take some risks to sort of build a comeback. But he was alone in the middle. There was nobody flashing him and he was trying to escape. Like, it was such a forward position. We are going to be seeing a bit of a, you know, A execute here with the ramp position. 3 of them there with Messinio once again up in the palace.
The last opening the Mongols did like this, they actually hit B. So trying to throw Na'Vi for a loop hit. Seeing that player top mid, what does that really mean? Well, that's going to mean a lot. Bit goes down straight away. But Wonderful with the stoppage there into Palace. And this might be a little bit harder than the Mongols wanted. Can't make it across, falling into Sandwich. And then no one is crossed here. 18 seconds to get the bomb down.
They've got to hurry a lot more than that. The Molotovs are kind of annoying, but it doesn't help them closer to the bomb plant. The Mongols, someone has to make a choice right now. The spray is perfect for JL. Just had to drag his mouse down further and controlled it beyond belief. Ima does drop, but you're right, there's no time in the round any longer. The Mongols just waiting and waiting and waiting and never made the decision to actually go for it. And I actually didn't even check if they had the smokes, but they did decide to throw a bunch of Molotovs to top of the stairs and even towards the jungle position. But, you know, Molotovs don't accomplish the same thing as smokes do. So maybe that's why they were never able to run out. A weird scenario.
Yeah, and what's interesting too is it's just that, again, if we go back earlier into the rounds, Na'Vi dumped all this util mid, and the Mongols, again, they've changed their opening, where they don't really focus on pressuring mid early. They instead apply more pressure towards B apartments looking for the pick. And so the mind games from the Mongols, because the previous time they did that, they hit the B site. That was a round that they won, actually. They managed to get onto the B site. And then here, obviously, switching back up to the A site, yeah, there wasn't a lot of util for Na'Vi, but they still, the problem was Mongols, they didn't have enough time for something to go wrong. And we had some great, I think that first shot from Wonderful, that just really stopped them getting across to the site. And at that point, too much of the rotation had made its way across. Also, in some ways, though, it's sort of a sketchy round for Na'Vi to win. Like, you're going to be happy that you're winning any rounds at all right now, but it's a round you win because of a bit of a fumble on the Mongol side. So I don't know how much you're celebrating it for Na'Vi. I'd like to see just some more individual, you know, hard-hitting rounds where you just feel the strength of some of the Na'Vi players. I think Bits had a couple of really sick shots on the map, but like, get some rounds where that's just how you win. Like, here we go, we just dominate. That's not going to happen in the middle. He's going so fast.
Yeah, he's going to keep going for it. And again, it's that late smoke in the middle is always a sign to be worried. Oh, JL
he's alone
for it. He's just powering through. He is a one-man army, crushing the Na'Vi defense. He's still alone, by the way. There's no one there to back him up.
How do you read this? And in the meantime, completely alone on the A bomb site is Bits, and he has got no chance of defending that. 910 still out here, still absolutely destroying fools left and right. And I mean, this is a shocker of a round. An earthquake under the feet of Na'Vi as Ima tries to defend. But what on earth possessed 910 to just run down mid by himself the entire way with an orb? Open to everything, of course.
It's so sick. This is the kind of stuff that made the Mongols so popular in the beginning. It's so fun to see. And I mean, what can you do about this? I will say this. The fact that the smoke was later, again, is, you know, maybe a bit of a sign for Wonderful, but he was ready to take the fight. He wanted to fight there. 9-10.
I just can't understand. It's open to everything. He's fully exposed. He's naked. Sensu now through the smoke, picking up one, and it seems like Na'Vi can't get anything going. Obviously, they're not on a full buy, but still, Anders, you'd expect them to maybe find a little bit more success.
You would certainly hope so. You'd want to see a lot more power out of them here. It's been taken away. The Mongols have shown up with real force in this game. I actually love this. This is so sick to see. And you said it earlier, but you know, this is the 2-0 teams, so it's not like Na'Vi are immediately in danger of getting knocked out here, but still. Spit.
Hello.
Giving a bit of a neck rub to Techno, maybe. Oh. There's no way to repay him.
Oh dear.
You know who gives fantastic neck rubs? Is Blair. He's got strong hands.
He's got that Indian tech.
Yeah, listen, I'm just telling you now, you can, you know.
Because like head massage is famous out there.
Is it? I've never been to India yet.
I'm pretty sure.
It's one of the it's great failing. I really want to go.
You're right, Anders, you are a failure.
Listen, people tell me all the time, Dan. So I'm glad you're at least there's a certain comfort in the fact that you're affirming that. You know, I don't have to even think about it. It's like it's just we all
we govern by consensus.
It's like I like that. At least I know. At least I know what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Second time out. Listen, I'm not the only one. Na'Vi are failures too. So I'm in good company in that sense. I can appreciate that.
Well, it's really. I mean, we actually had another conversation off camera earlier. We were talking about it was in the context of player slumps, and we're like, how do you know when you've hit the bottom? And I feel like Na'Vi that last round that kind of felt like it could be the bottom in this game of Mirage because it just the last couple of rounds because it really feels like there's zero answers, and when Mongols are running at you like that, that's not a good look.
For Na'Vi, I mean, it has been a bit of a turbulent time for them. Start of the tournament's been good though. This is a bit too much to deal with. Nice flash, blowing up on the smoke. Sensu goes down. Smacinio still on the A ramp, but I kind of wonder if he wants to take it on himself to try and do something. It's 9-10 in the middle. He's not afraid of anything, but yeah. For a minute there, I thought maybe, because when you're a man down this early on, maybe what you need is just one of your players to do something. I think he jumped before he went for it. He's already shown that he's here. Out fighting. Deep nade. Is it actually going to catch JL? It's close. A little bit too close for comfort here.
Perfect timing for Bits. Great defensive smoke. I don't know how you deal with this one. It's got so much space to work with down here. This is so awkward. Up the ladder he goes. It's getting even weirder. Beneath with the AWP. Blitz will put an end to that, but so awkward for 910 down there. Techno out of the connector, looking for kills jungle. Two players to find. So much damage to be done here to win this one, to save this for the Mongols. But Techno's on the case. Oh, up on the angle. JL's weak on the sides. Techno tries to find his way back. The bomb is down. He has to flick that, and it's not going to be good, that flick. JL saves the day, and it feels like every kill, every round is labored for Na'Vi.
It really does. I can't believe that we saw 910 try to clear Shadow with an AWP. It's just,
yeah,
it's just so wild, and it very nearly worked. Timeout call for the Mongols. They want more, but already in a very strong position to take the map here. 7-3, Na'Vi barely stabilizing the game, sort of barely getting their feet on the ground at the moment. No balance at all in their play. But for once, they have a bit more cash to work with. They got rid of the FAMAS here. We're all on M4s. They've got some more utility.
But I can remind you, Anders, that in the first map, the Mongols were in this position.
Yeah, that is true.
So maybe Na'Vi can do to them what was done to them.
It's very artful.
That makes sense, right? Does that make sense? I was like confused when I was saying it. I'll be honest.
You are a philosopher, Dan. You know.
That's good.
But yes, that is obviously what they want. A little bit of revenge, turning the tables and all that. Still have seen way fewer B executes here than I think we normally would out of the Mongols. So I'm curious about how that plays out. I feel like that's something that maybe they will reach into in the last couple of rounds here, because they certainly have the experience to try and do it a little bit more. Senzu goes down at the start. It's the same kind of a default opening, really. So no surprises on that front. 9-10. We saw him do this before with a lot more speed. Now the slower version as he creeps in. Wonderful is right there in front, but he's got to be careful because Jail is behind him, and there we go. The timing betrays him. 5 versus 3. And Na'Vi could make an argument that they should fall back and play more safely, but I appreciate Wonderful trying to really summon some more strength in the team. He's got 6 kills after getting 3 in this round.
Yeah, and it really does look like Na'Vi have managed to just find their way back in here. This is looking great. And you've been mentioning their economy. This will certainly be a great round for them. I don't imagine MZenia really has the ability to find a position to get kills because the bomb is down. And if it were the case that the bomb wasn't down, he had it, maybe he could find a fight or two, but we'll see exactly what he's going to be walking into. It's a pretty nasty setup.
It's the kind of round where if this was like 2013-14 Counter-Strike and Get Right or Forest were alone here, you would say, well, there's always a chance, you know?
Yeah.
You never really know. Oh, oh my God.
Dude, okay.
He's disgusted by himself. Let's see the face cam replay. Caught in 4K. Submit the report. Pull up the scoreboard right now and just report him instantly.
It's just like such a random amount of time has passed. Oh, let's spam here.
I just want to see JL's own face. It was so outrageous that even JL feels bad about it. Arrest this man.
Call the police.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, Tech Knights online for the Mongols as they look to charge into mid. Oh, Wonderful is close here. They are closing the distance with the orb. This is very bad for Wonderful. Got to be cautious. Able to back away in time. Carefully does it. Carefully does it.
Gonna flash their way through. Oh, he's got a smoke in hand. Imma had a really rough time in the first half here, but he does control the spray just well enough. It ends up dropping. It might not be that much of a problem here. Imma trying to see if he can secure another kill. It's a very labored spray, and he doesn't really get what he wanted. Blitz will take one more shot, and they're actually now a little bit back into the round here. It's the last of the half, so if Na'Vi can't win this one, I think it's going to be quite deflating. Good headshot from Alexi, and with Senzu, just a deagle. A couple of more bullets left. He's got 5 of them, in fact. Should be enough to get the kills here. And Alexi and JL, they got to talk together. They don't have any real interesting grenades to get rid of him. They got to be careful. The flick is on. Senzu drops JL, and now it's Alexi. Quaking in his boots on the other side. This would be a disastrous round to lose. I don't know if Na'Vi have the mental to recover it. He's baiting him into it. He's saying, I've got to be reloading at some point. He's down to just 2 bullets. Shooting those out. I think he's tempting Alexi, saying, you know I've got hardly anything left here. 20 seconds, and it's so close. He's almost got that one. You could see, instead of a celebration of winning the clutch there, Alexi just happy to make it out alive.
Oh, Senzu. Dangerous, dangerous stuff there with the Deagle. Oh, man. The damage, I mean, after they win the round, of course, but after all is said and done, the damage is quite nasty. We'll see the impacts of that in a moment.
That is sick. Still, it's not a terrible first half, right? 7-5. There is a bit of a battle to be had there for Na'Vi. They're not out of it yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, if we think back to the first map, you know, it was a more dominant start, to be honest, from Na'Vi.
Yeah,
going up 7-1 and what was it? 4 rounds in the end that the Mongols were able to get. So with all that said, I mean, you know, and looking at that game, you know, Na'Vi showed that they had the ceiling. They were able to reach it to be in winning ways for a large duration there. So as we move into the second side here, oh yes, let's look at this lovely flick. Oh,
so scary. 10 health,
incredible.
Now, on the T side here for Na'Vi, they do like a good ramp split on these pistol rounds. It's something that they are into. So don't be surprised if we see something like that. They're going to set up a couple of smokes in the middle to begin with. Deep one going to the bottom of connector, and then they have one in the window already, and it will in fact be a heavy ramp. Execute.
Yeah. Late push from Emir through the underpass, looking to catch a timing as Blitz looks to defend here on Sandwich. How long can he live in his forward position? Sensu and 910 picking up players, and this is slowing down the push here. Blitz, I don't understand. Wonderful, wonderful. What have you done? What have you done? The betrayer.
The thing is, you almost have to, like, there's no the risk is that USP is going to get the kills on you instead. So it's hard to even blame him, but it's obviously a dreadful time to have that happen. And the Mongols winning the pistol. Oh, that is disgusting timing. I don't know if you saw that the first go around here. Yeah, it looks funny, doesn't it? But
it actually almost looks completely needless, Anders.
You might be right.
In the replay, it's like, you just missed. Or did you?
Accusing him of mutiny, shooting Alexi in the back of the head.
Yeah, as a foreign agent on the team.
No reason to take any risk whatsoever. There was no bomb plant. You know that Na'Vi are very likely not going to have anything in this round, so just relax. Enjoy the CRT. That is, for the Sumas out there, it's what TVs used to look like.
Yes, the cathode, the old cathode ray tube. I remember her well.
Yeah, couldn't exist without relativity. We need to understand.
That's true.
How photons move through the tube, and otherwise we're going to get the wrong image.
Don't talk about my tubes, Anders.
Dan, you might go to the gym a lot, but I'll talk about whatever I want.
All right. Well, wonderful Hazard Eagle. That's really all I can say about Na'Vi. Wonderful Hazard Eagle.
I mean, that is probably, to be honest, the most... the only thing we really care about, presumably, is going to be whether or not you can find one of them, and we're just completely robbed of that entertainment. They couldn't even get us that. At least feed us a Deagle headshot so that we can enjoy that. Puts a smile on everyone's face.
Well, this is not good for Na'Vi. I'll be the first to say.
You might be onto something. It's a kind of a careful position you're taking. Yeah. Sort of riding the fence on this one, Dan, but fair enough. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's just how British people speak. You know how it works. You say the words that you say it's not really what you mean.
Yeah.
Which is really the beauty of it, because you get plausible deniability at all times.
Yeah, I like it. I'm into it. 9-5, round number 15. We have the deep incendiary. Again, you never know if you're going to be able to catch somebody. Sometimes the T's, they are already running through, getting flashed in. Speaking of getting flashed in, that's how you want to use one of those MP9s. Moving forward, though, and that is a straight death automatically. Nasinio, don't hate it, but I did like the early kill.
Great in mid, Alexi B. That's a huge extra find. Well over a minute to play this as well. The bomb moving its way towards the B apartments as Alexi B jumps up, and it's the worst possible timing. Techno, and the fact back to B.
The fact that he finds him going through there, yeah, I think Techno, it's not a surefire thing, but it is a bit suspicious. And he does take the safe route. Just ducked down here. You got to be so careful coming in on the other side. One mistake for Wonderful, and he ends up getting dropped now. He hasn't seen it, but Techno certainly has. He knows that someone's going to be coming. He's calling in the reinforcements as well. Bit is walking in from the catwalk instead. 40 seconds now. And Techno, one job to do. Wonderful has no idea how much danger he's in. The backpack showing he's able to see him. Does he want to take the chance? Not yet anyway. Waiting for it, and there we go. The headshot, execution, back of the head as Bit gets the first one. Still a player to find in the corner. Nice little grenade, actually, will soften him up, and he peeks into the debris. A sick round from Techno. The patience in that clutch to get the job done was beautiful.
That is actually an awesome round there. Really well played by Techno. Yeah, it's cool to see. You know, Techno can do it all.
Yeah, he actually does have a pretty wide skill set considering how many different weird positions he ends up playing, but...
I mean, this is so well played because, you know, he really wants his teammate 910 to just be able to, like, be the distraction there, especially because he can't really effectively shoot at that spot. But anyway, back on the pistols. Quick run up catwalk, straight into the brick wall, a.k.a. Senzu.
Oh, how does Techno go down? They knew what was coming, obviously. Oh my god! JL! This time on full-on rollerblades, just never stops. I really, truly, we need to see the replay for him taking out Techno, because once they get the kill that fast on catwalk, they know what's coming. Mongols, there's no more surprises. They exactly know what the next part of the play is going to be. It's going to be a rush through the B hallway. So the fact that they somehow end up in this position anyway is sort of ridiculous. Deep grenade here to force out JL, and he's going to go down immediately. The retake is on once again. They do not want to surrender this round, the Mongols, but they might be forced to. Bit gets a kill, still back here with the incendiary in hand, and he can throw that, slow down the potential bomb plant, and he gets the headshot. Don't even need the incendiary. Bit to claim it at the end of triple for him, but the whole round is manufactured by JL and that absurd Tech-9.
And what was crazy at the end right there too was that it looked like, but I had no idea where 910 actually was. But 910 was like, oh, I have a timing on Bit, and he does know where I am, so I can run to like really make sure I can like beat the peak. I think maybe we'll see it here.
I need to see the replay.
Here's the footsteps. If he hadn't made the footsteps, he probably kills him. But he couldn't know that.
That's second kill for GL. The first one is because I think Techno's playing like on the actual van. Bit goes down. Na'Vi, come on. They've worked so hard to get rid of the economy. There's almost no utility. They do have a couple of weapons here on the Mongol side. I can't think of a more tragic time for Na'Vi to potentially lose around here, because then the Mongols are going to be right back in and Na'Vi themselves will be out of money. This is actually such a crazy pivotal round for both teams. Timing is perfect. Picking up the second one, Imma. That's all you needed to do. Gonna keep going, but yeah, the first couple of kills probably enough to secure the round. Super well played.
This is really helpful to get this happening quickly so that they can get the hunt onto 910 a bit sooner. Because, you know, definitely want to get rid of that orb if you can, but Techno being kind of annoying, forcing him to spend a lot to take him out. This gives a lot of time to 910 to get the hell out of there. And they also, those 2 extra kills on the Na'Vi players, maybe that discourages them for going for this. So it might just be the gentleman's agreement. We're all gentlemen here.
I mean, I do think at the end of the day, it's as much as you want the AWP out of there, this is risky. I don't think Na'Vi have the confidence either to take a run like this one. So just be happy that you win the round. You lose the early fight, but Imma essentially willing them back into that one. 7-10. It is a 3-round gap here, and there's still opportunities for things to go off the rails, but they've really severely limited the economy now on the CT side. So could easily be a bounce back here. Na'Vi trying to stabilize the game. They're all very, like, the bottom fragging on Na'Vi is Imma with 9, and top is, well, 2 players with 12, Alexi and JL. So very sort of tight spread that they've got going on in terms of the kills on the Na'Vi side, which is kind of cool. I like that. Just everyone on the team pitching in.
Yeah, right now for the Mongols, obviously they have the AWP on 910. That's positioned on the stairs by Connector. And okay, this push spotted coming into the... Hello, okay, all right. Oh, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. That flash coming in. 910, though, he's going to have a look at this. He might get one. This is dangerous, though. Can't easily replace this, I don't think. That AWP if he loses it.
We're all laughing, but there were a lot of ants on the bomb site, and Techno was, you know, banging them out. GL really knows how to, you know, stylish kills, you know? That's his flavor. Yeah, well, the ants are dead at the B bomb site, but
yeah,
fortunately, so are the Mongols players. And this actually does matter.
That's a find. MZini are looking to maybe try to move towards the AWP in case... I mean, I don't know if he can deny the pickup. Yeah, Bit's going to be able to get that. Bit needs to leave.
Gotta be so... Oh, he dies.
That's unfortunate that MZini dies, indeed. 10-8.
It's a really important thing for Na'Vi to not lose any more people in that round. That could have been kind of a disaster. Keep alive at 3. I think that's acceptable. timeout called. The last one that they have for the Mongols. What is the play?
Yeah, it's certainly a good time to do it. It's been a a hard-fought game for both teams. Again, we kind of talked about it. Na'Vi were the ones doing this to the Mongols in the last game, and then Mongols came back and won. And Na'Vi, they're creeping. They're creeping all the way back, looking pretty good at the moment. And it'll be fun to see what kind of round Mongols select here. I feel like they've been fairly standard so far. We haven't seen a lot of crazy mid-aggressions, for example.
Yeah, it's not in the immediate top thing they love to do, but they do it. They are a team that will do those kind of 3 mid kind of setups early on. So this time
they're out there.
Yeah. Sensu also coming in from Catwalk.
Oh, it's big! What a shot there for 9-10, falling off as well. Great opener. Oh no, but they've lost Sensu in the meantime by Connector.
Ima has done so much work in the last 3 rounds. Been a very slow map for him otherwise, but he's found the groove all of a sudden. Bomb picked up. Might just be a walk out of Palace here for bits with no warning. Same as the Mongols tried to do in the first half here, so just sneaking on in. 9-10, it's such a smart play in front of the smoke. They were not ready for it. They felt like they'd already cleared that. A little bit of a fight potentially could be happening over at the B bomb side, but they lost Wonderful, and that's the bomb on the ramp. So yeah, they've got B, but they don't have the thing that actually goes on the bomb side.
Yeah. Well, MA might be in a position to do more. It has a good spot to maybe find a timing. That's a great kill. If Bit can slow play this now, activate Imit, that'd be really, really good.
Oh,
and there comes Imit. Here comes Imit. Oh, what a catch there. And 2 kills out of nowhere. 2 versus 1. The Mongols had everything going for them. But Techno, do they know where Techno is? Bit against Techno, and he gets it, Imit, rather. Imit, you said it, Anders, he has been lifting the team on his back in the recent rounds, and it continues.
I am so shocked at how this one played out. The flank coming in from Blitz, the fact that they turn what should have been a retreat to the B bomb side into, a giant flank, and 3 kills for Imma. But honestly, this is probably a round where you have to point out that Blitz needs to get that kill. He should have every single time. 9 rounds for Na'Vi.
The result.
Yeah.
The result of that round is crazy.
Got a couple of smokes here. It's sort of a half-buy situation, armor and some pistols upgraded. So the Mongols, they're hoping for, one of those freaky rounds where suddenly somebody gets a couple of deagle shots, or they jump into the 5-7 over here on Techno. That is the dream here for the Mongols. But honestly, that last round leaves a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. I feel like that could be where they give up the map and end up playing a third one.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a slow grind from the Mongols back in the face of something much worse, I guess in some senses, in the previous map. So we'll see if they can hold on to that resiliency in this spot too.
They've guessed wrong. Stack going towards A and middle. Na'Vi, on the other hand, looking to equalize and most certainly will in this position. Sensu's going to be burned out into it. Classic play.
Great Molotov. Oh, Techno causing problems. They should be able to get that AK too, so that's a small victory.
Yeah, but the rest of it's bombed down. And again, you're probably just going to be trying to look for exits and get the rifles here as much as you try and lock them in. And I think for Na'Vi already now, it's probably worth it to try and think of a bit of an exit plan.
Yeah.
Go all together and hope that you pick the right side where Mongols aren't waiting for you.
Yeah. Yeah, there's only one opening. We'll see. And they don't actually have anyone in shop. And at this timing, I don't think they're going to be confident to clear shop. So they're actually going to go into the MP9 potentially.
Blitz here. How much could he done? Even a little bit of damage could go a long way for the bomb to go up. It's a nice stink onto Wonderful, but just not enough. He does go down, but I'm not even sure for Na'Vi losing a player here is the big deal. They have so much cash.
Yeah.
It is more about stopping the Mongols from getting the rifles on their side, because right now what's keeping them, in a very weird position is the fact that they just don't have the money, and that's going to continue to be a problem potentially for the rest of the half here for them.
Certainly. Well, 10-10. After some of the domination we've seen out of the Mongols, much like the first map, we are down to a tied score right at the end of regulation, at least. And just like you said, Na'Vi, they're not going to run out of money anytime soon. So the pressure really is on the Mongols. They must win this round or they are certainly toast.
How perfect would it be, though, if we have a bit of a reversal of the roles here with you know, Na'Vi having the lead on Inferno and then giving that up and losing in, you know, right at the end of the map, and Mongols are kind of setting themselves up on a similar path at the moment. I think that would be, I mean, set the stage very nicely for a third map, which would be, I don't remember, was Dust 2? Surely is. Surely would be.
Yeah, we'll just make them do it.
Yeah, we'll force them to play it anyway. Alexi, wide swing. The flashbang to set him up for that, that's why the CT sometimes throw that really early incendiary, because then Alexi, he can't necessarily wait for the timing for his teammate on the grenade. He sort of has to keep on running. So sometimes when you see the CT throw the incendiary early on, it's to stop that, or it's not to stop, but it's to make the timing on the flashbang for the T is really awkward. Which has some power in it. They're in the middle, and they're on the ramp and palace position, so a bit of a default setup here for Na'Vi, but it could be turned into an execute really quickly. Senzu, important kill, stopping Wonderful in the middle. Alexi, I'm shocked that they get that one. Messinio looked like he had the opportunity to really shut it down. The bomb is running away. If Alexi had died there, it would have been a bomb on the ground in the middle, and the round might have been almost over. Bits still battling his way back into it here in 3 versus 3. The bomb is going to be carried on over. This is a tough round once again for the Mongols.
Oh, Blitz finding JL there is a massive win because the scaling hasn't really been completed with the bomb. It has to make its way across to the site. That means that the Mongols are able to better set themselves up. 3 versus 2. All the positioning in this retake that they need. So they make their way forward, taking the open engagement. There's no trade frag there for Senzu. Out there alone. As his teammates start to move forward. Techno and Blitz. Can they do it here for the Mongols? Again, their money's ruined if they don't win this. Great shot there. Good opener for Techno. Alexi B with an even better headshot stuck behind the firebox. Can Techno wrap his way around and find this? Could be the next bullet wins in this scenario. Oh, Alexi B trying to juke it, but Techno, he's going to do it, and he has just the time he needs without the kit to get this one locked in for the Mongols.
That is just so scary here. The fact that he was hiding. Yeah, Techno had to take the shot halfway through the box. 3 on 3 towards the end of that round, and finally Na'Vi slowed down by the Mongols. It's been a really sick comeback for them, but this was a bridge too far. 11-10. The downside for the Mongols is they win the round, but it's a 1v1. They lose almost every single rifle here. They will actually purchase into the double AWP. All right, they had a bit more in the bank than I was expecting, so double AWP and an MP9. And the fact that they have the double AWP, I think Na'Vi are not quite going to be ready for so close, but Alexi will stay alive.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I think it's very hard for the T side to dodge both AWPs. And if you play a slower round, you do become more susceptible to those AWP picks.
Oh my god. I thought he was going to pull the trigger then.
And he has been pretty scary today. Oh, I love this. This is reminiscent of like 2016 SK Fallen.
Yeah.
It's like have someone holding with you. I forget if it was like Fur or Cold or whoever it was back then, but
yeah, you might be right.
I think Fur.
Yeah, it definitely would have been Fur.
They're falling back. And this is because Na'Vi, they've slowed the timing here around us, so it's hard for the Mongols to read them.
They still have a very strong setup here. So,
oh, he hits that!
That's crazy. Headshot on jail. But now the second AWP comes into play. Are they going to be able to dodge it? They know that 9-10 died over on that side, so now we might think, okay, that's it. No more AWPs in play. Blitz, good timing on the swing. He'll take the kill. Alexi actually still picks up one and might be able to win the fight here. He's done a lot of damage already. Wonderful. Drops Techno, and Senzu's already been pressured towards CT spawn here. Blitz hoping to keep it alive. He's got 1 bullet left. He has to reload. He just had 1 left in the M4, and that was not enough to continue the battle. So patient, Na'Vi. Down to 17 seconds here. The bomb is going to be planted, right? The round has been won, but that was such a long grind of a fight where, you know, everything is stretched out. Every single fight takes longer than it should. And it all starts with JL and that, you know, leg shot into headshot.
And I don't know what you do if you're the Mongols now. Like, this AWP is everything. They just won a round. Their economy's completely reset. They've got nothing in the bank. They were all in. All the chips were pushed across the line on this one. And so Na'Vi, they've got to be feeling amazing about this. And you're right, Anders. Patience is such a reward for them in this one.
The money for the Mongols is in such a weird position here. This will be very hard to recover from now. 11-11. They've got the AWP. I mean, there's an interesting question about, because you're going to be lacking so much utility on the CT side that playing the default sort of game now, I doubt it will be a thing they can really do. So the question is, do you just want to try and do something a little bit more crazy?
Yeah, but then if Na'Vi just play a slow pace, then you're in a really bad spot. And so it's like the mind games there.
Yeah.
It sucks so much. And this is where the experienced in-game leader is so key.
Yeah. I'm very interested to see. Or maybe go, like if you push B hallways with 2 people and one of them is the AWP and the other one was an MP9, but they don't exactly want to do that. They've got 9-10 set up towards the ticket booth instead. He is obviously the main threat here. They have utility for the beginning of the round, but I think Blitz had almost nothing to start with, and
it's gonna be an A split, I think, Anders.
Yeah, it will
straight
be.
up.
I mean, it's worked for them in the past. I feel like this connected fight especially is one that they've been doing well, but the only downside is the fact that they are going into the AWP, right? Blitz, timing, just eluding Imma on the other side. And now they're slowed down, the Mongols. Gotta be careful they don't move around so much that they give away this advantage, because this is a great luxury to have got that first kill in such an easy fashion. And the fact that there was somebody in the window is in itself, you know, it makes you think, okay, well, what was the next part of that play? Because they haven't seen or heard anything in the B hallways.
And the position of JL, if Ime would have survived, is like really sick, because it's like that double layered lurk, which you like never expect the second lurk. But because Ime died there when he did, it really creates a hard spot for Na'Vi. Bits walking out, he has been so successful. Oh, he finds an easy kill. The trade there from Enzinio, though. But the rest of the team, Na'Vi, they have to go off of that straight into the site. This is the one chance, 20 seconds to get the bomb down. Enzinio trying to defend the AWP shot, the pirouette. It's not going to work out for Wonderful, as JL now looks everywhere. All these targets, Senzu finishes it off, and the Mongols, they somehow survive.
Did he just track him in the air while he was... Senzu was a TT spawn. That is not necessarily... Maybe he just got all the damage in early on. Yeah, JL staring deep into the abyss.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah. Who could blame him? This is could end up being a suffocating loss. I mean, they just had this happen to them on Inferno, where they really were there. They had really done all the hard work, and they just couldn't find the last bit of strength, and they look like they're going to be falling victim to it once again. So the 12-11 scoreline. We're going to round number 24. All of the rounds here in this third best of 3 of the day. Now, at least there is the AWP and the AK left on the Na'Vi side here, but the rest of them not with the best weaponry. And look at the time for Mongols to pull this out.
This is what
aggressive push. It was essentially what I wanted the previous round. You're covered by the AWP, and then this time they're just going to keep it going. They've got so much info. They can rotate the AWP back in the middle now, and in 10 more seconds, they're going to know almost everything.
Oh, no. There's never a read on this timing. He can just keep going. Oh.
Wait until he turned. That's not even necessary. He wanted to look him in the eyes. He wanted him to know who was there.
Oh no, in the smoke. This is... Okay, so they have 50 seconds, and they've lost all their map control. The only map control they had was Ime towards underpass. So right now for Na'Vi, You are assuming that everything is pushed, and so you don't have time to really fully clear everything. You know you have to go into a full setup that's waiting for you.
The only thing that's a bit weird is that I think the Mongols have maybe overcooked it, so they're thinking, okay, they must go back to B now because we got the kill on the underpass, so they're expecting Alexi to be a little bit more, you know, elaborate than this. A lot of missed bullets there. In the corner, Senzu, the spray. Oh, and he's trusting Messinio on the other side. It's just Alexi. A 1 versus 2. That crossfire was so good against Na'Vi. And I don't think there's anything, unfortunately, the Finnish captain can do with this one. He's already so low on health, and they are all on him already. The pistol, Saudi gets the headshot somehow, but there's no time. He doesn't have it. He can't plant the bomb. 13-11 as the Mongols take down Na'Vi on just 2 maps. That is such a wild way to end this one. Unfortunately, we do have some experts with us on the panel. Sauna Mike is there, as I like to call him. It's an anagram of Maui Snake, but he doesn't want you to know that, Dan.
Anders has been sitting on that for a while, Maui.
Sauna Mike?
I think that was what he went with.
I'm Sauna Mike now? Oh my goodness.
It's been a while.
Taking Darth Mike's job, I guess.
It wasn't Anders' best work, but you know, he's had a break, so hopefully he warms up a little bit, yeah. Let's talk about what we just saw, because, I mean, after the first map, Yanko, you mentioned, like, it's just heartbreaking for Na'Vi to lose in that way, and then the exact same thing happens here. This is a rough loss for them.
Yeah, I mean, for a moment, it looked like Mongols was going to pull what Na'Vi did on map 1, right? Like, they were in the driver's seat. All of a sudden, a half-buy happens. They lose it. Na'Vi's able to string some rounds together. They seem to be right back into the game. But the difference is Mongols still managed to persevere and find a way to close out the game with a couple of rounds at the very end.
They did it. I mean, it was a 2-0 victory for them, Maui. They go straight into the playoffs. That's going to be a big win for the Mongols, because they have had a bit of a shaky time the last few tournaments.
Oh yeah, the Mongols missing out on the Lisbon playoffs, just kind of losing in some games that you really feel like it's hit or miss for them. Any given day, they can pop off and the individuals work. And I think the Mongols, in some ways, are kind of lucky that they got through this, because to me, they survived the storm that Na'Vi was brewing, but I don't really know if they changed all too much other than just started hitting a few more shots. Maybe they got a little bit more aggressive in positions to get some info, but Na'Vi, on the other hand, definitely scratching their heads after that one, because it felt like it was right there in their grasp.
So, lucky for us, as we watch the highlights, we do in fact have one of the Mongols players joining us. We get a chance to chat to Mzinho. Mzinho, are you having a good time in Astana?
Having a good time. Trio made playoff. Yeah, that's great.
So what is the plan now for the rest of the group stages? Are you going to be practicing a lot, or are you going to be doing some sightseeing?
We're just traveling a lot, and there's no time to practice. So maybe there's 2 or 3 days we do practice. Yeah.
Lots of practice. I'm sure the boys have some questions for you as well.
Mzinho, I feel like, I mean, you've just did a show match for the Mesa event. You're getting this, well, there's this event in Kazakhstan. What do you think about Counter-Strike kind of moving a little bit more east recently? As also Shanghai Major, of course, happened too.
It's really great for us. We just fly to into Asia. There's no time difference, I think. Yeah, and that's good for us.
Mzinho, congrats. I wanted to ask you about this game, because you played Na'Vi a few times already this year. What was the preparation like going into today's game?
I just beat him. And just made some anti-strats. Yeah, and nothing more.
What do you think is happening at Na'Vi? Because they're not playing as well as they played last year.
I think they played really good, but individually, yeah, they just played good.
How do you keep up your individual form, then? You said you haven't had too much time to practice. What are you doing in the hours after games are over? Are you playing Face It or what?
Just playing Face It, just keep the form. Yeah, keep grinding.
Keep the form. Who is the team to beat here at PGL Astana? Which is the team that you think is the biggest threat to you lifting the trophy?
Biggest opponent?
Biggest opponent.
Maybe Spirit right now. We beat Na'Vi, and that show we can beat Na'Vi, so maybe the hard opponent is now Spirit.
You played Na'Vi 4 times this year now. Yeah. Are they the most familiar opponent for you? Are they the most comfortable?
I don't think so. They're just individually very good. That's not a match for us, but yeah, we just managed to win them. Yeah.
Mzinho, congratulations going through to the playoffs. Thank you also for chatting to us. We're going to break down that victory, and we're going to send Mzinho on his way. If you are watching, of course, the Mongols have just gone 3-0, meaning they are making their way to the playoffs, taking down Na'Vi in spectacular style. Let's talk about what the Mongols were doing right in that matchup. Janko, for you, when you took a look at all of that, what allowed them, if you like, to get the victory?
I mean, they're at their most dangerous when they're playing from ahead, right? Because when they start playing with confidence and go for some of those aggressive moves, they're already fearless to begin with. But when they hit that state, it's very hard to stop, because you might stop them at the point of attack first time, but there's always a reaction on the other side. Like, just requires you to really be on point across the board. And, you know, the Na'Vi players just weren't up to it today.
And no one on the Mongols is afraid of taking a fight that might be seen as fundamentally bad. Even if a fight is untradeable or a death is untradeable, the Mongols will so frequently just peek you because they think they have an advantageous duel for themselves as an individual. So even if you're Na'Vi, you're going through the motions of constructing a round and you think, okay, we just killed a guy, we're in the clear right now, the sole defender on a bomb site will just swing you, and you're like, well, why didn't he buy time? Why didn't he wait?
And this is a great example of just the aggression, right? 9-10, best spawn, gets the first kill, just keeps running for Cat. Connector is in smoke. There's no utility in Connector. He doesn't care. He knows he killed the Opper, right? He's just going for it, finds JL as well. I mean, he's deep Cat at 130, 135, sort of holding B. Senzu walking out the A bomb side, fights a bit unsuspecting. His teammate was on Tetris. I mean, this is just like running around, you know, this is just free-for-all.
And this is a round, though, where we see it from the Mongols in a group stage. We're not seeing that in the playoffs, okay? They tend to not do these kinds of ridiculous, over-the-top, individually focused rounds, because if they lose that, then they're all shaking. They're all worried. But when they're playing from ahead, when they know that they have so many rounds in their back pocket, and they have the confidence of a group stage, then they just play a different way. So it's really... The Mongols themselves, I think they're one of the toughest teams to beat in these kinds of circumstances.
And I don't know what they need to do to Senzu. Maybe like they can find some ayahuasca or something, send him down some trip, right? Try to play with his mind.
The chance that hurts him is much higher than it helps him.
To think in the arena that he's in the studio, right? Because this is what we talked about the whole tournament long, right? Like, no surprises here. Yeah, sure, Na'Vi, you know, necessarily expect them to beat them 2-0 or whatever, but you expect Mongols to be in the playoffs, and it's now what's going to happen there, right? They're the 3-0 team, so they'll get someone from the 3-2 bracket, right? Which, you know, supposedly should be one of the weaker sides. Like, that's where you can't have it happen again, like it did in Cluj, where just can't go any further than the first round.
So there you go. The Mongols have made the playoffs, and as Janko said, that's when the question marks are going to start appearing. How are they going to do on the big stage? Some question marks over Navi's head now as they drop into that 3-2 bracket as well. We are going to find out who is joining the Mongols in the playoffs. Will it be Spirit or Astralis? Quick break, and then we'll jump into that game to find out.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to PGL Astana. Quick update if you are curious about the G2 M80 game. They are on the decider map, and I do believe G2 is currently in the lead. But you want to focus in here now, because this is one of those games that's going to determine who is going to the playoffs. It is Spirit versus Astralis. Now, gents, here's the thing. With Spirit, the expectation coming into this is that they are in the playoffs, if not the finals. I'm curious, at the start of PGL Astana, what were your expectations for Astralis?
I would have had them as a 3-2 team. Maybe a victory in the quarterfinals if, say, like, a Pain snuck through and it ended up being their opponent. But against what I would consider the top 4 or 5 teams here, I didn't think they had a great chance. So far, their run has been a little bit on the lighter side in terms of opposition. So this is a great chance to see a real test for the new look HOTU Astralis.
Yeah, exactly. This is where, you know, you played against 2 Brazilian teams. They can't get any easier than that. So we'll see how they fare this time around against Team Spirit. I did like, though, that despite the opposition, we saw some good individual performances as well from the likes of Stone and Device. And those are the 2 main guys. I mean, in the Cadian lineup of Astralis, it's like they weren't even the 2 best players. It felt like it was more Stair and Yabi who, you know, in those few good games that they did have were the standout players. And that just doesn't seem, you know, feasible with the way the team is formed. Like, you need Stone and Device to play well. They're in such key positions. They're in so many crucial situations. And it's a good sign for Astralis early on that they got going in this tournament.
Has HOTU realistically had enough time with this lineup to put together something that can challenge one of the best teams in the world?
No, expecting an IGL to just completely reshape a team that was struggling is too tall of an order, even for the Giga Chad himself. He does look like he has changed their CT sides up a more drastic amount. The T sides, I feel like he's probably still integrating their system, working with the system that they had in the past, but he's got a fresh haircut. He actually has been fragging out as an individual too, and so I know Richard right now is probably watching this game, attempting to hate, but there's only so much you can hate on. Exactly,
and I think also just stylistically fits a lot better into the team. I mean, goes without saying, right? They had to have an upper play on the rifle, and HOTU is just doing what he's used to doing. And I think also not to be underestimated is on the T side, right? Like, HOTU is definitely not scared to go first, right? And create space for his players. And I don't think it's a surprise that, you know, it's now that Stone has been playing better that he has someone who's able to create that space for him as well.
I don't know if either of you can actually answer this question, but why the hell did they not go with HOTU first? It was the obvious choice before Cadian, surely.
Because Astralis, in the last 3 years, has been a slew of errors in consecutive order.
Because they hired Heroic Sports Director to be their sports director, and he just started bringing Heroic players over.
Also true.
That was his strategy.
That's also true, yeah, completely.
I said it, don't hire Caspers anymore.
No more Caspers. There we go.
With a K.
They're ghosts. They're ghosts.
Let's talk about Spirit, though. I mean, they've come into this. They look really good. They look strong. Donk's doing donk things. What can you even say about them after what we've seen? I mean, they've just done exactly what's expected of them, really, Maui.
It would be great for Spirit to get a trophy here. That's really it. For me, this whole tournament is Spirit, trophy, or bust. If you don't actually win the grand finals, then I feel like you're going to leave this one assuming that this is a failure, because you won the Blast Bounty at the start of the season. You've had some semi-final finishes, some less than stellar performances, and we wanted to see a revamped Spirit. They took a month off from competition. They came back into the fray, and that should be a renewal for them in terms of getting their mindset right and at least having some new tactical depth.
I think people underestimate how disappointing Copenhagen was for them, because you have to remember the game against Falcons, that's the day 2 of the tournament. Falcons just 2 days removed from being in Australia, right? And they're able to sort of grind out the game on the 3rd map. It was the last series of the day 2. It's like, if you can't close out that game at that moment, you know, you've had a month off, sure, there's going to be some ring rust, but you finally had time to change your playbook a little bit, upgrade some things. I think Spirit definitely needed to have a deeper run in that tournament, and that's why I agree with Maui here that it really is the trophy or bust, because going into the tail end of the season, going into the major, you need that confidence boost as well. Not to mention everything that's going on around the team, right? With the rumors of Kyusuke going to Falcons, so he's not going to be available for an upgrade. If you flounder, what changes are you going to make? Who are you going to get? Things become a lot more complicated.
I had a chance to ask Maui about this early on because we had the Spirit game, but Yanko, I'd love for you to weigh in, because the way that I read the Kyusuke move is that Spirit is so confident in the lineup that we currently see that they are willing to give away a potential star to a rival. That was kind of how I read it. And then I worry, should they be that confident?
or they're not convinced by him. They're not convinced that he's going to be a star, right? Either that, or they just put way too much focus on the roles themselves, and I don't know what not. But I think that's a, conversation to be had down the line, depending on how their results end up.
Let's take a look at the veto now. How do you think this is going to play out?
I'm still learning about the new HOOXi Astralis veto, but they go with their perma ban. This has been the ban of the core. Spirit, they love to pick Dust 2. They love to pick Nuke. I feel like if they just want to move on to the playoffs and not worry about anything, they should go with Dust 2. They do, as a matter of fact. Astralis, they've gone for Ancient. That blew up in their face against ODDIK, but they actually go back to the well. I'm a little bit concerned about that because versus ODDIK, it was so bad. We'll get there when we do, but for Decider here, I'm not really entirely sure, again, because of what Astralis, I'm learning about them still, but we go to Nuke, and I'm going to say, Yanko, I feel like this is already extremely Spirit favored. They got 2 of their favorite maps in D2 and Nuke.
Yeah, absolutely, and there are no slouches on Ancient either. That was one of their go-to maps when they were breaking through, and that's the problem also with Spirit banning Inferno. That's where Astralis had some good results with this particular lineup. I was thinking maybe they will just straight up pick Nuke because that's another map that they've played, but being a little bit worried about what Spirit has in store there, deciding to go for Ancient.
On Dust 2, how do you beat Spirit if you do not have the firepower of Vitality or Falcons?
Funnily enough, I almost feel like the old version of Astralis had a better chance, because the only way I see you do it is double opping. I don't think a regular CT side with 4 rifles and device on the op is going to be enough for them. And with Cadian gone, I don't really know who. I guess Stown would become the secondary opper for this team, but just get that up and running as fast as humanly possible, because if they just are going to play rifle v rifle versus Donk versus Zontix versus Magix, that is a force that, if it's swinging off Cat, you're just not going to stop them easily.
And people have had success also with, utility, harassing with the HEs, trying to find good timings for it as well. So we'll see if that's the approach from Astralis. Obviously, you need a strong economy to be able to pull that off. I'm going to keep my eyes on Shiro too, because I could see a little bit in Copenhagen. He was trying to be more aggressive with the op, alleviate some of that pressure from Donk. So I want to see if that keeps on in this tournament as well.
We did see a little bit of that aggression coming out from him the last 2 days, and I really liked what we were seeing.
In 2023, I would have said that Shiro is the easiest elite opper to push off of an angle with utility. A flash would send him packing. Like, he'd just sprint away, and he would even just go for the save after a molly lands at his feet. Now, he's trying to fight through utility so much more. On a map like Dust 2, I feel like it's going to be a slightly less of a factor than, say, a map like Ancient, where he's going to be holding some tighter and more forward angles. But he's actually been getting into the fray more often. They're definitely using him as a new entry point to try to puncture defenses. So it's just another new option for Chopper in some of these rounds.
I think the point with that is, he's not supposed to be Monacy. He doesn't need to be, as aggressive as someone like Ultimate or whoever is your pick for that department. You just need to do it sometimes so the other team is afraid of it, right? Because now you just know he's going to be sitting somewhere full passive. You don't need to use extra utility to flash him off angles that he never holds. So yeah, that's why you want to see him be a little bit more aggressive.
It's HOOXi's Astralis up against Spirit.
Yes, it is. Let's get right into it. We're not going to delay any further. Astralis versus Spirit. It's the first map of the best of 3 here. Final series of the day, at least here on the A stream. This was a B stream, guys, so check it out. Spirit, they're going to be starting on the T side, and it'll be Astralis on the CT side, and already smoke going down towards the middle. Now, I'll say this for Spirit. They love a B split on this one, so let's see what they end up with. There is even the Molotov there on Donk, which could be used to clear out Catwalk. And I would say Spirit's really, if you had to sum all of their Dust 2 up on this map, they are the masters of hiding, whether or not it's a beast split or a catwalk execute. You just never know, and it's so frustrating to watch.
And Astralis, I think, doing a smart thing here, just gambling. If you are to try to find information, honestly, I think you do risk just dying or getting overwhelmed. So I think the gamble here is highly justified. Okay, now we got the B split smoke. They're in CT spawn. And the Molotov to prevent a run on through. Although it's kind of missed here. And HOOXi finding one through the smoke. That's a big win. Now, big pressure on Team Spirit to make these kills happen in the site. Don't check for Yabby, though. Yabby's out in the backside, able to get so much damage, buying more time. That's crazy. Yabby with the value, with the USP. And now it's a 4v2 retake for Astralis.
Swing wide, here is Donk. He's going to go straight down. Magix dies at the back as well at the same time. Yabby just absolutely saving Astralis from what otherwise was a very, well-timed, good execute coming out there from Spirit. They pretty much did the B-split, and yeah, HOOXi's kill, it slows them down, but it's actually not like necessarily a big deal to begin with. I think Spirit will take, if they could just start like this, they would every time and win the round. But this is something else.
It really is crazy because you don't, again, Astralis stacked the A side, so they're not necessarily expecting to win the round when there's the B play. So either way, really, really comfortable. It feels so horrendous when you lose that pistol on the CT side of Dust 2, and Astralis already, I'm not sure they're not consciously thinking about it, but they're not. You don't feel good playing up against Team Spirit on Dust 2.
I know, it's a bizarre sort of fact about Spirit as well. Everybody knows how good they are. Everyone knows they're so hard to take down, but the problem is most teams don't have a good map pool against them anywhere else, so they end up playing Dust 2 an enormous amount. Even if normally you say, oh, why don't people ban out Dust 2 against Spirit? Well, it's because it doesn't get any easier anywhere else either, at least for most teams, so it's just not a good time. Donk on the scout, which I guess is kind of interesting. They do also have Shiro with a couple of flashes. So they could, set something up, maybe, if they get the right opening here. But really, it should be Astralis making their way through this round, hopefully without too much of an issue.
Yeah. Back up for Stare with Device. Otherwise, you'd be a bit worried being that close to the doors with the M4. But Device can help. Right now, Astralis are doing a great job, Anders, just sort of herding Team Spirit, just blocking off each entrance without committing to fights.
Yeah, Yabby's going to call it out, saying that I've been spotted back here. He's got some backup himself. Nice shot from Donk, Device, and Stare now showing up. So trying to keep it cool here. It's very well done. Donk will do some more damage. Ooh, he's back in. He's lightning fast. All right. Get an AWP on this guy for whatever reason if you can. That would be a lot of fun to see. He's going to get one more kill. Pulls out the pistol. He's still got 2 bullets. Imagine if he hit that no-scope to kill Stare, because it would have. He was low enough that there was an opportunity for Donk to essentially just send Astralis. They might just quit the tournament if they lost that round. It might just be all over.
I think everyone watching, you just see it happening as after Donk is just basically hitting every single shot. So that's pretty scary. And again, we talk always about it, just the, keeping that integrity of the CT economy is huge. And Astralis did a great job at doing that. We didn't see any silly fights. We just saw, okay, we're going to try to just make sure that we know where you're going so that we have all of the guns pointed at the choke point, because they have to go together. They only win the round if they get the integrity of numbers. Swarming players, that's how you mitigate having a gun disadvantage. And so Astralis played it perfectly, but just the ever danger of Donk.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that very likely will continue to be a theme throughout the broadcast here, is we're going to have to say, yeah, but Donk, yeah, he showed up once again. Matt, just pause for a second here. It does give me an opportunity to discuss something else, which there are so many cool things about Spirit. I'm not even necessarily a big fan of Dust 2 as a map, but Spirit is one of those teams that do make it look really, really interesting. And one of the fun things they'll do is they'll throw 2 smokes in the middle. So one is the smoke that we saw on the pistol round for blocking CT spawn, but they throw one on the other side towards the B-bomb side. So they basically smoked off both sides of the middle. And then there's a lot of different plays to make around that. But one of the things they'll do is sometimes they'll either get Suntix or Chopper to basically sneak into CT spawn. And they actually turn it into an A split through CT spawn. And then the other thing they'll do is they'll actually just sort of have somebody waiting there. So when the CTs try and retake middle, they got a couple of players waiting because the CTs often will flash their way into that one. So, wow, we've got
the mouse doctor out here.
Mouse surgery.
I know it was interesting because he's like staring into the sensor, and I'm like, what do you see? what are you seeing by staring into the sensor? Like, what kind of vision do you have to be able to detect the problem by staring into the sensor?
I don't know I did our producer says the ball, which that's an instant age giveaway.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I appreciate that.
I remember cleaning out those things because they've got like there's 4 little rollers inside. You can like clean the dirt out of them, but that's kind of just it's basically just your own skin that you're cleaning out of it. So it's kind of gross, to be honest.
But it was a good feeling when I worked there. You're like, oh,
yeah, it feels good now. Yeah.
I feel like the whole having like dog hair or cat hair in the sensor. I feel like that's not an issue anymore. I don't know if sensors just somehow got better at mitigating because I feel like that all like in the early like laser mice, like anything that got in there and like the whole thing was kind of off.
Yeah, especially the laser ones. Yeah, the opticals are much better in that regard. But you can there's like certain tricks. Like if you have I know with certain mice, I forget which ones. I don't want to say a brand just in case I'm wrong. But like you'd have to like put some tape if you wanted to like change the lift-off distance. You'd have to like put some tape on like 1/2 of the sensor, and then you can kind of like adjust the lift-off distance because the default was just like unmanageable. It's like too high, the lift-off distance for most people.
That's a level of try-harding that I just can't imagine ever getting to.
You just buy a different mouse.
I just sit down to play. Why go through all of that?
Yeah.
But I guess if you're if you get a high enough skill level, maybe you start to care about this kind of things. I'm happy if I can just shoot people at all level, Just don't
Maybe if you had a better mouse, you could do it.
That might be the thing that's been holding me back this whole time. Here we go. The mice have all been repaired. We're back online. Round number 3. Let's see what Spirit do. It's, in a way, a lot of it is so one-dimensional with Spirit too, because they do love those catwalk executes, but for Astralis, this is more how I like it. Aggressive at the beginning. Donk sees it coming though, and he will get rid of the one. Shocking that he didn't get the second one. Sontics is there to take on over. So 2-for-1 trade, which will be favoring the Spirit side, and they have plenty of time to decide what to do from here. Astralis though, I would almost wish that they would all group up. I actually hate the fact that they're spread out.
It's tough because of the way that those 2 players are lost. I think if they try to move now, either way, Device by car, how many can he get? 2 kills, that's actually fantastic. And Stone in position for the assist, but the bomb is down by car, so Device is going to be holding that one. He's basically in a 1v1 here. HOTU is too far away as Shiro makes his way forward through the window. The Molotov, he knows precisely where to, or does he? Does he realize how perfect that was? Oh my god, it was so perfect. Device is dead, and the bomb is in the hands now of Shiro.
HOTU left to walk up through the middle here. Smoke is really well timed. HOTU, oh, he's trying to go through it. He's trying to outplay himself at this point. And HOTU was right there. If he would have crossed, there was a chance at least to try and, fake out the bomb or whatever it was. By the way, I would not be surprised if we get the replay of how Device died, if he stops to take the fight at window. I think he could have run out of the fire and lived, but there's a chance that he might have said, I'm going to die probably anyway, so I'm just going to stop and wait for somebody to peek me and hope that, I at least get the kill as well, even if I die. This is huge. Device, it's another classic scenario where they pretend to clear the corner, but they don't.
Yeah.
On the Spirit side.
And it's really hard to get those types of multi-kills with the M4A1S, I would say, as well. So, big ups Device. Yeah, that is Shiro on the scout. The assassin. The calm assassin.
Oh, don't give it up this early, Astralis. You've won the hard round. That last one, that was probably should have been the round where Astralis kind of lose the money. But if they end up giving up this round, it's going to be pretty devastating. Double smoke here. Oh, timing is very nice. But they do have the smokes to set up the wall, which is just all they want to do. You could already see they're ready for it. So classic grenades on catwalk. Deep spray down. It's down, I think. It's already so much damage that this round should pretty much be under control of the stage. Donk will find a kill. He's just up. He's just standing out in the open saying, if anyone wants to come, I'm definitely ready to fight it. This Device picking up a quad kill, and they don't allow for the bomb plant. And even more importantly, I think Astralis actually survived with 4 members alive.
Yeah, Device up to 9 kills right now. So it's the start that you want to see out of the Danes. But now Shiro picks up the AWP. And I'm curious how that's going to perform here. Against Device, we talk about the AWP battles, and I feel like on Dust 2 especially, it's really the map. It's the map to think about that.
Maybe Spirit can't know too much about how exactly Astralis have set up, but...
Whoa!
Well then, that's pretty nice. I think one potential weakness that surely Spirit want to test here is HOTU out long. Like, why wouldn't you want to try and do that?
Yes.
Well, this time, they're pushing middle. Device just leaving with a grenade. It's kind of bold, but annoying nonetheless.
And this is what the devs were talking about as well, just like showing the aggression is really important. We saw that from the very first gun round with the push lower dark with 2. So this just, as Janko was saying, forces the Ts to respect that, use extra util to be cognizant of it. At slower pace is also necessary to reduce risk.
Pretty much the default setup here. They've cleared it out. On the catwalk side, this is what they do. Nice flash into the middle. Chopper trying to lead the charge there. Another incendiary landing. That's for the CT side to slow down any push towards catwalk. Again, they are setting up for it. And once again, like I said, it's so hard to know what the next step here. But this is what Spirit do. They're going to throw this smoke as to pretending like it's a B split, but they do that no matter what. I feel like so many rounds for Spirit, they just do it, and then that doesn't tell you anything. And they do it with the catwalk stuff. It looks like it is going to be catwalk. I would say 85%, but I'm still never really sure with them, to be perfectly honest. 35 seconds here, and they are setting up rather nicely. Just one player at the corner in Device with the AWP, and that smoke is making his life very, very hard at the moment. Now they are fully committed to it. 25 seconds and a missed shot. He did get some damage in, but the bomb plant should be following.
Yeah, the 2 smokes there to creep and set up that util is just devastating. And I think this is going to be a very hard situation for Astralis here. They don't have any retake utility whatsoever, so this feels hopeless, but we'll see if they can maybe extract some kind of value, make an argument at least. They are going for this one. Closing in on Team Spirit, playing from sight and cat. Another kill there for Magix. Good trade, though, coming in from HOTU. They progress, scaling there, but too many men up on the catwalk position. Storm's going to have to fall off. That's all they could do to get a few kills, but I think, Anders, this means that Astralis can't just play passive for the cat control.
Yeah, I mean, that is ultimately what sort of leads to this whole scenario. I'm surprised they went for the retake in the 4v5. I actually genuinely don't think that was ever really going to work. They don't think they had the kit, don't think they had the utility for it either.
Yeah, with no util, I agree with you.
And also just if you take into account the fact that they didn't have any money left on the CT side here, they're going to save the AWP, but they don't have a lot of cash, so it's sort of you're putting your team in a potentially tough position. But yeah, I mean, this is the challenge with Spirit all the time, is if you play forward, they usually are slow enough that their default is good enough that they're going to catch you a lot of the time, and if you play more slowly, then you get pushed back, and you never really know.
And oh, so close for Device. And indeed, the consideration of you want to hold onto your util as a CTs, but then that opens you up to like fast plays later from Team Spirit, where they can exploit that. So it is an interesting balance. And right now, Astralis not looking like they're too interested in having a challenge for deeper cap position, because he Device on a more passive angle. But at the same time, will this just get smoked off again? He's always going a bit deeper to see what he can find. There's that same smoke, and Anders, I think this is what you're talking about.
Yeah, this time it's the B-split version of it though. So Device is calling it out, saying, all right, they've thrown the initial smoke, but he really wants to know. He has to get the information, which is why he's pushing this way. It's really smart. Chopper's really going to get the jump down and shoots down in the back as this is all happening. Flash is there to be set it up. It's down. There we go. That's a good kill for Chopper, even if he ends up getting traded. Flank from HOTU coming out long. That has slowed them down. 35 seconds. That's the bomb here running back for the middle. HOTU, he's so efficient in slowing them. And now a 3 versus 3, which 27 seconds. Spirit, they might have fumbled a little bit in this round, and also being pushed by HOTU so much that they weren't ready. Device to take down Magix, and it is Sontix and Shiro. Not a lot of time. Mid-air as he catches Sontix, and Shiro will have to walk away from this round. Astralis very proactive to shut this down. I'm actually really surprised by this. I don't normally see, this is the sort of stuff that's so hard to do against Spirit. It's one of the reasons why they're so hard to stop is that normally you don't get away with these kind of plays.
Yeah, and like you say, you know, the Astralis seem as aware as, you know, as you were describing precisely, like the main dynamic of how Cat is played by Team Spirit, where Device is looking for the info, and this delay from HOTU, even if he didn't get the kills, just the mere delay staying alive was so huge. And the fact that, again, Device had that timing for the info, that then there's a stoppage on the scaling through mid doors, so they can't actually scale through mid doors, so they're just stuck. Just absolutely brilliant. And Anders, this feels like Team Spirit have to reevaluate how they might run this Cat control.
Yeah, but you gotta wonder if, you know, again, the long plays are contingent on the fact that you're actually getting the long spawns a lot of the time. So unless they do that, some of the options here are slowly being taken away from them as well. It's really interesting. HOTU timing there. Those long pushes are exceptionally hard to get down perfect. I'm going to be running towards upper dark position, but you know there's going to be an early incendiary down. Smoke actually being thrown in as well. You see it bouncing down here that goes through the ceiling. So it makes it very, very hard to push through on the T side. Okay, lurk smoke set up now for Spirit. So it's trying to create a bit of a platform for them to flush out through. Be doing the best they can to bait them in the stair if anyone wants to show up. Yeah, it looks like it just will be a B execute. Trying to push while the reload's happening. Actually, Suntic shooting straight into the sky. He thought the stair might have been there. It's a lot of pressure. This might actually work out. Very low on health, and Donk with the double opening to get them back into the bomb site.
Oof, and Device has the orb. Not really the best weapon to retake the B site with. And their economy absolutely sucks, Astralis. So yeah, they're out. They are out. Interesting stuff. Okay, so Spirit will pick up another round.
It's a funny situation because Gabby's spraying through the smoke is just to try and lure somebody in, and that's what happened. So they actually get what they wanted, Astralis. It was just, unfortunately, still too much to handle. And I think, shout out to Sontix, I think kind of showing what it means to be an entry sometimes, because even if he didn't get the kill, he managed to run so deep in that all of their crosshairs in fighting him are so far away. Like, they're all focused on, like, they've got their backs turned to the rest of Spirit, and maybe worse to Donk. So even with no kills, just getting deep enough in, and the lurk smoke also allows him to do that. So it's a very nice setup.
It reminds me of, again, maybe dating my Counter-Strike self a little bit, where we had JW, and that was all fun. Also just like bunny hopping backwards into sites.
People are... man. It's interesting you bring it up, because it is a thing that people do, not so much with the bunny hopping, but they will actually they will backpedal in with the first guy who has his back turned and is looking down. It's super hard to hit those people. That is a thing that is done every once in a while, although I haven't seen it necessarily with these teams.
And the movement it doesn't feel like it's good to like execute that. I feel like maybe in CS2 as much. At least the bunny hopping backwards.
That's not, we've lost
that one.
We've lost some things. Although, I'm still not sure if it's done for the better in terms of trying to represent the game for new players. Might be hard to explain what's happening with the bunny hopping thing, but it is fun. Smoke out long for the CT side, so they're going to try and slow this down. Shiro is holding this one. Looking for a timing. Gonna give up the kill. There's a lot of people out on long for Astralis at the moment, so they're investing time and resources into clearing this part of the map. They might still be in a good position to stop any kind of a catwalk play. Donk runs in there, but Device ready and waiting, and now they probably will just turn it into a split. I don't see why they would want to go into the AWP or Device here. They've thrown the smokes down towards CT spawn. In fact, I think they've thrown double smoke into the middle here. A little bit too much. Sontix goes down. A bit of confusion on the Spirit side. They did get the kill up on the A-bomb side, but still, 4 versus 3 here. HOTU pretty quick with the flank. Shiro gets dropped before he had a chance to fire that rifle. And even with the bomb plant right now, Chopper and Magic's in a lot of trouble. Just one player left to try and clutch it all against the 4 members of Astralis that are going to be coming in. They've already thrown all the grenades here. Another HE landing. I haven't really touched him yet, but as soon as they figure out where he is, they should surely be able to collapse. Bit of a peek there, and nearly a free kill to start with, but it's just way too much. Nice retake, and generally a very good round out of Astralis, but I must also say confusing one for Spirit.
Yeah, that was really interesting, because I was wondering when Donk was so far ahead of his team, if that was sort of a weird fake. And it was actually the case that after you see nothing, no trade frag, like nobody after like 5 seconds, okay, where's the rest of the team? They abandon the A site, which actually makes sense.
Yeah.
But then it almost helped their retake so much. It's so bizarre.
Also, if you think about the positions that Astralis are holding, they kill Down, that was Donk getting the kill. Then Device gets the refrag. They know that HOTU is going to be long, so they must know that there would have been 3 people at the A bomb site. So that's why I thought the instant B split would have made sense.
Yeah,
but because if that was HOTU they killed there, they might think Device is the only player left. That could have been possible, right? If it was HOTU instead. But that's all in the past now.
Yes.
Woo. That was awkward. 6-2.
Yeah, it's a great start for Astralis so far against Team Spirit.
Denmark's back, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit definitely, one of the favorites in the tournament for sure.
Oh my.
And maybe that's one of the reasons. Great shot from Shiro. That's painful. 4v5 with the 1 minute 40 for the T's to play it. So, man, that's so close.
Sick idea. Very deep nade landing on Sontix. I do want to point out that Spirit are relying on this single smoke in the doorway, which allows Astralis to blow open the smoke. Oh. Some other teams now, we saw one of them already, they will double smoke middle, like one in door and one on the Xbox, so that the CTs can never blow both open. But Spirit are vulnerable to this kind of a play for Astralis, so we'll see if that becomes more of a factor in the future. Good damage. This is a 4-on-5, but some of these Spirit members are a little bit tacked up. There's the double smoke in middle. Device gonna play around here. Nobody's really pushing it for the Spirit side. They want to make it another catwalk attack, and they're all in on this one. Smoke gets set up, but HOTU's there for the headshot with a stolen AK. He's taken out Donk. What a show. HOTU defeating Donk. Nobody saw that coming. 4 versus 3, but again, a tough choice here for Astralis. If they lose this, they don't have a lot of money.
And there we go. There's the save. They want to be frugal. Love to see the boosts.
Look at the scoreboard as well for the Spirits. I Donk with 10 kills. It's like 4-4-1-2. That's just nice, You're up there in the fresh air.
Yeah, it feels good.
Wind in your hair.
You just feel important when you're boosted like this.
That's what you get out of it?
Yeah, man. It's like, oh, it's so important.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard, Dan. Can you guys boost me so I feel good?
Yeah.
I actually don't even need the boost. Like, I'm not going to try and get any kills. I just really want to be up on somebody's shoulders.
Validate me. Okay, well, 6-3. Spirit, starting to fight back with that one. And interesting territory again, because there is a chance for Spirit to maybe get some momentum. If they're able to win this one, obviously guns were saved, but the money's still not good. It's just so expensive to play the CT side.
Still, to be honest. Wow, I was confused. That, for some reason, that did not sound like an AK in my ears. I was...
So it's an auto sniper or something?
I genuinely thought that, but I'm just obviously confused, so just pay no attention. Just don't listen to anything I say. The fact that it's 6-3, I think is impressive.
Yes. Astralis have played super well and shown a great understanding of Spirit's style and have clearly come in prepared to this game, so props on that.
This is different. I've not seen this very often. You could tell there was an opportunity for that to work, but I think Donk spotted it out. Yeah, he's not afraid. He wants to hunt them down. Forward position here for Chopper. And we'll see. Flash around the corner, but yeah, he wants to play here for the mid retake. He's sort of hoping that someone's going to be a little bit too aggressive. There's the smoke on the other side, so yeah, he's going to sneak through CT spawn again. This is a Spirit classic. I mentioned it earlier. And they know Yabi. He's trying to catch Chopper. He knows exactly what's coming. Sontix is there with him, and he almost gets caught, but not quite. Stairs still gets the kill, but do they realize Chopper is also here? is already close to the corner. They've wiped out the bomb site. I mean, they might not even care whether Chopper is there or not. It's going to be a bomb plant, and it could be another potential save coming out here for Astralis. Unless they get a very fast kill, it might not be worth it.
They just don't have the position for this. Don't have the util for this. There's so much ground to cover as well. Quick flash in, though. Looks like they're going to give it a go, but HOTU gets decapitated. And that's going to be the remainder of Astralis saving their guns. Great cat plant play from Spirit. They're so tricky on this T side.
Down. I do like that. Get rid of all the guns if you can. It would be interesting to see how close Yabi actually was to catching Chopper, because it's very obvious Yabi knows. And again, some credit to Astralis for actually having the research done to know what those two smokes mean and what the potential danger is. Like, it's very obvious he did. If he'd won the fight against Suntix straight up, it would have been a super different round. And if you'd caught Chopper to begin with, it could have been very different. But it is just a Spirit classic.
It is great when you see you have a clear sense of the prep of the team.
Yeah. God damn. Magic's doing work.
And this is also the burden too. If you are Spirit, if you're one of the top teams in the world, you are expected to be run into in a tournament. You have to be looked at as a team that needs to be beaten, and your team has to do it. So you got to have answers prepared. Can't do that with every team. As we look at the boost, will it get value? Lots of boosts. Boost tech from Astralis today.
I'd be so shocked if they peeked that without the flash. Now, I think they actually threw a flashbang that wouldn't have flashed anyone, so you can throw one that's definitely more impressive, or you can just get flashed in from middle. Their teammates dead, so doesn't matter in this particular instance. There's no reason not to do that. Did that actually spread up on the high ground?
I do like this, by the way, from Astralis, just because, sometimes a T side, if they're not given anything on a anti-eco, they do actually start to run the clock down too much, and it creates a spot where things get awkward. But look at the timing, once again, that HOTU has found with the long push. Seems to have a read for this. Catches one in the back with the 5-7. Can't finish it off just yet. This is going to be interesting. Yabi, can he find a headshot? Oh, that's unfortunate. And that's the site now gone.
Yeah, but still, you're not wrong. We're actually finding some of these timings. So often when you're doing those pushes, it's too early or it's too late. And finding the moment where, if he would have had that shot, it could have distracted a bit from the actual B-execute. Who knows what could have happened.
Yeah. And the threat becomes he can go and get that gun. Someone needs to try to hold so he doesn't steal the gun, and then there's not as much help on the site. And so it's when it's that domino effect that's the first domino that could, create the problem. So I totally agree.
One of the players to study, if anyone wants to look at timings like that for the pushes, is Rain, who's sometimes very, very good at finding some of those moments, I believe.
I think Rain has to be one of my favorite CS players. Just the longevity of his career, and just the stuff that you can still tell a Rain clip always. Like just over the years, just he has such a specific style with how he shoots and moves. It's just it's great to see.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. I'm one of the few Norwegians who's actually playing Counter-Strike at a high level. So
yeah,
carrying on the torch for the country. Don't know what happened to Norwegian Counter-Strike. It was much better at one time, but fell off the map for a second.
Maybe Norway's just too awesome. Just better things to do.
What, like buy like €100 pizzas or whatever?
Exactly.
Shout out to Norway. Round number 12. Here's the last of the half here.
I love that. The aggressive smoke there on long doors. That creates an interesting dilemma for Spirit. Because if you go into that, you just don't know what's there. So you need util to make it safe. But do you want to invest that util? They've said no. They're giving it up knowingly. And Astralis completely voided the position.
And now they've retreated from long to go back and essentially reclaim Catwalk here. Kind of an interesting fight that's going to be happening in the middle. There are so many players here for Astralis. They want to be aggressive. Like, as soon as the fight happens, they're all going to peek at the same time. There's Stev. Now the push is coming in on the other side. HOTU to run it down. You can see it coming. Once they pull the trigger, there's no reason to slow down, and they do overwhelm Spirit in the middle. This is such a great call for Astralis. Shiro's going to get the kill here. They still have the bomb on the Spirit side. This round is definitely not over yet. There is a way for Spirit to get back into this one. And Astralis, you know, the past version of them, I don't know about this one with HOTU, but these are the kind of rounds they would lose for no reason. HOTU, it's fine to take the peak, just never re-peak that again. Once you know, there's only 38 seconds here, just leave it alone. Get the reinforcements, get the cavalry in here, and make sure you do not lose this one. There we go. Job done. HOTU, I think he lands at 4 at the end here. Absolutely sick first half for him. I've got to be honest, I'm really impressed. 7-5 in favor of Astralis. This is Team Spirit on Dust 2. They are one of the best teams in the world at playing this map. So just an awesome job for Astralis, to be honest.
Yeah, last time I checked, maybe like 2 weeks ago or something, Spirit, there's only like 2 teams, this is before like Rivals started, there's only like 2 teams that had an 80% plus win rate of the round after getting the first pick. It was Vitality that had 3 maps with that, and then the second closest was Spirit, and their map where they had that was Dust 2. And so yeah, they're just very formidable on this map. There's no doubt about it. But again, we remarked upon it. Just the prep is clear, and just also being active on CT Dust 2 is super important. And we saw that time and again from Astralis. Just that very last round, I think, was such a good indication of that. They took the position away, and yeah, there's some gamble because maybe Spirit do decide to re-clear it. Yeah. But in that particular instance, they didn't, and Astralis is already creating another play, and they get ahead of the timings of Spirit. So Spirit's just not ready for this cat push we're seeing on the screen. So it's just so cool to see, Anders, a CT side like Astralis on Dust 2 taking the game into their hands like that.
And still, what would have even happened to Spirit in this first half if not for Donk? He's got 13 kills. That is... What did they just throw? Is that just a decoy? Is it a deep smoke? I think it is a deep smoke landing to block off the plateau. That's interesting. Sontix here. The jump is in. He got gooshed mid-air. Who hit that shot? Do not tell me that was Device. It must have been Jabby. Surely.
I think so.
Okay. Well, either way, the bomb's going to be planted. Chopper is dead as well. And the round is 99% lost here for Spirit. Donk is still alive, so there is always a chance. He's going to get the first kill, hunting down HOTU. He's shooting him in the back as HOTU just kind of lets it go. 3 versus 3. There is a kit on Donk as well, and you can see he's on the warpath, looking for more players to kill. They're fighting in the middle while this is happening. Shiro goes down, but Donk with a headshot, he can run and defuse the bomb right now. They have to come back. They can't get him. Oh, it's a disaster. He's going to win the round while the rest are occupied. Humiliated by Donk as he almost gets the ace after the fact.
That's ridiculous. Oh man, what on earth? How does that work? Donk, what an absolute tyrant. Counter-Strike tyrant.
The reason it works is because they do not expect him to have the kit. In fact, the play for Astralis to push into middle is low-key kind of sick because it's taken away the initiative for the incoming retake. So the theory behind it is great, but yeah, Donk is Donk.
God damn. All right, well that's... Okay, well this gets real interesting at this point. Astralis, they had they've had the lead essentially the whole game, but now we'll see what they can do with these pistols. So far, not really all that much. Quick pop flash in. Turn is easy though. Donk just gets a lot of kills, doesn't he? Really, it's just a thing that he does.
It's certainly one of the things that makes him a decent player to have on your team. I can't believe Donk is going to kill Danish Counter-Strike. We're just making a comeback.
7-7,
yeah. It's so stupid, isn't it? But it is also a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no reason why Astralis should feel bad about this map so far. Obviously, you know, that's a round that sucks to lose, but it's a round that, you know, you're going to lose rounds like that. Lower Dark Aggression from Team Spirit, much like as we saw from Astralis, very early. Obviously, the MP9's on board. You want to get them close if you can. Donk staying out there. Forced back by the smoke. Astralis have Device on the AWP, and they're looking for a late long take now. Just Sontics here. He's not really... I mean, he should commit to a fight with that MP9. He's going to move a little closer for exactly that.
Yeah, you might as well. Get it up in their face if you can. Smokes in the middle. Actually, the double smoke set up for Astralis here, so borrowing a little bit. One of them is blocked. Doesn't maybe make a big difference in this round because it won't be a B-split anyway. Gonna be out long. The flash is in against Sontics. I think he ate the whole thing there. So pushes him back at range. He's still done a remarkable job. Under a minute now. Hooksy's trying to get close. That's such a sick headshot. All right.
That's big.
Hooksy's come to
big.
play. He's got 14 kills.
Yeah, and they've lost sight now in the sense that they've had to drop off, but quickly back up. Astralis didn't get the scale quite in time. Taking their time getting those cross smokes online. Device needs to have a solid round with this AWP now. Stairs very weak. He just needs to get the bomb planted. That's the job. But these positions, one player in Gandalf, that is very dangerous for that bomb plant. It might get stopped. In fact, still holding position. Don coming in from the flank. That's going to be hurt though. Device, the peak, the shot, it connects. And now it's just now down to Device. And that bomb ticking away. Job has been done to get it planted. Now, can Device finish it all? Oh, the goosh! Oh, Anders, I think he hits that shot if he doesn't get gooshed a millisecond before. Oh, we've all been there.
It's very likely. I do kind of... I don't know. He moves forward because he's afraid that the MP9 on the bomb side is just keeping him occupied. Like those couple of shots that go through from Magix is such a sign that I'm just trying to steal your attention. I'm just trying to make you look the other way. So Device moving forward into the fight instead of trying to fall back. It actually does make sense here. Or it's Chopper that was up here. But yeah.
It's a good round from the Spirit. Just they had MP9s mostly. That's kind of crazy.
It is really good. Tech lines all across the board. Can it work?
Oh, wow.
He's just not afraid at all.
He's not, is he? This is not what you would do against pistols. I don't think Astralis expect this.
No, they might not. Even if they do, there's an SMG there to help him out, so he's got some backup, and I mean, he's got the confidence to do this. Hard to criticize. Nice flashes coming through, and Sontics gets run down. Shiro still even half flashed. Gonna get the kill. Picks up stairs. He was trying to get up on top of the box there. I mean, don't even know. For Astralis, hard to do. It's one of those rounds where one more kill, or if they could have pushed Shiro back, it would have been maybe different. But it won't be. Spirit instead up to 9. And the money slightly back in the hands here of Astralis. They're going to have a little bit of work with.
Yeah. And shout outs to PGL to just make sure that the donk cam includes his mouse hand and arm. So you actually get kind of like a mouse cam when we're on donk. I think it's mostly just donk that has that, but there's a lot of nerds out there that appreciate that, myself included.
It is it's very fun to see how the different players approach this kind of a thing. And if you're going to study anyone, you probably would be studying Donk. A lot of grenade damage. Stretched out. Stair takes quite a bit, but it's actually worse on the Spirit side. Some mid control being attempted right now. Donk is here. Going to be playing around to try and see if he could find something. They haven't thrown any smokes yet, which surely is going to be happening at some point. There we go. Smoke in the middle. I was going to say they blow it open, but no, he's going to be cool with it.
Cap control established. Astralis have all the utils still. Oh, damn. Yeah, a couple players getting low. Magic's going forward. Might meet the push if this is the intended desire, which it does look like it will be.
Yeah.
But Storm peeling off to the long for the 4-1 split.
Yeah. The fact that he's there is the real giveaway. Smoke coming up. Magic's very nice position. Ducks for the flashbang. Does get the double spray down. Both of them headshots. Before he dies, there is a bit of suspicion there. They are worried about the long push. Shiro, he's so hard to catch out. The timing might have been good for Stown because they had just lost the entire A-bomb site, so it made sense, I think, to peek there. But now instead, 2 versus 3, crouching in is Yabi, and he can't quite find the kill. Also, now, if he peeks again, it's Donk that's been wheeled out on long. And as we know, he's not going to slow down because he's already made his way halfway up. He's just so hungry to take this fight. Sontic sneaking up through CT spawn. They lose Yabi, and it's just on Device. He's got the Molotov. Actually, if he stays alive, There was a chance they had no smokes. If he fell back and just Molotov the plant, there could have been a way to win this.
I was really shocked that Yabi was like so hungry to fight the AWP on long there in that 2v3. I think the part of the theory is you're in a 2v3, you want to try to get a kill quickly, and you know, you might be expecting that they're going to be moving forward so you can catch them whilst they're running. But at the same time, it looks so crazy. It looks so difficult to do again because you're against Shiro too. So it's really not fun.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't pay off this time, unfortunately. But they probably were in a tough position, pressured, long spawn, and we want to put some pressure on. 3 rounds behind now. Astralis. Look at him sneaking up the middle. Chopper. He sees an opportunity now that there's a bit of a distraction happening, but actually decides he doesn't want to keep that going.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. And okay, well, Storm is going to take down Shiro. Magic is expecting here. 1. How much more can he get in this position? Totally committed. Yabi takes him down. Astralis also committed. Swings coming in from everyone. Donk is hungry for more. And now it's just Sontix in the 1v2 here for Team Spirit. A brawl of a round for Astralis, and they fall off long.
They should. There's so much time, and one of the few things that Sontix would have had as a slight advantage is the fact that he at least knew where they were. Now that's all resets. Sontix also with 4 kills. It's not been the best map for him just yet. Astralis making a long trek across the map through T-spawn. And Sontix, I mean, the best he can probably do is to try and be close enough to a bomb site that he can that he sort of knows where the bomb is and can be a bit more dynamic. He is in the middle of it, so let's see what happens when the bomb actually goes down. Smoke will tell him exactly what he needs to know.
This is a good spot, actually, for Sontix. I think going dark is actually pretty smart. I think there's a good chance that Astralis try to look if they can, like, clear outside site, but that's smoke down. Maybe I'm wrong.
Wait, what just happened?
Oh, okay. So they're trying to be tricky there with that smoke.
I don't think so. I think they wanted to smoke. They wanted to throw the normal CT smoke. I just think they screwed it up. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Sontix with a headshot. Hold on. That could actually backfire. That smoke not being there. Maybe it's opened up a window. Sontix is so close with the spray. Down to a single point of health here. Was down on the other side and trying to see if he could preemptively wallbang him down. Goes for the defuse. Even with the kit, is there actually going to be enough time for it? I'm not so sure, but there is. Down to the second. That's outrageous. I would gamble everything I own on the fact that they wanted to throw the normal CT smoke. Because that goes over the wall and then it lands, sort of falls back in. I can't imagine anything else. That smoke easily is the difference.
Oh, that's painful for Astralis. That 2v1, losing that 2v1 clutch.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts so badly, especially after the start that they had in this series. Or rather, in the first half, it looks so good. That clutch there. Oh, I love it. We're getting the Krieg coming out for a device. Don't get to see that too often in this meta.
No, the Orgs have started to make a bit of a comeback. The Kriegs, definitely not yet. Maybe the Device could be the one to reinvent it.
Yes.
But so flat. They got 7 rounds in the first half, and they still have 7, which means they didn't want anything in the second half.
I was going to say, what does it mean, Anders? You got there.
7 plus 0. It's rough.
Uh-oh. Oopsie. Yeah. All right. He's fine. Okay, will that smoke draw out any additional util? Keep players in place whilst they rotate towards B.
Actually, not a bad round to do a B split in. Shiro is going to be the real obstacle here, but if they can get him to miss even a single shot, then they're going to be right on top of him. Smoke up. Shiro already is going to be able to see it. Won't miss that opportunity. Comes back, and now the backup is there. Chopper will go down. 35 seconds here. And he has to fall back from the window position. He doesn't feel safe any longer. Sontix is still in here. They must know that on the Astralis side, too. Trying to get their way through. Donk has shown up. They waited too long. And Donk got into the fight. A quick double kill for him as he lands on 23. And Yabi could see, wants to find something else. Probably another rifle, too. It's Donk in the window. Just peering in at night while the curtains are only half drawn. Dan, it's you know, it's gruesome. You're there trying to change into your nightwear. It's just talk. I don't know.
Why are you still going, Anders? That's the question. I'm just like, what is
I was trying to see if you would stop me, Dan, but it's good to know that you just, you know,
I will let you.
You're just gonna let me
commit career suicide.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, do it.
12-7. Let's go. Oh, Donk has got 24 kills. You have to appreciate the awesome impact that one player can have.
Yes, it really truly is remarkable. Astralis, they looked so good. But just not quite there here on the second half. HOTU in the mid by Xbox. Donk now. He's looking to add some kills to the tally. How many can he get? 1, 2. There might be more in store for Donk, of course. There is all 4, every single one. 28 health to spare. Who's next? Where's the last one? Give him to Donk, and here it is. Donk looking for the tap. Finish it off. Of course he has to. His teammates, they're not going to allow it, Anders. There's got to be something for them.
I think they are trying.
Oh, are they trying to get it?
They're giving him the opportunity. Yeah, they definitely are. Look at it. Donk trying to be wheeled in. It will be Sontix instead. But that is so absurd. They finally go out long, and it is a variation that they run where Donk is suddenly the long player, because normally he's in middle, and they just weren't expecting it. What a savage beast he is. I need some more words on what Donk can do here from the desk.
We need more descriptive words of Donk, Maui. That's what Anders has requested. Do you have any?
Exceptional, superb, elite. I mean...
More fun? Do you have anything more fun?
He's a whirlwind of bullets that Astralis could not get into the bunker in time for.
Yanko's no fun, so I'm not going to ask him for fun words. We're going to jump straight into discussing exactly what we just saw. Let's go back to the first half. I rate HOTU. I'm going to put some respect on his name. That first half from Astralis looked really good.
The main thing that you could criticize HOTU for, and trust me, people love to do this, is that HOTU couldn't hold his mouse, okay? He was awful mechanically when he was with G2, even when he was on Copenhagen Flames. That was not the case. That's not been the case here at PGL Astana, and I'm liking it because he's adding a little bit of firepower. He definitely had some nice rounds against Pain yesterday. Had a couple here against Spirit where he was able to even defeat Donk in head-to-head duels at times, usually due to positional advantages, but yeah, if you want to give HOTU some credit for Astralis showing up here on Dust 2, it's totally fair.
I think there's definitely one thing you can't deny, and it's his cultural impact, because everything I've done, every single Astralis game since I'm here, is talk about HOTU the whole damn segment, as if he's the only player on the server and 1v5ing every single time. But yeah, I think he is stood his ground well. I think this map was a great sort of example of that Astralis with him is going to need more time before they can really pose a challenge to a squad like Team Spirit, and especially on a map like Dust 2, right? They put up a good fight, had a good start, kept it rolling after the pistol round win in the first half, but then, you know, once a couple of their moves didn't really work out, once Dog got going a little bit more, you could see that they were sort of running out of options at that point.
Let's give, I mean, I know you don't want to keep talking about HOTU, but the reason...
But let's talk about HOTU some more. Yeah, why not?
I like to annoy you sometimes. Astralis, this lineup on paper was meant to be really good, but they looked horrific under Cadian, and they looked sad, and they just didn't play very well, and it feels like they look a little bit more revitalized.
Kind of like Team Liquid before that.
It's surprising that,
I wonder
right?
what's the constant in those scenarios.
We'll have to investigate. We'll have to investigate that a bit more.
Calls.
But they are putting up a little bit more of a fight, and considering who they were going up against, because this is such an incredible team on Dust 2, like, there is positive signs for Astralis if maybe you're looking to, you know, buy an organization.
Well, the first half definitely had some positive signs. The second half, they couldn't get anything going. But that's also the second challenge when you face Spirit, even if you're able to stop a couple of their plays, trying to actually slow down Donk when he's, or at least try to capture Donk when he's on the CT side, try to move away from him. Like in the highlight or the MVP graphic, it showed his heat map, and it's just everywhere. Like, well, the blue dots are in tunnels, they're at long A, they're around CT spawn. He changes his spot nearly every single gun round, and you don't know where he's going unless you're able to predict the spawns. I think that's kind of the next evolution of how to counter an anti-strat Donk. You just have some kind of RNG reader where you're going to know, okay, he's got a long spawn this round, guys, let's go B. other than that, I mean, if he's in the right place, he's going to get a multi-frag.
I think just it shows you that you can't give him even an inch because he's going to take him out. You give him any sort of an opportunity. You don't flash properly. You miss a smoke. He's going to punish you for it. Like, he is the ultimate equalizer in that sense. And yeah, for Astralis, it was just a little bit too tough, especially with some guys struggling a little bit. I mean, Yabi towards that B bomb site, we saw that round when Astralis was 5-1 up and Spirit is on a half buy. They sort of hit B. He throws a defensive smoke, kind of fumbles around it, doesn't really do much, leaves there hanging in dark, and they sort of can't get it done. And Stone, we were praising him for his performance. Had a quiet first map. Looking forward to seeing if he can bounce back on Asian.
We got the Zontex patch now. I mean, let's walk us through this, Maui.
Well, I mean, we see that he's just able to push out through the tunnels, and he just knows that the second player, because he jiggled out from the big box, he just locks him in. I kind of like it when you're the body shot expert and you know that you've done significant nade damage, that he's just going to keep kind of peppering you through the corner of the through the box right there. Zontex has frustrated me in the past when it comes to clutches. Sometimes he plays them too slowly, almost too predictably, but he still has a lot of value in those rounds when he's able to understand what's going on in front of him and he doesn't have to clear 50 angles. So Astralis, they did a lot of things. I mean, they could have done a lot of things better, maybe in post plants in this game, but that was one where I think it was actually more of Zontex's mastery on display.
I'll tell you what, let's not talk about HOOXi. Yanko, tell me who else you liked in Astralis on this map.
I think Device, you know, had another good game, especially on the CT side early on with the rifle as well. He had good kills. And I think for all the CS fans out there, I think they'll just be happy if he can get some of his form back. I don't think you can necessarily expect him to be the player that he was in 2018, 2019 during Astralis's peak years, right? But he's just so good at moving around, repositioning. Like, when people were comparing Shiro to Device in terms of style, I thought that was an insult to Device because he was much more aggressive in some of his positioning. He would really force you to sort of every angle. He is the example of having to use utility to push hoppers off a corner, right? So yeah, I think considering the score in the end, obviously isn't going to matter all too much, but also if you look at where the kills are coming from, kind of shows you how mobile he was able to be.
I'm hyping up Astralis a lot, and I understand that they lost us too, but for an Astralis fan, it's just exciting to see them not suck. So that is why we're kind of going, oh, there's something positive here. Let's talk about the next map, though. Is that going to be positive for them?
Well, so far at this tournament, it wasn't. When they played ODDIK on Ancient, it was kind of a battering. They really couldn't get anything going for themselves. I know that HOOXi can call on this map. I know that Yabi and Stown can actually play this map as well. It was a core map for them when they had Cadian. I would say that their best couple maps were Inferno and Ancient. So the bones of a team that can play it are there. I feel like controlling middle is going to be the difficult part for this one. And I also want to just give a special shout out to Stair, because I feel like Stair, anytime there's any sort of adjustment or shift in any roster with the Astralis, this dude is just having to bite the bullet and play everything. Like on the defense, he's had to swap once again from B to being an A anchor because HOOXi wants to play B. And he's just such a malleable tool. So, and he also knows that he's got comfort knowing he's at least got an extension with them too.
He really is the Swiss Army knife in a way. And on the T side too, he's just so good at harassing the opponent, but you know, without overextending and kind of giving his life away. So yeah, I'm very excited. I was, you know, raving about him that Astralis should pick him up years ago. They did. And people were surprised that they kept him over Buzz, for example, at the time. I think he's definitely proven, you know, the potential that he has. And you can't underestimate a player doing well. Two things. First, in tough roles. Second, when the whole team is struggling and it's sort of half falling apart. Like those are the worst conditions for a player to be in, especially a young up-and-coming player. So I think when you take that into consideration, he's been exceptional.
What do we expect from Spirit on Ancient, though?
I personally expect a 2-0. I mean, I expect them to still win this one, even if Astralis have improved what they've shown us earlier at this event. Donk is still such a formidable force in middle. And yes, like we're singing the praises of Stair and how he's underserved, but sometimes over-delivers. Donk's a guy that is served. He is made to be the star for this team, for Spirit, and he's one of the brightest stars we have in Counter-Strike. So I would be pretty surprised if Astralis are able to get double digits rounds, but I would be pleasantly surprised if they actually do.
Donk is served, but still over-delivers somehow, time and time again, even though he had, you know, a historic year last year, and you're sort of, maybe even it's normal for people to take it for granted, he still awes you when he's on the server and when he's in form, and it's going to be an uphill struggle for Astralis.
Spirit is potentially one step closer to lifting the trophy. What they need to do, though, is beat Astralis on Ancients. We'll find out if they can do that after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Spirit are coming into PGL Astana as one of the clear favorites, but this year hasn't maybe been as successful as what Chopper might want for the whole team. I want to start by asking you, Chopper, how does this year feel for you guys? Like, you're still making very good playoffs and good positions, but it's not the trophy. So how is that for you? How difficult is this time?
I guess it's not good for us, like team, because we want to win a lot of tournaments, but every time we can't do it. I don't know, we have some problems in life or in the server. I don't know how to say.
Yeah.
And now we can't. I guess we can't show our good form because we lose a lot of overtimes, a lot of clutch games, a lot of. We had a lead against Mouse, against Falcons.
Yeah.
We have good games against Vitality, but we can't enter the games, and it's look like we need to do step up for win that games. But I don't know. We try to do it on this tournament, and let's see what's happened on Major.
Do you and Hallie understand, like, when you look back at the games, okay, these are the mistakes we're making? Is it easy to see, or is it such small details that it's hard to fix, kind of thing?
I guess all of us results, it's easy to see what we do, mistake or unlucky moments or bad decision, bad calls from me or something like this. It's easy to see, but we try to fix it, and right now it's on last tournaments it's not work because we try to fix, we play a lot, we watches demos and but something we need to do one more step, but we can do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
We try to do it on this tournament to make to get more confident for major.
And this tournament, you have a great opportunity here because I feel like Spirit are very clear favorites. Do you feel like that in your head?
Yes, of course.
That's it. Just yes, of course. Yeah.
Yes.
I like that mentality. I really like that. How important would it be to win here for you as a leader and for the rest of the team? This is the boost you need.
Yes, of course. I guess it's boost that we need, and it's also it's first tournament where is a lot of our fans here. Our crowd should be fans for us, and it's really good boost for us. And it's also, I guess, some players invite parents for this tournament.
Oh, nice.
Yes, it should be first experience for get a lot of boost from every.
Yeah, some very good emotions.
Yeah,
as well.
very good emotions. Yes, and I think it's really important tournament for us.
Yeah,
like for boost for everyone.
So very positive time. You've got a good mindset coming into it as well. Who do you think is maybe the team that could be your biggest competition here? Because Navi's shape is not so good. Aurora have struggled when they got to playoffs, the same as Mongols. Who do you think is maybe the team that can be the biggest threat to you?
I think Navi, for sure. Yes, and MongolZ also.
Okay.
And Aurora.
So all of them you think?
Yes,
really?
yes, because they have a lot of time for preparation for this tournament also. And I know Navi has bootcamp, Aurora maybe has bootcamp.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and I guess they good preparation for this tournament, and they need this tournament like we are. All of us need this tournament because there is not only we are from top 4, and now no boss like Vitality, and everyone want to take this.
Enjoy it across this whole event, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We are ready. It is the second map that's coming up here in the series between Astralis and Team Spirit, live from Astana. And it will be Astralis starting on the T side, Spirit will be on the CT side, and just a quick interesting thing here that could be a fun factor in the round. Doesn't have to be the case, but Astralis, they really love the B-bomb side in pistol rounds, and the awkward fact is that Spirit really loves stacking 3B in pistol rounds, so maybe Astralis already know this, maybe done the research, but if not, could be a bit of a calamity. Oh, the other thing they do is actually just straight A rushes. That's really the only other thing that I think of. Oh, they're not even doing that, so they're actually playing way outside of their normal style here on Astralis, and that is something that Spirit has seen coming. They're donut. They are so ready for this.
Yeah, they're 4 on A. Interesting. Completely avoiding the B side, and Astralis found it. They found the hole, and they're going straight there. Beautiful, dynamic decision-making from Astralis.
I feel outplayed just watching this. I don't think I've seen anything like this. I'm so happy that they did this. Astralis have completely thrown Spirit through a loop. They were so sure that was going to be a break from middle into donut, or maybe CT spawn and then into the A bomb side. They were not ready for this, and the retake here, I can't imagine a world in which this is going to be working out. Even if Donk is alive, it shouldn't be possible. Flash comes out to slow them down. That bomb is already so far ticked here. They need to run. Magic's getting a good couple of shots off Shiro with the headshot, but it doesn't, I mean, still, they're running out of time right now, Spirit. They get another one. Shiro with a headshot. And they're on that defuse, trying to see if they could find it in the last possible second. Spirit, get the retake. That is beyond absurd.
That's so insane. Oh man, I feel like Astralis have to feel just so bad losing that round. Actually, you know, you just have to buy time. That's all you need, and they couldn't buy enough time.
If they just stood in the corners and unplugged their mice and keyboard, they probably win the round.
Yeah, and it's also so tricky too because it really felt like they had good advantages getting those kills when the Spirit players are coming from spawn. So it actually feels quite unlucky. Either way. Astralis.
Why?
Lots of util going towards the A side. They're going to send it. Ship it. Shove it. Let's go. Zontix. Incendiary, what does it really do? MP9 and the Fatmas will do a good job.
Yeah, bursting them down. I really like this attempt for Astralis, but this wasn't, well, maybe it is. They do get the kill on the Donk as well. Still very low on health here. Stown would probably need another good Deagle headshot like this one to even try to inch towards the bomb plant. Device just 9 bullets here in the tech. 9 hasn't really had the opportunity to reload just yet. Gonna try and find the kill on the Shiro. That's a good job. Who needs more than 9 if you're gonna be able to be that efficient with it? There is still a player in CT spawn, obviously. Magic's hanging around at range. And that's really the key, I think, right now for Spirit. Just stay far away from him. Don't get close enough. Now, even the range might not make a difference. The Eagle's been picked up. 40 seconds. The bomb is not picked up on Device, though. So he has to kind of like play this mind game, and it's a very nice idea, but he will end up going down. Still, it's not a bad round.
It's not a bad round, considering that they lost 2 players on the entry pretty quickly. They do manage to get some kills in there, so keep that economy somewhat honest.
Just a word on the timing there for Astralis. They throw the smokes to block off Donut and CT spawn when they are basically walking onto the A-bomb side. And that's very deliberate to not signal to Spirit what was happening, because you can do it in a different way where you basically throw the smokes from right outside T-spawn, and then they just land a lot faster, but they wanted to be a bit slower with it this time. So that's going to be around reset coming up, I'm assuming. Yes, you hear the typing? Nice. Fair enough. Nobody taking any damage, so it's all good. But it's a good start for Spirit.
Yes, it certainly is.
I would appreciate it if we could get other people than Donk on the Spirit side also playing well, because they do have other good players. If he does overshadow them a little bit sometimes.
True. I respect that take. Well, if we consider the final half of the first map, this is a lot of rounds in a row for Spirit. Astralis, they don't know what it's like to win a round right now.
That's a good point. Crashing out of Dust 2 against Donk and then straight into more losses here. All right, well, we're working on the issues. I do think Ancient is a really fun map to watch. It's one of those maps where every single week there's some new thing that happens. There's some new slight optimization. The whole mid battle in itself is like a constant war between who can play, you know, in front of a smoke, but not into a Molotov. Like there's a sort of like that borderland between those 2 grenades where you can sort of play inside of it. Some teams now have, you know, dedicated 2 people in T-spawn that are throwing in a total like 4 or more flashbangs over the wall for the peak to come in. So it's such an aggressive battle to get mid control. And some teams have just dedicated, you know, players that are insanely good at taking mid. Shout out to Nerds.
Yeah, the evolution is fun to witness. And it's an interesting situation that Astralis are in. Because I have to say, Anders, you know, you can see the prep. Like they look pretty good. It just feels like, you know, Spirit just comes online in such a way that it's pretty demoralizing, but hopefully they're able to be steadfast. I think also having Hooksy in, you know, there is definitely a bit more resiliency when you're getting it's almost like, you know, when you get stuff changing in your team. You know, we talk about the honeymoon period because it kind of is like a bit of a reset in terms of expectations and beliefs about the team. It's like, okay, well, this is a new thing. Yeah. We can just kind of forget about the old stuff. This is we don't even know what we're capable of yet. So you're not stressing out as much.
Yeah, expectations are somewhat reset. Everyone's going to give you some time where they say, "Wow, it's a new IGL. Let's see what happens." I do think this style will fit Device a lot more than the Cadian approach to Counter-Strike, which is pretty eccentric. Incendiary and then the HE, because a lot of people will try and run through the Incendiary. Device politely waiting for it to be gone before he dies. Magic's not so polite. Going to be moving forward, looking for the opportunity here. Nice little burst. Hooksy has done some good damage on the other side, but don't know if he can actually find the kill. I really like Magic's approach to Counter-Strike. I don't know how to explain it, but he's got it's like a certain personality whenever he plays the game that's just really fun to see.
Yeah. Or at least someone's having fun.
Not Astralis.
You are the only Dane having fun right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I was never even like a big, massive sort of supporter of Danish Counter-Strike because I just always felt like it's going to be so weird if I'm like some super biased caster. But now that it's gone the other way, it is kind of sad, you know? So like, I'm getting like, I'm mourning it a little bit now that you're going to see like, you're like, oh, come on, guys, you know? But maybe they can build something. Yes. Something that's even more confusing to me than Danish Counter-Strike at the moment is Brazilian Counter-Strike because I truly feel like there are so many good players in Brazil, but somehow they're all on different teams. And I just can't, I just don't know why they're not able to build. Like, I genuinely think they could probably build two top, call it like 12 teams in the world or something. Like, it should be close enough. At least one that's like a top 7 or 6 team. I think, like, it's got to be possible. It must be possible.
Start a GoFundMe.
Yeah. Anders saving Brazil.
Yeah, you just gave a screw to this Danish Counter-Strike. Okay. Aggression from Spirit. And Donk finds. He will find what he looks for. And Zontic keeps going.
Yeah. Even more of a mind game. How do you read this? If you're on the other side, deep nade. They're so sold on it. Yabi, okay, he is aware. He actually does recognize that someone could be there. Might get the kill for free or might... Oh! That's kind of a...
Wow.
So Suntic should win that fight, just to be 100% clear, right?
Yeah, his crosser placement was really off, which kind of indicates that he was not ready at all.
He definitely wasn't. Oh, man. Hooksy going down, so still a man disadvantage here. Chopper in the middle. Donk hanging around the donut position. They've got a very heavy lean towards the B side here early on. The bomb is in the middle for Astralis, so plenty of opportunities. Stair going to be peeking out, but he's not realizing there's a second player. So the trade just continuing here. Spirit all the time staying a man up. And that's the bomb confirmed in the middle, or maybe not confirmed, but at least one of the players there. They knew that Jabby was over on the other side, so they can probably guess that they've got to be a little bit careful. 40 seconds. Bomb is still in the middle. It's really far away right now. Even if Jabby gets a kill, there's no guarantee they can actually get the bomb to the site. Magix is very exposed, and a couple of footsteps there with the shadow showing. Never mind. That's...
Stop trying to build it, Anders. Stop trying to build something.
It's not... With like, all the kills that were supposed to happen just didn't happen in this round, basically.
Yeah. in a nutshell.
It's like, how do you not? How do you not? How do you get the first one and then fail the second one, Yabby?
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, certainly opportunities. Certainly some opportunities for those fights. Lots of 1v1s. I mean, you like 1v1s if you're on the T side generally. Like, you do want 1v1s. You can get them.
Oh my, that's a lot of grenade damage. Sontics. They were so soft from the early nades landing on them here. Shiro with a missed shot, but Donk, see him aggressively moving into the fight, which some would argue is the opposite of what you want to do when you're up against Tech-9s and pistols and all the rest of it, but can't really put a leash on Donk, can you?
No. And if you tried, you'd probably get kicked from the team.
And you shouldn't, maybe you shouldn't want to either, you know?
No, you shouldn't. No.
Okay.
No, let him be. Let him be the full version of himself.
Let Donk be Donk. He's just a beacon up here. It's like, come on.
He must feel pretty important up there.
Oh, man.
Now you know exactly how I play Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Just trying to find the highest spot on the map and just look down on people.
Exactly.
Just down, wasting our time. Doesn't he know time is money or something like that?
He's trying to extract some value. He's got that deke, so it needs to. I mean, it would be terrible if Astralis can't get a single kill here, just because, again, you want to at least keep the economy down so that when you do win a round, it's not so hard to come back. But Donk's going to pick it up, so confident. When you watch Donk, it does kind of look different in a way where it's like he perceives less risk than you feel like he should. Do you know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
And I think it's probably because he he just murders everyone all the time. It's kind of like, I guess, if you were to like play on a server or like matchmaking on a rank that's like, you know, 50% worse than you or something. You know, you're just going to run around more because just outskill people.
But there just obviously are certain fights that are fundamentally unavailable to most of us because we're capped by how much we could do.
Yeah.
So he just, unfortunately for the rest of us, he does have access to like an area of the game that probably most of us will never have. And then as a result, you see him, taking some fights that just for you know, like it's almost like if you showed how Donk plays to new players, they shouldn't play like that.
Yes,
like you wouldn't tell someone, this guy's, you should model yourself on him. It's like, no, you can't. Like, it's not worth it. So it's great fun to watch, though. For Astralis, it's pretty painful at the moment here. There'll be some damage in the middle of Sontix. Smoke up, and it will get blown open for Shiro. It's a classic setup on Ancient. I'm sure Astralis know it, but this time they get caught by it. Now, trying to see if they could find somewhere to recover a bit of the round here device. That would have been a very good way to do it, but again, it's a really big stack over at the B-bomb side. Spirit do like these. Gabby, easy kill on the Chopper. He already knew he was there. Double smoke to this position. A little bit overkill, but at least just get the bomb plant right. Now, they lost 5 in a row, so get back into the game in some way.
Spirit, they are not going to give this one up easily. Flashing themselves back into the sights. Oh, Jab! He's falling through the smoke. You love to see that, not just hanging out and being afraid, but going for the plays. And that's a round-winning play right there from Yabby. If you include also the previous kill that he got, 3 kills in a round for him. Excellent work.
Yeah, super well done. They just absolutely weren't ready.
Wow, that's the first round that we've seen from Astralis in, what, 12, 13 rounds? Again, if you include the Dust 2 previous half.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating, but, you know, get it on the board early here. That's, if you just forget about the first map, it's still not a bad scoreline here. 5-1. Maybe a bit of an issue with the fact that Spirits have money to work with, so you're going to have to struggle a bit further before you can get rid of all of that cash. Timeout call for Spirit immediately.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I don't know if they're doing it for this purpose, but sometimes doing stuff like this when the other team feels like they're picking up any kind of like momentum.
Right.
You just ice, you know, it's called icing the kicker. You know, I think that's from American sport.
Yeah.
You know, football or whatever. I don't know. So I think it's a term there, but that's, yeah. You know who taught that to me?
Who?
I don't remember.
Do you know? That's the best.
I'm a mess right now.
That's the best story ever, Dan. I'm actually on the edge of my seat to figure out.
It was the best. It was the best.
All right. Shout out. What a legend. An actual Counter-Strike legend. Sontix with a double spray down. We're getting into the next round. We hardly even get to introduce anything as they just try to walk through the smoke. Obviously, so they want to crunch middle there, Astralis, from 2 different sides. I didn't catch it. I feel like Device should have been setting up some flashes going over. If they did, then they weren't very efficient. And maybe one of the reasons is... Actually, if I can request the replay for Sontix, we can find out. The problem with the flashes they throw from T-spawn is that if the CT players are too far forward in the battle, they land behind Sontix. The way you stop that from happening is to throw what we call the elbow Molotov that stops Sontix from pushing forward. Like, that's where the meta is. So the Ts throw the Molotov so that the CTs have to play further back so that they get flashed, and something in that whole sequence just fell apart for Astralis. And as a result, they fell apart. Were shot apart.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. That is really, because, I mean, the cost was so high. Trying to save this orb, though. Yabby as well can act as protection. Protect the VIP.
Well, now, we've just got a long wait. Feet stuck in the jungle, you know. Hopefully there are some fish. Turn into a bit of a fish spa, you know. That exists. That's a thing, Dan. You ever been to a fish spa?
No, they don't allow that anymore, do they? Because it's like, there's hygiene concerns.
What?
Yeah.
Right, I didn't know that. I missed my opportunity. I always thought, you know...
I think that was like a thing 10 years ago. It was like a fad, and then everyone got shut down. Everyone was like, no, this is actually... this is like not hygienic at all.
Okay.
Just having fish doing that to like everybody that comes in.
Right. Now I feel sad. I was saving myself. I was like, that's going to be one of those moments in my life. And
I'm sure there's probably some places you can, but just not probably in... Yeah. I believe, Anders, you can still complete the mission. Okay. You can find it somewhere.
I'll keep my hopes high then. This is, unfortunately, another fairly one-sided affair. I mean, on the first map, genuinely, I thought Astralis were going to win it at one point.
Same.
Until Donk showed up, it was looking promising. Smoke up in the middle. There's that elbow Molotov to try and stop anyone from pushing forward. I don't know if it wasn't there last time. I feel like something... I have to go... I actually will go back later and look at that round. Here we go. Blasting through the smoke, and Chopper has to appreciate the irony of him getting jumped on with a MAC-10. He did invent the whole meta. 4 versus 5.
They could really consider the reset here. You can see in the rotation from Spirit. Spirit have to respect that very fast and forward kill. And Astralis are slow playing it. However, are they aware of the full rotation? Again, they should expect it. Does look like they still are thinking of potentially going towards B, but okay, finally now we're seeing a bit more movement here from Astralis. The entire left side of the map is available, inclusive of mid. Astralis looking for a pick. This is actually kind of cool. If you stick around, Spirit are like, okay, maybe we should find info. But they're not actually going deep enough for Astralis to catch a pick. So at this point, Anders, it gets weird.
There's almost nothing lost here if they go back. So the smoke in the middle is going to be to suggest that we might be going back. HOTU, he's going to try and sell it, but they're still going B. So it's very, very smart for Astralis. They're really sending the message. And Spirit, they should buy this, at least somewhat. They've rotated 2 people back, and I totally understand why. They have no way of knowing what's happening. They will take down HOTU, and now the silence on that bomb site is going to be very suspicious. They're rotating back. They're going to be ready for this. 24 seconds. Suntix going to be double peaked right now, but he sprays down both of them. A couple of bullets left to try and find the kill. That bomb being planted. Shiro, oh, that's a fumble. Needs to get that out right away to try and see if he can find Jabby. It's going to be incendiary on the other side to put some pressure on, and pushing back into Magix. He swings into the headshot, and somehow Astralis is still coming out on top of this battle. Shiro, scoped up, moving forward. One false move, one mistake, and he's going to die. He does fire the gun, but not going to be able to get the kill on the other side, and now he's very exposed. Another missed opportunity. Stair will take him down for the triple. It's a very weird round, but I do like the mid-round. And HOTU, just big brain plays coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that they were going to get into some mischief, because it looked like for a moment that they were just going to try to hit and the timing wasn't going to work out. But yeah, I think holding for the info play, because again, if a CT team just stacks the site like that at some point, because all the players are there, they could push forward, find out what's going on. Astralis looking to punish that device. Obviously has the AWP, so that's a really good way to do that. And yeah, great call on the fly. Make sure that they get the full punish in there with the fake. Sending HOTU on the suicide mission through Donut.
Worth it.
Sacrifice for the team.
It is just a fact of the map as well that when you're holding at that cheetah cave on the T side, your rotation through middle, Donut into A is much quicker than the CTs can get from B to CT spawn to A. So like you just have to beat them by like a couple of seconds, and you're going to be... So the CTs have to be really reactive. They have to try and do something. They don't just want to gamble it. All the grenades in middle, flashes being thrown over, and there was 2 people in T-spawn throwing flashes over, so a real commitment here to get the mid control. Unfortunately, oh, you could see that landing. Donk goes down to device on the other side. Whew, that's... If he doesn't jump, if he peeks into it, I think Shiro just kills him outright. But they win the mid fight.
Yeah. And this is another good test of the calling for Astralis. Again, you should typically have a lot of options if you get the opening pick. How do we convert? That has to be something that every team understands on the T side, and gravitation towards the A side of the map here. And Yabby is connecting on Ancient so far. Good trade into the A site, and looking great.
Oh no.
Right now for Astralis.
I don't know why Yabby's running that much. His team already have the A bomb side. I don't think... Well, it might be a small mistake. Probably not going to cost them the round here, but... It is the kind of thing that, you know, that can be scary. If they were closer, if they had, you know, a kit or something else, maybe it's the sort of opportunity maybe for Spirit to get back into the round. It looks like Astralis have figured it out a bit here on the T side of Ancient. Device, awkward corner, bomb radius on this map is enormous, so eventually he will have to try and escape and going to be shot down. So AWP lost on the ground. I don't think anyone can actually run to pick it up, so... All right, 6-3 though. The Danes start to claw their way back into the game.
And that was really close, you know, you're right. Shiro very, very nearly got the opening pick there, and Device obviously taking down Donk with the AWP. And AWP is probably the gun you need to take down Donk in that scenario. Sure. And we'll see if the money's there to buy another one. Astralis' money's quite tight. And Yabi, you know, big ups to Yabi. He's really been pulling through for the team.
Yeah.
And indeed, no, not enough money for the AWP, but Donk on the other hand, he's got one as well as Shiro.
Yeah, double AWP, why not? All right, so running execute onto the bomb site. They're gonna, Sontex already knows. P250 in hand, Donk is behind him, and it's actually Donk with the other AWP. We saw him with the scout earlier. If he could do it with the AWP, how sick would that be? But he's not gonna get the opportunity right now. They are actually falling back. It's hard to know what made them do this, but something in it felt wrong. Maybe they heard Sontex already retreating. They're not sure at any rate. Gonna go all the way back to the B bomb site, leaving Yabi in this position.
Dangerous stuff, especially when you're against some pistols. In this type of spot where you've lost a lot of map control, they could be kind of anywhere. And Donk with the AWP there, they're not, surely they're going to contact in here. I don't think they'll expect a second AWP. Contacting against an AWP is a terrible thing to do, but sometimes you just have to do it.
The only thing is, because it was Donk having the AWP, they might be suspicious, because these are such a weird thing, so they might be able to guess. Incendiary or Molotov on top of Shiro. He survives with 18 health. They've hunted him all the way back. Going to be another grenade, and this time he should be dead. Burns inside of the cave. Magic's with an awkward fight. He goes down to HOTU. The bomb is planted. Going to be a boost up here on top. Actually, some nice damage on through. They jump right out of there, but the bomb is planted in front and not an easy retake. They do not have any utility, no kit either. I don't see them easily getting onto the site right now. It's down holding it up front here. He doesn't immediately get the spray down, but just Donk, even in that moment, he's like, I'm just going to find the kill. Stowning instead is going to get the triple. And Astralis, they're actually coming back into this in the first half. This is pretty impressive.
It is impressive, and some AWPs on offer there as well, so can get that back into the hands of Device going into the next round. I do feel like the AWP has been pretty helpful, and the fact that we didn't get one in this round obviously does allow a bit more dynamic play for the team. Kind of moves the pack a bit more. Energy is high in the camp of Astralis.
Uh-oh. Failed Molotov. Not that it really makes a difference, I suppose, but it's meant to go higher up to stop the run boost. Chopper flying through the air, just like the good old days. Shout out to Vega Squadron as well. Shiro sneaking on in here, looking to get the spray down. It's a nice idea, but HOTU's very quick to turn it around. He's been individually just playing really well, which is obviously one of the big criticisms of him in the past. Maybe even rightfully so, but this Astralis team seems like he's right at home. They're going to pick up this round, and it's pretty impressive. 5-6 the scoreline going into the last round of the half here. Astralis looked like they were completely defeated at the beginning of Ancient, but I don't know, there's still some life left in them.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, and again, even on Dust 2 again, like, if you just look at the first half, there was a lot of, you had a bit of everything in terms of, you know, the class that we saw from Astralis was very well constructed. However, Team Spirit is obviously one of the favorites for the entire tournament, so it's a tough matchup to win. We'll see what they can do here. Coming in as the underdogs, to get that 6-6 on the deck and big mid presence.
A better Molotov this time. Chopper. Oh, that's HOTU all the way from the other side. I don't think he even saw him. I think he's just shooting through the smoke there.
Yeah.
Well then. Donk is in the middle, but slipping past is Yabi. Donk doesn't actually even think about checking it, but he's going to be able to see him out the corner of his eye. So Yabi's a free kill in CT on T-spawn. It's Shiro sneaking down. 3v3. No idea how this round is going to be playing out. It's going to be surely a while before the T's decide to check if they're getting flanked. Right now they're focused on the bomb site itself. Donk in position. Easy enough spray down as he drops HOTU. He runs into it. That could have been the end of it. There comes the flank. Stair going down, and Device. That's a burst coming out from Magic. 7-5 at the end of it. Still a good half for Spirit, but there definitely was an opportunity to get them a way more crushing lead. And Astralis, honestly, they're still in this.
Yeah, they put the stoppage on that momentum. And so, you know, a lot of respect in the ways that they did it too. And they also had a pistol where the pistol was sick. Like the pistol put them in a super advantageous position, and they didn't manage to win it, and yet still came away with that scoreline. So again, there's a lot to be said here for the fight that Astralis is putting into this, and you know, really giving themselves a solid chance going to the second half. We'll have to see how it looks though, because obviously the CT side is very different to the T side.
Yeah, I'm very interested if we're going to see some fight out of Spirit once again. I think, you know, the first half here, Sontix actually had a fantastic, you know, half, and if not for him, it probably would have gone off the rails a lot sooner for Spirit. But T side is also where Donk, you know, typically can be off the hook a little bit more. Oh, he got that kill, HOTU. So that was the first kill for the smoke, and then this one too? No way. Well, that is kind of wild. All right. Yeah, nice finish to it here. Shout out Sontix. Huge first half for him. Ali just laying down the law for them. 7-5. Second half, B splits. Spirit love them in these pistol rounds, and they have all the utility. You could kind of already see it. Oh, Sontix might get caught. This is super awkward. Jumping for information there. And got more than he was asking for. Device rushing him down with the dualies. And that actually tells them so much. Astralis, almost surprised they don't rotate more players here. It's such a giveaway that there's a guy down there with a Molotov in hand. He's going to be looking for magics, but can't quite get it. Donk showing up to save his teammate just in the nick of time. Now there is a rotation coming in, but Spirit actually have not committed.
Yeah, really interesting the impact Device has had on the round so far. Just that initial pick to Zontix, and then also that plus the smoke, it really just called a complete halt from Spirit.
Honestly, this could be a very similar round to the one that HOTU called, where Chopper, if he wanted to, he could smoke up middle to pretend we're going A, or you could even throw the smoke into the A bomb site just to kind of signal that while they're waiting here. As a spiritually very, very similar opportunity for the one that HOTU did. That really worked, you know. When Spirit were on the CT side, they were forced to rotate because of one of those mid grenades. He's just going to be peeking for it, Chopper. Bit of a signal. Okay, they want to go right afterwards. No grenades thrown in the middle. Magic's going down, and the Astralis are still here. They haven't moved a bit. They're at the bomb site, ready to go. Donk crouching through it. Shiro to get the headshot. He picks up one more, and just been deleted. Who needs grenades? Just get the Glock headshots coming through. And leaves down here. They don't exactly know where he is, but I'm not sure that's much of an advantage at the moment. The problem is the bomb is planted already. It's the decoy just to mess with him, and Shiro's got the lineup. He's already got 2 kills, looking for a third. It'll be Donk. The time to kill is so low. Oh man, there's a lot of different ways that could have been played out, but it was the headshots at the end.
And again, it felt like Astralis had the edges in the pistol, but it just comes down to some of these just crazy just headshots and group ups from Team Spirit. They did so well. That was such a good find from Device early. And this brawling style, so strong from Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we are into the next round, and Astralis, do they have any? They got a lot of util here.
They invested. They bought everything. I don't necessarily hate it, but I kind of don't like the fact that this many people at the... Okay, so they're hoping that there's going to be a ramp push and they can flash their way in. Flash comes, there's no one on the other side. They have to do something more, though. I don't think they can just have 4 people at the B-bomb site stationary. So either way, there's going to have to be something else that's happening. Flash now in towards the cave, or at least the smoke up here. Stound's calling it out, saying, I need some real backup at the moment. Goes down to Sontix. There's no one there. The rest of Astralis, they were shuffling around weapons and grenades on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, this could be dangerous here. Are they going to try to commit everything in? I mean, they don't have positioning at all right now. This is straight down. I was almost thinking that it's like a save call right after they lost the first player. They're going to fall off. But you could kind of see the plan in the sense that I remember, again, thinking back to much older editions of Astralis. One of the things that, you know, the most dominant version was so good at was on rounds similar to this, they would have the 5 smokes and just a full util, and they would do such a good job of slowing down the other team.
Yeah.
And just like, but at the same time holding onto smokes so that they're killing the clock, and then creating like a situation where the T side doesn't know. Like they have to like basically make a gamble as to like where the stack is, and then it can be exploited by the CT so heavily.
It's so hard to force that dynamic today because you can blow open the smokes. So a lot of like T sides, even if you try and do it, and people do it sometimes, right? You're absolutely right. But sometimes now if you try and do it, they will just say, well, you know, you can throw the smoke, but we'll blow it open and run through. So, you know, good luck with that.
Yes, which I like. I think that's such a great addition to the game.
Yeah, but I think if we could go back and play like a couple of, you know, like one tournament into with sort of CS:GO, you know, dynamics, I think it would be kind of weird to be watching so many teams just waiting on the other side of smokes. Be like, well, we just have to wait it out. You know, 20 seconds, wait. Here we go. 9-5. Spirit still very strong lead. They've got the money on their side. Astralis unfortunately not connecting quite with the with this map at the moment. Stairs also on 3 kills. I personally think he's a fantastic player. Some fireworks on the B-bomb side. Just went off above their heads, you know. Happens.
It's gotta be done. You can see the hero flash in the hands of Device. Do they get the timing right? Will this trigger the flash? That one smoke. Holding on to it still. Ah, there it is. It's been sent. And here comes the Horde. How much did they find? Just 1 so far. Is there any more ticks with the stop as well as Shiro? And actually, you know, 2 kills, not too horrendous.
Okay. Tickling donk through the wall there. I mean, it's not a lot of damage, but he is actually finding the shots through somehow. Back to try again. He might as well. He got so many bullets left, so you gotta give it a shot here. There's nothing else. Yeah, he's also distracting from the fact that Device is walking up behind them, although I would be shocked if Spirit don't think about this. They actually almost didn't. Sontix did not look like he was ready. He still got the kill. He's up to 17 in total. Astound's going to be saving this Mac 10 somewhere else. Spirit on 10. I don't know. The flashbang, the idea worked out.
Yeah, I feel like you would be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I think so.
The low investment in terms of the dollars. Pretty good return. Okay, well, again, I feel like Astralis, there's so much to celebrate in many respects, but when you're just up against Team Spirit, it's very hard to obviously, it's just hard to watch some of the success or the potential not be realized, I suppose, is what I'm trying to get at.
I do feel like the kind of losses that some of the other Astralis lineups have been so much more sort of defeating when you look at them. Like, I can't even think of like a way that they could win. Whereas I feel like here, I mean, they are against Spirit, who are a fantastic team, and they're all playing super well. So I'm not surprised that they're losing. It's just that you can see the ideas. You can see that Astralis have a really good read on what's happening. So yeah, I think there's a lot to build on right now. Spirit, just no surprise, going to be one of the, if not maybe the hardest team in the tournament to beat. So
this could be a moment here for Astralis. A bit of aggression. Backhand position, moving forward. Deeper. Whoa, that's a flying headshot from HOTU. That should not be allowed. And a deep smoke, so the aggression is panning out for them.
What's really weird about that peak was the fact that normally that peak is set up with a flash inside of B. You can throw flashes that will never flash your teammates when they're rushing that way, but they will always flash any Ts that are holding it. You look at teams like FaZe and especially Na'Vi are so good at the B utility if you wanted to go back and study. Those of you at home who are dedicated to the Counter-Strike lifestyle, go watch Na'Vi on the B-bomb side. Alexi and JL playing there. It's really fun.
And this has caused, pause for thought for Team Spirit. Astralis playing aggressive to play a better defensive game. Slowing Spirit all the way down 20 seconds. They don't have the time for this. They've got to go for it. They're struggling to get for the choke points. They do get the kill, but the damage was substantial. HOTU set up for the play. The healthiest player peeking first and doesn't die. More opportunities here for Yabi, but only finds the one. Spirit getting the bomb planted now. And they are going to get the afterplant. I just don't believe it.
That is as close as you can get. The fact that he had to jump through into the ceiling with a Mac-10 and they found the opening. Shiro clips down and he goes straight into the ground. It's Donk to finish off the round. They're so low on health. They just kept trading their way through, barely surviving, like just bleeding to death into the bomb site. But it's enough. Somehow it's enough.
Oh, wow. It's just another round where, you know, you can see the potential there for Astralis. It's like so close. So there's so many small margins, but when push comes to shove, Team Spirit deliver. And 11-5 the scoreline now. Timeout taken by Astralis. Translate, Anders.
I think you're saying just Donk not getting enough kills. get back out there. I wish I could. I'd be sick. I can do the Danish stuff, but all they ever say is shoot. Just means sick.
Oh, nice.
Shoot.
I remember the meta was every single team, doesn't matter like where they're from, was just saying nice.
Yeah. Although some of the CIS teams did say nice Bliat, which is
true.
Nice Bliat is probably my favorite combination.
That's like nice, thank you.
Exactly. Oh, that is such a deep incendiary. Very cool. Foxy rushing in, flash in his eyes. It doesn't matter. The bullets will take him down eventually. I love the aggression. I love the attempt to try to really, you know, put some pressure on Spirit, because what is the alternative? You just, you know, you just fold. You just start playing this really defensive Counter-Strike. I don't think it's going to work either. I actually think it's a nice call, but it doesn't matter. They shoot way too hard. It's a good headshot.
Yeah.
Magix does go down, but the bomb is going to be planted. The round is going to be lost. Spirits are going to be on 12 rounds.
I got a bit too excited for that headshot. It was nice.
It was good.
I mean, Deagle headshots, they will never lose their luster.
No, it always, whether you're just watching it or you land one yourself, it's like, it's a little pick-me-up, you know?
It was always the thing with playing Counter-Strike, you know, even back, I mean, I feel like especially back in the OG Counter-Strike where the headshot, especially when, you know, they didn't have helmets, it's like so satisfying with almost any gun, but especially like a Scout or a Deagle, forever.
Yeah, it's that one animation that we're all waiting for where like they spin like backwards.
Yeah.
1.6 stuff.
It's so satisfying.
The one thing that we've really missed that has become such a feature of this map now are the B bomb side wall bangs. I don't think anyone did it in the first half, and in the second half,
yeah, we didn't see it.
I guess Spirit are winning too quick to even care about wall bangs, but it's become almost comical to the point where it's, you know, it's almost where you want to wonder if sort of Valve should. It's weird because in the beginning, in Go, Valve worked so hard to stop the wall bangs. Like it was almost like they were on a mission to kill all wall bang positions in CSGO. But now in CS2, we've got this map. Train is, you can all shoot through the entire map on Train if you want. Like it's paper thin.
Yeah. Like Nuke in 1.6.
It's well, my Train might even be worse than that to some extent. But yeah, it is like that. Weirdly, Nuke now you still can't shoot through almost anything. Like it's so blocked off still.
Yeah. It's like the PTSD of the OG Geek is kind of crazy.
But I'm not even complaining about it. I'm just saying that happens a lot right now at the B bomb side. Into the middle, Astralis with almost the entire army here, trying to occupy everything. Chopper has traded places. He does get the kill, but Yabi shooting him in the back, so a bit of a comedy moment. Magic's opening up on the site, and there was nobody else here to defend with. So bomb plant is secured, and if they try to wrap around, there's still a player in T-spawn that could shoot them in the back. This is a sick setup for Spirit. They might have just won the series right here.
I feel like that wallbang should have done something. But I suppose, yeah, you're just talking about that. Either way, 3v4. Music's angle here is crazy. Going for it, though. Happy.
Get closer here. He's already tagged up quite a bit moving into it, and he can't check the corner. Magix takes him down. Donk with the headshot, and Spirit with the 13-5 victory here towards the end. Very, very convincing, taking down Astralis. Not much to be said about the second map, I think, but overall, I don't know. Let's ask the panel. Are they excited for Astralis? Does anything look better than it did before?
Anna's just doing my job for me. I'm going to go do the spa. He wants to know, obviously, and you heard it there, you think it looks better for Astralis, even though they've just obviously lost to Spirits?
I mean, HOOXi looked amazing.
For sure.
HOOXi is back. HOOXi is here.
Giga Chad.
HOOXi.
Yanko's sarcasm is my favorite.
I don't know if I have more to say than that. I mean,
what else can you say about Astralis if you're not talking about HOOXi?
He is the man of the moment. I mean, this is not really a match that we expected Astralis to win. If they had put up a even better fight, maybe we would have liked more here. I think this kind of reverts expectations to the norm, where even though Astralis have won 2 games, it was against weaker opposition. They face a formidable Spirit that is in PGL Astana championship form right now. So this was never going to be an easy task for them.
Never going to be an easy task. The results are exactly as what most people would have expected, Yanko. So let's talk about Spirit now. What do you think about what you... Oh, you wanted to talk about something?
No, it's fine. I just wanted to say they had good moments here. Obviously not enough to take Spirit down. And, you know, we saw them against Brazilian teams. We saw them against Spirit. Can we see them against someone who's like more in their sort of rank? I think that's going to be exciting. But yeah, Spirit just taking care of business. You know, as Maui alluded, in championship form, it feels like so far. Now they'll get a couple of days off to just sort of practice a little bit more, chill, watch some of the other games, see who they're going to go up against in the playoffs.
You know what, Yanko, you said you want to see Astralis against other opposition. We'll probably get to do that in the next 2 days. So we'll have a bigger pool to draw stats and things from. Spirit for me, Maui, if you are another team watching right now, knowing that they are in the playoffs, how the hell do you beat them?
Well, you hope you can, first of all, dispatch of Donk. There is footage of how to do that, by the way. Like, teams like MOUZ have shown a blueprint to tactically defeat Spirit, but executing it is a whole nother question, because people like Shiro, people like Zontix can fire back too, even though against the most elite teams in the world, like Falcons and Vitality, Donk seems to be the only weapon, but really, there is a spread out wealth of talent against anybody that isn't named the teams I just said.
I think it's also, you can't have, you know, these teams have, you can't tunnel vision on how do you stop this one guy. It has to be about, you know, what about the rest of the team? You have to have good enough protocols, and some of these teams don't have it, so they just can't match pound for pound with Team Spirit.
Magix is with us now from Spirit. I always get to ask the analysts questions, but I'm always curious how the players feel. So Magix, what do you think of Astralis with HOOXi versus Astralis with Cadian?
I think if they get some time, they will definitely do better. But because, you know, Cadian not opping is a different guy compared to the Cadian with op. Like, we know that the 2022 heroic lineup with Cadian opping and these players around him, it was pretty good from the results they had. You know, him not opping is a big loss.
You know what, Magix? I think that when you retire from playing, you can replace Maui.
You can replace him right now if you want as well. Actually, please, if you could replace him.
Can we switch spots?
But no, I think you guys are just like such a tease, because, you know, we don't see you half of the time. Some of the tournaments you miss, you planned it. Some of the tournaments you didn't plan it. It just happens. On which side are you on? Would you like to play as many tournaments as possible, or do you enjoy having a break here and there to skip something?
Personally, I hate breaks because, you know, the biggest issue for me only is I'm not used to officials after a big break, and I need like some games to be played pretty poorly to get used to back, because the practice and the official match is a different thing. And like I only like playing CS, so I would really like to play like everything.
Do you think that was the problem for you guys at the previous tournament, that actually here we will see the fruits of your labor during the break?
Well, basically, I think, yeah, this tournament might be a bit better than the previous one because we had some practice before that at Rivals, and I think, like, if we are joining the server with the right mood, we can play well and beat anyone, you know.
Okay, I have a few different questions. First off, congratulations on making it to the arena. Have you found that the fan support in Kazakhstan is any different than when you play normally in Western Europe? Huh?
One more time, please.
Oh, okay, okay.
He was just paying
Just-
attention to the
yeah,
rest
just
of the
Donks just
team.
talking
Yeah,
over there, yeah.
they're just talking to you. What
Oh,
did
okay,
you say
sure.
about Holly?
Yeah, sure. Okay. No, I'm saying, what have you got from the fan reception here? Because it feels like people are big Spirit fans in Kazakhstan.
Oh, it's kind of similar to China because like there's a lot of people, and like it's the second time after China I see people around the hotel who is hunting for players, and that's cool. That's pretty cool. And what did you say about Holly?
What did I say about Holly? Oh, that he's got to come up with answers. You guys got to. Well, okay. Well, what did you guys do in the month off you guys had?
No, you didn't say that.
What did I say about Holly?
Well, we need to open Twitter and check it.
Okay, I'll look at Twitter. Okay. Third question, Kioske.
It's him.
He's him. Okay.
I quite enjoyed that little interaction here about what you said. I wanted to pull out my phone and check and find out what you said on Twitter, Maui, so that we could answer that. Hattie was waiting in the background there for those answers as well.
And a couple of other guys as well.
You know when you were younger and they used to be like, bring it to LAN? That was what just happened here. I enjoyed it very much. Magix, who do you think is going to be in the playoffs with you? It's you, MongolZ, who else?
Oh, there's a lot of teams, but there's no more GamerLegion, and who was also eliminated?
M80.
M80 and GamerLegion eliminated today.
Well,
HOTU has a chance.
no.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Well,
Okay, all right.
If Hunter comes back for the rest of matches, they're making it to the playoffs definitely, I think.
For snacks?
Yes.
Nice.
So also the FURIA, I like the FURIA, I like the Yakendar. Well, there's Navi for sure. They're making the finals.
Yeah. Okay.
There is also
You can't say something nice
Aurora,
about
there's
every
Aurora
single
too.
team
Yeah,
that's
Aurora,
still
definitely.
playing Magix. You got to choose.
what?
I said you're just saying nice
He's got
things about all the
FURIA.
teams.
He's got Navi.
I mean the format itself, like you're having the best of threes, which don't bring that many of a random, and you know the heavy favorites are making it through the group stage on this tournament. So I think there will be like not so many surprises.
From what you saw today, do you think Astralis can make it?
I'm not sure because I mean it depends on who they face. Basically they're playing well. They've made it to like 2-0, the qualification match for the playoffs. But if they are facing someone who is like higher ranked team, like if they face Aurora, they're losing this match, and if they're facing Navi, they're also losing it. So depends on who they play.
Fair enough.
We are going to give Maui a couple of seconds because we've convinced him to open up his phone and tell us exactly what he said
That
about
it was my
Harley.
second coach of the year.
No.
They'll be checking.
No,
their phones.
I didn't. These are all the tweets I've had about Holly. There's not that
Okay,
many.
we'll find something. Yeah. Come to Brno.
And on that note, we are going to thank Magix and send him on his way. If you've been watching, of course, Spirit has just secured themselves a spot in the playoffs alongside the MongolZ, and they now have a couple of days break. Magix, thank you so much for chatting to us. You can head on off and celebrate with your team. You've got a couple of days off now to hang out in Kazakhstan. So there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gents, we say goodbye there, and now we get to take a look at some of the results of what's been happening here at PGL Astana over the course of today. 4 best of threes went down, and here are those results on your screens right now. I would argue that the biggest surprise maybe from the B stream is HOTU.
I can't believe that. I can't believe GamerLegion's out already. I thought there was a small chance that they battle back. They would never have been in my 0-3 category. If we made a list of teams to make it to the playoffs, GamerLegion would have been on the cusp, but they would have made it for me.
They made playoffs at their last 2 lands. They made the arena in Melbourne, right? Sure, they failed the major qualifier, which was online, but you definitely expected them to be, I think it's probably one of the teams you would put in the playoffs almost for sure, right? And then see how far they could go. But yeah, this is just a very, very disappointing result for them, considering they won't be at the major. So that means like Astana was a lot more important to them than maybe some of the other teams. And yeah, a lot of reflecting to do on the flight back.
Lots of reflecting on that flight, and it's a long flight, so they'll have time for that. Let's take a look now at the results that you got to see here on Stream A. And I would say maybe the upset here, definitely Na'Vi, that 2-0 loss, and the style in which it happened is not going to be good for that team.
The Mongols and Na'Vi have traded blow for blow every time they've matched up this year, so the result is not necessarily a massive shocker. I would have pegged Na'Vi as the favorites. And you're right, it is the fashion with which they lost it. The way that they were just the comeback that happened on map number 1 where the Mongols was able to just rally against them and Na'Vi could never actually put a stop to it. That was shocking to me.
I think they would have been better off if they got stomped, right? Because then you can just go and say, it wasn't our day, we didn't show up. Sure, that's bad in its own right, but these collapses, it's just more of the same. It's just reinforcing the mentality in the back of your head, like, you know, they've lost it, they've lost their mojo in a way. Can't really grind out these games. The players individually just missing that little extra 5% in some of these rounds to be able to close it out. So we'll see, depending on who they go up against in the next round and if they're able to just sort of bounce back, because up until today, it's looked really good.
Talking about who they'll go up against, we actually have the schedule for our secondary stream tomorrow. That's the B stream. This is the matchups that you get a chance to see there. Those are who's going to be facing off.
Another Brazilian on Brazilian action.
That's your favorite.
How many of these will people have to watch? Like, we need to put a limit on how many Brazilian teams can be on one event.
I don't know, Yanko. I think a lot of people like a bit of Brazilian on Brazilian action. Just saying.
Fair enough.
Let's take a look now at what you can expect on the A stream. Same time tomorrow, bright and early if you're not in this time zone. And there
Another
it
one.
is.
What? You can't be serious. They had 2 of them today.
Brazilian on Brazilian
FURIA,
action
MIBR,
draws the
Nordic.
eyeballs.
What's happening? At least one Brazilian. ODDIK might be in the playoffs after tomorrow.
PGL's just getting into another venture. You'll read about it soon.
I'm actually really excited about Brazilian Counter-Strike again after watching FURIA.
I mean, obviously, that's not the... FURIA has looked better than expected, but the most exciting game here by far is the Na'Vi Aurora game, right? Another tough opponent for Na'Vi after losing to Mongols today. And Astralis Virtus.pro, that's a good game in terms of gauging where both of the teams are, right? Virtus.pro had another slow start to the tournament, managed to bounce back since, and Astralis took care of the Brazilian teams, lost to Team Spirit, all to be expected, honestly. And against Virtus.pro, they get to sort of test their mettle and see where they're at.
And we're going to have to see if G2 is able to keep the Hunter dream alive. I don't think that he's arriving tomorrow.
Well, the problem is, like,
Does anyone know if he's
he would have had to start the process today. Do you even bother? But, you know, but I don't know how long it takes. He still needs to go to another tournament where your passport's there, it isn't there. Like, what do you do?
But he's playing against, they're playing against Big, so it's possible. They could get it over the line. I feel like if you can beat an M80 today, you could beat a Big tomorrow. So there's still hope. There's still belief.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm vouching for G2 right now in some way.
Vouching for Snacks, Taz, Hades.
It's an
Polish lineup.
Polska Gorom or whatever.
It's like a whole different universe. He is vouching for G2, but there you go. TLDR is that you should come tomorrow because there's going to be lots of epic Counter-Strike going down. It's going to be tons of fun. PGL Astana, same time tomorrow. Make sure you're here, and we'll see you then.